Today at your local retailer from the makers of Miralax. Mirafiber supports metabolism of carbs, fats, and proteins. Serving size is 4 gummies.
Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Oh, man. Good morning. Nicholas Harry Callis here. It's the Family Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. I'm kind of in a good mood. I'm kind of not. It's, I don't really know how to feel this morning. I mean, it was a good weekend for me, personally. Not for our fabulous team, the Pittsburgh Pirates, team we get to be proud of for giving us baseball in the city of Pittsburgh. We don't get to be proud of them this weekend, I don't think. There's a lot to go over. They made me sad. And some coaches. I umpired this weekend at a tournament. Some coaches were giving me some fits this weekend. And so I've got a story for you. I mean, there are just things that happen that I question, or etiquette that I think is getting lost in sports. If not, it's already been lost. I mean, I'm late to the party. I know that there's been officiating shortages all across sports for a good 5-10 years now, and I'm back. Like I'm back. I'm doing it again, and I'm not shocked. There are things that I just want to address, so we'll do that. We'll do the negative last. We'll get to the negative coming up. But 412-928-9370. You can give me a phone call on that line, 412-928-9370. I do want to start with the positives, though. I do want to start with some pleasant things that I did over the weekend. If you have any thoughts on anything, you can call it anytime. Again, 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X by going to the app or going on a webpage if you feel like it on a computer this early in the morning, or if you have access to one, you can go to there and then tag me in a post at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And you can go to the YouTube chat. We got a YouTube live stream, so you can watch on video. YouTube.com. Search 93.7 The Fan in the search bar, and then you can go to the live chat that accompanies the video feed, and you can make comments on there as well. All right, so the Pirates, we'll talk about them in a minute. Negative umpire story, we'll talk about that in a minute. Had a great weekend, though. For the first time this season, I went to the pool, the Green Tree Pool. I know that you all know how passionate I am about that pool, and it was great. Going out and getting to swim, getting some sunshine for a little bit. Umpired a bunch of games, made a good bit of money, had mostly good experiences, which was nice. I got to spend all weekend with my girlfriend Jada. Love her, she's great. Just relaxing. Like I really felt this weekend it was like it was the most relaxing summer weekend I've had in a while, and it was nice. We get a federal holiday off, Juneteenth. We had off on Friday, and that's paired with 2 straight days of the Fan 5-Alarm charity event. And so that was awesome. I mean, I love doing those every year. I love being out. It feels like a field trip, like a work field trip. You get to go out, but it's our job, and we get to interact with you out there when you come to these things. And we got several donations. The initial count yielded us a total of $62,000, and so that's awesome for all the businesses out there, for all the fans, and decided to donate. I mean, that's great. That's going to be dispersed among many fire departments throughout the greater Pittsburgh area, which all good things. And so that great charity event, going into Friday, a 3-day weekend, an extra day off, and then mixed with just, hanging with my girlfriend, playing card games with her. That was nice. Watching movies with her, and then going to the pool with her. Everything's great. I mean, everything's a good time in that regard. I mean, this weekend was really awesome. And if the Pirates had done better, I don't want to be too negative. If the Pirates had done better, it would have made it even better. But no, aside from that, I mean, it really was relaxing. I feel like for the first time in a long time, I feel like I'm getting to enjoy summer a lot better. All right, now we can do the negative real quick. I'll give you a story. I was umpiring this weekend, and it was this tournament, and I had this team that was they were from, I think, Michigan it was. Michigan or Maryland. They had traveled a long way. But I remember they were really nice, a little aggressive at times, but like nothing that was outrageous. And then we got to the point in the bracket where it was the 5th place consolation game. So the winner got 5th in the tournament, the loser got 6th. That was my 4th game in, And so a few calls didn't go their way. They ended up coming back, by the way, this particular team. Like, it was a 7-0 lead by their opponent, and they actually came back and tied the game at 7. Like, it was great. But, I mean, there were a few calls that didn't go their way, and then there was one play at the plate where I saw, and my partner saw, and the tournament representatives were right behind home plate, and they saw that the runner got tagged as he was coming from third to home, and I was the home plate umpire, so I called him out. And, I mean, this team went nuts. I mean, they were just like, what the heck, you never tagged him, blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, can you go ask your partner, can you get some help and see something? So I went up to him. I said, what did you see? He said, I saw a tag. I said, great. So we got it confirmed. We got it confirmed out, right? Like, we both had the same thing. So, we went through the procedures. I mean, it was a very clear tag, too. It was odd that they were arguing this hard, but then somebody made a comment like, oh, they've got a dinner to go to. The umpires, they have a dinner to go to. And I was just like, And my partner heard it, and he called time, and he actually stopped and went over, and it created a whole thing. He's like, I don't want to hear any comments like that. And I was like, you tell him. You tell him. That was good. I mean, and I just don't get, like, I mean, I'd been there for 4 games. I ended up going golfing later yesterday because my brother-in-law wanted to do that. He's a father now, right? My nephew, Sage, making my sister and her husband parents. So we celebrated Father's Day by taking him out to golf. So that was nice. Went to a driving range, and it was cool. It was a good time. And yeah, so I also drove the ball very well and won one of the mini games that they have on the video board that they have there. But yeah, I mean, it's like I didn't have to be there for another 4 hours, and so I was just like, why are parents and coaches making these comments at like an 11U tournament game like that? It wasn't even the championship. I mean, despite that, they were just being mean. I don't get. Like, I don't understand where the disrespect comes from, because I think this particular team too, I think they played in 2 or 3 games throughout the whole day, of the 4 that I umpired. And so just respect officials. I mean, like, I think they were upset because they had won every game up to that point. Like, that's how they made it to the consolation final for that 5th place spot. And when teams are winning, it's harder to, I guess, get mad at the officials. But then they were losing, and I was just not having it, and my partner certainly wasn't having it. Usually I ignore those comments, but my partner did not, and I was like, good on you, man. That's fine. If you want to call out the bogus comments, that's fine. Like, oh yeah, they probably have a dinner to go to. That's why they're calling everybody out. And so I was like, yeah, it's not nice. So there was that. So that's my negative umpiring story of the day. That's just one thing I recall. Everything else is pretty chill, though. I don't want to let the minority situation kind of overcome what was a solid weekend of umpiring. But yeah, it's just I don't understand like why some teams think that's okay. And they're from a different state. They're not from Pittsburgh. I guess they don't have that just built-in respect that we do over here. But yeah, I don't like when teams do that when they're rude for no reason. So I mean, that's just what I encourage. If you're a parent out there, if you're somebody who has a young one in the youth sports, just be nice. So that's all I ask. As I get it, I mean, like sometimes, like literally, people just accuse us of things when we're not like that emotionally invested in things. We're trying to be as neutral and balanced in these games as possible, and people will make comments like, we're on a rush, so we're making calls because we're in a rush. I hate that. I mean, I'm not saying there aren't bad officials out there. I mean, sometimes the official side of it has to be, accountable to mistakes or poor conduct. But I mean, in this situation, it was just like there was nothing I felt I could have done better than how I called that game. And my partner, same way. He was doing a solid job as well. So it's just a bummer that happened. All right, I really don't want to talk about the Pirates, but we're going to talk about the Pirates. There's so many things that we can really get to about this series, from the fact that the Pirates, I saw a stat online, they were the first team within a 50-year range that had the bases loaded, nobody out in back-to-back games and lost. And I think one-run games and lost both of those games. Saturday's game was brutal, the way that one ended. We can certainly talk about rules and things, and this is great because I'm an umpire, and so this is one of those things that I need to know about. I need to be looking for whenever, I'm in games. Does contact count as interference in any capacity? Could Billy Cook have taken a better route to avoid Karros, the third baseman? Let's talk about that at 412-928-9370. That was just brutal. Paul Skeens, 6 innings, 2 earned runs given up on 4 hits, struck out 8, and I mean, what is it? It's a 7-game streak now where the Pirates haven't won despite a Paul Skeens quality start like that. I mean, maybe not a quality start. I mean, he's had his struggles 2 in these 7 games, but the Pirates have not won a baseball game. They haven't won their last 7 games where Paul Skeens has started. That's how I want to phrase that. That was like inconceivable, like 2 years ago when he was breaking into the league and he was being very dominant. Now the Pirates, they've reverted to their vintage 2025 and 2024 selves by not being able to score when he pitches. It's odd. Friday's game was also frustrating. It was a little less frustrating. They wasted a 6-inning, 2-run performance by Bubba Chandler. And so that was kind of annoying, but they lost 4-3. And again, to not score with the bases loaded and nobody out in the 9th inning, that's also frustrating. And I had some people, or not some people, I think one person in particular who commented on X that really frustrated me when talking about the Pirates. And I had my opinion very firm. We talked about this on the radio on the morning show on Thursday at the 5 Alarm, where Adam Crowley asked, he's like, should the Pirates sweep this series? Do you expect the Pirates to sweep this series? And Adam was a little hesitant. He was giving them room for grace. Doran and I, Donnie was there too, and I forget what his opinion was, but Doran and I both said definitively, like, yeah, they got to sweep the series. And I even expanded, and I said, if you're a playoff team and you're really that good and you're that legit, win the game and win all 3 games and get yourselves back in this. Like, so many times the Pirates get swept or the Pirates will lose a series, especially to a team that's inferior. Like the Giants series comes to mind. The Pirates lost 2 of 3 to the Giants team that at the time had scored the least amount of runs in total by any team in Major League Baseball. It was awful. It was so bad. So, this is a series where it's like, okay, maybe if they win the series even, like, that's okay. But when you lose the first two, that's tough. But I expected a sweep just because, if the Pirates want to be a playoff team, like, they can't mess around. They can't fold under pressure when they're facing a team like this that's as weak as they are. And the Rockies are a weak team. They have the worst record in the National League. It might be in Major League Baseball as well. Let me just double check on that. I mean, they're at 30 wins right now after beating the Pirates twice. They're not as bad as they were in previous years. It's close. Like, the Giants have 31 wins, the Rockies have 30, so it's not like the Rockies are far and away bad, I guess, like in previous years. But they do have the least amount of wins in Major League Baseball. The Pirates can take care of them. I mean, that's how it's supposed to work. They've been swept 4 times this season, and they've lost as many as 6 games in a row, and that happened twice where they lost 6 games in a row this season. It's just like, it's possible for them to lose games, and it's possible for the Pirates to capitalize on an inferior opponent. I mean, there's just no defense. There's no defense for this losing, and it's frustrating to me that that's the case. I mean, there's no excuse for this, and for those arguing with me online about, well, there was somebody just, I mean, it frustrated me. This person was like, oh, well, what the odds of sweeping a series are actually blah, 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 blah. And I was like, I don't know. I don't care. I was like Han Solo, like, never tell me the odds, like that kind of thing. Like, I'm just like, don't tell me the odds, just win the games. And they had plenty of opportunities to win, and then I thought it was also ironic that the Pirates almost kind of blew it there late against the Rockies, who scored 5 unanswered runs in the 8th and 9th innings to make it an 8-6 ball game. And unfortunately, the Pirates sealed it. But man, I mean, Dennis Santana, 3 earned runs in an inning. That's not lockdown stuff. I mean, these are the situations where you want your pitchers to prove that they can limit damage and put a cork in it, put a plug in it. Like, don't let the Rockies score at all. I mean, Jared Jones, oh man, that's something we're going to get to as well. He so far he's got negative X-rays on his elbow, which is a good sign. He's got to be reevaluated when he gets back to Pittsburgh, but he was hit with a line drive in his right elbow, which is just the most rotten of luck. Like, that's tough when that happens like that. I mean, the fact that he's coming back from an elbow issue and he hasn't pitched since 2024 before his appearances this season, and he gets hit and has to get taken out. I mean, it's just brutal. But, his 3 innings of 1-run ball, solid. Carmen Mlodzinski did not make an appearance in this game, which maybe we're all saying hallelujah or whatever. But, yeah, I mean, he did not piggyback in this situation. The Pirates went to Yohan Ramirez and Evan Sisk, who each pitched 2 shutout innings, which is good. But then Dennis Santana giving up 3 runs is concerning, considering that the Pirates you want to see him lock things down and want to be able to rely on him as a back end reliever, as a setup or closing pitcher. And for him to give up 3 runs, it's just frustrating to see. Then Gregory Soto gave up a run in the 9th inning on his way to a save. Again, not lockdown stuff, a little concerning. 2 hits, 1 walk, 1 strikeout in that inning pitched. 1 run, I mean, you got room to work with there. I'm not going to be as hard on him, but Dennis Santana to give up 3 runs and make the game close and much closer than it needed to be. I mean, that's something that they got to work on. Right now, they're weak, I think, in all areas. The run production was only there in Game 3. The first couple games, it was abysmal. And, in Game 3, the pitching started to let them down. The bullpen pitching in particular started to let them down. And so They got a lot of work to do. Trading Joey Bart, that also happened over the weekend for Hunter Stratton. That's not my favorite trade. I just don't understand how the Pirates think they're going to generate consistent offense when Henry Davis is batting under 140 on the season. It's comically bad at this point for that to be happening as it is. I mean, I understand, wanting to have loyalty with a player. I understand wanting to make your ace star pitcher happy. I get it. That's one thing, but when the player that you want to believe in is batting 136 in 132 at-bats, it's time to reconsider. He's got 18 hits on the season. His on-base percentage is .238. I mean, there are players on the Pirates that have higher batting averages than his on-base percentage. It's just not productive. I mean, I used to praise Andrew McCutchen, like his average started to dip as he got older, but he's always been a solid on-base guy. And, at least sometimes when you get a guy that can work walks and get on base, you might be able to overlook a batting average for that on-base percentage, but this is not the case. He's got a historically low batting average for somebody that plays consistently at 136, and that .238 on-base percentage is just like, it just makes me think, like, what are we doing here? Is really the question. Like, what are the Pirates doing with this guy, too? It's something that, I've been complaining about for a couple weeks now, but it's just getting worse. Like, his batting average is getting worse. So I don't know how they plan to generate consistent offense if he's batting 136. And I don't know how they feel like they're going to win games if they continue trotting out the same bullpen arms in these games. Now, again, yesterday, a little bit of an issue, a little bit of an unexpected circumstance. Jared Jones being hurt caused them to have to use a different pitching plan with their personnel. But Dennis Santana giving up 3 runs late, not inspiring. Because you want to trust these back-end guys in high-leverage situations to not give up any runs when they pitch. And so if he can't lock the door, if he can't slam it shut in an inning, and he gives up multiple runs, it's just not good. If you want to talk about the interference on the bases by Billy Cook in Game 2, you can do that, 412-928-9370. If you want to talk about Paul Skeens losing another baseball game, you want to take it from that angle. Losing another game when being on the mound, the Pirates did. It's inconceivable, but you can talk about that, 412-928-9370. If you want to complain about Henry Davis, 412-928-9370, let me know what you think. We can talk about it. I got a few minutes left to do that, and so we'll take these calls now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Harry. It's GP. How you doing, buddy?
Good. What's up, man?
Hey, I touched base with you here about a week or so ago, and I told you outright that they can't even compete with the good teams, the Atlanta Braves, the Los Angeles Dodgers, or whatever they're called. And now I was wrong about that. They can't even compete with these scrub teams. Like you said, they should have swept them outright. There's no excuses, Harry. When you're contending, you're trying to make the playoffs, you're trying to get in. You can't keep doing this. It's got to stop, Harry. They got to pull these games out. So I mean, it's time to make some changes. I've been talking about them getting a reliever. They're not making anything. That's Sutton or whatever his name is. They traded that
Hunter Stratton.
Harry.
Yeah,
Stratton. That's okay. I mean, they had to get rid of. I wish they would have got rid of the other your boy there that Henry Davis. I mean, come on, man. That's a dead issue, Harry. He's not good. He's not good at all, and it doesn't matter who you throw in there. If you can't score runs, it seems like they're reverting back a couple years ago, like you said, Harry, with my man Skeens. He's pitching good, giving up a couple runs here and there, but they're not scoring for him. I'll listen to your thoughts, Harry.
Yeah, I've got no extra thoughts. Thanks for the call. You've kind of just emphasized a lot of what I said. There's nothing left for me to say. So we'll keep moving on. 412-928-9370. Got this call. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Harry. How are you? This is Ralph.
Hi, Ralph. What's up?
I don't think Kelly's a very good manager. Ramirez threw 6 pitches Friday night, got 4 outs, and Bonehead Kelly came out and pulled him and put Montgomery in there, and then blew the game. We've lost a lot of games because of Kelly this year.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, I get it. It's definitely a larger sample size, and thanks for the call, Ralph. I appreciate it. 412-928-9370. Yeah, I'm going to start being more lenient to listening to these comments. Now, what is Don Kelly supposed to do when the roster is as weak as it is, or as weak as it's becoming? Like, it's not a strong roster. We already knew the bullpen was kind of shaky earlier on, but they were able to, again, maintain that 500 balance of, win 2 games in a 3-game series, lose 2 games in a 3-game series, go back and forth. What goes up must come down. Keep it. They've kept it even. They've kept it balanced, and they very much are 39-39 right now. Right, that's their record. They're 500 exactly. So they were doing better earlier on. They were keeping themselves in the season with their roster, but the roster it's weaker now. It's no good. This roster is proving that it's not built for the longevity of a Major League Baseball season. And they've got players in there that don't belong. So I guess if you want to blame Don Kelly for some of these issues, you can. If you want to blame him for some of his decision-making, you can. I'll definitely be more lenient with those comments, because there are some decisions that he's making that it's like, what the heck? But at the same time, you do got to keep in mind, too, like, who does he have to choose from? And, when you think about that, when you acknowledge that, it's like, I think you could still give him a little bit of grace, because the roster's not strong enough. Like, who else do you want him to go to in these bullpen situations? Did you want him to let some of the relievers go longer, or what? I mean, Bubba Chandler and Paul Skeens, they went 6 innings when they pitched in their games, and I think that was it's a fair amount of time to be out there. And they both pitched solidly, and they both give the Pirates an opportunity to win. Yeah, but are we just going to let the starters go out there for 9 innings and risk them hurting their arms? I'm not sure what the answer is in that case. They definitely want to limit the innings of Bubba Chandler, but Skeens, I mean, do you just continue to throw Skeens out there regardless of anything that happens in his start, or regardless of how many pitches he throws? That's a question you got to ask yourselves. And I mean, I don't think it's the worst thought in the world to think that way, but I just don't know what else Don Kelly's supposed to do if the members of the bullpen cannot be trusted, or if Henry Davis continues to be on the roster. Instead of activating Joey Bart, they sent him to Atlanta, and Henry Davis, a lot of the insiders thought that Henry Davis might get the call down to AAA. He still got options. But they didn't do that. They kept him on the Major League roster, and they traded away Joey Bart to Atlanta for a pitcher the Pirates already had, and Hunter Stratton. They got Hunter Stratton back from the Atlanta Braves. That's what happened here. That's just, it's like, at that point, it's like, what are we doing? So, yeah, I mean, there's things to be frustrated about. I appreciate your thoughts. Didn't really have time to get into the interference that by the full, I mean, technically, on a technicality, that was interference. Billy Cook, you always run behind the runner. I think that's kind of what you have to do there to avoid that situation at all. But it's a tough play. I mean, he definitely did try to divert his path, and the fielder just kind of got himself in position where, I mean, the Pirates had some misfortune there. But is that why the Pirates lost the game? No. They could have scored more. They only scored 1 run. They had the bases loaded and nobody out. There were 2 outs when Jake Mangum hit that ball. And, is it guaranteed that Mangum's going to get to first anyway? He's fast. But, if Karros makes that throw, I mean, the game's over. We like to think that Mangum would have beat it out because he's fast. But again, you don't really know. So that's that. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Family Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Donnie Football. How about that guy? He's coming up after this. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Traffic so far looking clear to start your morning, as no new accidents to report of. Your inbound parkways are looking clear, and the same goes for 28 southbound and your way through the Liberty Tunnel. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified. 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Before the first tee time and before the sun comes up, the Cedarbrook Golf Grounds crew is mowing and rolling greens. At Cedarbrook Golf Club, they believe public golf should feel just as good as a private golf club. Cedarbrook Golf Club works hard every day to keep the greens smooth and fast and fairways nicely mowed. Come experience the difference and book your tee time today. Check it out at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com. That's cedarbrookgolfcourse.com.
Hi, I'm Linda from Newburyport. I lost 20 pounds on Awaken 180. In my family, there's a history of type 2 diabetes. I've always carried more weight than I should. And my glucose levels had always been hovering at that pre-diabetic. My goal was to see if I can avoid becoming a diabetic after having been on the Awaken 180 program and getting the 20 pounds off. I am no longer pre-diabetic. And I am on a low dose high blood pressure medication. And in my last 2 physicals, my doctor has been sort of like, we may need to either cut back or we might even be able to at some point take me off. Awaken 180 is just one of those tools in my health toolkit. It's really easy.
Donnie Football here. That's what this is really all about. The numbers your doctor reads, not just the one on the scale. Linda changed hers with Awaken 180. Medication free, and so did I. Yours could be next. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Increase flexibility, strength, and endurance. Breaking a 100, 90, or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Results this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
For 250 years, America has been more than a place. It's been a promise, a story of courage, hope, and dreams. And through it all, local TV and radio broadcasters have been there, telling the story of America, bringing truth to light. Broadcasters tell the story of who we are and who we aspire to be. We are America's storytellers. We are broadcasters. This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here, you want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford and Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all of that at schultzford.com. And employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. schultzford.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow is going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GROW to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GROW to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GROW to borrow up to $10,000.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Portugal was trading at 12% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $800 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Joe Starkey here, and I talk about follicles a lot. In this case, hair follicles and my lack of them. That's why I'm launching a new journey with New Image. I want some hair back. My consultation was great. So many proven options at New Image, where they've been solving hair loss issues for over 40 years. I left with a plan. I've already started FDA-approved laser hair therapy. I'll be sharing some hairy tales as I move toward a fuller frock. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Traffic is still looking good this morning as the sun begins to rise. Parkways are looking clear. No new accidents to report of. Your only minor delays may be as you try to enter the Liberty Fort Pit and Squirrel Hill tunnels. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Stone & Company, servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. DOH certified, 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Here's a World Soccer Championship preview.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. The reigning world champions, Argentina, will rely heavily on their star power led by Leo Messi to break through a strong Austrian defense. Austria has some prolific goal scorers of their own, like Marko Arnautovic, and will look for them to lead the way offensively. The winner of the match will likely win Group J and will face the runner-up from Group H in the round of 32. I'm Fernando Carlos.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It is the Fan Morning Show pre-show here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It is a big vacation week here at The Fan. A lot of guys are going to be unavailable to us. I didn't know if Craig Riley would maybe hold a press conference at some point to talk about the availability or lack thereof of some of the guys around. As you hear my voice, I'm Donnie Football. I'll be with you until 10 this morning. Harry Callis is with me behind the glass. Adam Crowley on vacation. Doran Dickerson, same thing. Jeff Hathorn, who you may think at a time like this would be the man to step in, he's also on vacation. And there's really nobody that deserves a vacation more than Jeff. I think he's one of the hardest working people in this city, certainly in this building. So Jeff with some time off. All three of those guys getting the week off. We know Malsey is on paternity leave. So we are a little bit shorthanded here, Nicholas. I don't know if this pre-show has a sponsor or not. I don't do it enough to know.
It does. I was going to say that when you took a pause. But yeah, the Fan Morning Show pre-show is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com.
Nick, are you going to take a vacation this summer?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to Ireland.
That's right. When is that?
I'm taking off July 8th will be my first day off, and then I'll be gone the rest of that week and then the entire following week. So I won't be back till like Monday the 20th.
That's a nice long vacation there, pal. It's almost 2 weeks.
That's what I'm saying. It's good stuff.
Hey,
Yeah.
use up that PTO. Use up those days because we don't get them back.
That's only it's only 8 work days off though, I think, right? That's 3 plus 5, yeah. So I only have to take 8 days off because the weekends don't count.
Correct.
So it's good. Look at me.
Yeah, so okay, you said you'd be taking the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of that first week and then the rest of that. That's pretty good.
Correct. Yep.
Who's going on that trip, Nick?
Me, my girlfriend, my mom, my sister, her husband, and his mother. I think that's it. Yeah, that's everybody. Big trip. My mom's got some Irish heritage in her as well. Her maiden name's O'Toole, so that's just as Irish as it can get.
I'd say so.
Really, and so yeah, we've never visited. She's never been there, and we wanted to explore. Some of the places from where our ancestors came from. So I was like, yeah, I'm for it.
That's somewhere that's pretty high on my list. I'm more of a, I guess, beachy type. But that being said, if I had to pick somewhere in Europe, it would, like Ireland would be very high up there. The next time, since I didn't get to do it this past time, I had a, pretty busy 2025 into 2026. Or I guess expensive 2025 into 2026. I didn't get a chance to go see the Steelers when they were out there, but maybe that's something that the next time they do it, it'll change. Because they're definitely going to play there again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but not before Paris. What a destination that is.
Screw Paris. You ever go there?
No, I've never been to Europe. I've never really traveled. I mean, the furthest...
I haven't either.
I've been to Canada, if that counts as international, but I mean, it's the same continent. Who cares? You can drive there. It's fine. You just need a passport, right? You got to make sure you can get across the border. But I mean, yeah, I've never been further south than Florida, never further west than Illinois, never further east than that Maryland area. Yeah, and then Canada, I forget exactly where we went. We went to Niagara Falls, so wherever that is. In Canada. I've been to Niagara Falls before, so that's as far north as I've been. I've never crossed.
And that's like barely into Canada.
Yeah, exactly. So like I've not crossed the Atlantic before. So this will be a first.
Well, have fun with that, Harry. I haven't gone to Europe either. And I guess I have you beat a little bit in the travels. I've only been out of the country twice, and it was at the same place. I went to Aruba twice.
Ooh.
My honeymoon, which was about 6 weeks ago, and then I went there when I was like 12.
What'd you do there when you were 12?
That was a big family vacation. Like my mom's side of the family would, every couple of years, that would be a big family vacation that my grandparents would put together.
Huh.
So that was nice. But I didn't get to experience it the same way that I got to the second time around when I was
You don't say.
Could legally drink, yeah. I was a pretty big 12-year-old. I could have maybe gotten away with it there the first time. They normally don't know. They're just looking to serve anybody.
Yeah.
Get their money.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Are you going to have some pints? You going to have some Guinness when you're over there?
Oh, yeah. I'm getting the full experience, apparently. We're going to multiple places. We're traveling a lot. We're going to stay in a couple different houses. We're working on ironing out the final details of exactly what we're going to do when we're there. But yeah, I'm sure the alcohol will be involved. Because Adam Crowley didn't bring us...
whatever happened to those beer glasses?
Yeah, he just didn't bring them.
Do you think they exist?
No, they don't exist. He didn't bring them. He was supposed to bring us back some souvenirs and just never did.
It took me a while to get mine. Once I found out that he was going to be the one that got the chance to go from the station, I had him do one thing for me, and that was get a program from the game. Because he was going... He did.
Huh.
It took a while to get it, to a point where I was kind of like you and Doran. I was worried if it was even there. I was worried if he even got it, if he forgot it, whatever happened. But yeah, eventually I got it. Who knows? Maybe he got it on Amazon after the fact. I would be none the wiser. It's legit.
I think he tried to
have it.
He tried to pull something out of somewhere. Oh, and I think he had one at his house, and he just brought it in. And he's like, "Here you go, Doran." And Doran was like,
"The glass."
He was like, "This ain't Ireland. This isn't from Ireland. It looks like you just."
What was it? Just a Guinness glass?
Yeah, just a glass with Guinness printed on it.
I'd be pretty annoyed if I were assuming that you guys talked about it a long time leading up to.
He's not a great friend. At times he's just sometimes he's not thinking. He's not thinking about others. He's just like, oh, what could I be doing right now?
I don't even know where's he going this week. Where's he at right now?
I forget. Don't know. I didn't pay enough attention.
And I believe Doran is taking one of the final weeks of paternity that he has.
Yeah, that's
left. So he's not on like a legit vacation, or maybe he is. I don't know.
Well, Adam talked about too. He went to Idlewild I think it was a couple weeks ago he went. And that was a whole thing. So I don't know. I mean, that's not a vacation spot, but we were talking about.
No, you just got to go out to Ligonier, Harry.
I know,
but
like
far away.
We were talking about too, like what's the value of Idlewild? And I talked about they've got the soak zone, and that's the difference. You can have a traditional amusement park experience and get wet.
It's a good kids park.
Mm-hmm.
It's. I loved it as a kid. I loved it growing up. It wasn't too far away from where I grew up. Like Greensburg to Ligonier is not all that far. You just go down 30 a little bit, go down some back roads. But that being said, you go there now if you don't have a kid. Like we went a few summers ago because my niece was only like 2 or 2.5. And it was nice for her. But you go now, there's like 2 roller coasters in the whole place, and normally one of them is broken down. So like there's not a ton. I don't know, play a couple of the games. The water park is nice.
You're not wrong. I think that Kennywood's for an advanced type of age, I would think. And like Sandcastle too. It's like when you're an adult, like I think you want one or the other. You're not in the mood to go get soaked by a big bucket and then go on a roller coaster or go on a one of those amusement park rides. Like you want to do one or the other. So Sandcastle's big. You got your slides, your wave pools, your lazy rivers, things of that nature. Kennywood, you got all your straight up rides, many roller coasters, many things going on. So I think those are more pleasant for adults because like you're committed to one concept. Whereas Idlewild's like, okay, bring the kids. We can get them in the soak zone for a little.
Forest in there.
Yeah, that's there too.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. You're right. Yeah, you could do one or the other, get them dried off, go have a snack, and then go to the amusement park for a little bit, ride some of those rides, and have like what you feel like is a bigger type of day for the little ones. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Idlewild's like the more family friendly, I would say, of the 3. I'm close to Sandcastle and Kennywood, and we still haven't been there since we've been in our current place. Like I think we're probably 10 minutes from Sandcastle. Max, maybe not even, and less than or like I would say around 15 from Kennywood.
Okay.
Have you ever done Cedar Point?
Yes.
Would you recommend?
It's been a while since I've been there. I mean, it's probably been 20-ish years or so. I don't.
20 years. That was a young lad, Harry Callis.
That's
out there.
right.
You were like,
yes.
You'd have been like 7 years old.
I think I was in elementary school the last time we went. Yeah. It was. Yeah, I don't remember too much about it. I remember it being pleasant, though. I mean, I didn't remember that we didn't have a terrible experience that haunted me to now that I can recall.
I haven't even done Hershey.
Really?
Like I've gone there for high school football games in past
that doesn't
years.
count. You got to go to the amusement park.
Right. I haven't gone to the amusement park or the chocolate factory or anything like that. I think Kabali has done that. He'll be with us today from 9 to 10, and he's just coming off vacation. And did he have quite the welcome back home? I'm glad that he and his family are okay there. I'm not sure if you saw that. Like a legitimate scary news story. There was I'll talk to you about it during the break, but there was basically they came home to a SWAT situation in their neighborhood.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a Jefferson Hills guy, so yeah, not great. But Kaboom is supposed to join us from 9 until 10. Dan Zangrilli at 8 o'clock. John Wayner at 8:35. I guess, is this the first week with Zangrilli? I texted Adam the other day to get all of the guests over the course of the 5 days because we'll be together every day but Thursday. And I know that you guys do have a slew of guests on the show on any given day. And Dan was like confused when I texted him.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up whose fault that was right now. Let me just double check. I got the messages somewhere.
But I texted him yesterday, tried to, I just wanted to confirm he was good to go. And he acted like that thing came out of left field. But he is good for 8 o'clock.
Great.
So we ended up getting that settled. Am I supposed to go to break here, Harry?
No. Goes. We're gonna talk for like 3 more minutes and then, yeah.
Harry, we had a discussion last night. I did TV last night. I did the final word on Channel 11. And I don't know if you've noticed, but with all of the other countries coming in for the World Cup, since it's being hosted in North America, so U.S., Canada, Mexico, we are seeing, and you're going to go to Europe next month in a couple of weeks, a lot of the Europeans that are coming over here that are getting to experience American cuisine for the first time. Some of them are very excited. I think they're blown away by the portion size here compared to what they get across the pond. If there was one food that you would have one of those people try when they come over here, what would it be?
Cheeseburger.
I think that's like the medal stand.
Yep.
I mean, you could probably
guess. You can't be in America without one of those.
You could probably guess what my pick was.
Hot dog. No.
Wings, Harry. Wings.
Oh,
chicken
yeah,
wings.
Used
Come
to do
on.
that, didn't you? Yeah. Donnie likes his wings. You were on the news about that one time.
I was on one of the other local stations talking about wings. That was right around the Super Bowl years back. But, I mean, I feel like with a lot of foods, you can be picky and say, like, well, technically we got that from somewhere else, which, I don't know. I mean, that's probably true. But with the chicken wing, that feels like the all-American move. Because we have states debate who has the best chicken wing, but I don't think there'd be any debate that America has the best chicken wings.
But I'm trying to think of what do we have that, like, I mean, like, I feel like other places have chicken. They're like fried chicken is like, okay, yeah, maybe that's a little different from how they may prepare it over there. But like what's a food that like you can't?
You don't think they have burgers anywhere else?
I don't think they're as common. I think sandwiches are common, but like, yeah, I guess that's a fair point. I guess sandwiches could be common. But no, I don't think like the actual like massive beef patties can be found.
You think we're the only place that got them?
Now I want to look that up. What other countries serve cheeseburger?
Maybe you're right. I don't know.
I'm thinking of European countries though. Like,
yeah, I'm thinking of like German. Like Germany pops into my head.
Cheeseburgers. Okay, never mind. I was wrong. Are a globally beloved staple found in almost every country. While you can find American-style fast food classics worldwide, many nations adapt the cheeseburger using local ingredients.
Yeah, I mean, there's a McDonald's like everywhere. I think every continent has a McDonald's.
Yeah, I was just thinking. Yep. Yeah.
The menu might change a hair. All right, Harry, let's do this thing. The Pirates salvage the series. Jared Jones, he avoids injury. Brian Reynolds stays red hot. That's all coming up right here on the Fan Morning Show.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
1-0 pitch. Triolo grounds it short. Might be the ball game on the second one. Relay. Scooped up, double play. They might challenge at second whether he stayed on the bag or not, but otherwise it'll be the Rockies to win this ball game. 1-2 from Hill. Mangum pokes the ball on the ground toward third, and no play. The third baseman, Karros, didn't throw the ball, and I think he's claiming contact. What's going on here? He's looking at the umpires. The run has come in to score.
He's saying that Cook got in his way, and they're going to talk about it.
And I didn't pick it up in time, Rock, to see. But I was wondering why he didn't throw the ball. He just threw his hands up in the air. And now we're in the game. Here comes Donnie. The game is over on obstruction. And Donnie's really let him have it. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short. Might be the ball game on the second. There's one. Relay. Two. Double play. Soto points to the sky. And the Pirates survive in Colorado. They win the finale 8-6 in another wild one here at Coors.
You heard the calls there from Joe Block right here on 93.7 The Fan, the Pirates radio network. It was a 1-2 weekend for the Buccos and a frustrating one for the Pirates, certainly for fans that had to take those games in. Friday night, it was a late night. Saturday night, it was another late one. And we saw the Pirates both times blow golden opportunities. They made a little bit of history, and they did so in the wrong way in the first two games of the series. They failed this weekend. It was a failed weekend of Pirates baseball. Donnie Football with you on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This is the Fan Morning Show. Adam Crowley, Doran Dickerson, both out this week. You will be getting a lot of me. Harry Callis is here. He is behind the glass. 412-928-9370 is the number to get connected. However you may be consuming us this morning. Radio on your way into work. Odyssey app. YouTube. X at 93.7 The Fan. The last two, you can watch the shows there live as well. The Pirates, after that weekend, are right back at 500, 39-39. They're 8.5 games out of the NL Central as the Brewers are starting to pull away a little bit. 46-29. Milwaukee just continues every single year to be an incredibly solid team. The Cardinals, who we were all told would be terrible, they're 41-34. They are currently in a wild card spot in the NL. The Cubs are between the Cardinals and Buccos at 40-37, and the Pirates and Reds are taking up the rear. By no means either of those teams are out of it. That's kind of the beauty of the expanded playoff in Major League Baseball. But the Pirates had a failed weekend in Colorado. Make no mistake about that. The Rockies are 30-48. They are the worst team in the National League, and the Pirates went in there this weekend and were only able to take one game. We had the conversations going into the weekend. What did the Pirates have to do in this series to make you happy? And I think at the very minimum, people on this station said, well, you got to win 2 out of 3. I mean, you're playing Colorado. You have to win the series at bare minimum. Others, it was, they better sweep this team. You have Paul Skeens going in one of the games, and you're playing the worst team in the NL. You have to sweep the Rockies. You have to take advantage of these opportunities when you get them. And not only did they not sweep them, they didn't win 2 out of 3. They snuck out of there with a win yesterday because the bullpen did its best to give that one right back to the Rockies. The Pirates had a commanding lead. They scored runs yesterday in innings 4, 5, 6, and 7. They had an 8-1 lead, and then the bullpen took over at the end. Now, I will credit 2 of the guys out of there, but Dennis Santana and Gregory Soto, again, some tightrope walking from those two, and they fell off a few times. Santana, who had a couple of decent outings these last few times, reverted back. He gave up 3 earned runs, including a home run. Soto gave up a couple of runs. If they didn't have such strong work from Johan Ramirez, who was pretty brilliant, almost untouchable in his 2 innings. Evan Sisk, another strong multi-inning outing. Those guys saved it. yesterday with Jared Jones leaving the game early. We'll talk more about him in a few moments. But the Pirates were unable to take advantage of a couple of massive opportunities on Friday night and Saturday night. They rallied on Friday. They were getting shut down, mind you, by one of the worst pitchers in all of baseball. Another annoying part of that 3-game set. Kyle Freeland stinks. He had an ERA near 8. He was pitching in Colorado. They should have gone into that game and lit him up. And that dude, they let that guy pitch into the 8th, strike them out 8 times, not allow a single home run. He didn't walk anybody. He only gave up a few hits. And if Jaden Hill didn't allow some inherited runners to score, he would have had them blanked. He was working on a Maddox, a Greg Maddox. Jacob Mizorowski had one of those last weekend. He was on his way to shutting out the Pirates on under 100 pitches. How in the world do they do nothing against that guy? That was one of the many examples that we've seen since 2 players have been out, and one of them I really want to defend. You can never doubt the importance of somebody like O'Neal Cruz ever again. Since he's been out of this lineup, the offense has not been the same. They could probably get by without Connor Griffin offensively. I think maybe long-term it would hurt them. But Griffin should be back sooner than what Cruz is. But they took Cruz out of there, and this offense has absolutely taken a step back. And you see it in a series like this. Yesterday was the only day where they really had the bats all ready to go. You score 3 runs, they all come in the 8th inning. It was a nice rally. And it was started by 2 of the more unlikely players in your lineup. Esmeralyn Valdez, Jared Triolo, they got things going. Nick Gonzalez eventually brings a guy home. Brian Reynolds, I forgot, pinch hitting on Friday night, extending that on-base streak, which he would extend through the weekend. You end up losing that game. You end up immediately blowing that game. Bottom of the 8th, the Rockies come back and score 2 more. Top of the 9th, here we go. They load up the bases. Nobody was out. You get a strikeout, and then you get a double play from Jared Triolo. It almost felt too predictable. I don't know about you, Nick. Watching that game, it felt way too predictable that was going to happen. The moment the Rockies got an out and the bases were loaded, you could have just turned the TV off. Triolo stepped into the box, and even though he had 2 hits that night, I had no confidence he wasn't going to roll one right over in the middle of the infield.
Doran doesn't like Jared Triolo. Our guy Doran Dickerson, he always was complaining about him. And these last couple of weeks, he's been extra harsh on him, and I agree. Yeah, it's really frustrating when you feel like you can predict a negative outcome from a player. Like there's no suspense. Like that player is going to fail. No good. Not a good feeling.
And you know what's funny about him is that he has plenty of critics, and I'm not saying it's not worthy. I mean, he brings you almost nothing from the offensive side. He is hitting nearly 100 points higher than Henry Davis. Triolo is hitting 235 this year. That's how bad Henry Davis is. He's better than Davis, I think, in everything, except for slugging. And that's right neck and neck.
Yeah, so Henry Davis had an on-base percentage 2 of 238, which is just disgusting.
Yeah, I would say disgusting is a good way to describe it, but you would not be surprised, Nick, to find that even Henry Davis, a former first overall pick, still has defenders. That caught me off guard. That's something I think I'm going to get more into tomorrow. But I posted something about Henry Davis on Friday, and you would be stunned by the amount of people that actually defended the guy. He stinks. He's one of the worst first overall picks in baseball history. By war of first overall picks to actually play a major league game, there is only one guy worse than him.
Oh, didn't you guys talk about this on the PM team? Or
Yes.
at some point when you did a show, it was a guy that was drafted in 1975.
Yes. So in the last 50 years, he's the worst one. Not Brian Bullington or any of the other Pirates flops. It's Henry Davis. He has a WAR. It's like negative 1.7. It's terrible.
I think that now there has been a history of catchers who have like been on quality teams that have had solid defensive output. Like Jeff Mathis comes to mind. He had a solid run in the majors. Austin Hedges, I think he's still playing, but yeah, I mean he's another one where you take the low batting average for the defense. But Hedges, a backup catcher to go in there every once in a while. Jeff Mathis, same thing, backup, and they both batted 180, over 180 in a single season. Like they've never had a batting average under 180, and that's the big difference here is that you've got a guy who's getting hits 13% of his at-bats. 136 average. I mean,
we had somebody on Friday afternoon call in and compare him to David Ross. Listen, that's a slap in the face to David Ross.
Yeah, David
massive
Ross was
slap in the face.
What the heck? No, David Ross could hit.
I mean, I think
David
Jim,
Ross,
I think
two-time World Series champion.
I think Jim Ross in his prime may be a better hitter than Henry Davis. One of the comments on our YouTube chat, which I think might be true, if the Pirates had to play one more inning yesterday, they would have lost the game. I think it might be right. The way that one was going.
Soto didn't lock it down, and Santana certainly didn't inspire confidence. I mean, you want to put him in a high-leverage situation when he can't prevent runs in a, what was it at the time, about a 4-run game?
They were up 8-1 going into the 8th. It was 8-1 going to the bottom of the 8th. Reynolds hit a 3-run shot in the top of the 7th, and it thought, okay, there's no way they drop it now.
I thought I looked up the box score, but yeah, I know Santana gave up 3.
It was 8-1. I'm looking at it right now. Santana gave up 3. Soto gave up 2.
Okay, only one of those was earned though for Soto.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
I understand. Yeah,
but I think it's true. If they would have had to go one more, I think they would have been in a whole lot of trouble. And just imagine coming in here today. It's already like a bad feeling because they only were able to take one game from a team like the Rockies. Imagine coming in here if they get swept and they lose the game the way, like they lose those games the way they do. They were the first team in 50 years to have the tying run on third base in the 9th inning with no outs and proceed to lose both times. That happened on Friday and Saturday. Yeah. Hey, could you have imagined if they had a 7-run lead with 2 innings to go yesterday and they blew it?
Yeah, not good. Well, I mean, we talked about this too. I mean, you remember the 5 alarm. Doran and I both said they need to sweep this series. I also had some people on the social media say, well, the statistical odds of sweeping a series are actually, and I was like, don't care. But the fact that they couldn't even win the series, that's also.
Yeah, like I get that asking them for a sweep, no matter who they play, is tough. I wanted them to at least take 2 of 3. Offense looks good. I mean, it like that shouldn't have been that difficult. Given the team they played.
The offense did not look good.
No.
And speaking of bad things happening, the Pirates have also lost the last 7 starts from Paul Skeens.
And that's something that we will get into in the 7 o'clock hour. 412-928-9370 is the number that gets you involved. You can hit us up at that number on the fan text line. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Frustration with the Buccos after that weekend series in Colorado. 412-928-9370. Jared Jones also narrowly avoiding another injury disaster. We get into that coming up next. It is the Fan Morning Show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates take the 6 winners in yesterday's game to take at least one game from that 3-game series against the Rockies, but they did lose the first 2, and so they lost that series and they're now 39-39, back to 500 on the season. Pirates start a series with the Seattle Mariners beginning this week. Tomorrow is the start of the series. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have live coverage for you. 3-game series against the Mariners and a 3-game series against the Reds, the next upcoming series as part of a homestand for the Pirates this week. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now this message from Doran Dickerson.
Thinking about tackling a project this summer but not sure where to start or where to get your materials? Give Reed Building Supply a call. I know the team at Reed Building Supply for years, and what sets them apart is their customer service. They're knowledgeable, reliable, and always willing to help you find the right products for your job. Whether you need TimberTech decking, flooring, vinyl windows, Hardy LP, or vinyl siding, doors, cabinets, stone, or more, Reed Building Supply has you covered. Plus, they pride themselves on being dependable and on time. And right now, they're offering special savings on select AZEK siding products, including discounts and rebates for a limited time. Visit them online at reedbuildingsupply.com or give them a call, 412-875-6320. That's 412-875-6320. And make sure you tell them Doran sent you.
Here's a World Soccer Championship recap.
Brought to you by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And by the first ever Infiniti QX65. Sweden was on the receiving end of a 5-1 rout at the hands of the Netherlands. Braces from Brian Brobby and Cody Gakpo were enough to keep the Dutch at the top of Group F. But they're not alone on the top, as Japan beat Tunisia 4-0 in the late game, eliminating them from the tournament. The final match day on Thursday will determine who wins Group F, along with those who will move on. I'm Fernando Carlos.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
When you refer to the US of A, you better refer to us as a soccer nation, baby. Team USA won Group D this weekend. This year's team is making history, but really, they're making those of us who gave up on soccer at the age of 9 care again. They're competitive, they're fun, and I'm excited to see how they fare against the real giants of this sport when the time comes deeper in the knockout stage. Dende.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Light rain with a high of 70 degrees for the morning.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Your summer food game is only as strong as what you're working with. This July 4th at Lowe's, get up to 45% off select major appliances and save up to an additional 25% off when you bundle select major appliances. Plus, save $50 on a select Pit Boss DX Smart Electric Smoker, now $249. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24. While supplies last, selection varies by location. See Lowe's.com for more details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Starting to build up here as you head north on Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard, heading into the Liberty Tunnel and over on the Parkway West inbound. Once you get to the Parkway Center overpass, you'll start to see a little bit of delay. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It is the Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. The Pirates salvaged the series in Colorado. What I would call a failed weekend. You play the worst team in your league, you got to come out with 2 out of 3. Especially in a ballpark like that where your offense has been so good this season. The Pirates have had a top 5 to 10 offense for the duration of the year. We're almost 3 months into this thing. And Friday night, they muster up just 3 runs, and they do it all in the 8th. So they waited until the very end. Couldn't do anything in the 9th, even though they loaded the bases with no outs. Saturday, even worse. They waste a Paul Skeens start. They only score 1 run in the game. Yesterday, the offense put up 8 runs. I don't have complaints about yesterday's offense. It was the late stages of the bullpen, Santana and Soto, that almost let that baby get out of hand. But they survived with an 8-6 win. 412-928-9370. Before we dive more into Jared Jones, here's our buddy Dave in Delmont. Hello, Dave.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
What's going on?
Nothing much. Hey, did you find out who those people were that were backing Henry Davis? I figure they're in 3 groups. 1, they're either related or friends of Henry Davis. 2, they used to belong to the Mario Mendoza fan club. Or 3, they're just blatant idiots. But somebody tell me, did Paul Skeens have Henry Davis catch for him when he was in college?
He did not.
Then what's the deal? Paul Skeens got to be smart enough to know that it hurts the team when he plays. And secondly, what's up with Reynolds? Minor discomfort. He doesn't start in the first 2 games, I think, maybe, or thing. You got 2 of your best players out. Toughen up a little bit and start the game. Thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I mean, Brian Reynolds right now, that's going to be like the last guy I'm complaining about. He has played a part in every single game this season, and I know it is baseball. It shouldn't be that difficult, but I mean, not many guys end up playing every single game. He's been very healthy. He has turned into this team's best bat. He is on pace to beat his best season, which was 2021. So I'm not really going to complain about him. And for all we know, he wanted to start the game and didn't get a chance to do so. But to the first part of the question, yeah, I mean, I'm looking through, and there were people that agreed. But I called Henry Davis a coattail rider on Friday, Nick, because that's what the guy is. I know he was a fellow 1-1 pick, but if Paul Skeens wasn't like his best friend, is he on this roster right now?
I mean, that just...
No.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that this also brings up a broader discussion of how much influence is Paul Skeens having on this team, and should we have been careful what we wished for? I mean, we were all happy with how he talked about the organization before and how he openly said they needed to get better and they weren't good enough. I mean, but is that kind of backfiring now? A little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's that point, but then it's like the typical, like, man, you must have just started watching baseball. Oh, he's just incredibly unlucky. This is an ignorant take.
You're focused on the social media haters, huh?
Well, I mean, I'm going through it because Dave asked me about the people that were defending him.
So where is this online? Like what? Like you made a post and people are just mad at your post. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me look at this too. I haven't seen that. Let me just my own investigating.
He's a 1-1 pick.
Yeah. No. I mean the expectations are definitely higher when you're a 1-1 pick.
He is a 1-1 pick.
But you can't play Major League Baseball if you're batting under 180. That's kind of my line at this point.
Yeah. I mean,
it used to be the Mendoza line. Now it's like, okay, hitters struggle a little more these days. That's just the way things have trended. But below 180 is my line now, let alone 136.
Yeah, Dave brought up Mario Mendoza. That guy was Ted Williams compared to Henry Davis.
Yeah, man. I don't know what Andy Rodriguez is doing to not get more starting playing time. I mean, that's...
Well, it does seem like it's turning into Davis like 80% of the time. Or not Davis. It's turning into Rodriguez 80% of the time, which is the right thing to do.
But then you need Joey Barton there the other days, but they don't have him anymore because they traded him. Yeah, man.
And that's because they had to make sure that Henry Davis had a spot.
Can you believe, though, like Hunter Stratton used to pitch for the Pirates? Like, can you imagine? Like, I was frustrated 10 years ago when Antonio Bastardo was traded back to the Pirates for John Neese, who they sent over to New York for Neil Walker. I mean, that's just annoying. It's like you could have still had Hunter Stratton. I mean, you had to trade Joey Bart for him? No, it's not a good... I don't like it. Not a good decision.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So Jared Jones started yesterday. He went 3 innings, and then he narrowly avoided a disastrous injury. This is him post-game yesterday telling reporters that it could have been a whole lot worse.
First and foremost, how do you feel? What's sort of the update from your words?
It doesn't feel great, but kind of best case scenario that nothing's too messed up in there. I feel like a little over dramatic, but getting hit in the elbow, 5 starts coming off surgery, kind of pisses me off. But yeah, everything's fine.
Was it a sigh of relief then to get those imaging results back?
Yeah, definitely. was told if it was any lower and hit the bone, probably would have shattered, but thankfully I'm so tall and all that stuff that, it got me into the good part.
What was going through your mind after something like that happens?
I think you heard me say some pretty choice words, and it's probably what was going through my mind.
How do you kind of feel before that? Just the 3 innings you were able to produce today.
Yeah, first and third were pretty good, and then got myself into a lot of trouble in the second, and came out with 1 run. I feel like it's pretty damn good, so I'm just happy with how it went today.
What can you say about the way the bullpen came in to finish that one out for you, specifically Ramirez, Sisk, the way that they were able to combine?
Yeah, we threw the ball really well today all around. I mean, watching Sisk throw and all of the guys, it's a pretty fun baseball game to watch today.
You kind of mentioned it in a second, but with that jam, Bill Murphy comes out. Was there something that he told you or that you shifted to kind of bear down in that inning?
Really just came out to give me a breather. Really nothing more than that. Just came out, kind of talked me through it, asked me what I wanted to throw, and that was really it.
Yeah, he shared some choice words when he avoided the injury. If you were watching the broadcast or listening to it, you probably heard the choice words that were used. And I thought it was a pretty reasonable reaction once I saw the replay. At first, I thought it just hit his back, but realizing it hit his throwing elbow, then it became even more reasonable than what it already was. I wish that Hannah Mears, and also, thank you to Sportsnet Pittsburgh there for the audio of Jared Jones. I wish that Hannah would have asked him not only about Ramirez and Sisk, who were awesome yesterday in the immediate relief of Jared. She should have asked him about watching Santana and Soto in the 8th and 9th. I'm going to guess that he used a couple more choice words because that's what I was using watching those guys pitch.
He said it was exciting to watch, and it was. How can it be exciting if
exciting.
It's a blowout, man, right?
Yeah.
We can't have blowouts.
Fan Twitter, you can follow us there. You can watch the show on there at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Coming up, Brian Reynolds. The man is on fire. We will talk about him next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates losers, 2 games out of 3 in the series against the Rockies over the weekend. Paul Skeens got the start in Game 2. Pirates ended up losing that game 2-1, and now the Pirates have lost 7 of the latest games that Paul Skeens has started. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Pittsburgh, the World Cup is here. Join the Riverhounds for free World Cup watch parties featuring live match action, games, prizes, food, and drink specials. Plus, every check-in earns another chance to win $25,000 in the Boot for Loot contest. RSVP now at riverhounds.com/watch party.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Planning to move your office or business?
Trust Corrigan Moving Systems, formerly Parks Moving and Storage, Pittsburgh's leader in workplace solutions, from office relocations to decommissioning, warehousing, and inventory management. Corrigan makes moving seamless so your office can be back up and running without skipping a beat. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. Drive the 2027 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive, just $449 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Inventory is here and ready to roll, and we're making deals every day. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Go get it before it's gone. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Book us. TwoMenAndAJunkTruck.com.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Swing high, fly ball, deep right field. Freeman turns around, and this one's way out of here. Above the walkways in right field in the second deck. One of the longest home runs you'll see in this ballpark. Brian Reynolds hits a 3-run shot to put the game away for the Pirates. They're up 8-1 here in the 7th.
Well, Joe Block almost had to eat those words when he said that home run put the game away. Santana and Soto made it very, very possible that the Rockies could have completed the comeback on them. The Pirates would end up winning the game 8-6, but that home run there in the 7th gave the Pirates what looked like a commanding 7-run lead. And Brian Reynolds has turned into, in really a time where they need it the most, O'Neal Cruz out, Connor Griffin still out. Brian Reynolds has turned into this team's best bat. Doesn't lead the team in home runs. That's Brandon Lau, who still checks in, having a very nice 18-homer, 49-ribby, 834 OPS season. But Reynolds has really turned it on. And the man is arguably having a career season. Was really nice when he came onto the scene way back in 2019. 2021 was his best piece of work. OPS was 912. He hit 302. 24 homers, 90 runs batted in, 35 doubles, 8 triples, which led baseball. In 2021, he also had an OPS plus of 145. His OPS plus right now is 143. He's hitting 287. OPS is 884. His on base is 400. That's one of the best in the National League. It's one of the best in baseball. 11 homers, 51 ribbies, 18 doubles already. His WAR is 3.1 on the season. Just for reference, last season, what was a disappointing one for Reynolds, it was just 1.3. Last season, one of the worst. That was the worst full season. I'll say that. I'm not going to count that COVID year, only 55 games. He wasn't good in that season either. But he bounced back in a big way. One of the guys I thought that would benefit from having more real bats in the offense, but even now, with Griffin out and with Cruz out, Reynolds has stayed on fire. And he had a slow start to 2026, both in the field and at the plate. And I'm somebody that needs to apologize to him. I'm sorry to Brian Reynolds. It's like that meme. I'm sorry, I was unfamiliar with your game. I was worried that it was going to look more like 2025 than anything else for Reynolds, who has been a real steady Eddie type player. 21, 22, and 23. Just really look at the home run numbers. I know the RBI number was down a little bit in 2022, but he's always been a dude that has hit in the mid-20s in home runs. 3 times in his career, he has exactly 24 home runs. He's not an elite player. I don't even know if I'd say great player. He's great right now as it currently stands, as he's playing right now. But I'd say a good to really good player. He's red hot, on fire. The textbook definition, on maybe the best heater of his career at this current moment. And comparing those numbers to what he did in 2021 when he had the 6th best OPS in baseball at 912. And like I said, he led Major League Baseball with 8 triples. Right now, he has the 8th best OPS. He is the 3rd best on base percentage at 400. And if you just kind of reflect on one half of the season to the other, assuming he stays healthy, never has he ever played all 162 games in a season, but he's actually on pace to appear in all 162. His career high there is 159. He has mostly been a healthy player. Rookie season, he played 134. COVID year, he played 55 out of 60. He's never played under 145 games ever since. But he's been healthy, and he's been great when they really need him to. His plate discipline's been phenomenal. The walk percentage is outstanding, almost 15%. That's among the best in baseball. He is hitting the ball as hard as he's ever hit it. Already as many home runs against the fastball in 2026 that he had in all of 2025, and he's done so in half of the at-bats. It was huge that Bryan Reynolds had a bounce back. It looked early in the year like it would be similar to 2025, but he has the potential here to make it his best season yet, or at least the best season since 2021, and that's a pretty good mark to live up to. 412-928-9370, the number for you to get involved. But Reynolds, defensively, I still wouldn't, he's still not a great defender. Still not even a good defender. But he has had his moments this month. He's robbed multiple home runs. That came out of nowhere. And it also coincides with what he's done at the plate. The man has a 27-game on-base streak right now. And he's been doing so no matter how many opportunities he has. He steps to the plate on Friday night in a game that he did not start, and he was scratched from the lineup and comes through with an RBI single. So that right there tells you that he is just seeing the ball oh so well, and they need that to continue until everybody else gets back to full health. Because when guys like Ryan O'Hearn and Brandon Lau take a step back, and O'Neal Cruz is out of the lineup, Connor Griffin is out of the lineup, they needed somebody, and Bryan Reynolds is a reason why you could at least say that they are keeping things afloat as we speak. 412-928-9370 if you want to sound off on that. Paul Skeens lost another start. We get into that in the 7 o'clock hour. The U.S. Open was this past weekend. Who won it and why that guy has a tie back to Pittsburgh. That is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates lost the series to the Colorado Rockies 2 games out of 3 over the weekend. They did salvage yesterday's game, though. It wasn't without some excitement. 8-6 was the final score in that one. Pirates now come back home, and they begin a 6-game homestand with a series against the Seattle Mariners. And that series begins tomorrow night. They'll have the Reds over the weekend before their next road trip. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
If you're taking Sawmill Run Boulevard, Route 51 up north to the Liberty Tunnel this morning, you'll want to take extra time because that road is extremely delayed right now due to an incident up near Bousman Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Pirates baseball is back, and there's only one way to celebrate, with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for game day. Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside's only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside, proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 and over. Please drink responsibly.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Don't let bad feet stop you from being active and getting healthy. Trade in your bad feet for good feet at the Good Feet store.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured? You're in pain, frustrated, and don't know what to do. We lawyers know what to do. So in your time of need, other law firms want to charge you 40%, almost half your settlement. A good friend or neighbor would never do that to you. That's why our fee is only 25%, because you are the one who's been injured and it's your money. And there is never a fee unless we win your case. So call us at 888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
One of the YouTuber comments, Nick, from a few minutes ago. You may be a long-time listener to the station. You may be a first-time listener of the station, but if you've listened for quite some time, you knew the voice that did traffic on the stations here at Odyssey for a long time, Greg McAtee. Somebody in the YouTube comments paying a little ode to that, saying that they already miss Greg doing the traffic. And you may have seen over the weekend that Greg passed away after a 5-year-long battle with cancer. His daughters posted on social media, and it was picked up from there. But that was the voice that you were used to hearing, letting you know really any road. We used to joke about it, and I even brought it up to Greg at times in the past. Like, man, any road in the tri-state area, if there's something going on, man, you're on it. And he would get a good chuckle out of that. He was a great dude, a great guy, super nice. I mean, I'm not going to act like I've known him forever, but I mean, you and I have been here for each of us over 5 years now, I think, Nick, or thereabouts.
Mm-hmm.
I've been here on a part-time basis since 2019, but
well, I've gotten to work with him more closely in the mornings because he did our traffic reports.
True.
So like anytime, like sometimes we have an automated system that they upload those audio files to, and then they play in our system here. But when that mechanism doesn't work, usually I work with whoever's doing traffic to do them live or get them recorded over the phone or over one of our special lines here back in the studio. And so, yeah, I mean, he would be messaging me. Sometimes he'd be like, hey, do you want me to make that one up? I forgot this sponsor. And I was like, nah, we're good. Just talking to him back and forth. I actually have a funny clip I want to play of him. We saved this from before.
Okay.
So sometimes Greg would forget to, he'd be cutting something and he'd forget to put the right file in. Like sometimes he'd mess up and then, he tried to re-record.
No, so he uploaded
he uploaded an incorrect file here. This was back on May 2nd, 2025.
Or expressway heading over to and across the lower.
That went over the air. He forgot. One more time.
Or expressway heading over to and across the lower.
Man,
that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
He didn't swear. I mean, he's a classy guy. He didn't swear. He didn't get all mad. He just was like, he just started singing. He's a nice man.
Yeah, I mean, and that just kind of embodies how he was. I mean, I know he was very, very religious. I mean, I've read a couple of times the post that his daughter put, I think, on Instagram, and then Colin posted it the other day when we were talking about it. Just seemed like a phenomenal father, husband. Like, I mean, he was a great dude here in the office.
I mean, I didn't even know he had cancer until I learned 4 or 5 months ago. Like whenever he was around for our company events and
right,
stuff.
Right, he wouldn't come in all that often anymore. Like, really, I don't want to say since COVID, but I think since he was diagnosed and
yeah, but I mean,
really
I had a whole
started to make an impact.
A year or two ago, I mean, I had a whole conversation with him. There was this lunch that was here, and we were sitting in the conference room, and I forget exactly what it was for. It might have been for a Marconi thing or something, and he was just in, and he came and sat with us, and anybody who was there eating lunch, and I remember just him telling me stories about his, older time radio days, talking about the old technology back then and things that he had to do in his career. Just sitting right across from him at the conference room table in there, and just not even thinking about it. Not even thinking no, this dude's dealing with cancer. I mean, I never thought that. He was always so nice and so open to talk, and yeah, man, it was a tough one to hear that this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, his daughter said 5.5-year battle of cancer, and then I'll also think of this on top of it. And he was still doing the morning traffic up until what, a month or so ago.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
maybe a little bit longer out. And the last 2 years, she said, were filled with intense chemotherapy. I mean, if you've ever known, and pretty much anybody out there has been impacted by cancer in some way, shape, or form, and you can see firsthand, and maybe you've even experienced it yourself, like what chemotherapy can do, like how much chemo can take out of your body, like energy wise. And even though Greg wasn't in the office every day, we of course should not have expected that. He was still doing his job. I mean, the guy was still waking up at, Lord, like what time in the morning?
Yeah, the first traffic report's supposed to go out at 5:20. So he would have to have his audio clips in there, like the first one at least by 5:20. So yeah, he had to have been up at 5 o'clock. He had to have been up with me. Like, I think he and I started same time, that 5 o'clock. So my show starts, and then those traffic reports are still in that 5 o'clock hour. So yeah, I mean, yeah, man.
So yeah, rest in peace to Greg McAtee, a long time traffic guy here. But beyond that, a phenomenal guy to everybody here at Odyssey Pittsburgh, even a better guy at home to his family and friends. So Greg will absolutely be missed. 412-928-9370 is the number for you. Fan Weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. We will let KDKA TV take care of that. Coming up, we dive into the latest Paul Skeens start and everything going on with him, because it has become a hot rod of a topic when it comes to Paul Skeens on the mound. That is next, right here on the Fan Morning Show.
A soggy Monday ahead with morning showers and some heavy downpours with thunderstorms through the afternoon. High temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Rain showers taper off overnight Monday with lows in the upper 50s. Mostly sunny Tuesday, highs in the upper 70s, and mostly clear Tuesday night with lows in the mid 50s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Baseball season is in full swing, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage before and after every Bucks game. Listen to the Og Murphy and Perkowski Reaction Show immediately after the final out. The Og Murphy and Perkowski Reaction Show is presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration and brought to you by Veteran Basement Waterproofing and Sir Grout. Tell me this wouldn't sound nice. Reduced joint pain, improved libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for haul-away services. From single, bulky items to whole house cleanouts. Let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at 2menandajuncktruck.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
And the match is about to begin. Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight. What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field. It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players. She's going for the ball. Are front paws, hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway East inbound is experiencing some sluggish traffic here. Once you get to the Wilkinsburg interchange, Parkway West inbound, you'll be backed up to the top of the Green Tree Hill. Parkway North, though, still looks good. And watch out still for those delays on Route 51, Summer Run Boulevard. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Increased flexibility, strength, and endurance. Breaking a 190 or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Results this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Donnie Football in for Adam and Doran for most of this week. The only day I won't be with you, Harry Callis is here. He is behind the glass, is Thursday. But today through Wednesday and then Friday, it's you and me, buddy, with those two guys on vacation. We're pretty shorthanded here at the Fan, the way things are looking right now, but we'll battle through. Sometimes it gets a little bit skinny in these summer months. Guys are going to the beach, maybe taking a trip to Europe like you in a couple of weeks.
Yes.
A couple guys on paternity leave. Doran still had some left over after the birth of his daughter late last year. Mulsey is on paternity leave after the birth of his daughter a couple of weeks ago.
You know what's kind of crazy? I think you can relate to this too, but both of my hosts have had a child. A daughter, as a matter of fact, since they started working this.
Well, Crowley's had two.
Well,
or you mean
not since he's been working since? Yeah, since they took over in 2023. They both have had daughters. Crowley's in 2024, and Doran's at the end of 2025. How about that?
Maybe that means you sometime down the line.
You think I'm gonna have a daughter, Donnie? Jada doesn't want to have children. Not yet, at least. She's she's still got to make it through the law school. Yeah, she's a little younger than me, so I was thinking, I'm like, man, I'm not gonna have a kid till I'm like 30 or 31. It's a scary thought. I'm like, I'm gonna be old.
I'm 30 right now, Harry.
Do you feel old? I'm asking. I don't know. I'm
Sometimes.
asking. You don't look old, but do you feel like it?
Sometimes. I mean, I'm in better shape than I really ever have been, but I think I usually feel old when I'm around some of the younger guys here.
Do I make you feel old?
You not as much. Like at least.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean, you're still younger than me, but like you and I actually crossed over and went to school together for a year or two. But I mean,
like Austin's way younger than you, and
Austin's
intern Dom
25. Dom's only 22.
Yeah, Dom's 8 years younger than you. I get it. Okay.
I mean, I sit in there with intern Jack. He was born, I think, right after Christmas Day in 2006.
Yeah.
Or 2005. Either way, he's more than a decade younger than me.
You know, mentally, I feel like I'm still in a more like youth state. I umpired a game with a dude that was 18. And I'm 27, so I'm like, man, I'm almost 10 years older than you. How about How about that? Like, I'm now, like, I remember I used to have the days where I'd umpire and I'd be like the young guy that everybody would, like, look over, and try to disrespect because of,
And now you're the elder statesman.
And now I'm,
You're
now
Joe
I'm like,
West of the South Hills.
now I'm the guy they pivot to be like, hey, man, fix this. And I'm like, no. Still got to respect the young guy. It's fine.
Yeah, it's a scary thought to me that the kids that just graduated high school were born in 2008.
Yep. Yeah, that.
They have no recollection of the Steelers winning a Super Bowl, Harry.
No.
Poor kids.
Huh. I mean, like, yeah, you're not wrong. Man, we're living in, we're getting old, man.
Harry, are we overblowing every Paul Skeens start? Like, overanalyzing everything that he does?
Yes. 100%.
Because I feel the same way, and it's almost like it's almost as if this guy is not nearly perfect every time he goes, there is some cause for concern. And that's insane to me.
I think that, I mean, like, I said this like a month ago. I think that the Skeens Day thing needs to go away. Like, it was fun to do that when he first came up, and then when he was like extra dominant because you felt like he could be the stopper to the Pirates losing streaks potentially. And I don't think we need to do that anymore. Like, he's giving the Pirates chances to win when he starts. And I think that it's just not fair to, like, he's not doing what we expected him to do based on how he performed last season. But, like, you've got a guy with an ERA under 3 who gave up, 2 runs in his start on Saturday?
Yes.
Like, the Pirates should win these games. We've been talking about this, that the Pirates need to score more runs. They've needed to score more runs for years, and they started scoring more runs in games before Cruz and Griffin got hurt and, all the offensive issues that they've had since then. The game was 2-1. Pirates got to score more.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, since we've seen Paul Skeens do what he did the last 2 seasons, he was a unanimous Rookie of the Year. He was nearly a unanimous Cy Young. And, I mean, that's hard to beat in your first 2 seasons. So now it's like any time he looks human, oh, man, what's wrong with Paul Skeens? Oh, this guy. And then there's actually people out there that act as if he's like a middle-of-the-road starting pitcher. Get real. Do you watch the guy? I know he hasn't been perfect. I know there are a few little things that are of concern. The velocity has dipped down. He is struggling to get into the 7th inning. He hasn't done that in well over a month, like 5 weeks or thereabouts. The pitch counts are getting way too high, way too early. Like, that stuff I understand. The Pirates have lost 7 consecutive Paul Skeens starts. And only a few of them should be put on him. In that span, individually, he's 0-5. But it's hard to say that he is the reason why they've lost all these games. At one point, he was 6-2. He looked like he was on the easy track to his 2nd consecutive Cy Young after a masterful 8-inning, 2-hit, 10-strikeout performance against the Rockies on May 12th. That put his ERA at a season low 1.98. But that would be the final time we saw that number below 2. And that was also the last time we saw him go 7+ in a game. Then it has been a collection of 5, 5, 5 1/3, 4 2/3 after that. That little 4-stretch start that really got people worrying, which was the worst 4-stretch start of his career to this point. The ERA actually got up to as high as 3. And, man, there was mass hysteria. And I feel like there still is, to a degree. I said the velocity is a little bit down, the ERA is a little bit up, and there are actually people with a pulse that are out there. You might have to look a little bit hard to find them, but trust me, they're out there that say Paul Skeens is nothing more than a middle-of-the-road starter. What? Let's stay on planet Earth here for a second. I would agree the numbers are not as staggering as his first 2 seasons, but I also think it is part of the punch-counterpunch nature of the sport. He has had a few different trouble spots this year. He historically has an excellent whip, which is walks plus hits per innings pitched. But when runners are on first and second, when he finds himself in a little bit of trouble, that whip actually goes up to 2.33. That's not good for any pitcher, and for Paul Skeens, it is way, way over what he's used to. Day games have been a bit of a kryptonite for him. 7 starts in day games this season. The ERA is near 6 at 5.87. He has had some trouble starting and finishing his outings. His first inning ERA this year is 5.74. I still wonder how much that first start of the season against the Mets looms when he didn't get out of the first and he allowed 5 earned runs. His ERA was sitting at a crisp 67.5. And then in the 6th inning, which is normally the final inning that he will work, his ERA is over 7.5. But in the middle frames, he's been dominant. ERA around 1, maybe it goes to like 1.5 or 1.75. But here's something that might surprise you a little bit. I don't know how many of you out there are Baseball Savant users, how often you check that page. It's actually free to use. It's pretty remarkable that a program like that is free. I think one of our favorite guys that covers the Steelers, one of our favorite film guys, Derek Bell, he brought up a good point. He said if the NFL had something like this, they would be charging you like $25.99 a month to use it. But you can just Google search anybody and Baseball Savant, and you will get a page that pops up with really any metric you could be looking for. But it might surprise you that his expected numbers are right on par with what he did in 24 and 25. But people don't always want to hear that because it's expected and it's not reality. They don't want to hear that he's been unlucky. They just want to be able to look at his statistics and see that he is dominant across the board. They want that ERA below 2 for his entire career. But his strikeout percentage is actually up from what he was last season. 30.6 compared to 29.5. His walk percentage is down from 24 and 25. It was at 6.2 in 2024. Then it was 5.7 last year. This season, it is 5.1. His expected ERA is 2.6. The real ERA is 2.86. Last season, the expected ERA was 2.65. Now, reality, he was living large. It was below 2. It was 1.97. So he is still a great pitcher in plenty of the phases of the game. But the team has also reverted back to deciding to not score a whole lot when he's out there. And he has looked human a few too many times now. So, of course, it has become time to freak out. 412-928-9370. I want to take your calls on Paul Skeens. Your level of concern. Mine is still low. Am I wrong? Is Harry wrong? His concern level's still pretty low. 412-928-9370. Or are you ready to tell me that he's just pedestrian? His first 2 seasons, He was awesome. But hey, now he's like a third pitcher in a rotation. 412-928-9370. Let's talk about Paul Skeens after the Pirates lose another one of his starts on Saturday night in Colorado. He will pitch later this week as the Buccos start a homestand tomorrow night against the Seattle Mariners. 412-928-9370. You can also hit us up on the fan text line at that same number. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Some calls on Paul Skeens coming up next. Maybe a little Father's Day talk, that holiday that was yesterday. Dan Zangrilli will join us in 45 minutes right here on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates losers in 2 of 3 games against the Colorado Rockies this weekend. The Pirates are now back to 39-39. Well, not back to 39-39. They are now 39-39. They're back to 500 for their record, and they've got a homestand coming up beginning tomorrow against the Seattle Mariners. They'll play the Seattle Mariners in 3 games in the middle of the week, and then over the weekend they'll play the Cincinnati Reds in 3 games. So it's a 6-game homestand in total. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Wyndham Clark is a 2-time U.S. Open champion. Despite a final round 73 and immense pressure from both the Shinnecock Hills crowd and a late charge by Sam Burns, Clark held firm for a 1-stroke victory. It's a remarkable wire-to-wire redemption for the 32-year-old who captured his second major title in 4 years and silenced a hostile gallery to cement his place in golf history. I'm Drake Toll.
Vehicle safety starts underneath. That's why the pros choose Napa for undercar solutions that stop safety issues before they become costly problems. Go further with complete repairs that restore stopping, steering, and stability. Then grow your business through trust and repeat visits. With premium rotors, pads, struts, and wheel hub assemblies, Napa has everything you need to keep undercar under control. That's Napa know-how.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, get any size mattress for one low price starting at $219.99. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Mike Rowe here with a fun fact. Did you know that 50% of the air that you breathe inside your home comes from your crawl space? Yeah. Whether your crawl space is wet, musty, or your floors are bouncy, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to repair your crawl space. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it.
But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound, you'll be backed up to the top of the Green Tree Hill. Parkway East inbound is slow go for you once you get to the Wilkinsburg interchange. Route 51 Salmon Run Boulevard heading north. It is still very sluggish for you heading towards the Liberty Tunnel, and you're starting to see a little bit of delay on 28 southbound once you get to the 40th Street Bridge. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDK, I'm Casey Erline on 93.7 The Fan.
Car accident? LGKG. Work accident? LGKG. Dog bite? LGKG. Med mal? LGKG. Born and raised in Western PA? That's us. LGKG. We try cases, and insurance companies know it. A 90-year reputation. LGKG.com, where your case becomes our cause.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The injury report that's brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS. Well, the key injury to note from yesterday was the one that the Pirates seemingly avoided. The initial images on Jared Jones's right elbow were negative. Now, he will be re-examined by team medical staff today in Pittsburgh, so maybe we get more of an idea. But he did seem to be in pretty good spirits yesterday when the media talked to him following the Pirates' 8-6 win. And it would be incredibly frustrating on an individual basis for him because he is 5 starts into his 2026 season after missing all of 2025. And he was really close to getting that all shattered, I guess pun intended, yet again. 412-928-9370. But some people have concerns still. I would say more than some, actually. I would almost feel like Harry and I are in the minority, not overly concerned about Paul Skeens. Where do you come down? What's your concern level with the Pirates ace? 412-928-9370. Rick is in the car. Now he's on the fan. What's going on, Rick?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Good.
Hey, Donnie, if I'm not mistaken, you're from New Alexandria, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm a postmaster there.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah. Okay, hey, so this the Skeens issue. Let's say you put Skeens on any other team. What does he do for that team?
I mean, he would make any team that's like around the playoffs a legitimate contender.
Not only a contender, but a legitimate pennant contender.
Yeah.
Not only a playoff contender. So that's what I mean. There's your answer right there. Is it Paul Skeens, or is it the way the culture is in this in that boardroom and in that coaching staff? There's your answer.
Yeah, and I've wondered, and thanks for the call, Rick, and also another pop for New Alexandria. I know there's been a lot of conversation about the coaching and the change that was made, and Skeens having a lot of sway in Oscar Marine being out of here, and has Bill Murphy screwed this thing up? It's kind of odd because the Astros have gotten worse, sans Bill Murphy. The Reds hired Oscar Marine to be their bullpen coach, and their bullpen is awful in Cincinnati. But the Pirates have also gotten worse. I think their staff as a whole is downright overrated. And I do think, I'm not going to say that it's because, it's spearheaded by Skeens and he has not lived up to expectation. I just think, all in all, we had such a high bar that was being set for their entire staff coming into the season, and those guys just haven't delivered. And that goes all the way through. Skeens is still the best they got. Braxton Ashcraft is really the only one, though, if you take individual expectation. He's the only starter that has been better than what we expected. He has pitched the most innings. He has nearly 100 strikeouts on the year. Has a pretty good strikeout to walk ratio. His ERA is 3.18. ERA plus of 136. Skeens is still Skeens, but his superhuman expectations he hasn't lived up to. After that, Mitch Keller, who has been awful. He's their worst starter, Keller, that is. Outside of the first couple of appearances he made in 2026, he has not been good. ERA near 5. Jared Jones, he's kind of still getting back into things. He got roughed up in his first outing against the Twins, but he's, kind of getting back into, hopefully, after the injury scare yesterday. Majinski was good for what he was as a starter. Now he's coming out of the bullpen. And then Bubba Chandler has been somebody we see below expectations, although he's bounced back in his last couple of appearances. And that's just the starters. So I would say 1 out of the 5/6 have been better than we expected. And then you go to the bullpen, and that is an unmitigated disaster. I will say that Evan Sisk is the only guy that I'm pretty happy with through almost the first half of 2026. Santana has been a wreck. Started the year as a closer. His ERA is up over 5. Soto, probably the second best one besides Sisk, maybe. I don't even know about that. Yohan Ramirez, a very hot and cold guy. He was really good yesterday. I think he's actually been the second most consistent guy as of late behind Sisk, because we're starting to see Soto show some holes out of that closer role. Mason Montgomery, again, promising start. The guy's ERA is closing in on 5. It's been a revolving door outside of the handful of guys that are in there. And none of them, really besides Sisk, have lived up to things. So it's hard to not say that the pitching staff that was top 10 in 2025 isn't overrated in 2026. They're middle of the pack. and in some cases worse. 412-928-9370. Trey is on the fan. What's going on, Trey?
Good morning. How are you guys?
Good. What's on your mind?
Good. Hey, on my mind is I'm not worried about Skeens at all, and a couple of points I'd like to make or find out what they are. What his chase rate is as far as like balls out of the zone, strikeouts, and it just seems like his pitch count is going up. He's getting predictable because these batters are understanding after a couple strikes he's going to try to get a chase on the next two, and that's just my thought on who's calling the pitches and who's making that decision. I'll hang up and listen to your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, Trey, I appreciate the call. I do have the worry. Really, I think the thing I'm more worried about than any is his pitch count going up. And it goes up fast. Like we just see guys battling off pitches, and that can be pretty frustrating to watch. But that aside, okay, maybe the velocity a bit. But I want to see the guy just go deep into ball games. And he can still do that and strike out plenty of guys in the process. But you want to see a player like that go into the 7th, go into the 8th, maybe get a complete game here and there, which he somehow still, for as great as he's been, does not have a complete game, a 9-inning complete game in his entire career. He did throw 8 innings in Philadelphia last season, and it was spoiled because the Pirates got shut out. They lost the game 1-0. And that's kind of the perfect microcosm of what his career has mostly been like as a Pirate. Got to be frustrating. And after a hot start where he was 6-2, ERA of 1.98, even he maybe took that one step back down to earth. But that's just the nature of the beast and the nature of being a starting pitcher, where once there is a lot on you, once there is that film out there on you, teams can plan to attack a little bit better. And now it just comes down to Paul Skeens putting together a formula that makes it his counterpunch. 412-928-9370 gets you involved. I mentioned Bubba Chandler a few minutes ago. I want to talk about him coming up next. Are we possibly seeing a bounce back after these last few outings? Dan Zangrilli joins the show in 25 minutes via the fan hotline. That's presented by Sullivan Superserve. It's Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Does Bubba Chandler have a chance to turn in a strong second half of 2026? We will discuss that coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates lost 2 of 3 over the weekend to the Colorado Rockies, though they avoided a sweep by winning Game 3 yesterday, 8-6. Pirates are off today. They're going to start a 3-game home series with the Seattle Mariners beginning tomorrow, and it's part of a 6-game homestand in total. They've got the Reds over the weekend after they play the Mariners in the middle of the week. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation, and neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Weekend Warriors, Donnie Football here. You want to know when your body starts talking back to you on the golf course? Cart path only. Suddenly your ball is 80 yards away, or it's in the woods. You're hiking over there with 3 clubs, and by the time you get to it, you're not thinking birdie. You're wondering if the course has an urgent care. And that's the point. It's not just the scorecard. It's the whole day. Walking 18 without feeling like you're in a survival show. Bending down to read a putt without making that noise. Getting home, still having enough left for the kids, the yard, the cooler, all of it. That's why Awaken 180 makes sense. It's a medication-free solution with weekly weight loss support, and yes, free support for life. You may not fix your slice overnight, but if you drop 30, 40, even 50 pounds, the game, life after the game, feels better. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Make the call. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Harry, the former chairman of the Federal Reserve, has passed away. You know the name Alan Greenspan at all?
I just learned it now because it was on television.
100 years old.
Wow.
You think you're going to live to the century mark? Do you even want to live to the century mark?
Yeah, it'd be fine. I don't know what it's like to be that old though. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I hope I'm still, conscious enough to live life with some quality. That's what I always hope for. But no, I don't think I'm going to make it to 100.
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting there either. I mean, I've said for a while, if I have to live in some sort of like vegetable-like state, because I would agree, if you're somehow 100 years old and you're still like spry for your age and like still got it upstairs, then that's one thing. But I mean, if I'm mostly just existing, nah. I want it to be over.
Yeah. Crowley's a very morbid man. Adam Crowley said that he would take living to 62 right now if he could. He'd say, if I'm guaranteed to live to 62, give me that right now. I'd sign for that.
What got you guys on that conversation, and what had him stop at 62?
So Adam's very sensitive to death, right? It makes him very uncomfortable, and he doesn't know how to, appropriately talk about things. So he kind of like
appropriately talk about things.
Yeah. So we were talking about like I don't know, our families or whatever, and we were talking about what we expect from life, and he was just like, I'll tell you what. I mean, with all of the I've got a long line of like family like diseases and conditions and stuff.
Yeah.
I used to be a smoker, blah blah blah. Well, you know what I mean. I feel like if I could live to 62, that's what I would sign up for. And Doran and I were both in like the 70s or 80s. I think I said like 85.
I normally go 75.
75. Yeah, I mean that's fair.
Good 3/4 of the century mark right
we
there.
Were like, you don't think you're gonna live till 60? He's like, no. And it just was a really uncomfortable conversation. We're like, I'm sure you'll be fine, Adam. He's like, no, give me till over 60.
I mean, you got to make sure you at least somewhat regularly get yourself checked out. I mean, and I know that Adam and I have a similar heart family lineage, at least to some degree. Both of our dads had to get their hearts replaced. So we've bonded over that. And, obviously that makes something like Father's Day weekend hit a little bit different than what it used to. But once my dad went through everything he did and, doctors and he was at Johns Hopkins because they went up from Delaware to there to finally get checked out by either going to be somebody there or somebody here, because around where my sister lives, they know what they're doing, and up here, they know what they're doing. Not so much in a tiny state like Delaware. But once they discovered what the deal was, they told him at age 35, his heart was working at less than 50%. That was terrifying. So he lived 25 years with his heart overworking itself.
Man.
And that made me think okay, well, I got to get this stuff checked out pretty regularly now. Do a stress test. You go to a specialist, you walk on the treadmill for a little bit. You do other little heart tests. They hook up those things to you. I had to shave my chest for it a couple summers ago.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't really like doing that, but
I didn't know there was a stress test though, because
last
year, I mean, I used to work 2 full-time jobs. That was really getting to me. A lot of no sleep and a lot of long hours and a lot of high pressure situations. And I never got a stress test. They did check my blood pressure though, and the doctor was like, "Oh, it's a little high." And I'm like, "Huh, that can't be good." Now it's back down. But I remember I used to not go to the doctor at all, and then I got my first physical since COVID started in 2024, at the end of 2024.
Yeah, it's good to go. I mean, you don't have to go all the time, but there was a time where I would go once every 6 months. Now it's more once a year. I also get blood work done every year before I go. So yeah, man, what a conversation that turned into, just talking about Alan Greenspan. 100 years young, the former Federal Reserve chairman passing away. Coming up, as promised, we're going to talk about Bubba Chandler, and then Dan Zangrilli will join the program. You can follow along on X at 93.7 The Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. Bubba Chandler, a potential bounce back We talk about it next on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates are 39-39 after losing 2 of 3 to the Colorado Rockies over the weekend. Now the Pirates are going to come back home. They're going to start a 3-game series with the Seattle Mariners beginning tomorrow. The Pirates have a 6-game homestand in total. They've got the Mariners in the middle of the week, and over the weekend they will have the Cincinnati Reds as their opponents. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Route 51 Samuel Run Boulevard is very backed up to where you get on from Route 88, so watch out as you head towards the Liberty Tunnel. Parkway West inbound is very slow go still once you get to the top of the Green Tree Hill, and 28 southbound now experiencing even more delays once you get to the Shaler Waterworks area. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing. Call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Celebrate Independence Day with Riverhounds Soccer. Saturday, July 4th at 7 p.m., Pittsburgh hosts Brooklyn FC for USA 250 night at Highmark Stadium. Capped off with City Fireworks Show, soccer, and summer fun. Get your tickets now at riverhounds.com.
Hey, it's your buddy Crowley here for Zero Res. Summer is finally here, and that means barbecues and graduation parties. And for me, playing around in the backyard with my girls in the sprinkler, getting muddy, water in the plants, playing wiffle ball. Lucky for you, Zero Res is there to help you with your mess. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home: carpets, tile, grout, hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, oh yeah, and more. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. That's the best deal of the summer. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Big summer savings. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Catastrophic injuries bring emotional strain, physical pain, and financial stress. You don't have to face it alone. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM today. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Got junk? Two men and a junk truck.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Dan Zangrilli will join the show in 10 minutes. Something else I just wanted to quickly note on because I wanted to talk about it at some point this morning. Wyndham Clark, he was the U.S. Open winner at Shinnecock this weekend. And yes, that is how you pronounce it. There was somebody, not sure if you saw this, Nicholas, but a news anchor in this city mispronounced Shinnecock on the air over the weekend. I don't even know if I could say what was said, but I'll just say this. The first part of the word was pronounced shiny. The second part of the word was still pronounced the same way.
You can't say that. You can't say that, Donnie. You can't say.
That's what she said. Did you see the clip?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, Shinnecock is the name. And Wyndham Clark was the winner there. And I saw this discussion between a couple of, more local TV anchors. One of them, the legendary Bob Pompiani at KDKA, and his brethren, Richie Walsh, noting that a few people at Oakmont might not be happy with Wyndham Clark winning this year's U.S. Open. And then Bob quote tweeted that and said, "More than a few." Am I the only person that thinks the sport of golf is just way too uptight? It's way too hoity-toity. Like, maybe that's one of the reasons why I'm not into it. One of the reasons then why I suck at it. But, the dude, okay, I get it. The guy damaged a couple of lockers in the Oakmont clubhouse. So we're going to banish this guy for that. But Tiger Woods and the whole list of his problems, we're going to praise the ground that he walks on if he ever returns to the sport. Are you kidding me?
So I think our society, for a while was kind of like, how do we find ways to make our thing exclusive and in high demand? And, people liked being a part of the clubs and stuff, and they wanted to be a part of these things. And, and then there was that time in history where there was discrimination and no good things, but people just wanted to feel like they fit. They were a part of these things. And I think we live in a society now where we're way more open to allowing everybody to belong. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I think you and I have a similar opinion of why do you guys feel like you're special because you've created such an exclusive golf etiquette thing, right? Why can't people make mistakes, or why can't we let certain things slide and have fun? Baseball went through that. Baseball used to be this uptight thing, and now they're having a whole movement of just let the kids play. That slogan that's been thrown out there, because baseball has realized over the years that being uptight and sticking to traditions just because is not fun.
Yeah, loosen the collar a little bit, put your hair down, just chill. I get that it's an exclusive thing and it's that, type of sport, but man, we're going to hold this against this guy forever because he played a very frustrating round and then he damaged a couple of lockers.
He should have to pay for the lockers. He's got to take responsibility for that.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't have to right his wrong, but we're gonna act like this a year later. Oh man, everybody at Oakmont's rooting against this guy, and there were people yesterday rooting against him. Which that aspect of it, I think we need more of. I think we need more.
Need a villain.
Yeah, but we also just need more more crowd exposure at golf events. Why is it there that everybody has to keep their mouth shut? Every other sport you can cheer openly the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Make these guys play in the elements a little bit.
Well, I think
let the crowd make a little bit of noise. There's a reason why Happy Gilmore's my favorite golf movie. Caddyshack a very close second. Lighten up.
I think that might be the case though, just because golf is very hard. And for the players you want to do well when they golf, you want them to be focused. and there's no like home field advantage in these, so I guess that's kind of one of those. That's why that's one of those unwritten things. But I mean, I guess if people jeer, I don't know. It could be fun. I just feel like you might get less quality though in the golfers if you're not like quiet. But in terms of like etiquette, again, I mean, I think that the story about this guy punching the locker and damaging him is silly.
I want to talk Bubba Chandler before we get Dan Zangrilli on here in a few moments, because the month started with more of the same from him. 4 earned runs in 5 innings down in Houston, facing criticism all around because he was the guy that didn't go to the bullpen upon the return of Jared Jones. It ended up being Carmen Majinski who threw a fit about it. He had an option there. He was kind of at a fork in the road in his career. Either turn things around, or could he be headed to the bullpen or even down to AAA? But I feel like he's bounced back a little bit these last couple of outings. I can't even say starts, because one of them he technically pitched in relief against the Braves. He struck out 7 over 5+ innings of work. He allowed a pair of runs on just 1 hit. That was a case where one of the bullpen arms allowed a couple of inherited runners to score. The control was so bad early that number still doesn't look very good. 43 walks is still the NL lead. But he's mostly kept it under control the last few times out. Coming off a really quality start in Colorado on Friday night, and that's a place that can easily turn into an air show given the conditions in that ballpark. But he mowed through 6 innings. He could have probably done another, maybe even 2. They pulled him at 74 pitches in a game that the Pirates would lose 4-3. And we've talked about the historic level that was in the games Friday and Saturday night. According to Opta Stats, the Pirates becoming the only team in the last 50 years to have the tying run on third with no outs in the 9th inning 2 games in a row and end up losing both. Yep, that happened. But I thought Bubba Chandler, for what it's worth, looked really solid on Friday night, and he's had a couple of those in a row. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track today. A high of 78, low of 62, but very likely to rain throughout the day. Dan Zangrilli, Pirates pre- and post-game host, joins the show in just a few minutes right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Parkway West inbound is stacking for you at the top of the Green Tree Hill. Route 51 is getting a little bit better, but still expect some delays as you head into the Liberty Tunnel. Parkway East inbound, it's still going to be very slow go for you once you get to the Wilkinsburg interchange, and 28 southbound. Once you get to the Etna bypass, it is more stop than go. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Increased flexibility, strength, and endurance. Breaking a 190 or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Results this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Donnie Football in for Adam and Doran. Both of them on vacation this week. Jeff Hathorn also on vacation. He is a voice that you would be used to hearing around this time if those two guys are out, but it's me instead. So Pony will be a little bit shorthanded in the afternoon this week, with Mulsey also on paternity leave. Harry Callis is here, though, doing his best behind the glass. And we go out to the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years, for the first time this morning. And we are talking to our guy, Pirates pre- and post-game host Dan Zangrilli here on 93.7 The Fan, after the Pirates take just one of three against the Colorado Rockies this weekend. Dan, was it a failure of a weekend for the Buccos to only win one game?
Yeah, you got to be coming out of there at least with two wins, especially the two guys that the Rockies threw at the Pirates the first two games of the series, Donnie. If you're going to be a playoff team and if you comport yourself as a club that, you know, kicks butt and takes names, you got to go in there and have a better showing than that. So, yeah, 1 out of 3, unfortunately, is disappointing. And, of course, they limped that last one to the finish line.
How in the world do they look that flat against somebody like Kyle Freeland? He's one of the worst starting pitchers in all of baseball.
And, I mean, well, he's left-handed, I guess, is the answer. What's the record now? It's got to be, 6-13, 14? I lost track against left-handed starters. That's their obvious Achilles heel. They have to improve against that, especially good ones, let alone guys like Freeland. So, yeah, they struggle against left-handers, and I guess it's fairly easy to understand because a lot of their damage is done from the left side. with Lau and O'Hearn. Even those two guys, though, are hitting left-handers fairly well. Some of the, individual numbers are actually okay against left-handed pitching, but collectively, they just haven't showed up in the win-loss record. And for Freeland to be able to go through them hot knife through butter as he did, that was disappointing on Friday for sure.
Bubba Chandler started that game, and I thought really his third outing in a row where he looked pretty solid to me. I thought he could have gone another inning, maybe two, depending. He was at 74 pitches when they took him out. Are you encouraged by what we've seen from him the second part of this month?
For sure, with the walks coming down and I think the fastball becoming more of a weapon in different parts of the zone. I mean, he's essentially a guy that, to me, and while that's changed here over the last couple of starts, he's just throwing. He's not necessarily a pitcher. He's not able to spot up different quadrants of that strike zone. Early on, he was using it basically hand high. You spit on that as an opposing hitter. There were really no other weapons that were getting you out. Well, now he's starting to locate the fastball differently. I think we've seen maybe even a two-seamer at times. But the secondary pitches play off the fastball much better when you're locating and when you're using it differently. And I think we've started to see that here over the last couple of starts. It's a real positive trend because there's obviously no question about the stuff. It's just a matter of kind of putting some pieces together, mitigating some of those free passes. Once you do that, you've got a really, really special guy in Bubba Chandler.
Then when it comes to Paul Skeens, who started on Saturday, Dan, it feels like if this guy doesn't twirl like 7 or 8 innings of one-hit baseball, there is mass hysteria. It's almost as if the guy's not allowed to be a human being. What's your concern level with his pitching this season?
Yeah, there's two things that I really don't understand. And granted, Skeens has not been the guy that is setting history or rewriting history. He has been, however, a very good, still top 10 starting pitcher. I think the FIP might be 5th or 6th in all of baseball, despite all of these air quotations here, Donnie, struggles. You would love to see 101 and him just blowing guys away, looking like 1998 Kerry Wood against the Houston Astros every single night. But that's a very unrealistic expectation. Anybody that has those expectations is not living in reality. What he did the first 2 years was not reality. Is he coming back down to reality, albeit temporarily, or even if it's permanently? 6 innings, 2 runs is still very much a good start. And he's going to sprinkle in some of those 7 innings, 1-run starts. And every once in a while, you're going to get, 7 1/3 no runs or 6 innings, 1 run, 11 strikeouts. And that's still ace-worthy. I don't understand that, nor do I understand the whole Jake Mangum hate. I understand he's done some really silly things, especially on the bases, but guys like hitting over 300 with, an 800 OPS, but there's so much Jake Mangum hate out there as well. So those are the two things that just absolutely confuse me in Pirates land, the place that I live, which is not necessarily the most stable place at times.
Talking to our Pirates pre- and post-game host, Dan Zangrilli here, on 93.7 The Fan. Yeah, Mangum, his OPS plus rate at 100, which is league average. He's hitting over 300 at 306. 13 stolen bases on the season for the Pirates' 4th outfielder. What did you make of the play? What was your breakdown of the play over the weekend? The effort out in center field that led to an inside the park home run for the Rockies.
Yeah, he's a try-hard guy, right? That's a two-edged sword that's going to pay off handsomely sometimes, and then it's going to give you, what it gave you, especially in a pasture out in Coors Field. Probably need to pull up on that thing and play it safe, but then again, there's a lot of real estate in front of you, and I mean that not necessarily literally, I mean that from the game perspective. So you're able to go out and take a few risks. It's not as if the game was tied. It's the 8th inning. You're in a no-double situation where there's nothing over your head. So you're able to kind of pin your hair back and try to make a play early and maybe, light a fire. So situationally, I didn't have so much of an issue with it. practically, are you going to be able to get to that ball? Again, he's a big tryhard, so he probably that's part of his game. That's part of his DNA. There's a lot of times where that comes out really well on the other end. So I'm not necessarily going to try to curtail that or pull the reins back on it, especially in that situation, even though it didn't work out.
And Dan, how about Brian Reynolds? A home run yesterday that luckily he hit it because Santana and Soto did their best to blow a 7-run lead late in the game. But, man, this feels like the biggest heater of his entire career. He has a chance to match what he did in 2021, which was the best season so far he's put together.
Yeah, that's what he looks like right now. Totally locked in, and you talk about a guy that is going on one of these at the best possible time that it could happen. With Griffin and Cruz out, you're looking around the room, okay, where are the veteran leaders? Who's going to step up and who's going to try to backfill some of this production? And then there's Reynolds. And a lot of times when you've got guys that go down like this, when you lose two, bell cows with that skill set, everybody does try. They grip the bat handle way too tight, and then collectively everybody's like in a 1 for 26 or a 3 for 34 type of slump. And Reynolds has absolutely carried them. And even though overall it's still not in a great place, I think it's kind of like just buoying this team just enough as they try to limp this thing until Griffin hopefully gets back sooner rather than later, Cruz as well. But yeah, a lot of folks, I think, and understandably so, because, right, he's getting older. Last year they thought, okay, is this guy on the downside? Is he washed? Are some of the tools physically just not there, especially defensively in the outfield? Is he a DH only? Well, not only, Donnie, has the offense been unreal, and he's been the hottest hitter in the league, he's also played some, I think, very good defense this year, much better than we've been accustomed to from Brian Reynolds in the last couple of years. So this is probably second best year of his career. Couldn't happen at a better time.
Yeah, he's going a little Ken Griffey on us. He's robbing home runs, then he's coming up to the plate, and it seems like every time it's a big hit. I mean, Friday night was really impressive where he gets scratched from the lineup. They bring him up in a key spot and immediately just an RBI single. Like, even though it feels little in the grand scheme, I mean, that's just really a sign that he's seeing everything so well. Did he, change anything up, Dan? Because it was a bit of a slow start. I know historically he kind of does start the season slow, at least through the month of April. Did he change anything up to really get this thing kick-started?
Yeah, I would imagine he did, because he's always doing that. He's a continual work in progress. He's a tinkerer with, timing and swings and hand position, stuff like that. So exactly what it was to give you the entire mechanical breakdown, I mean, I don't have that, but I do know that's an ever-evolving process with Reynolds. He's not necessarily just... I'm in my batting stance that I've been in since I've been 14 years old. No, he's always adjusting, moving, doing different things, and that's always been Reynolds over the course of his career, sometimes to his detriment. But once he finds that timing, talking to him a number of times about it, if he's on time, he's as locked in as any, and very rarely does he even miss a pitch. And you know what, Donnie, the other impressive thing about him is he posts up every single day. In the load management era in which we live, there's just like a handful of guys that you can literally wake up every morning or, sit down, turn the television on, and somebody's going to be in the lineup every single night. It is Reynolds. And I think that needs highlighted because he is, outside of like Matt Olson, I mean, there's not many that are posting up every single night in the lineup and taking care of themselves. And even when they do get nicked up, they find a way in there to help.
Yeah, Reynolds, the only guy on the team that is on pace to at least play some part in every single game in 2026. Connor Griffin has played in 51 games, Dan. When do you think he'll play in his 52nd game?
It sounds like it's around the corner here. The rehab is coming, next week or, in the next few days? That's at least what Cherington, I think, said on his radio show. So once they hammer that out, and I think he's he threw up to 89 miles an hour. His average velocity on his throws is 93, so he's essentially back to where he has been. And everything that we've been hearing, heck, he was on the 5 alarm, right? That was the last true update, at least from the horse's mouth directly. And you were on the air, weren't you, Donnie, if I'm not mistaken? So
I wasn't then for that, but I was around when he was on.
So, yeah, he, everything's pain-free. So that's obviously continued this weekend, and the rehab is going to be coming here, if not tonight, I think maybe even as early as tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, based on what Cherington said.
Do you think there'd be some thought to bring him back in at least the first few games back, have him serve as the DH until they really want to put him back out there in the field?
Yeah, and I was kind of confused as to why they didn't, but I think, the answer is kind of right there, and it's the elephant in the room, right? It's probably part and parcel to Ozuna, because if you do that, you have 2 DHs, you have a 4-man bench, that means you got to carry a backup catcher. I mean, you just have hardly any versatility, and that's probably more an Ozuna thing than anything else, and why that hard conversation hasn't been had, or maybe it has behind the scenes, or at least why that hard decision has not been made. I'm not entirely sure. It's a very good question, and I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in those offices. But I think that's probably the reason, if I'm to guess. I haven't been explicitly told anything, but as he was asked and as he answered on our airwaves during the 5 alarm, it was pretty cut and dry. There is no reason. He could swing a bat and he could help this club. In fact, he did it before he went on the injured list. So your guess is as good as mine. Yes, he could DH is the answer to the question.
Speaking of Marcell Ozuna, I thought, at least, regardless of what hand the pitcher threw with, he should have played all 3 of those games against Colorado, because if there's any stadium that could potentially get something going, it would be there. And I thought Friday night, even though he was just 1 for 4, he had the base hit in the 9th that thought would get the rally started, although they came up short in monumental fashion. But that being said, a couple of the early at-bats, he was really one of the only guys that was putting good swings up against Kyle Freeland. I think even the second one they showed on the broadcast, it would have been a home run if the wind was going in the opposite direction. Do you think he should have played more in that series over the weekend?
I would have been intrigued, because I did see some of the same things that you're talking about as well in the Oakland series. Like the swings and the at-bats just didn't look like a guy that was completely washed, that has some sort of degenerative hip issue or whatever he's got going on with physically. I would have been intrigued, but here's the other side. This is a club that is desperate for wins. They are trying to keep their nose above water. Who do you replace? That's what I want to hear. The designated hitter spot has kind of been rotating between Horowitz, O'Hearn, and Reynolds. And remember, O'Hearn has this quad that he somehow miraculously returned from in 2 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks, much sooner than I think anybody anticipated. And that, to me, is a little concerning. So that has to be managed appropriately with a lot of DH slots. And I think we can all agree that he's far more important than Marcell Ozuna at this point. Who do you remove and who do you replace in the lineup? I mean, can you run O'Hearn out there every single day in right field? And yeah, of course, Callahan then becomes the guy when he's been spotting up in right field that you would remove. But given the circumstances and the limitations that they have with the DH spot, who do you remove and whose at-bats do you curtail? That's to me the argument that has to be presented, because I don't necessarily know if Ozuna is enough of a priority for me to try to arrange that many deck chairs to force square peg and round hole.
One more for you, Dan. Mitch Keller will get the start tomorrow night. Pirates open up a series with the Seattle Mariners at PNC Park. Mitch has an ERA of 7.64 in his last 7 starts. I mean, how badly does he need one to go his way? Because it's been a tough watch for him.
It has. The last 4 innings of the A's start, they were promising.
Correct.
He had a disastrous first inning. I mean, the overall line score wasn't very good in that A's start. But what did he give up? 3 runs. He faced maybe 7, 8 batters. I think he walked the bases loaded, if I'm not mistaken. But then, second inning all the way through the 6th inning, he did resemble the Mitch Keller of old. He was the guy that kept the train on the tracks for the Pirates to be able to get back to work offensively, put together a so-so start that I think is better than the box score. Now, am I just grasping at straws there? Probably. He needs, yes, to put together a front-to-back outing where he just goes out and he gets quick outs, he dominates, he goes his requisite 6 innings, and he gives up 2 runs or less. That's the only antidote that's going to cure whatever has been ailing Mitch Keller, and that's a great question. What has been the issue? Obviously, he's been getting hit. He's been spraying the ball all over the place. Really important for Keller because he is so central to this team's success, and with so many other questions and guys being up and down in the bullpen, the rotation has kind of been a little messed up here, and he's been one of the big reasons why. So it's hugely important for Mitch Keller to figure this thing out yesterday, and I want to see that starting Tuesday.
Dan Zangrilli, our Pirates pre- and post-game host here on 93.7 The Fan. Dan, thanks for taking the time. We appreciate it.
Yeah, man, you got it.
Fan text line, you can hit us up there at 412-928-9370. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 15 minutes away from John Wehner, The Rock, former Bucco, current broadcaster. He joins us at around 8:35. Mark Cabali for the entire 9 o'clock hour, and he is brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. They were also a big contributor to our Fan 5-Alarm Marathon. We'll get into that later on this hour, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates losers in 2 of 3 over the weekend to the Colorado Rockies, and the Pirates are back at 500. They're 39-39 after that series loss. Pirates are off today. They come back home to start a series with the Seattle Mariners beginning tomorrow night, and that series opens up a 6-game in total homestand that the Pirates will play in this week. They've got the Mariners in the middle of the week, and then they have the Cincinnati Reds over the weekend. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
It's a blockbuster reunion in the Sunshine State. The Florida Panthers acquired star forward Brady Tkachuk for the Ottawa Senators in a massive deal. In the exchange, the Senators receive a haul including 3 first-round draft picks. Tkachuk, the longtime Ottawa captain, now joins his brother Matthew to form one of the league's most formidable duos. An all-time move for Florida. This is shocking. I'm Drake Toll.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Hey, it's Pony. The summer heat is rolling in, and the last thing you want is your home's cooling system to not keep up. If your air conditioning system is making odd noises, blowing warm air, or won't start at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric. Don't wait until a small problem becomes a major breakdown as temperatures climb. Call McVeigh and schedule your cooling system maintenance today and keep your cooling system running all season long. Call McVeigh or schedule online at callmcveigh.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Route 51 Sawmill Run Boulevard heading north has thankfully eased off a bit, but still expect delays once you get towards Bowsman Street as you get close to the Liberty Tunnel, and Parkway West inbound is still extremely slow go once you get to the top of the Green Tree Hill. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Time to call Coit at 1-800-FOR-COIT today to get your home Coit clean for the summer. Coit has huge savings to get your home Coit clean for the Berg summer. Save 40% on Coit's signature drapery cleaning and save 25% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit at 1-800-FOR-COIT today to get your home Coit clean for the summer.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It is the Fan Morning Show. Donnie Football in for Adam and Doran. Another thank you to Dan Zangrilli for joining us a little bit there to break down the Buccos. We will do more with John Wehner in just a few minutes, but I wanted to spend a couple of minutes here on the World Cup as the United States men's national team is 2-0 in group play, and it is a weird spot for them to be in, an unfamiliar spot for them to be in, a team that has already qualified for the knockout stage, a 2-0 win over Australia. On Friday, it was a great atmosphere down at Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and I were there for the show in the afternoon as the game was going on. It was pretty electric. The 2 times that the United States scored and, really any big moment in that game. So if you are looking for somewhere to go to check out any of these World Cup matches, Mike's Beer Bar is the place to be. The United States takes on Turkey on Thursday night, a 10 p.m. start time there, but not a ton to play for either team in that game, and especially for the United States. That's who we are worried about. Christian Pulisic did not play in the game against Australia. He shouldn't play again on Thursday against Turkey. And yes, that's how I'm going to pronounce that country's name. I'm not worried about them deciding to change the pronunciation so they wouldn't be confused with a meat that we eat on Thanksgiving. I'm not calling it Turkey. Harry, which way do you come down on that one? I hope just turkey. Just call it turkey.
That's what I thought it was, but I did hear that there was
Turkey.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's on you guys there, so it's going to be Turkey going forward. Is it a good United States team or is it a weak group? I think regardless, there should be some appreciation for the team that wears red, white, and blue here, because we don't really have a robust soccer history, if you haven't noticed. 2 cups ago, in 2018, the United States didn't even qualify. The best team of my lifetime was 2002. They finished 8th. And that's probably the best finish anybody listening right now has ever seen. The 2010 team, that was a fun one to follow. Landon Donovan, Clint Dempsey, Josie Altidore, Tim Howard. That team won 1 game, and they scored 5 total goals. But we had to watch them scratch and claw against teams like Algeria and Slovenia. And you probably remember the Landon Donovan goal in the 91st minute against Algeria, if you remember anything from that team. The 2026 squad has already won twice, and they have scored more goals than that team with 6. And based on the current bracket projection from The Athletic this morning, they're going to draw a very favorable matchup in that first knockout stage game. Bosnia, Qatar, Senegal, the percentages look like it'll be one of those teams. So the round of 16 should not only feel possible, it should feel pretty likely. 412-928-9370 is the number for you. You can follow us on X at 93.7 The Fan. That's brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. John Wehner joins us next right here on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates losers in 2 of 3 games over the weekend, though they ended up winning 8-6 yesterday to avoid being swept by the Rockies. Paul Skeens pitched on Saturday and was responsible for 2 earned runs given up. The Pirates have now lost 7 starts in a row where Paul Skeens was the starting pitcher. Or I should say the Pirates have lost 7 games in a row where Paul Skeens was the starting pitcher. But yeah, not good. Pirates are off today. They're going to start a 3-game series with the Seattle Mariners beginning tomorrow. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
Hey, Colin Dunlap, KDK. Listen here. You want the best price on the best ride available, don't you? Well, how about Schultz Ford? Yep. You know what they got all June still? Employee pricing. That's the way to go. So you pay what all the employees at Ford pay for their vehicles. That's fantastic. Get to all the great Schultz locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And they've been doing a booming business, by the way, at Schultz Ford and Wheeling. But anyway, get to all the great locations. You can always go online to do that. Check out what ride you want online. Do some shopping at home, kitchen table, all that at SchultzFord.com. and employee pricing. Gigantic selection of inventory right now. So check out what you want, and you're going to get that employee pricing all June. SchultzFord.com and all those great locations at Schultz Ford.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
The John Wehner Report brought to you by Globe Airport Parking. Getting set to talk to the former Bucco and current Pirates analyst, Pirates broadcaster, John Wehner, after the Pirates dropped 2 of 3 against the Rockies this weekend in what was it's a disappointing series. There is no other way to look at it when you play the worst team in the National League and you come away with just 1 win. On the road or not. But the Pirates now 39-39, 8.5 games out of the NL Central, but only 1.5 games back in the National League wild card race, which is a tight one. A lot of teams are going to be in that thing until we get to the end, and John is with us now. Rock, is it fair to say that this weekend was a failure for the Buccos, only winning 1 game against the Rockies?
Yeah, it wasn't a great first 2 games. I mean, yeah, you could say that. I mean, going in there, especially the way they swung it at the end of the Oakland series, you're facing some of the guys you're facing, and seeing ERAs near 8, and to be able to only score a couple of runs the first 2 games, it's just not enough. It was nice to finish strong, and you kind of expected Friday and Saturday, like what happened yesterday, score a bunch of runs and beat a bad team. But I guess to their credit, Freeland's a veteran guy. They had a Japanese guy that kept us off balance, kept us off the board. We had a couple chances late, but that's what everybody wants to point at. We couldn't get the big hit late against guys throwing 98, but we couldn't hit the guys throwing 88. So, but yeah, it was a little disappointing, but it was nice to come out with a win yesterday.
How frustrating was it to see how they went down in the games Friday and Saturday? Mostly having the tying run on third base with no outs in the 9th and unable to get that run across both times.
Yeah, that's frustrating. I mean, you put a ball in play, we have bases loaded, no out. Put a ball in play, a good chance you're going to at least tie it, and obviously strikeout double play on Friday. The craziness on Saturday, I mean, that was interesting. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that, a game ending like that. Especially on, the umpires are right there. They don't call any interference, initially, and then they meet and say, yes, there was interference. I looked at the replay 3 times before I could see, just maybe a little, I don't know, what his foot hit the glove or whatever. I mean, it was hard for me to see on replay. And so after they convened, the 4 umpires, they just said, oh, yeah, he interfered with him. No way anybody saw him interfere with him. So that was also bizarre. But again, we scored one game. It's the ninth inning in Coors Field. You can sit there and argue all you want about the umpires, but we just didn't do enough in those first two games.
Yeah, I wanted to get your thoughts on that call. You answered most of it there on that play in the ninth. And our guy Harry Callis is actually an umpire on the side. He likes to do a lot of that during the weekends and the evenings. So I'm sure he has takes on how that went down. But yeah, it took a few replays for me to notice like the littlest, I guess contact there between Billy Cook's foot and the glove. And really, I mean, if the player doesn't complain so much, that never happens.
My understanding, I didn't see his comments, but my understanding is he said something to a reporter after the game saying that, he had a prior coach that told him to do that. Like there was one time he was going to make a play and he actually saw the runner and kind of veered away himself. And the coach said, no, you go into the runner. You go after the ball, and if you can, go into the runner. If the runner touches you, he's out. And so I believe, I don't think Don Kelly and some others might not believe this, but I think that he was trying to initiate contact. Based on his comments, I think he was, he knew what he was doing as far as with the runner coming, slow hit ball, Mangum's running, and I think Karros was thinking maybe that he would draw some contact there to get the out. Plus, he didn't come up throwing, which is another weird thing. I mean, it's the game's on the line. You're not going to just sit there and eat the ball. You're not going to try to throw the guy out, in my opinion, at least. But so I think he had something to do with it. He knew the role. Again, it's so little contact there. I just don't see how an umpire could sit there and not call it, and then all of a sudden, there's no way they saw it. That's my point. They didn't see any contact there. So as far as I'm concerned, you can't make that call. Maybe because of the reaction of Karros over there and him waving his arms saying he got interfered with, they decided that he got interfered. But if anybody saw it, they would have called it before they met. That's to me the thing I don't get.
Talking to John Wehner here on 93.7 The Fan. The John Wehner Report is brought to you by Mr. Reuter Plumbing. Rock, what's your take on what we've seen from Paul Skeens, at least as of late? Because it feels like there's mass hysteria if the guy isn't, throwing a perfect game or a no-hitter each and every outing. Like, do you think he's okay, or is this actually more of who he is, like a more real-world version of a starting pitcher?
No, I think with the exception of just a couple of mile per hour slower, his fastball's, averaging 97 instead of, 98.5 or whatever it was last year. He looks like the same guy to me. He's still pitching good. He's not pitching great, and maybe that's why everybody's getting worked up. It's been a couple of, I guess since the last time he played Colorado and Pittsburgh would be the last time I guess you could say he pitched great. I mean, He went back-to-back games, 8 innings, 2 hits. But he's pitching good enough to win. I mean, I know he had a couple games there where he gave up more than 2 runs. I think maybe 4 in one game. And I don't remember exactly what they are, but I think he set the bar so high for everybody to where, you're expecting an ERA under 2 for the rest of his career. I mean, and I wouldn't be surprised if he gets back there, but, that's not realistic. These guys, hitters make adjustments. I don't know if he sustains the, high 90s, 100 mile per hour fastball. I think his fastball, and that's the important thing. Going into the game the other day, opponents were hitting his fastball at 168, which I'm pretty sure is more success for Paul this year than last year. I think they hit it I don't remember exactly what the numbers were his first 2 years, but I'm pretty sure 168's lower than what it was the last couple of years. So his fastball's fine in terms of getting outs and having success with it. There's times where his command, you saw it early in the game on Saturday. He's not hitting his spots, getting into a little deeper counts. They're fouling balls off, what have you. But no, he hasn't pitched great the last few times out, but he's pitching really good. And he's pitching well enough to win. When you give up 2 runs, you should win that ball game. And that's kind of been a thing. I heard a stat the other day to where when he has given up 2 runs or more, not more than 2 runs, 2 runs or more, he hasn't picked up a win since August of 24. Huh. That's crazy. Now, I don't know if it's true. Like I said, I didn't look it up. Somebody said he hasn't picked up a win in a game where he's allowed 2 runs or more since August of 24, and I think the team is only like 2-18 in those games, something like that. Again, I don't know the exact numbers, but it's a ridiculous number. Because of course, he's given up more than 2 runs a handful of times or whatever. But a lot of times it's 2 runs, and we're just not scoring enough runs for him. And he's pitching well enough to be 10-6 instead of 6-7 or whatever it is he is.
John, Joey Bart got traded over the weekend in exchange for a familiar face in Hunter Stratton, who could pitch in the bullpen. What was your reaction to that when you learned of that development?
I wasn't shocked. I'd heard rumors that they were trying to move him, maybe even last off season and in the spring training. I don't know if those rumors are true. I wasn't shocked. I know it would have been interesting what was going into the weekend, what they were going to do. Was going to be Henry Davis. Everybody was assuming Henry Davis was going to go down just because of his lack of success hitting. And Endy was hitting the ball pretty good. But I'm not surprised they found a taker for Bart. And I know they like Henry Davis. They like Endy. They didn't want to make a tough decision as far as with Henry. That's my thoughts. They found the taker in Joey Bart. I'm not upset about it. I kind of thought that was maybe something that they were trying to do, and then they had 3 catchers, and I think they got the 2 guys that they wanted here, and they got an arm back for Joey Bart.
John Wehner, former Bucco, current Pirates analyst and broadcaster, joins every Monday here on the Fan Morning Show. Rock, thanks for taking the time, man. We appreciate it. Hope you had a great Father's Day.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate it. Myself, yes. Good job. Way to go. Good filling in.
There we go. Thanks, Rock.
Have a good day. All right, see ya.
John Wehner, the former Bucco and current broadcaster. Mark Caballi will join the show in just about 15 minutes for a full hour. Coming up, we will do a little review of our big fan event that we had last week. How did that go? What did we do? How did we help? We'll talk about that for a few minutes coming up next right here on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates losers in 2 out of 3 games over the weekend to the Colorado Rockies. Pirates are back at 500. They're 39-39. Going into their next homestand, they have the Seattle Mariners in a 3-game series coming up this week. And then over the weekend, coming up, they'll have the Cincinnati Reds in 3 games. So it'll be a 6-game homestand in total. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Getting reports of an accident in Belts Hoover. This one is on the 100 block of Freeland Street, actually right near the Liberty Tunnel. So watch out as crews hit that scene. Traffic is brought to you by your local super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt, LGKG. Accident, LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Want a big law firm with no continuity?
That's not LGKG. Don't care about having access to a named partner?
That's not LGKG. Prefer working with those who have no clue of what makes Western PA people tick?
That's not LGKG.
Don't care about courtroom reputation?
Then don't call LGKG. We're not for you.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is hiring. Great pay, great benefits, and a great career. Apply today at brickpointingpittsburgh.net.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit ported 90 plus days with device and carrier. Entirely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We'll be joined for the full 9 o'clock hour by Steelers correspondent from the Pat McAfee Show, Mark Cabali, who is early. He's in studio with us now, but he doesn't have to start for a couple of more minutes. And I know that his money man, Phil Maines, is listening. He's very excited about what's going to happen from the 9 to 10 hour. Quite the weekend for Kaboom. He's coming off vacation as well. But Harry Callis, we had our Fan 5 alarm event Wednesday and Thursday. You could also trickle in some donations throughout the weekend. Over $62,000 donated for the local volunteer fire departments as of Thursday at 6 p.m. once we signed off the air. So a great effort out there to all involved. There was a pending $10,000 donation from someone that wanted Adam Crowley, the usual host of this show, to have to crap himself on the air. But I'm not sure if that hay ever actually got put in the barn. I think it was just a guy that wanted to say he would donate that to embarrass Adam, but I don't know if that will ever have to be followed through. I just want to quickly thank the guys at the Wexford Volunteer Fire Company. We were there all day on Wednesday. Those dudes were awesome. Jake Ballard, who is the chief over there, they could not have been more accommodating and friendly to all of us.
They told me I could come back and play video games anytime I wanted.
Yeah, Callis was teaching those guys new card games. They had him using the Jaws of Life to practice on saving somebody from a possible car wreck.
I need to find those videos, too. I never got those. I never saw them.
Yeah, somebody's got to have them.
We got to get
either
those.
Tenuto or like one of his sidekicks that was there. I did the stair climber, 110 stories in the fire gear. I give those guys credit, Nick, for just getting in the full garb.
It's hot.
It's an operation just to get everything on.
Yeah, that's a lot, and then it's like hot in there, and then it's obviously hot in fires whenever they got to go fight them. I mean, I can't imagine it. It's tough. Like having all that gear on and like holding the tools as well. I know was not easy, and so yeah. And then you got to hold it at weird angles to get certain the certain grips in there on the door and stuff. Yeah, and that just mad respect.
I think the Jaws of Life piece of machinery is like 50 to 60 pounds.
And they were telling us
nuts.
They were telling us that 4 people are supposed to go on those calls, but sometimes they can only have 2 because there's staff shortages at certain times. So one of them has to hold the 60-pound thing when 2 of them should be able to do it. And you got to hold it sideways sometimes and you get your fingers on the buttons to make them, the claws go in and out. It's a lot. Yeah.
So a thank you to everybody there. Again, at Wexford Volunteer Fire Company on Wednesday. A thanks to the folks at House of Brews and Robinson Town Center for hosting us on Thursday. Over $62,000 raised for the local volunteer fire departments. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. A high of 78 today, but rain pretty much the entire day. Coming up, a full hour with Kaboom. Mark Cabali in studio next on 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Thinking about selling your home? Sell with confidence through the Guaranteed Sale Program from my friend Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. With Gina's Guaranteed Sale Program, if your home doesn't sell, she'll buy it. To learn more, go to GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com. Drive home the power of the 2026 Ram 1500 Bighorn, a South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Get payments starting at just $399 a month for 39 months or 0% APR for 60 months. Strength, style, and serious savings. Visit SouthHillsChryslerJeep.net for more details.
Whoa. Okay. This one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
The T-Mobile one says their customers had the lowest wireless bills versus the other big guys over the past 5 years. And their latest experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. Oh, yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now or...
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. And right now, bring your phone to T-Mobile and we'll give you $400 when you switch.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 compared to average AT&T and Verizon bills. Comparison excludes discounts, credits, and optional charges. $400 with new account on qualifying line. Unlock device credit ported 90-plus days with device and carrier and timely redemption required. Virtual MasterCard typically takes 14 weeks. No cash access and expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In Pittsburgh, we take pride in supporting local businesses. That's one reason why I'm proud to tell you about West Shore Home. You know, it was founded in Pennsylvania by a Johnstown native. West Shore Home still has their headquarters here in the state, and they employ more than 70 local team members across the Pittsburgh area. Save big on your bath, window, door, or flooring project right now with their 20th anniversary sale. Learn more at westshorehome.com/fan or 1-800-WEST-SHORE now. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 to its signing. Plus tax acquisition fee title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See delivery details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with Awaken 180. I was type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. I got to do something because what I was doing wasn't working. The GLP-1 was a thought, but I don't really like putting chemicals in my body. So I've been on Awaken 180 for a year ago this month. I'm now completely off of all diabetic medication, cholesterol medication. And as a result of this, I was scheduled for more knee surgery. My left knee was really getting to the point where I was having trouble walking. And now that pain is completely gone. My energy level's through the roof. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Moon Beer and Pop for less. It's their crazy June 30th pack sale. Get Icy Light, Coors Light, Labatt, and Labatt Light 30 packs for just $22.99 or Michelob Ultra for $27.99. Moon Beer and Pop for less in Moon Township, right across from Robert Morris University.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Traffic is showing signs of easing off this morning, but over on the Parkway East inbound, you'll still be stop and go once you get to Edgewood, Swissvale. Parkway West inbound is where our heaviest delays still lie. You'll be stacked to the top of the Green Tree Hill. Route 51 Salmon Run Boulevard, though, heading northbound has cleared up very nicely. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Faygo. It's spring, and you know what that means. It's Faygo and Faygo Zero Sugar Flavors time. For 119 years, Faygo has created the flavors that make it the one true pop for Pittsburgh's taste buds. Don't forget, it's Faygo time at your local Giant Eagle location. Visit them for weekly specials.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling.
That's right. Kaboom is here. In the flesh, Mark Cabali, brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel, the region's premier spirit wear and sports uniform provider. Fresh off a vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Mark, so you know I have to ask you about that. You're with me until 10 this morning before we give way to Joe Starkey, maybe Bob Pompiani. I don't know. He might be upset over Wyndham Clark's victory yesterday in the U.S. Open. But what, Myrtle Beach?
Yes, head down there for a week. You ever get the vacation? I don't know. Maybe you know where I'm going with this, don't you? Well, you have two kids. You're happy to go. It's relaxing. Then about midway to 3/4 way in, you're like, I cannot wait to get home. I need to get out of here. That's where I was. It was great beginning. At the end, I'm like, oh my goodness, I just want to go home.
Yeah, I'll probably feel that more once I do have kids down the road. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel that with certain trips here and there. Now, like the honeymoon, I didn't want to come back because that was.
Well, why is that, Donald?
Well, I mean, I'm in one happy island. I was in Aruba, all inclusive. I mean, it was hard to beat. The weather was 80 and sunny with a nice breeze every day, but I get what you're saying.
I was in Hawaii for my honeymoon. That was wow. I don't even know. I better not say because I don't.
You went to where?
I went to Kauai, home of Nick Herbig. Hawaii.
Did you see Dog the Bounty Hunter?
I actually drove right by it. We flew over to Oahu, I believe Oahu Island, because I had to go to Pearl Harbor. Absolutely fantastic place to visit, and the bus we were on, it was like, whatever, took you around. I drove by the Kind Bonds Bell or whatever it was called.
Right.
And I was able to take a picture of it, so I have it somewhere.
That place is legendary.
And I just screamed on the bus, freeze! I can't say the rest of it.
I thought you might yell, get him, Leland. That was always a go-to for old
that was a great
Dog.
show. I don't think it... There's
reruns. I don't know. We have some weird channel, so we do YouTube TV, but there's a channel called The Nest. I don't know like where it like derived from, like what network it kind of sprung from, but yeah, they'll just run like Dog the Bounty Hunter reruns.
Yeah.
Like it's probably on right now. It's 9:00 in the morning. You could probably put it on. There's Dog. There's Big Beth.
Yeah, Big Beth. She passed away.
She did.
5-6 years ago?
Yeah,
maybe even
that was
longer.
sad.
That was a shame. That was a good show. I mean, I don't know how real it was, but I don't really care. It's entertaining.
Dog was like he's like the Hulk Hogan of bail bondsmen. I mean, the dude had like a long flowing mullet. He would have
boots.
Yeah, he would have cowboy boots. He was only like, I think Dog's only like 5'7".
Really?
Like, he's a short dude. I think they're all pretty short. But he would have like the button-down shirt, and he would pretty much have it down like the last button.
Yeah.
It would be me
the
like
chest
the
hair.
final like half hour of a wedding.
Yeah.
Like it's like all the way down. He's got the vest on, like a total vibe.
Yeah.
Dog.
But, if anybody ever has a chance to go to Kauai, that's a wonderful island. That's my speed there. It's like 2 roads. Yeah, it's a very small island, very not much going on. Just sit there and just whatever. Now, that was wonderful. So, I believe Herbig grew up there, the Herbigs. And I don't know if Roman Wilson, I know he went back and forth from time to time. Not long. He might have been from there as well.
Now, did you have to do a lot of like kid stuff since you had the 2 little ones in Myrtle?
Oh, yeah. Like wax museum type stuff, mini golf. I used an orange ball, by the way.
And how'd you do? Probably
I had
great.
about 3 or 4 hole-in-ones.
That's right.
Yes, orange ball. Orange balls for mini golf. It's not for regular golf.
Well, you also admitted to me
I used
that
to
you used to use a neon orange ball when you played golf.
Yes, and if I find one now, I haven't golfed. I'm getting a little bit of an itch. Maybe I should go out with Starkey or something.
You want to go with
come
us?
with me, Mark?
Maybe Harry. Could you imagine that? You talk about the left side of the offensive line right there, baby. Me, Harry, and Donnie.
We'd be a course clock.
Can you play
perhaps.
guard, Harry?
Can I play?
I could be the tackle. Obviously, Donnie's
Harry,
the center.
you'd be a good guard.
No, I can't block very well.
Yeah.
That's why my coaches called me a glorified running back when I was in high school, because I played fullback, and they said I was a glorified guard because I get a running start. I need that running
He could be
start.
like a Doug Legursky.
Yeah, he put him at guard, and he can get protection from me on the left side and you from the middle. He just has to worry about the guy in front of him, right?
Harry, I think you'd be better than your guy.
Man, could you imagine us rolling up to a golf course, like wherever?
They'd have to send us somewhere.
They'd be like, what in the
bad.
world's going on here? Who else could be a fourth that would fit this crew?
Well, I know you were out of town, but one of the incentives for the Fan 5 alarm last week, and somehow there were a good bit of bids on this. It was a $20 donation to put your hat in the ring to golf with me, Callis, and Bechtold. And people actually donated.
Well,
I thought we'd have to pay them.
I still can't get over how awful of a swing Bechtold had on that one. Maybe that was the worst one of the day. I told him last week or 2 weeks ago when I last talked to him, I don't know how he swung and hit the ball backwards. I don't that was like physically impossible to do. The laws of physics says you shouldn't be able to swing and the ball goes backwards. That's how bad that swing was.
Yeah.
Now, Harry
put a little drive into it.
Harry got the old baseball swing, but he has to worry about the baseball swing. I'm guessing you got a little bit of a slice because of that.
Not anymore. I fixed it. My cousin gave me some advice to turn my wrists in when I swing so that the head of the golf club actually hits on straight. And I went out to a driving range yesterday, and they had these mini games, and I won most accurate golfer. I had 172 points. There was you got 1 through 5 rings on these targets on the course outside, and however far you hit it, these targets, the further out it was, the bigger the multiplier was. And I had 172 points, I think, at the end of it. So I was solid.
I was actually impressed with Harry after we were done that day.
I hit the big net in the back, and that was a 12 multiplier. I was very proud of that.
Except for using the driver off in the rough.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I get it. We're learning, Mark. But yeah, no, if you look on my X account, at Callis_33, I got my swing. I got one of my big swings from the driving
problem
range.
with that, Harry, is you'll go out and you'll have, say you shoot a 95. You have 93 terrible shots and 2 good ones. And the last shot you'll have of the day would be a great shot. You're like, let's go. You don't realize the other 92 were terrible. That's how I had it.
I think that's what got Joe into it so much.
The last time I went out, I ended up putting my golf cart into a bunker, and I had to deal with that situation. So I just took a 10 because I didn't want to keep holding people up. And I was like, I give up on this hole. But if I wouldn't have taken a 10, if I'd have gotten a 6, I would have shot under 50, and I was very sad.
Ooh, cheating under 50?
A little bit. Close to the hole,
I cheat a lot. I cheat a lot. Cheat as in rolling the ball, getting a better lie. Because I'm not going out there and hitting it out of a divot. I stink as it is.
Oh, I
need all the help I can get.
I don't move the ball. No, I never do that. If I have to move the ball, I give myself a
Harry drove into the sand bunker last week.
I did. It was great.
Well, what, drove the ball or drove the cart?
No, like he drove the cart into it.
No, he did not.
Oh, there's video
How'd you
of
get
it.
that out?
There's video of it online. Dom DiTomaso was nice enough to put that on the social media.
That could have killed the kid. The cart could have fallen on him.
It could have. He wasn't
That's
around
happened to
there.
me before.
Yeah, no, I drove my ball too far to the left, and there's like this creek that like this little like water line between the course and some of the yards because there's housing by these places.
Into
by
the
this
bunker.
course. Yeah, and so I was driving my cart and I wasn't paying attention. I was looking to the left, and then I realized like, oh crap, like there's bunkers on the right. I'm in a restricted area, and yeah. Then I tried to back up.
I'm surprised it even let you drive because, like, a lot of the carts now, depending on where you go, like, they have,
I
like,
got
the
used to
geochip in there, and it'll like stop the cart in its tracks.
I got used to the Chartiers Valley Country Club over there, right? Because they got the fancy carts, but no, the place we were at did not have the fancy carts. They were traditional, and I feel like I'd have been better off going straight and around the green. In hindsight, but no, I tried to back up and it backed up into the hole, into the bunker. Yeah,
I think Harry is Billy Madison.
Fan text line that's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. More with Mark Gabali. Maybe a little Steelers talk here coming up next right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates big-time losers over the weekend. 2 out of 3 lost to the Colorado Rockies. They made it exciting in Game 3, but the Pirates ultimately ended up winning by an 8-6 final score. Pirates are back to 500 at 39-39 going into their next round of games. It'll be a 6-game homestand for the Pirates, and that is going to begin with a 3-game series against the Seattle Mariners, which will begin tomorrow. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. Cape Verde's World Cup fairy tale continues. In a stunning Group H upset at Miami Stadium, the tournament debutantes held 2-time champions Uruguay to a 2-2 draw. It's a massive result. The Blue Sharks, who remain unbeaten and now eye a potential spot in the knockout stages. I'm Drake Toll.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The summer is finally here, and it's time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the summer. Don't let rising gas prices stop you from having a clean and healthy home. Zero Res is keeping comfort affordable with powerful cleaning at a price families can feel good about. Zero Res can handle every surface in your home. Carpets, tile and grout, hardwood, laminate, upholstery, rugs, air ducts, and more. And this month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the fan special.
Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And the match is about to begin. Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight. What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field. It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players. She's going for the ball. Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
28 southbound and Route 51 heading north have cleared out very nicely. Parkway East inbound is stop and go. Once you get to Edgewood Swissvale, Parkway West inbound, you'll be stacked to the Parkway Center overpass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing, call the pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your number one choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Donnie Football in for Adam and Doran. We are done at 10 this morning. Harry Callis is here behind the glass. Mark Caballi is here in studio across from me. He joins us for the rest of the 9 a.m. hour. And Mark, there isn't a ton of football stories out there right now. It is kind of the rare lull period in the NFL calendar where unless there is a big deal made or something, nothing's really happening until these teams go to training camp late next month. Really, the only story that you can grasp onto even a little bit is this stuff with Brendan Sorsby, the at one time future Texas Tech QB, former Cincinnati QB, former Indiana QB, where he was betting on games. He has applied for the supplemental draft, and he will be holding a pro day in a couple of weeks. July 10th is the date of that pro day. There have been reports that the Steelers are doing their homework on Sorsby. Is there real interest there? Like, is this actually a thing? Are they going to have a heavy presence to watch this guy work out?
There'll be somebody there. I know that. But the fact is they've been doing that I first heard about that maybe a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago, that at least they were doing their due diligence on the guy. I mean, I'm sure they're going to put a offer in, so to speak, but I don't think it's going to be anything worth that they have a chance of getting. I mean, what are they going to put in? Third, fourth, fifth? He'll end up going probably 2 or 3, and probably where he needs to go. If this was any other than a quarterback, this wouldn't even be talked about right now. What has Brendan Sorsby done to warrant this much attention other than somebody being able have the ability to grab a quarterback who might not be able to get there, during the draft? I mean, if you're anywhere between, even somebody like late first Seattle who could use one, maybe that's a chance to be able to get one, then you're giving up your first round pick. But I just don't know why the Steelers, in fact, would be interested in him. It's not like we're talking about Arch Manning here. We're talking about Brendan Sorsby, who his best games were against TCU and Northwestern, who has a definitely dark cloud over his head of his $90,000 bets. Now, does that apply in the NFL? Probably not, because I believe those guys have to have some sort of crazy app put on their phone that prohibits them from betting, at least inside the facility. But are you willing to take that chance? Somebody will. It's just not going to be the Steelers. They'll put something in for him just to be on, just to be there, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not going to be anything that they'll be able to grab him for. No.
Yeah, I feel like that maybe if it is something very late, 6th, 7th, maybe if it's that, then okay.
Play that hypothetical game. Say they do get him. Then what do you do?
That's another problem, because now you have 5 quarterbacks. You
and
already
3
need to
is
get
never
rid of
even
one.
taken a step.
You're going to get rid of 2. And 3 of those guys have never done anything. So they would have to turn their back on at least one of those dudes who they've never seen.
Well, which is fine to me if this guy was Arch Manning. This guy got a lot of red flags, and he's Brendan Sorsby, who you probably never heard of, or the majority of the people listening right now probably never heard of him up until about a month ago. So it's not like we're talking about can't miss elite prospect here. We're talking about a guy that's been to 3 different schools and was semi-successful at Cincinnati against whatever kind of competition they play.
Yeah, and you actually said Northwestern. It was Northwestern State that he had a huge game against. Yeah, they won.
Wow, it's even better.
Cincinnati won the game 70-0. He was 15 of 15 for 253 and 5 touchdowns.
That's like playing the Browns, so.
Yeah, but I mean, it's even a step down, several steps down from a team.
Really, I never knew there was a Northwestern State. I've learned something today.
Unless, Northwestern State, the Demons.
I've never heard of that team before in my life.
Yeah, they played them in week 3.
They played Cal U's week 3? I mean, Northwestern State's schedule.
Harvard on the Mon. But yeah, like he had games where it was, where he would go off. But then, I mean, you look at some of the ugly games, and man, they're ugly. I mean, the opener against Nebraska, he was 13 of 25, 69 yards, no touchdowns and a pick. And then down the stretch, when the teams did get better, Utah, 11 of 33, a 33% completion percentage, 220, a touchdown and a pick. He 154, a touchdown and 2 picks against Arizona. I guess you could say he was fine against BYU in a losing effort. And then against TCU, they lost by 3 touchdowns. Now, he had 3 touchdowns in the game. His numbers looked good, but they lost 45-23. We also had Mo Ager from ESPN Radio in Cincinnati on, and not only is he a sports radio voice there every single day, he's the sideline guy for Cincinnati Bearcats football. He saw this kid play every single week, and the guys had him on a month or so ago, and he said, I really don't understand the hype. He had some really nice games, but I do not understand where people watched this kid and said, yeah, that's a future first-round pick.
Yeah, like I said, with the supplemental draft, I think it's just because you have an opportunity that some teams won't be able to get him in the draft and make him a project type of player. Like I said, if you're looking 3rd round, but it's tough because people get enamored with all quarterbacks, and they're like, why wouldn't the Browns put something decent in to give it another whirl and add another quarterback to the roster. I mean, it's worth the gamble for certain teams. I just don't think it's worth the gamble for the Steelers. If it was a guy that was a high-level pick or like I said, a first rounder, then that's a different ball game. This guy is – plus, I mean, supplemental quarterbacks, I mean, there's not been a great history of them either. I mean, I guess Pryor came out as a quarterback, right?
Yes, he did.
Before moving to receiver.
And
you're looking at
used a third-round pick on him.
You're looking at guys like Dave Brown. You're looking at guys like Steve Walsh. Just the three off the top of my head right there. And Pryor probably had the best career out of them all, but he probably had the better career as a receiver, which is a whole different story. That him being able to transfer from quarterback to receiver and be as successful as he was quite amazing. But there's just not a good history with it. Do we even know that there's going to be a supplemental draft? Doesn't Goodell have to rule on this coming up this week?
Well, I always kind of assumed if there was like somebody, especially somebody of note, that there was one. But yeah, there have been several years where it just didn't happen. That being said, it also introduced me to this little fun fact of the, 6 quarterbacks that have entered the supplemental draft or have been picked in the supplemental draft in NFL history. Terrell Pryor, the only one that was not taken with a first-round selection in the supplemental draft. He was a third, and I guess that might be around where people think Sorsby's going, but 81, Dave Wilson to the Saints, Bernie Kosar to the Browns in 1985.
That was a good one.
Steve Walsh, Tim Rosenbach, both in 1989 to the Cowboys and Cardinals, and then Dave Brown to the Giants in 92. So
the Walsh one was interesting, I believe, because I think
they had just drafted Aikman.
Yes, and Walsh was a good quarterback, obviously, in college at Miami. I growing up, that's probably my first recollection of the supplemental draft. It's like, what is this right now? It was the Steve Walsh thing. Yeah, I guess he had a good backup career, but it wasn't really much to. He was in the league for a handful of years. It's not like he did anything.
Imagine that happening this day and age, though. A team drafting a QB 1-1 like the Cowboys did with Aikman, and then in the supplemental draft, they take another quarterback in the first round.
Yeah, I mean,
that would be, okay, like let's say the Raiders who drafted Mendoza. What if they take Sorsby?
Well, I think Sorsby is probably didn't enjoy as much success as Walsh had, so it would be even worse than that. You know, we're talking about a second or third round pick there. Yeah, you start to question it. Of what are you doing here? Once again, I think a lot of it has to do with timing. There's absolutely nothing going on in the NFL right now. This is their dead period for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
When we're looking at Pat Fryermuth's wedding pictures and see who actually showed up there.
Najee Harris was there. He's still looking for a job.
You didn't get the invite?
No, I did not. I didn't expect to.
Well, Doran didn't get invited to Kenny Pickett, so.
Oh, is he sour about that? Has that been brought up?
If I said that he was here, Doran would just glare at me. But yeah, you're looking like, okay, I see Calvin Austin, Spencer Anderson, Dylan Cook. I'm like, Mason.
Yep.
I mean, that's the time of the year we're in. See who's at the wedding.
Yeah, they're up on Cape Cod somewhere real nice because he's a Massachusetts guy. I also just realized I said, what if the Raiders pick Brendan Sorsby? You can't send that kid to Las Vegas.
Well, it's pretty much every state now. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, they're more than anywhere.
Could you imagine 10, 15 years ago, us where we're at now in the betting and how it's overtaken sports being, they're promoted like it is?
Yeah, I mean, betting. I mean,
there'll never be a team in Vegas, really?
Yeah.
There's about 4 teams in Vegas right now.
Yeah,
there's going to be.
And then in college, everything with NIL, transfer portal. I mean, like we already brought up Pryor's name.
Mm-hmm.
That's what put him in
tattoos.
That's what put him in the supplemental draft.
Free tattoos. What are we talking about here?
Yeah, because of trophies that he earned at Ohio State, he exchanged for tattoos.
And what about Martavis Bryant? Was suspended because he couldn't say off the old jibber jabber. And I'll be honest with you, and they don't even test for that anymore, I don't believe.
Yeah, it's just a different time. And I actually feel for guys that didn't get to benefit from the NIL stuff because, I mean, the way schools are like passing out money, it's
you would have
ridiculous.
to imagine that would have a breaking point at some point. You cannot continue to give the Arch Mannings of the world $6-7 million bucks.
They were about to let this kid play. Like we're talking about Sorsby, they were about to let him play. He bet on games that involved the team that he played for.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm a quarterback and I'm a mid-level quarterback, if I'm Sorsby, do I want to go to pro? I go get the NIL deal. I'm sure he's getting paid by Texas Tech, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, and I guess here's the other kicker. Apparently, Texas Tech has said that like they won't take away the money that he's already gotten.
Yeah,
from them. But
I mean, a lot of quarterbacks. Why would I go in? I mean, why would I? If I'm a Will Howard type of guy who had a successful season, a career at Ohio State, and I still had a year left, why would I come and be a 6th-round pick when I could stay at Ohio State hypothetically and make $3, $4, $5 million? No way. I'm staying. These mid-level quarterbacks, I'm staying and getting paid as much money as I can. I'll go do my pro career whenever.
I'll ask you another Sorsby question when we come back. You can follow along on X at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township. 25 more minutes with Mark Caballi right here on 93.7 The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they lost 2 of 3 over the weekend to the Colorado Rockies, making their record now back at 500. They're 39-39 after that series. The Pirates are done with their road trip. They're coming back home, and they're going to begin a series coming up tomorrow with the Seattle Mariners, and that will last 3 games. Pirates have 6 games in the homestand in total. They'll play the Cincinnati Reds over the weekend once the series with the Mariners is finished up. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's a message from Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson.
Adam, ever start a project thinking, I'll just do this myself?
Oh, yeah, but famous last words.
Exactly. That's why I like this. Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with a new security system.
And you're getting emotional about it, so you don't have to figure anything out. They handle it for you.
Set up right, working right, protecting your home from day one.
We're talking intrusion, fire, cameras, the whole deal.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today.
Terms and conditions apply.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a -165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Increase flexibility, strength, and endurance. Breaking at 100, 90, or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Results this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest-lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Pirates baseball is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. A Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hi, I'm Linda from Newburyport. I lost 20 pounds on Awaken 180. In my family, there's a history of type 2 diabetes. I've always carried more weight than I should. And my glucose levels had always been hovering at that pre-diabetic. My goal was to see if I can avoid becoming a diabetic after having been on the Awaken 180 program and getting the 20 pounds off. I am no longer pre-diabetic, and I am on a low dose high blood pressure medication. And in my last 2 physicals, my doctor has been sort of like, we may need to either cut back or we might even be able to at some point take me off. Awaken 180 is just one of those tools in my health toolkit. It's really easy.
Donnie Football here. That's what this is really all about. The numbers your doctor reads, not just the one on the scale. Linda changed hers with Awaken 180. Medication free, and so did I. Yours could be next. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 2 more segments here with Mark Gabali, Steelers correspondent from the Pat McAfee show. We do have a fun World Cup related question in just a moment, but more questions on Brendan Sorsby, who will hold a pro day on July 10th, and perhaps these Steelers could be interested. Did you have the thought, Mark, of his advisement to enter the supplemental draft? Do you think it had to do with A, the class that just came out here in 2026 not being all that strong? It had Fernando Mendoza at the top, Ty Simpson, who people thought he could get picked in the first round, maybe not, ended up going middle of the first to a team like the Rams, who, just kind of have that luxury. But then the 27 class, kind of like what we heard with 26, the 27 class is supposed to be loaded with all of these guys. So I wonder if there was any advisement there for them to say, well, you know what? You could kind of cut things in half. You could just go to the supplemental draft because the 26 class wasn't all that strong. 27 one does look strong. So maybe you're more appealing to teams that didn't take one.
I mean, his value is probably as high as it's going to be right now, right? I mean, everybody's taking a look at him. There's probably going to be a majority of the teams at his pro day. They're thinking, okay, we can get this guy for a first, second round pick. Like I said, everybody's talking about him. Now, if he goes through another season and say he struggles, then all of a sudden maybe that does not put him in a position to be drafted as high as he could. But he has to be betting on himself, too. I mean, no pun intended. Because if he has a great season, goes back to college, have a great season, he could be a Mendoza type of guy, a mid first round pick. So I just think he looks at the class and saying, if I go back to college and I, don't play well, all of a sudden I'm a 4th, 5th round pick. Here I can maybe potentially be a 2nd round pick if somebody's desperate enough. That's the way I look at it.
Now, when it comes to these Steelers and their maybe doing their homework, their interest level in him, and you could tell me if I'm off base here, and you know that I've never shied away from being a critic of Art Rooney too, but I think he would be somebody to step in here and say, no, I want no parts of this kid because of the baggage that he carries. Now, it's not like they've always had choir boys. I mean, there's no NFL organization that has a clear resume from that aspect, but do you think there's a chance that Art steps in and says, no, guys, let's not even go down this path?
I think they'd have to definitely clear it with him. I mean, they'll say, hey, we're interested in this. What do you think? And he could say yes or no. But I think for the most part, he leaves that up to the coaching and the general manager to make those decisions. But like I said, they'd throw it around his desk and say, hey, what do you think of this? Hey, I would imagine he leaves that up to McCarthy. Like I said, I don't think they're really very interested whatsoever. I mean, I don't know if somebody's going to be at their pro day. I know a lot of them are on vacation until after that. When does camp start? The 27th?
It's normally that last week of July.
So you're looking 2 weeks. They're probably starting to get back from vacation there. That's why you're not hearing anything about like Joey Porter or anything like that. They're just all on vacation. It's the only time they have off the entire year. So when they come back, then that can happen. But I don't think Art would butt in. I don't think it would matter to him either. I mean, if you play, you can play, right?
Yeah, I mean, like they've proven that with some of the guys that they've had in the past. But I feel in most cases the problems don't arise until they're here.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't be. I'll say this: I would be on his side if he actually did step in. And say,
I'm sure that
let's stay away from.
They do a big security check. They have that, and they would probably, write him a report and say, "This is what we found. We need to stay away from this guy or whatever." But like I said, didn't he go to? He got help for that, didn't he? Didn't he go to some kind of Gamblers Anonymous or something like that?
Yeah, they made him go to like some like class or something like that.
I think the bigger issue is, first of all, he's a gamble. He's a worse than say a prospect than Drew Aller. So why would you want him? In my point, I put Drew Aller above him, right? I would. So why even go down that route? So I don't think they will. But Jets, Browns, who else is the team?
The usual suspects.
Maybe Saints. I don't know. Shuck is old.
I kind of like Shuck. Although, he's just like 27.
Brandon Weeden.
Second year.
He was like 29. So it'll be somebody that's interested in Cardinals. I don't even know who is the Cardinals quarterback.
Brissett.
Is he still hurt?
Well, he's like holding out. He's trying to hold out for more dough. Then they have Carson Beck. They have
he hasn't signed yet, huh?
They have former Pitt quarterback Keaton Slovis in that room. I think he's like the 4th QB.
And you talk about the Steelers.
I think the Cardinals might be
the Pirates of the NFL.
Well, no, I was going to say they might be a sneaky option there.
Yeah,
take him.
You take anybody at this point. I mean, I guess even if you have Carson Beck, that's probably one of the reasons why Aller hasn't signed yet. Beck right above him, he hasn't signed, so you might as well wait and see how much guarantee money he gets. So once again, that will happen too.
A few more minutes with Mark Caballi to finish things up next on the Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates losers of 2 of 3 over the weekend to the Colorado Rockies. The Pirates salvaged Game 3 yesterday, 8-6. Paul Skeens pitched on Saturday. Pirates lost that one 2-1. Paul Skeens has the Pirates, I should say, have now lost the last 7 games that Paul Skeens has started in. Pirates are off today. They're going to start a series with the Seattle Mariners beginning tomorrow. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Well, it was looking like 28 southbound would be cleared for the morning, but that was until we got reports of this accident on 28 southbound right near the Shaler Waterworks area, and that's causing major delays, stacking you before the Etna bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania, your 2025 Dealer of the Year. From expert sales and service to thousands of parts in stock, they keep you running at full efficiency. Case Construction. Together, we won't back down.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929. If you're planning a move, give us a call, 724-237-4578, or go to CorriganMoving.com.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Breeze Airways is your hometown carrier for nonstop flights from Pittsburgh to Louisville. To celebrate, we're giving you and a guest a chance to win passes to the Bourbon and Beyond Music Festival in Louisville, round-trip airfare for 2 from Pittsburgh to Louisville, and a hotel stay. Enter at breezetomusic.com. Vacation is closer than you think when you fly Breeze. Send a postcard home from somewhere new this year and book at flybreeze.com. Breeze Airways, seriously nice. In partnership with Louisville Muhammad Ali International Airport. No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. Open to Pennsylvania residents age 21 and over. Enter by 11:59 p.m. Eastern on June 20th, 2026. Approximate prize value $3,850. Complete rules and prize details at odyssey.com/rules. Enter at breezetomusic.com.
Hey Pittsburgh! Join us at PNC Park on Sunday, June 27th for soccer night when the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds at 4:05 p.m. Arrive early to enjoy a pregame block party on Federal Street presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Fans can enjoy live music, drink specials, and more. Plus, the first 20,000 fans take home a Pirates soccer jersey courtesy of Allegheny Health Network. Learn more and get tickets at pirates.com.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Mark Cavalli with us for a couple of more minutes before we pass things along to the midday guys. Pomp and Joe. I believe the full crew. I think Austin will be back as well. I'm not sure.
I saw him, so yes.
Okay, you saw him in here?
Yes.
Pomp and Joe, it's normally a game time decision, at least for one of the two at any given time. Now, I will say this. The weather sucks today, so ain't no golf happening out there that those guys can get into.
Well, it's been dry out there, so well, it's supposed to rain all day. Yeah, you're right.
I'm expecting a heated U.S. Open discussion. I don't know how Joe feels about Wyndham Clark, but we know that Pomp doesn't like him because he beat up those lockers at Oakmont last year.
Well, if I'm getting some freebies to Oakmont, I'd be I would be going to bat for him as well.
I was also surprised, Mark, that you of all people during a break, you asked me about the World Cup. And if I was watching any. I mean, I will certainly be tuned in for every United States game. Pony and I were at Mike's Beer Bar on Friday afternoon. That was electric for that win against Australia.
So you're an American fan.
That's
you're
right.
Not a soccer fan.
That's right.
That's where I'm at, brother.
I almost wore a Hulkamania shirt in there and ripped it off.
There's nothing wrong with being Team USA, but whatever, soccer, whatever.
But you asked which Steelers player, excluding the kickers and punters on the roster, would be the best soccer player. I feel like it has to be Metcalf or Ramsey.
Christian Kuntz.
Is he pretty good?
I don't know. Let's think. It's not going to be any of the offensive defensive linemen. Peyton Wilson might be a decent pick.
I thought about
like
him.
Midfielder drilling people or something. He's very fast, very quick. Maybe him as a dark horse, but I would probably have to go, if we're going new guys like Jeremy Bernard, if we're going like a little veteran, maybe Jaquan Brisker, who's just can do a little bit of everything. Ramsey, you got to throw in there too. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. There's not many crossovers. Even in the league, we were talking about who in the NFL or even any sport would say, yeah, he could be a soccer player if he really dedicated. I don't think there's many. It's like, okay, if U.S. really developed these guys from a young age and just played that sport, I don't see anybody. Is Steph Curry going to be that? Would he have been that guy? I mean, would have been. I
don't know.
I mean, let's talk LeBron. I
feel like that is a sport where LeBron is like too big.
You know who would be good? I guarantee it. Sidney Crosby. Just good at everything.
Yes. And yeah, like he's even though he's technically small
Plus
for
he's
his
Canada
sport,
though, so
yeah,
forget that.
Well, they're not that great at soccer. He could probably start on their team.
Yeah, I meant for America though. That's tough. I don't know what would be what sport would transition to soccer the best. Would it be tennis? There's no golfers out there. Wyndham Clark, I don't think. John Daly's going to be.
No.
That's a good question.
I mean, I do remember from like 15 years ago when Chad Ochocinco tried out for the MLS, but I feel like that was about as close.
But guys like Lamar Jackson, Tyreek Hill,
when he was, like pre-injury.
There has
some
to
of those
be
guys
somebody.
are just so fast. Like if they could figure out how to handle the.
See, I'm going right now. I will say with the Steelers, I'm going Peyton Wilson. Just put him at defense. Maybe put him at goalie. I don't know. Does goalies count?
Yeah, sure.
Remember Tony Miola? Or was that before your time?
That's before my time.
Tony
I guess
Miola.
I'll go with DK Metcalf.
Tony Miola was a goalkeeper in the 90s for USA. Then he tried out for the Jets or something as a kicker, and I think that failed miserably.
All right, Kaboom. Thanks for the hour. It was fun.
All right, have fun this week.
Safe travels.
Take a nap when you go home?
I might. We'll see. I'm not much of a napper.
Ooh,
Fan
you
weather
will be.
Brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Rainy all day and a high of 78. Thank you to Harry Callis for his fine work behind the glass, and other thanks to Mark Cabali, Dan Zangrilli, John Wayner, everybody who joined the conversation via phone, text, Twitter, YouTube, whatever it may be. Pomp and Joe is next on 93.7 The Fan. Donnie Football signing off.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015. Yinzer Nation, pro football is coming to Paris and True Fan Travel is bringing you there. October 20th through the 26th. 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris. Steps from the Arc de Triomphe, a private group tour of the city, a dinner cruise along the Seine, a pep rally with a black and gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate before kickoff at Stade de France. This is the first ever pro football game in Paris. You don't want to watch this one from your couch. Book now at truefantravel.com. Spots are limited.
Doran, I got a list of summer projects a mile long.
Same, and somehow every quick project turns into an all-day event.
That's why I like this offer from Guardian Protection.
Right now, they're offering free professional installation with the new security system.
So instead of spending your weekend installing security equipment, their experts handle it for you.
Which leaves more time for golf, grilling, and pretending you'll get to the rest of that list.
Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit GuardianProtection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Pittsburgh, the World Cup is here. Join the Riverhounds for free World Cup watch parties featuring live match action, games, prizes, food, and drink specials. Plus, every check-in earns another chance to win $25,000 in the Boot for Loot contest. RSVP now at riverhounds.com/watch party.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code GO to borrow up to $10,000. Use code GO to borrow up to $10,000.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title, tax, license, registration, $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
While the accident on 28 southbound near Shaler Waterworks has you stacking before the Etna bypass, once you get past that accident, it is clear the rest of the way. Parkway East inbound, you're only stop and go once you get to Edgewood, Swissvale, and Parkway West inbound. You are still very slow go, though, once you get to the top of the Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Casey Irwine on 93.7 The Fan.
Time to call Coit at 1-800-FOR-COIT today to get your home Coit clean for the summer. Coit has huge savings to get your home Coit clean for the Berg summer. Save 40% on Coit's signature drapery cleaning and save 25% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit at 1-800-FOR-COIT today to get your home Coit clean for the summer.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Wyndham Clark wins the U.S. Open yesterday. It's the second U.S. Open that he has won as he holds off Scotty Scheffler, holds off Cam Burns, and it was wire to wire. Wyndham wins it at Shinnecock yesterday. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's the Monday Pump and Joe.
So are you ready for your
your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Man, they definitely didn't want me to win. It's pretty rare in an open championship or a major to have fans kind of boo against your shots or cheer for bad shots. So, yeah, I mean, that was tough. But I also sometimes being the underdog is nice. I was in 23, and I kind of did the same thing. And anytime someone said something negative to me, I replaced it with something positive. And, and some of it's self-deserved. I kind of brought it on myself. But I also get it too. I mean, Scotty was going for the career Grand Slam, and that hasn't happened very often. So, it was tough, but I'm proud of myself that I battled through. I mean, things really could have gotten away from me, and I stood tough. And I would have liked to win by more, but as long as you win, it doesn't matter.
Didn't think I was opening with golf today, even though it was the U.S. Open. Very unfortunate that Bob isn't here, because I wanted to open this with him. Because he's involved with this, believe it or not.
Hard-time Pomp, baby. You know me.
Oh, Limitless Wonder. Now, let's check in on you first. How are you?
I'm doing okay, Joe. It's good to be back. It's good to see you.
That's all you got for me? You went away with your buddies on an escapade to where? Geneva Lake?
Geneva on the lake.
I heard there was gambling, strippers. What was happening there?
None of the above, but I got to talk to a few of our awesome listeners that I ran into. 3 different groups of people commented on the show and how much they loved the show, Joe. It was really cool.
What did they say?
They said that they just enjoy everything that we do. And somebody said that they heard that I was going up to Geneva and wondered if they would bump into me, and they did. And I saw our friend Adam from Green Tree, who's a frequent texter into the show and is at Geneva all the time. So my friends and I had a good time. It was great to be able to get away. It was sad to see a Ferris wheel at the old Firehouse Winery that had been up for 75 years. It blew over in a windstorm on Monday. So we got to see the carnage of it on the ground with a bunch of police tape around it. A bunch of that crime scene tape.
Nobody was on it when it fell?
No, nobody was on it when it fell, but yeah.
Well, I'm glad you had a good time.
It was a good time. Really good time.
We had a great time raising money for volunteer fire departments. You missed Crowley's shot.
I did. I had some FOMO with that as I watched that video. That was the day. That was when I was there until noon, and then I left on Wednesday.
Yeah.
When he just buried that shot. How about you? The savvy old newshound making 6 out of 9 shots.
I was a secondary story. There's no question about that. I would agree. I was Hal Smith in the Mavs game. I was Terry Bradshaw in the Immaculate Reception. I did some good things, maybe some memorable things, at least to me.
Very memorable.
But I was upstaged immediately and wonderfully, and thank God, by Crowley with a $5,000 shot. He used every part of the rim, every part of the backboard, and his celebration was the best, wasn't it?
Yes, and I love seeing everybody run over to him like it was a walk-off home run.
I thought of you. I wished you were there to celebrate with us.
I wish I was there, too.
What a moment it was in fan history. All right, let's get to the topic of the moment. There's going to be plenty of Pirate talk, but Wyndham Clark and what happened at the U.S. Open at Shinnecock. I thought, and watching it, it was kind of uncomfortable, and I think there's been an overreaction here. I think there's been an overreaction. And I want to go to a tweet from Richie Walsh yesterday, because we know that Wyndham Clark was booed yesterday. Some people even had, at least one person was escorted from the premises. As he just said in that quote, you won't find many U.S. Opens, many majors, I think he said, where a guy's good shots are being booed and his bad shots are being cheered. Everybody wanted Scotty to win. Richie tweeted out at one point, probably not a lot of people at Oakmont liking this, or some people at Oakmont not liking this, and then Pomp retweeted more than a couple. Now listen, I've played Oakmont a couple of times now, had invites, I think through Chris Muller once, through Bob once, and the people over there were wonderful, and the course's history and everything else about that course speaks for itself. But I think it's kind of time to get over this. And I realize that when something very valuable is damaged, it's a big deal to whose ever property it is. I get that. But nobody got hurt here. Nobody was injured. Nobody was driving around drunk, which gets to my other part of this topic. If that was Tiger Woods doing that yesterday, what Clark was doing, that place would have been going wild cheering for him. And everybody around here, including the principals just mentioned, would have been going wild, I would imagine, cheering Tiger. Tiger's actions over the years could have easily hurt a lot of people, whether it's the 2017 DUI arrest, the 21 car crash, the 26 car crash and arrest. The list goes on, right? So what Wyndham Clark did last year at Oakmont was inexcusable. I get it. But it didn't have me rooting against him. In fact, I was rooting for him, especially when the people there started rooting against him. I just thought that was a very strange reaction from people and an overreaction. And so he had to overcome the crowd and people on his heels and everything else. I think we can all get over this together, can't we? He did what Oakmont asked him to do. I believe he made restitution for the damage, and he went to anger management counseling. The dude tore up a locker or two. And as he said, I brought this upon myself, but I don't think he brought all that upon himself. He's done what was asked. He kicked in a couple lockers. I know, the wood, it'll never be the same. You can fix it. It won't be the same, but I think we'll get over it. And I can't help but juxtapose that with what if that was Tiger? We're talking about lockers compared to somebody who's putting everybody in his midst in danger when he's driving around in some of the states he's allegedly been while driving around. Tiger's not a great person. Let's just leave it at that. But he seems to be a fan favorite. If he was out there yesterday, people would have been cheering their asses off. This guy they boo because of what he did at Oakmont. Something seems very, very amiss there. Nonsensical, if you will, Limits. And you know what? It made me root for him more. I wanted him to overcome that. It was an uncomfortable watch, and I didn't think it was fair. How did you feel about this guy? And do you have sympathy for the folks over at Oakmont? And by the way, Richie Walsh and Bob, I guess, are speaking for them, that they are pretty much intimating that people were rooting against Wyndham Clark. They don't like Wyndham Clark. What he did was unforgivable. Listen, man, there's a lot of things that could be considered unforgivable in this world that people do. To me, that's not one of them. It wasn't one of them. I'm sorry. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. And that's with all due respect to the game of golf and the folks at Oakmont. There are many, many things that people do that probably can't be forgiven and shouldn't be forgiven. That ain't one of them. And if Tiger's situations had turned out differently, he'd be in that category. Driving around under the influence of things and putting everybody in danger and hurting somebody would be unforgivable. Two very, 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 very different things. Very different things. If we're living in a world of reality. Limits, your thoughts on the matter?
Yeah, my friends and I watched a ton of the tournament over this past weekend, and I wasn't rooting for Wyndham Clark. I also wasn't, rooting on his downfall. I was more so rooting for Scotty to win the Grand Slam or for Burns to finally break through. But in terms of what Clark did at Oakmont, and obviously winning this U.S. Open gives him an exemption. He gets to go to, the next 5 U.S. Opens or the next 10? I don't know. I can't remember.
Do you look at him as a bad guy, Limits? Is he a terrible guy?
I don't think he's a terrible guy. I don't think
he's a bad guy? What,
I don't like him.
Why?
But I wasn't openly rooting against him.
Why don't you like him?
I just think he comes off as kind of cocky and arrogant. But, I wasn't trying to root against him and hoping that he wasn't win. I was happy that he won.
Has he done anything?
I just would have preferred to see somebody else win.
No,
I wouldn't have been openly booing and
right.
Trying to heckle the guy.
No, I hear that.
Poorly.
I feel that way about athletes all the time, and all of us do. Either we like them because their personalities mesh with what we want, or we don't. I get it. I completely get that. DeChambeau is another polarizing figure.
Yeah, and I like Bryson.
Yeah, I don't. So, everybody has their opinions on certain people. But has this guy done anything bad outside of the Oakmont incident?
I would need to do further research on that. But regarding the Oakmont one, I think that people can live and learn and be able to learn to forgive for this. I'm pretty sure he paid for the damage. He went to anger management counseling. He's done what he was asked, like you said. What more can you ask for from him? We got to be able to forgive certain things. I don't think this went to the level of extreme where it's not like he set the clubhouse on fire or something, or significantly damaged the course in any way, or was derogatory towards multiple members and openly calling out members of Oakmont or the committee in front of the cameras or something like that. What he did was not a good thing. And there's a reason why he was banned from Oakmont. But I think there's a way that time heals all wounds.
And I don't have any problem with that either. I don't have any problem with Oakmont can do whatever they want. That's their property. And I respect that. That's a precious piece of property on his historic grounds. I get that.
Right, but he gets to go back now.
I know.
No matter what.
So, really?
Well, he won the Open again.
I know, but if
doesn't the exemption...
Did that ban ever get lifted or no with him? I don't even know.
I don't think it has, but doesn't it not matter because he's already qualified for the next however many U.S. Opens because he won this one?
I don't know, honestly. I don't. But I think as a society we can all get over this. No?
We can, yeah. We should be able to.
I think we can if we band together, get over the fact that a couple of lockers were smashed. Right. I just didn't like it, man. I didn't like that everybody in the golf community is now against this guy because he had an episode. I thought Rory smashed some tee markers at Oakmont last year, didn't he?
Yeah.
I realize that's different from lockers.
Yeah, it's a larger scale when it's lockers.
Yeah.
Inside the clubhouse. I think that's more of a sacred ground compared to the tee box, but...
Sure, it is. But it's still an outburst. It's still, an outburst, right?
Yeah, it's still something that people should be outraged over.
I don't think they should be outraged over it.
Well,
that's my
outraged
whole point.
in the moment, not still outraged now. At the time, I understand the reactionary perspective, but now you should be able to get over it.
Which part? The locker thing?
All of it.
All of it.
Yes. In the moment, it is
Would you agree that
fine.
If it was Tiger, who is objectively not a good person, Tiger, would have been cheered wildly?
I agree with that. Yes. Yeah, he would have. Tiger stands alone as such a polarizing figure for so many reasons in golf. People just want to band together just like they did when he won his last Masters to cheer him on after everything that came prior to that.
For you, it didn't actually make you want Clark to win. For me, it did. I wanted him to win. The fact that people were rooting against him made me want him to win at 412-928-9370. Was there a comment on Tiger yesterday? Golf Channel analyst, former PGA Tour winner, Brandel Chambly says Tiger Woods is partly to blame for the poor behavior of elite men's golfers. Oh, yeah, that's the other thing. He's right about that. Tiger wasn't always on his best behavior on the course either, was he? Limits.
No. I mean, I don't think anybody is fully on their best behavior on the course really at any time. Like, there are some instances, but you're going to have some meltdowns. That's a part of sport. You're going to have some range of emotions.
Joaquin Niemann threw a club at the U.S. Open and was penalized, I think, 2 strokes for that? I believe?
I don't remember.
Yes, he was, Limit. You don't remember. It just happened 2 days ago.
I know. I was on my trip. I didn't remember every single aspect.
Did you watch the tournament?
I watched the tournament, but I didn't watch it sound on and with full on paying attention as I was to yesterday.
I know. Let's go to the phones.
All right, let's start with Sam in Allison Park.
Hey, yeah, I totally agree with Joe. It just goes along with the complete cancel culture we have. It's ridiculous. The other thing is, I'm sure most of the fans that paid money to go to Shinnecock consider themselves real golfers and real golf fans. But if you know golf, and Joe, I know you love it now, you don't ever cheer for your opponent or for anyone to do badly at golf. It's a really hard skill, and to cheer for someone to do bad is just like the worst karma ever. Thanks.
Yeah, well, no, stay there. You there?
He hung up.
He hung up. That's bad form in and of itself, isn't it? And again, it's not smashing lockers, but to go to a golf tournament and pretty much, shred the guy who's leading that tournament, cheering for his bad shots, that's horrible golf behavior as well, is it not, Limits?
It is.
That's a breach of golf conduct. That's a breach of golf etiquette right there, in and of itself. So you take what was a big offense in the golf world, kicking in lockers, and you respond to that by breaching golf etiquette yourself at a tournament. For a guy who, if somebody, and believe me, I don't have Wyndham Clark's entire history in front of me, but if somebody can point out to me why he's such a horrible person outside of that, I'd love to hear it. 412-928-9370. Did you find yourself rooting for or against Clark down the stretch yesterday? Do you hold the Oakmont incident against him for the rest of his waking days?
I do think also, though, golf fans, golf players, at least a lot of them, are very traditional.
Yeah.
And
right.
I think,
so when have they ever seen the leader of the U.S. Open having his good shots getting booed and his bad shots getting cheered? That ain't part of tradition, is it?
No, that's not part of tradition.
Part of etiquette.
But I think that it's just the etiquette portion of what happened with the locker room that takes a lot longer to try to forgive.
No, for God's sakes. He kicked in a couple lockers. I think we're going to get over it, Limits.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to give their
perspective. These guys who are in their 40s right now are going to be in their 90s. Still unable. They'll have to go to therapy in their 90s to get over the fact that the guy had a fit.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm giving the perspective from the other side and
we're talking about this like he injured people. Like, I don't know if I could ever forgive him for that. I'm going to be 95 years old someday thinking about Wyndham Clark every day and what he did. How could he do that? The guy had a fit, okay? He was out of control. What he did was bad in a golf sense, right? I'm pretty sure we're going to get over this. I look around this planet, there's many bad things happening. That ain't one of them.
Let's go to Mike in Bethel Park.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, hey, guys, I agree with you. I think it's cancel culture overreaction. And I actually would feel honored if I was an Oakmont member that had one of the 2 lockers kicked in. And those lockers are probably 100 years old, particle board, whatever. He didn't put his foot through a half-inch steel locker. Like you said, I think golf needs more emotion. I was disappointed they put a 2-stroke penalty on Joaquin Niemann for throwing his club. I didn't see
I'm not advocating or backing throwing clubs by any means. I think that should be a 2-stroke penalty. I'm fine with that.
Yes, but I think, like you said, it's cancel culture too far. On a flip side, Michael Vick, what he did was way more horrific to animals, and we welcomed him with open arms. Well, you're a Steeler, great. All right, thanks, guys.
Actually, we didn't. I remember being on the air, and he wasn't at all welcomed with open arms, but whatever. You are right about those lockers, though. The way that Wyndham Clark is going, and now that's 2 U.S. Open titles for him. This guy keeps winning majors. Those lockers will become very valuable someday, wherever they are.
Wherever the old pieces of wood are, they will be valuable someday. Oh, limitless wonder. 412-928-9370. And by the way, I can also understand people locally, especially at Oakmont, maybe thinking to themselves, yeah, I don't want that jerk to win. Look what he did to our club. I think that's a lot different than people who are out there at Shinnecock actively, going after this guy. I just think it was way, way over the top. And you know what? I commend him. I commend Wyndham Clark for dealing with that and finding a way to win. I wish Bob was here to talk about the shot on 16, because Bob and I have been in that, whatever you want to call it, high grass, weeds, dirt, hay. I don't know what the hell you'd call it on 16, but the shot the tee shot that he hit there was one that I would hit. You don't know how many times I've been standing in crap like that trying to figure out how I'm going to get the ball out. And his second shot was miraculous. And then the birdie putt he made was miraculous. I give the guy a lot of credit for dealing with what he dealt with and finding a way to win that tournament. I really do. Limits, who's next? Limits is on the phone. So, in the end, I thought it was pretty remarkable what he did to stave off the competition. He barely staved off a playoff at the end, but he did. And like he said in that clip, what's it matter now? I won. I don't know. I can't honestly say I've seen a lot of Wyndham Clark over the years. Is he generally a jerk? Is he as Limits portrays him, cocky and arrogant? I don't know. I thought Rory was a total jerk at Oakmont. The way he was answering questions, the way he comported himself on the course all week, just a total obnoxious jerk. So I don't root for him. Is that how Wyndham Clark is regarded? You tell me, people who watch a lot more golf and follow these guys closer than I do. What else has he done, Limits, that makes you say he's obnoxious? Just his general demeanor?
Just his general.
What does he do?
General demeanor.
What does he do?
I don't know. I'm not going to claim to be somebody who has followed all the paths of Wyndham Clark's career.
You made a pretty big statement. You said he's obnoxious, and I don't like him.
I
Why?
did. I think
Why? What does he do?
I just don't. I just think he's arrogant at the podium when he's talking with the media, and just. The Oakmont incident and just what I've observed from him in the past. Again, I'm not claiming to be golf aficionado, knowing his whole entire history here, but that's just the...
But he just strikes you as, I'm not rooting for that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Scotty is a lot more easy to root for, and Burns is really fun to root for. Seems like just a good all-around dude than somebody that's you want to support. Clark just is a little bit more edgy, which is fine.
If you were on the course yesterday, would you have cheered his bad shots?
No, I think I would have just stayed silent. If this was last year, because I was at Oakmont twice, including the final round last year, I think I just would have watched and observed.
Well, that's an interesting question. What if Clark did that last year after a bad round, but still came back and did he even make the cut? I don't think he did. What if that was just a bad day? He did what he did, and then they let him come back out, and he surged to the lead.
Man,
I guess it would have been more understandable on local turf if that had happened last year, maybe. But not now. Not there. Not a year later. Not for that.
Do you think it was more so against Clark or more towards Scotty?
Against Clark.
Okay.
Yeah, I think didn't you have a couple of people removed from the course?
I think you said that there was one, at least.
I mean, it was way over the top, and yes, I think it was directly related to that. But I'm legitimately curious to hear if people genuinely don't like the guy. I want to hear why.
Let's hear what Steve in Latrobe has to say.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Starkey. What's up, buddy?
What's up?
Hey, I've been fortunate enough to be a member at a couple different private clubs, and this is more on Oakmont than it is on Wyndham Clark, because I guarantee you back in the day people have done stuff, but Oakmont cried, poor me, this is us, we're pompous, we're one of the best known clubs in the world, he broke one of our lockers. So then they blast social media, they put it all over the place, ESPN puts it everywhere, and you know what? The guy's a competitor. He missed the cut after winning an Open, and he wasn't happy. But yet, everybody cries, poor me. It's not poor me. The guy's not a bad dude.
Have you followed his career? Let me start with this. Oakmont had every right to be very angry with the guy and to put it out there.
But they didn't have to blast it everywhere.
Well, so you think this has happened in the past there?
No, I'm saying I guarantee you it's happened in other places. I would love to know stories at Augusta if anybody ever, disrespected that place or, Shinnecock Hills or, Pebble or something. I'm sure they're, guys are competitors, man. Those guys live and die for this. So I'm sure something else has happened, maybe even before our social media age where it just wasn't blasted everywhere.
All right. Your name's Steve again? Is that what it is?
Yeah, I'm the guy you're supposed to come play with at Potter.
What if I smash the lockers in there?
Well, I guess I'll have to pay for that like I am year round, for goodness sake.
That was the best line of the day, Limits.
Thank you, Steve.
Steve, let's go play.
All right, guys.
All right, I'll be on my best behavior. Yeah, maybe because I've never smashed lockers, for God's sake.
I would hope that you haven't.
But I think maybe I relate to the angry man within for Wyndham Clark. Maybe I can relate to that.
Now you're the one throwing clubs and yelling and swearing on the course?
At least swearing. Yeah, for sure.
You've
swearing.
thrown a couple of clubs. I've heard stories.
Yeah, once in a while.
Yeah.
What he said there, is there legitimacy to that Oakmont went too far by blasting that out into social media?
I don't think so. It's their club. It was damage to their own club.
I agree. I agree with you.
It was on their home turf with the whole entire world watching their club. No,
yeah,
they had
although nobody would have known if they hadn't put it out.
Correct.
Right? But they can do whatever they want when someone does that at their club. I'm not here to say they didn't have a right to be very angry and to ban him. And obviously, it goes without saying that he needs to pay for that, which he did. He did everything they asked, I think. Some people think he wasn't apologetic enough after that. I would have to comb through his statements afterward. But again, I think if we band together as a society, we can all overcome what happened at Oakmont last year.
Right, but you know how traditional we are with golf. You must have your shirt tucked in. You must wear pants. You can't wear shorts out there
right.
at the U.S. Open. You have to
I'm not sure
be on
that
your
the
best
general
behavior.
populace relates to that Limits, and yet the general populace seemed to be very much against this guy yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the fans
Not
or
the general
patrons.
populace, golf patrons. Who's next?
Here's John in Greenfield.
That was a pretty good line by Steve, wasn't it? When he said, I guess I'd have to pay for it like I am at your round at Totteridge. That was good stuff. That was high quality stuff right there.
Hi, John.
Hi, John.
Hey, guys. How's it going? Thanks for having me on. I wanted to make a couple quick points. Just first about Clark. There's one big thing I think you guys are forgetting about.
Yeah.
Prior to the U.S. Open last year, he had an incident at the PGA Championship where he threw his driver. I can't remember. I don't think it struck a spectator, but it was like dangerously close. And so that was one. And then with the U.S. Open coming shortly after that, then it was like kind of compounded, I think, in people's minds.
Yeah. I don't remember that one. Okay.
Yeah. And I kind of to respond to the last caller, I'm actually pretty familiar and know personally most of the employees and membership out at Oakmont Country Club.
Yeah.
I was there for the Open and everything. And Oakmont had absolutely nothing to do with that being publicized. In fact, I believe the person who took the photograph of the locker was not authorized, I'll say.
Interesting. Well, that's you're giving us more information. Now, let me ask you this question, because you sound like you're steep in the local golf community and you watch a lot of golf.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything Tiger does seems to be forgiven very quickly. I guess that's because he's a lot of people's all-time favorite golfer. So whether it's the serious issues off the course that could have endangered and even killed people around him, or his breaches of golf etiquette, whether it's the club slamming, the swearing, all that after poor shots, that seems to be very much overlooked when it comes to Tiger, yes?
Yeah, and I'll say, with that, I do think there is a bit of a double standard. I mean, for a lot of people, Tiger was winning, when, maybe life was better 10 or 15 or 20 years ago. or that's, a core memory for people. But, there's a little bit of a different level. I mean, how many major championships and tournament wins? I mean, but I agree with you.
Is it true? Is it true? And I hope I get the name right. Chambly is the commentator who argued yesterday or 2 days ago that Tiger Woods helped to normalize on-course outbursts and was rarely held accountable for profanity, club slamming, things like that. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, I do, to some aspects. I mean, I don't think too many of the guys have really been held too accountable for that kind of thing. I mean, I watch a lot of golf, and Joaquin Niemann being penalized the 2 shots for the club throw, I don't know if I've even ever seen that before.
Interesting. Well,
so I'm not sure, but I do agree with you. I just want to say I do agree with you on kind of a double standard being there. I was really upset with Rory and with Shane Lowry and a couple of the other guys out at Oakmont and, how they handled things.
I mean, I was more upset with Rory than I was with wait, what does Chambly say too here? Limits I'm looking at?
I don't know. I'm not looking at it. You're looking at it.
Oh, yeah. No, he was just saying of Tiger. I'm just reading. I'm sorry. I was getting distracted by that story that I was reading because a lot of people are commenting on that. And a lot of people have a lot of things to say about that. Clark, back to Clark. I was more upset with Rory than I was with Wyndham Clark. That happened behind the scenes. Obviously, it was way worse, right? But I thought Rory came to our town, came to Western Pennsylvania last year and basically peed all over us. That's what I thought. And it was out there. Yeah. It was out there for everybody to see him acting like a jackass while he was here, frustrated with the course. Slamming his club into the tee markers. All the stuff that he did last year, acting like a jerk in his news conferences. I was way more upset with him than I was with Clark. Now it wasn't my locker that he smashed in, but it was more public. Rory acting like a jerk last year, to me anyway.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I think that, and back to the double standard thing with, how Tiger has been treated and affects things. I think Rory, you had the division with Liv, and Rory kind of became a spokesperson for the PGA. And then after the Masters win, I mean, he's kind of the face of the tour. And then to show up to Oakmont and behave that way when the spotlight's on you, I think is even more egregious.
Yes. I think forgiveness is the answer here with maybe in all these different cases. Right, Limits?
Yeah, and...
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you, John.
With maybe Clark first and foremost.
So what John pointed out there about firing the driver at the PGA Championship last year is true. Clark apologized on Monday after the championship after flinging his driver after a poor tee shot during the final round. He was 3 over for the tournament and coming off of a bogey on 16. Before the ball even landed, Clark brought the club back and violently flung it into signage behind the tee box, which was a few feet away from a volunteer holding a flag. This story from ESPN says the impact left a hole in the signage, snapped the head of Clark's driver off the shaft, and he tossed the broken shaft to the side, leaving both pieces of the club behind as he made his way to the bunker where the ball was. So he apologized for it on Twitter the following day.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I just relate to the angry golfers. Maybe that's my problem, Limits. Although it seems like most people agree that yesterday was a little over the top.
Yeah, I think we can learn to live and forgive and forget. Not everything, but there are some things we can. And I think that these types of actions are something that leaves a bad taste in your mouth and might not let you root for the guy, but you shouldn't hold it against him for the rest of his career.
412-928-9370. What an interesting golf conversation this is, huh, Limits?
Very interesting, yes.
I never dreamed of this.
Expected to start with this today.
I never dreamed of it. And I think our listeners are great here, our callers, because they're adding information to probably a topic that, to be quite frank, I'm talking overall golf and these guys' individual histories. It's not my specialty. Let's just put it that way. So I'm very glad to be hearing from our very learned listeners, and I'm very sorry that Bob is once again reduced to a cardboard cutout over there. I want it to become animated and speak, and I want to hear his opinions. Can we get him on the phone later?
We are going to call Bob, yes.
All right.
We are going to call him.
All right, let's take your calls next. Top of the hour, we get into all kinds of Pirate issues. Oh, my God. Coming off getting beaten in a series by the worst team in baseball. We'll talk about that. Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. And the Fan Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. Well, they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Limits, I don't have to tell you, do I, that the Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for more than 50 years. We also might even get into some World Cup in this show, Limits. I'm sure you've been watching that intently.
I have. I've been following
You have?
along. I've been following along with Team USA, yeah.
I was at a watch party the other day. You can eat your heart out over that, can't you?
Oh, yeah. I saw the video that you were posting with the man who you saw at the Dick's Sporting Goods that gave you a wiffle ball or said something, taught you something about wiffle ball.
Yeah.
I saw that video.
Saw another guy in a Bills jersey. Saw the only Team Australia fan from there. Very nice man from Pittsburgh who married an Australian woman.
And I saw Bob was in a very secluded area.
Yeah, they keep Bob. Bob's kept away like the king. He's kept above us all and behind fencing. Bob, probably with security guards.
He probably did.
I don't want to be bald, Limits. And I was balding. Some people would say I still am, but I'm telling you right now, this is beginning to work. I'm on my new image journey. And if you notice shedding, thinning, or breakage, you're probably not imagining it. If you think you're losing hair, you probably are. New Image offers solutions for hair loss all in one place. They've been serving our community for over 40 years. I started with hair and scalp analysis. I finally understood what's happening, and they put me on a program. Mine includes FDA-approved laser hair therapy, special shampoos, and conditioner. That's what I'm doing. There's all kinds of options for you. So again, early action matters, and going locally matters. Get your free consultation by calling 800-514-HAIR. That's 514-4247. Or newimagehairclinic.com.
Bob?
If you've been putting off your bathroom remodel, here's your sign to finally do it. West Shore Home has been making home remodeling easier for local homeowners for 20 years. That's right, 20 years. And guess what? They're celebrating their 20th anniversary sale in style. Here's what 20 years of doing the right thing looks like. Installation handled by their teams of highly trained employee installers. Never subcontractors. You don't have people coming in and you're out of your house. You don't know who they are. None of that. Plus, on top of everything else, tens of thousands of 5-star reviews from homeowners just like you. Getting started is simple. All you got to do is schedule your free online, no-obligation consultation at 1-800-WEST-SHORE or visit westshorehome.com/fan. They'll help you build your dream space, and you'll get a price that's locked in for an entire year. So right now, their 20th anniversary sale means 20% off your project, 20 months of no payments and interest, no interest there, financing. And for being the fan of the show, you get an extra $500 off your project. All possible with this wonderful 20th anniversary sale from West Shore Home. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates are off today. They lost 2 out of 3 to Colorado with 2 losses by 1 run where they had the bases loaded and nobody out and didn't score in either game. So yesterday, the Pirates were able to hold on and win. 8-6 was the final against the Rockies. They go 3-3 on the road trip. They're 39-39 overall. They welcome the Seattle Mariners, who we talked about piggybacks in the rotation with the Pirates. Well, the Mariners piggyback everybody. So it's going to be an interesting series at PNC Park Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday against Seattle, followed by 3 against the Reds this weekend. 6:40 first pitch tomorrow for the Buccos. On the mound for the Pirates, Mitch Keller. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
All sorts on his face. The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
in there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After a scoreless draw in its World Cup opener against Cape Verde, Spain bouncing back in a huge way, thrashing Saudi Arabia 4-0, getting star winger Lamine Yamal back in the lineup, and Yamal scoring the first goal against the Saudis for the Spaniards. Now France plays later today against Iraq. France, one of the other tournament favorites, and France will be looking for a similar result from Mbappe and company. I'm Nick Costos.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Pirates baseball is back, and there's only one way to celebrate. With a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and made for game day, Surfside is the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfside is only 100 calories with 0 bubbles, so it goes down easy. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Let me tell you about the Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite. It's bright, it's bubbly, it's back.
The Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich, it's so rich, and you can choose between the original or the spicy filet.
Ooh, boy.
And then you got those pickled jalapenos tucked right under the filet, and then just to top it all off, you've got a little honey drizzle right on top.
Okay, now I'm a pimento fan.
And I'm feeling the dragon fruit.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Moon Beer and Pop for less. It's their crazy June 30th pack sale. Get Michelob Ultra 30-pack, $27.99, and Lucky Streak, just $14.99. Moon Beer and Pop for less in Moon Township, right across from Robert Morris University.
Your bathroom's crown jewel? A custom frameless shower. BoulevardGlassandMetal.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, if you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
Limits, now you've gone all sour on me. What's wrong?
I was responding to a text on the text line that said, "Good morning, Limits. The fact that Senzatella was not on the Pirates plane leaving Denver is derelict of duty. Dennis Santana has to go."
We'll get to that. Don't you worry. I mentioned that people were kicked out of the tournament yesterday, the U.S. Open. Here's a shot. Cops are booting people for shouting, "Don't choke, Wyndham," as he sets up his shot. This young man got bounced for saying it before Clark's tee shot at number 4. And this story also says NBC confirmed on the broadcast that others were ejected for similar comments, including one who yelled, "Get in the bunker," to Clark.
That doesn't sound that bad. Get in the bunker? That's not terrible.
Well, that leads to my next question. Should we allow more of this at golf tournaments? And are the same people who defend Oakmont, who defend, all aspects of golf etiquette, are they going to call these people out? Are they going to say what happened yesterday was totally wrong at that tournament? That's what I wonder.
I don't think so.
Because two wrongs don't make a right, do they, Limits? You ever heard that saying?
I have. I think people are just going to go about their day and let Wyndham have his moment in the cloudy day, I guess, not so much the sun, and move along to the next tournament.
Have you ever seen it? You've probably watched more golf than me. Have fans ever at a major? I do. Over the years, you probably have, yeah.
You don't watch that much golf at all?
I mean, I do more nowadays, but I'm still not like glued to the TV every weekend watching golf tournaments. I'm not.
No, I'm not every weekend. I mostly just watch the majors and then keep up to date with what's going on in the PGA Tour.
People treat a golfer the way they did Clark yesterday. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Maybe someone who's watched a ton of golf. Some of our callers from the first segment were great. You tell me. And if you're a great defender of golf etiquette, then you must be coming out against that pretty harshly too, right? 928-9370. And then that leads to this question, Wonder Twin. Should there be more, what's the word? With crowds at golf tournaments, more emotion allowed? Should golf fans be able to cheer and heckle? Well, they're allowed to cheer. Should they be able to heckle?
To an extent, yes. Now, I agree. Don't talk during somebody's backswing. Like, don't try to disrupt the golfer when he's in the middle of his rhythm. This is not like being in an NBA game and you're trying to distract somebody.
Should it be that way?
No, I'm okay with how it's set up.
Are we creating the conditions by which that's becoming more okay with that? What is it? The Trash Bag Open out in Phoenix?
Yeah, the Waste Management Open. Where you could basically do pretty much whatever you want.
Right. And like Chambly said yesterday, that Tiger himself has, as far as the golfer's boorish behavior on the course, he's made that more mainstream and acceptable. I agree with him wholeheartedly. Not that I'm necessarily against all of it. I think he's right in what he said. But it seems to me there was a huge reaction to what Clark did last year, but not so much reaction to Tiger, not so much reaction to the fans yesterday, because a lot of people probably felt like Clark deserved that, things like that. The whole question of defending golf etiquette comes up here at 412-928-9370. I would like to see fans get more involved, honestly. It's the one sport where they're not allowed to. Is there any other sport like that?
Tennis. Yeah, I feel tennis might be the case. You really don't hear anything said in tennis until after the end of the
you're
play.
Right. You're right.
So, but those are also individual sports. It's different comparing individual sports to team sports, where the crowd is such a big factor in football and baseball and basketball and hockey.
Should you be allowed to? Now, these people weren't yelling in the middle of Clark's backswing that I know of.
No.
Should you be allowed to heckle golfers as they go from hole to hole?
I think so, yeah.
Well, where's the line you would draw?
Well, don't be swearing at them.
So if you swear, you're out.
Yeah, if you don't swear. Like there does need to be
that last shot. That last shot was Wyndham was blank, and I hope your next one is too. Limits is kicking the guy out for that.
I think I'd kick him out for that. I mean, you do need to keep some professionalism in golf. Like it is that prestige country club level sport that people kind of treat different than others. More of like a expensive sport to play, high class sport to play and follow.
And yet, Tiger, if Tiger can drop F-bombs and smash clubs, then why can't other people? I guess because he's Tiger.
I feel like people view Tiger as untouchable. There are some golf fans that no matter what Tiger does, as unfortunate as that is, will always support him and always back him no matter what. Which in a way I understand from a golf perspective.
Yeah.
If we're keeping everything else, in the back of the mind and just thinking about what happens on the course.
These are a lot of interesting questions raised for me, still a novice golfer 5 years into my career, my fledgling career.
You're a frequent golfer, though. You're out on the course like 3 or 4 times a week.
Right. Who's on the line, Limits?
Pittsburgh John is on the line.
Hey, buddy. What's up?
Hey, Joe. Hey, Austin.
I can't hear you for some reason. It seems windy or something. What?
Pittsburgh John, you all right? Seems like he's...
Are you being attacked?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Any better?
No, it's worse.
It's worse?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. You had it for...
Well, I don't know.
Are you hiking? Are you on Mount Everest? What's going on here?
Sorry, I'm just out for my walk today. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Now I hear you.
Back.
Go ahead.
Well, you're right on with everything, Joe. And one of my buddies caddied in a group with, he didn't caddy for him, but caddied in a group with Wyndham at the Valero Texas Open. He lives down in San Antonio. And he said he couldn't have been a nicer guy. I know it's his job to be nice, certainly to the other players, but he said even to the caddies, he couldn't have been a nicer guy.
Mm-hmm.
He texted me yesterday. He said, I feel like I'm the only guy rooting for this guy. I said, I feel the same way. I didn't want to see him lose because he led wire to wire. I want to see this guy full of confidence when he goes to play in the Ryder Cup next year, and you better bet he's going to be on that Ryder Cup team.
Well, that was the other interesting thing, was he was an American at Shinnecock, and they're booing him.
And then they're booing him. Yeah, I found that fascinating, too.
You might have to go back to, I believe I have this right, Gary Player, 1969 at NCR Country Club in the PGA Championship, got a lot of crap because of apartheid. That comes to mind. I don't know, may have been some more since then, but that comes to mind.
And where you broke up when you said where your buddy caddied for Wyndham?
At the Valero Texas Open in San Antonio.
Oh, okay. All right. Fair enough. Another good golf call, Limits.
Thank you, Pittsburgh John.
Limits, this is incredible.
Yeah.
We should have more golf topics every week. I can't believe how many great calls we've had on this.
Yeah, I found it interesting, that point about, obviously him being an American. Remember when Rory, I think, was it last year at the Open or was it at the Masters where people were chanting USA, USA at Rory and he was getting all frustrated and mad and started swearing at fans? Do you remember that?
Well, yeah, you also, where at the Ryder Cup?
That was this past year.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you also see rowdier crowds there. Do you like rowdy golf crowds, Limits?
I'm fine with it, yeah.
If they made a rule tomorrow that fans could do whatever they wanted during golf tournaments, short of...
The Masters.
Short of throwing, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
If fans could act like, they were at a football game, would you be up for that?
No.
No?
No, not that intense.
Have you been to a big golf tournament?
Yeah, I was at Oakmont twice last year for the Open.
My God, I'm sorry for insulting you.
I said it in the last segment.
All right, well...
You must not have been listening to what I was saying.
Expound on that.
Thanks. Really cares how much about what you think I said.
I've got a lot on my plate here, Limits.
I have even more on my plate back here.
You're not doing it with everybody listening and judging you.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
While I'm podcasting and while I'm taking calls
I know.
and I'm monitoring the
you're
text
doing
line
that
and I'm keeping
behind
down the notes.
closed doors. I'm doing it right out in the open with people watching me. Are you on camera?
No.
What was I going to say? Oh,
you asked about my experience.
Yeah, what was it like at Oakmont?
Yeah, it was fun. It was cool. I think people were respectful of the history of the course, and also it was very quiet. It was very eerie. It was different from being at.
Can you talk at all?
No, you could talk at all. You could talk, but
did you swear?
Maybe under my breath to friends, but not like at players or anything like that.
And is there someone telling you guys all to be quiet too?
So if you are right near where the golfers are golfing, if you are, let's say you're standing right near the fairway and they're just about to take their next shot, there will be paddles that, it's not the caddies, but whoever's following the group will hold up that say quiet please, or it'll say silence. It won't say silence, but something with the same respects, just so that people know, hey, shut up for a second, let the golfers concentrate and take their shot.
I'm amazed, absolutely amazed that people are able to follow that for the most part, and they are in golf. You have people, at a sporting event where there's alcohol involved and high emotion, and they almost to a T, pun intended, I suppose, follow those rules.
Yeah, it's the standard.
Standard is the standard.
The standard is the standard in golf, yeah. But I did find it really fascinating, like you pointed out earlier, the roars of the crowd for Scheffler as he continued to approach 18. And they're singing happy birthday to Scheffler and to Tom Kim, and then Wyndham just approaches and you could just see audible gasps from people in the crowd. I was watching the crowd. Many people that were just either putting their head down or not clapping at all or were just turning to other people, and that crowd did not want him to win.
It's quite a spectacle.
It was.
It really was the story. I mean, he's the story he won, but it was a story unto itself, really, was the reception for him. All right, Limits. That was enjoyable, wasn't it? Very enlightening. It's too bad Bob wasn't here for it.
How about the fact that yesterday's Pirates Father's Day starting lineup had 3 players whose dad's name are either Tom or Thomas, and 2 that are named John? How about that?
Very, very interesting, I would say.
fascinating thing to note. Brandon Lau, Jake Mangum, and Tyler Callahan's dad are all named Tom or Thomas.
Thank you, Limits, for interjecting that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Rainy with a high of 76. Troy Fatano, a low of 64. Edmund Nelson, our old friend. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. All right, Wonder Twin, you ready to dive into some Pirates?
No, but we have to do it anyway.
I mean, there's... let's put it this way. I mean, at least they did go 3-3. There's questions all over the place here.
At least against two teams under 500.
Did Billy Cook start a game because his parents were there? Do I have that right? Or no?
We'll dive into it coming up.
All right.
Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
In said Pirate game, 8-6 was the final as the Buccos were able to hold on. They had an early lead throughout as Colorado scored 3 in the 8th and 2 in the 9th off this Pirates bullpen that's still trying to figure itself out, which might be an understatement. Dennis Santana allowed 3 runs in the 8th inning. Gregory Soto, 2 runs, 1 earned in the 9th inning. That was all after Jared Jones only went 3 innings. He gave up 1 run, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts. Jones being removed from the game after being struck by a line drive right around his elbow. Came out of the game. The imaging that was taking place in Colorado came back good. So Jones right now day-to-day seems like there's a major crisis averted. And he spoke on it as well, saying if it was just a couple of inches further down his arm, it could have been a shattered elbow. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, NSS Life, Joe Ball GMC, and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
Hey, Weekend Warriors. Donnie Football here. You want to know when your body starts talking back to you on the golf course? Cart path only. Suddenly your ball is 80 yards away or it's in the woods. You're hiking over there with 3 clubs. And by the time you get to it, you're not thinking birdie. You're wondering if the course has an urgent care. And that's the point. It's not just the scorecard. It's the whole day. Walking 18 without feeling like you're in a survival show. Bending down to read a putt without making that noise. Getting home, still having enough left for the kids, the yard, the cooler, all of it. That's why Awaken 180 makes sense. It's a medication-free solution with weekly weight loss support and, yes, free support for life. You may not fix your slice overnight, but if you drop 30, 40, even 50 pounds, the game, life after the game, feels better. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Make the call. 844-346-1800 or online at Awaken180weightloss.com.
The biggest reason Metropolitan Window Company has been in business since 1978 is our huge list of satisfied customers.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're getting expertise and attention to detail from a trusted business that puts your needs first.
You're also getting our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows that are built for life.
The most important part of a window is the framing. Fiberglass frames won't lose their dimensional integrity. They're the strongest, longest-lasting window you can buy.
And right now, you can save 20% and get financing on every window and door product we offer.
Stop by one of our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Summer means vacations, weekend getaways, and spending less time at home. Make sure your home stays protected while you're away with Guardian Protection. Right now, get free professional installation with the purchase of a security system. Our experts handle everything so you can spend less time worrying about setup and more time enjoying your summer. From intrusion and fire protection to smart home security, Guardian Protection has you covered. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. With True Fan Travel, you'll enjoy 5 nights in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, Versailles, a Black and Gold legend meet and greet, and an all-inclusive game day tailgate. October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Book now at truefantravel.com.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Kimberly Allen here with Corrigan Moving Systems. Corrigan Moving has been family-owned and operated since 1929, specializing in local and long-distance moves. We also offer packing, storage, and much more. Corrigan is ready to provide you a stress-free and simple relocation. For a free quote, go to CorriganMoving.com or give us a call at 724-237-4578.
Hey Pittsburgh! Join us at PNC Park on Sunday, June 27th for soccer night when the Pirates take on the Cincinnati Reds at 4:05 p.m. Arrive early to enjoy a pregame block party on Federal Street presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Fans can enjoy live music, drink specials, and more. Plus, the first 20,000 fans take home a Pirates soccer jersey courtesy of Allegheny Health Network. Learn more and get tickets at pirates.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Increase flexibility, strength, and endurance. Breaking at 100, 90, or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Results this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Wyndham Clark wins the U.S. Open. It's his second career U.S. Open victory. He wins this one at Shinnecock after winning in 2023 in Los Angeles. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up. Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
1-0 pitch. Triolo grounds it to short. Might be the ball game on the second one. Relay. Scooped up, double play. They might challenge at second whether he stayed on the bag or not, but otherwise it'll be the Rockies to win this ball game. 1-2 from Hill. Mangum pokes the ball on the ground toward third, and no play. The third baseman, Karros, didn't throw the ball, and I think he's claiming contact. What's going on here? He's looking at the umpires. The run has come in to score.
He's saying that Cook got in his way, and they're going to talk about it.
I didn't pick it up in time, Rock, to see. But I was wondering why he didn't throw the ball. He just threw his hands up in the air. And now we'll end the game. Here comes Donnie. The game is over on obstruction. And Donnie's really let him have it. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short. Might be the ball game on the second. There's one. Relay. Two. Double play. Soto points to the sky. And the Pirates survive in Colorado. They win the finale 8-6 in another wild one here at Coors.
I'll tell you what, Joe Block had me worried yesterday. Love him, of course. But after Reynolds hit that homer, he said Reynolds just put the game away.
Stop saying that, Mr. Block. We love you, but please.
I was driving back from Buffalo at the time, and immediately it just rang out across the radio, across the car, driving by myself. Oh, my God, he just said Brian Reynolds put the game away. Which in another year, under maybe normal circumstances, I would say, 8-1 in the seventh inning. Was it the seventh inning he hit that, Limits?
I believe so.
But my God, we've all seen this bullpen. No game is put away. I don't care if it's 20-1. The game's not over with this bullpen.
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
So, sure enough, they almost came all the way back. And what would we be talking about today? I don't think I would have led the show with Wyndham Clark. I can tell you that. But they wind up 3-3. That's what they are. They're a 500 team. I think they're going to hover above and below that. They're at 39-39. It's just what they are. Now, the Griffin and Cruz injuries hurt them deeply. They were 3 games over when Griffin went down, which was right around the time Cruz went down, right, Limits?
Correct.
So who knows? They might be 3-5 over if those guys were around, but they just strike me as a team that's going to hover right around 500 the whole season. Does anybody out there disagree with that? It just seems so obvious. Like it's been 78 games of that. No matter who's been in and out of the lineup. That's just the way it feels right now. Unless Ben Cherington goes out and gets the right reinforcements, then I could see them having a big second half. But I ain't seeing it now, are you?
Not currently at the moment, no. But I think they're capable of it. Depending on what happens.
Currently constructed?
No. Not as currently constructed.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I just said if they go out and get reinforcements, they could become a different team. They get their guys back. But you know how baseball goes. They get 2 guys back, somebody else will get hurt. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, they were a 3 or 4 game over 500 team with everyone healthy in their lineup. And you have to be lucky with injuries and fortunate with injuries to be able to sustain that type of success.
Well, you got to be deep. You got to be.
Do.
And you know what? Callahan's numbers are actually pretty good, but maybe a bit deceiving because, you had the drama of the Dodgers game, but you also, Limits, had bases loaded, nobody out in the 9th inning on consecutive nights and didn't score a run.
First time in 50 years that's been the case.
Yeah.
And they lost. It never happened.
I know. I was just going to say that, and you stole my thunder.
I did.
And Callahan struck out both nights with nobody. He was the first guy up with the bases loaded both nights and struck out.
Yeah, put the ball in play.
You got to put the ball in play. So, again, I come back to this. I come back to this as the theme. And a friend of mine said this, and we talked about this a month ago when they were like 5 games over, 3 games over. I said, this should feel like a fun season. They called up, this was, Griffin was up and starting to play well. They called up Connor Griffin pretty early, like everybody wanted. He's starting to come on. Skeens is still pitching well, I said at the time. I mean, they have 2 unbelievable studs. Their off-season acquisitions are playing pretty well. Really well in some cases, not so well in Ozuna's case. They're right there for the division, which they were a month ago. They're in the thick of it. So why, this friend of mine says, why do I feel so frustrated all the time watching this team? Remember that topic we had that day?
Because it's like we treat every single game like it's a Steeler game.
No, it's because it has been frustrating.
It has been frustrating, yeah.
You remember we did this limit? We did this topic limits about a month ago.
Yeah, are you more excited and happy with how the season has gone, or are you more frustrated by it?
Yes.
I think everybody's more frustrated now that they're a 500 team.
Yeah, what's been the theme of the season? It's frustration.
It's been wanting more. It's been knowing that there is more out there, more that they're capable of, but that they haven't reached.
It's been, yes, the offense is way better, but it feels like they still waste opportunities all the time, like it's a feast or famine offense. Like they make who's the guy who pitched for Colorado Friday night? He's the worst pitcher in baseball. Kyle Freeland.
ERA was around 8, and they scored 1 run.
And they made him look like Roger Clemens. I mean, it was a disaster. Or Randy Johnson. I can't remember if he was a righty or a lefty, and I don't care.
He was a lefty, and it was Randy Johnson that was a lefty.
And he still is.
Roger Clemens is a righty.
He still is a lefty.
That's correct. He didn't change.
They made him look like a left-handed Roger Clemens. And I know they're missing a couple guys. But I wonder if people agree with that. As we near the halfway point, the theme, a word, a feeling. You're feeling. And I know we go through a lot of feelings when we're watching the games. Fans out there of any team, you may go through 15 feelings in an inning. What is your predominant feeling with this baseball team? And I'll be shocked if it's not either the word frustration or something along those lines. It's an unbelievably frustrating team to watch because of what Limit said. There's more out there for them. It feels like that on a weekly basis, almost on a nightly basis. And yeah, they came home from a 3-3 road trip against a horrible team and a mediocre team like themselves. And it feels like they should have had more. It feels like they should have come home 5-1, at the very least 4-2. It's just been a frustrating ball club to watch. When your bullpen blows leads and you see all these runners left on base, even though it's been a very good offense. Like, I'm not generally complaining about the offense, but I think you get the gist of what that is what I'm saying. Even though the offense has been really good, it too has been frustrating. That to me is the theme of this baseball season so far. And I certainly don't want to hear from anybody, least of all the Pirates, that, we're on pace to finish 10 games ahead of last. I don't give a crap. You don't get last year to be your baseline. That was a disaster of a season that was worse than the 2 before that. So I don't want to hear any comparisons on record from last year. I don't care about last year. You're built to win this year. You're built to go to the playoffs this year. Well, except for the bullpen. But like I told you last week, Limits, or somebody, maybe it was Graduate Dom, I didn't blame Ben Cherington for the bullpen at the beginning of the year. I thought that bullpen had a chance to be good, but it's not. It's hideous, and he's done nothing to help it. Oh, I forgot. He traded for Hunter Stratton. How's he doing in Indy, I wonder? So that, to me, is the byword. That's the predominant emotion. It hasn't been a fun watch. Frustration. It just hasn't. It hasn't felt like fun when it should have felt like fun. It's been some fun moments. Griffin getting called up and his debut was awesome. It's been some really exciting games. The Dodgers game stands out, I think, by far as the game of the year. But as we approach the halfway point, if I could enact something to reflect how I feel about this season, I would smash my fist through my computer. And I imagine you feel the same, although I could be wrong. 412-928-9370. Limits, if you could take an action back there right now, shave your mustache, comb your hair, jump for joy, or punch something, what action would you, our limitless wonder, take to reflect about how you feel about this Pirates season?
Let's run down the options for everyone one more time.
Comb your mustache.
Okay.
Cut your hair.
Don't want to do any of that.
Jump up and down with glee.
Not doing that.
Or smash your fist into something.
Like it's Wyndham Clark at the Oakmont locker? I think that's my answer, yes, except I'm not choosing the locker at Oakmont.
Now, did Wyndham Clark use his feet, his hands, or a club, or some other blunt instrument to do that? It seems like it would have been a foot situation because they were the lower lockers.
Right. Well, it could have been a club. He might have been just using
maybe
his
a
swing
club.
like
maybe
he was
a club.
using a little wedge.
Yeah. Maybe
into
a 7-iron.
Into the locker.
Yeah.
I would probably... Yeah, I would say...
Or something I didn't mention, maybe.
Maybe punch my own face.
Yeah.
Put my hands put my hands on my face and yell frustratingly like, ah! That's how I feel.
I know. There's so many games.
That's how I feel. And I know we're not even at the halfway point yet. We're approaching the halfway point. Well, we'll get there this week.
Even the ones they win. Like yesterday.
Well, yeah,
were people jumping for joy? It was 8-1. Nobody's jumping for joy after that one. You get up from the television and you think, Mike, did that just happen again?
They held on. It's a great thing they had a 7-run lead.
How did we almost lose that one?
It feels like the offense needs to score 7 runs a game, 7 or 8 runs a game for them to be able to win. And they scored 2 in Colorado in the first 2 games.
Right, and then they go and pitch well in Colorado, of all places, and lose 2 games.
So the worst team in baseball, 2 of the worst pitchers in all of baseball.
Are we on to something about the way you feel? 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Bob is not here. I don't know where he is. He was supposed to MC a golf tournament, but I don't think they're playing golf anywhere.
He said they're playing.
They are.
And he's going to come on at 1.
Is he?
He is.
We're going to have a rousing segment then, aren't we?
He said that they are playing right now.
Well, listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I really do want to hear from people on their predominant feeling with this team. But in the meantime, Limits, you let me know as the phone calls go along here. There's been some situations and some individual, some game situations that we need to take a look at. The other night, the game ends when Billy Cook is called for obstruction on Kyle Karros on the what turned out to be the last play of the game. Have you seen many games end like that? It's one of those things for me where it felt like they deserved it. You know, what are we doing here? 2 nights in a row, bases loaded, nobody out, and 0 runs? Limits just told you it's been 50 years since that happened. Limits, is it 50 years since that happened in the 9th inning? Or 50 years since a team went back-to-back games? It couldn't be with bases loaded, nobody out, and didn't score.
Back-to-back games, bases loaded, they don't score.
In the 9th inning?
In the 9th, here it is. Here's the stat from OptaStats. The Pirates are the only MLB team in the last 50 years to have the tying run on third with 0 outs in the 9th inning, 2 games in a row, and lose both games.
That is truly incredible.
I'll say it again for people. The Pirates are the only MLB team in the last 50 years to have the tying run on third base with no one out in the 9th, 2 games in a row, but they lose both.
Man, if that doesn't reflect exactly what I'm talking about, I don't know what would. That's it. That's it in a nutshell. So, you know, people were mad about that call. And I suppose I certainly understand that, because part of me said, how can it be interference if the guy made a clean play? Like, it didn't stop him from making a perfectly clean play, but technically it was the correct call. His spike nicked Karros's glove. So it's the correct call. Is it the right call in the spirit of the rules and in terms of common sense? Probably not. But technically, it's the right call, and it felt like they got what they deserved anyway. Your thoughts on that call, Limits? I'm sure you've seen it since then.
I was frustrated that the umpires didn't initially rule it that.
Well, maybe they didn't see it when do the umpires anymore initially rule on anything, including balls and strikes? Why is everybody mad about that?
Why wouldn't they be mad about that? They needed a group discussion to be able to come to this conclusion and ultimately rule it interference.
So you think you might see a real time a spike hit a glove like that?
I would hope that the umpire would, yes.
That's a pretty tough thing to see.
And that's a judgment call at the time. Like, I want that call to be made in the moment. And if you go to replay and replay overturns it, fine. But I think that's the frustrating side for Don Kelly and for people watching at home. That call was not made until all the umpires who were so much further away from the actual play than the third base umpire was to make that call.
Okay.
Like, if anybody makes that call, it should be the third base umpire.
Maybe he didn't see it. I would argue that's a pretty tough play to see. It's not like he ran into the guy. His spike nicked his glove.
So that's easier to see for the home plate umpire to see, or the first base umpire?
It's not easy for anybody to see that. And if the guy didn't see it, then what's wrong with them gathering as a group and getting the call technically right?
But you would admit and you would agree that should be the third base umpire on his judgment having the best angle of it to be able to make that call, right?
Under ideal circumstances, you would surely agree that a spike hitting a glove might be something that somebody looked at from however many feet away and said, I don't know if I saw what I saw. What did I couldn't tell what happened.
Yeah, I just think it's much harder because of how close and of a bang play that was. And it wasn't intentional from Billy Cook either.
It doesn't matter if it's intentional.
Doesn't matter. And the call was ultimately the right call upon replay and slowing it down to the...
Even Kelly seemed to say it was the right call.
Little frame to be able to tell that.
Isn't that what we do nowadays? There was a play the other day where Mangum got thrown out at second, where, one of those ones where your arm lifts off the bag for a split second. Maybe his leg did. That is not what replay was intended for. Unfortunately, we've all opened up this Pandora's box. What is Pandora's box, Limits? Can you please look that up? I just used it without knowing what it really means.
I don't think we know what Pandora's box means, but we all use the term Pandora's box.
Yeah, look it up, please.
It's like a mystery box.
Well, you don't know
that. It's a metaphor. Yes, I do. It's a metaphor for seemingly small or harmless action that ends up generating a vast, unforeseen, or unimaginable amount of trouble or complex problems.
Oh my God! What a perfect description of sports replay, and in particular, Major League Baseball replay. This whole vast overreaction to missing calls, like who had the no-hitter where they missed the call?
Galarraga. Wasn't that a perfect game?
Things like that spawned this, where if a guy's pinky finger lifts off the bag when he's sliding in at 100 miles an hour, we have to watch it like the Zapruder film and then come up with the fact that he's out. Or in this case, we have people conglomerating and wondering, did his spike nick the guy's glove? It's just it's gotten to the point where it's ridiculous.
I just didn't like that.
That's where it's gone. Repeat that. This is Pandora's box, but it also doubles as an explanation for the unintended consequences of MLB replay.
According to AI, Pandora's box is a seemingly small or harmless action that ends up generating a vast, unforeseen, and unmanageable amount of trouble or complex problems.
Thank you.
Pandora's box.
Because that's what we have here. So, yeah, I guess in the end, I would have been mad if I was rooting for the Pirates, too. I wasn't really rooting for either team.
You weren't rooting for the Pirates? You don't want to see the team be successful and we have positive things to talk about?
Or are you kidding? Negativity sells around here, big boy. That's when we get our calls coming in.
I want to talk about some good things.
But I want the Pirates to win because that is good for the station.
Yes. It's good for everybody. It's good for our emotions. It's good for a Tuesday night just watching baseball to feel good about yourself and not want to shove glass into your eye because of what you're watching with this damn bullpen.
Well, back to my point is that, I understand fan reaction to that, but in the end, it was the correct call, and in the end, they deserved to lose.
Yes, because they scored one run in Colorado off of an awful pitching staff in the most hitter-friendly ballpark in the country.
Yes. 412-928-9370. Billy Cook got a start in that Colorado series.
He did.
I guess
Billy Cook is from Colorado.
I know. And his parents were there, and that's good. And I don't know anything going on there. So whatever. I guess I feel like maybe there's something I don't know, but it's also a luxury if you're a good team that's winning to be able to do stuff like that. I don't know that I agree with Billy Cook ever getting a start. I didn't agree with Nick York starting over Gonzalez early in the year. Did you?
Or getting pinch hit appearances for Brandon Lau.
Of course
not. Been their second best hitter.
And then here's the thing that really drives me nuts, Limits. Ozuna hits a home run in wherever the hell the Athletics play. Sacramento, I guess.
Yep.
He hits a home run. Then in their next game, that was Wednesday. They had Thursday off. Friday night, he hit a ball that would have been a homer in 29 of 30 ballparks, but he hit it right to the notch there in Colorado. So he should have had homers on consecutive nights, and then we don't see him again. Are they going to give him a runway to play or not? Guess what Ozuna's average is this month, Limits?
250.
Wrong. 292. Did you know that?
Oh, better than I expected.
Yes. And believe me, he has one homer and 6 singles. I think he's 7 for 24. But still, the guy basically homers on consecutive nights, hits 2 balls really well. Let's give him a little bit of runway here.
I agree with that. Especially you would think the Pirates just, with their track record and history of what they did with Rowdy and the money that they paid him and Tommy Pham, they just kept running those guys out there because, 1, they wanted to get them right, but 2, they were paying them a decent chunk for Pirates terms.
I just want to know once and for all.
$12 million, and they're not playing him against anybody not named a left-handed pitcher.
When he starts to hit at least a little bit, back-to-back nights, he hits long balls. Come on. What are the texters saying, Limits? You should be reading their texts more often, in my opinion.
Well, I'm coming through some of them here, but one said the Pirates scored 4 total runs in their first 21 innings in Colorado. That's why they lost, and that is 100% the case. Somebody else said other than catcher's interference is an offensive team foul. Obstruction is a defensive team foul. Right call. I don't know why he's talking in terms of basketball.
I don't care.
Somebody said sometimes I want to throw a bucko brick through my TV.
I know. That's sort of the feeling overall.
Texter, the 2014 Pirates were precisely 39-39 through 78 games.
What conclusion are we drawing there?
To hold your horses, maybe? And that this team can still go on a run and figure it out? That 2014 Pirates team did kind of struggle at times before hitting their stride in the second half.
Yeah, they did.
Caught fire.
Yeah. I mean, that team, I think, was better than this team,
yeah,
quite
they're more
frankly.
Talented. Well,
what?
I think we could maybe quibble on that.
We could quibble on that. Is that what you're saying?
Their bullpens are not even close. Like, that bullpen in 14 was amazing. With Melanson and Watson, Justin Wilson, and Vin Mazzaro. Vin Mazzaro might have been just 13.
What, have you memorized the 2014 Pirates, Limits?
Yeah. Those are the teams that I grew up with.
You're bringing up Vin Mazzaro, for God's sake?
Yeah, Vin Mazzaro was good.
All right, we had Russell Martin. We had Ike Davis.
Yeah, Ike Davis.
What a disaster that was, Limits.
Yeah.
Neil Walker had a really good year, 23 home runs, 809. Yeah, that team was probably better. This team's probably better offensively, but you had McCutchen. Wait a second here.
Yeah, no Vin Mazzaro on that team. It was Melanson as the closer, 190 ERA. Watson, 163 ERA, pitched 78 games. That led all relievers. Jared Hughes at a 196 ERA. Jemar Gomez at a 3.19 ERA. Justin Wilson a 4.20
Okay,
ERA.
we don't have to go through the whole roster and their ERAs, Limits.
I think we should.
Of the most obscure Pirates from 2014.
Jason Grilli had a very difficult season that year.
Yes, he did. So did Wandy Rodriguez. Do you want to have a topic on him?
No, Vin Mazzaro was on that team. He pitched 5 games. Remember John Holtzcomb, the legend of John Holtzcomb?
I love John Holtzcomb. He had one pitch that nobody could hit, and I forget what it was. I think it was a splitter. Do you remember Stolmy Pimentel?
Stolmy Pimentel.
Pimentel loaf, we called him.
That's all. John Holtzcomb never pitched again after 2014.
I know. I've always wanted to do a story on whatever happened to him because he was becoming a folk hero late in that season.
You should. You're the beat writer. Vance Worley was on that team. Vance Worley had a 2.85 ERA. That's nuts.
McCutchen had a great year. He was third in the MVP voting. He had a 410 on base, 952 OPS.
Yeah, he
Holy ostrich follicles. That team was better than this one. You know, it just was.
Russell Martin had a WAR of 5.7. Wow. He had 290.
Garrett Cole, Charles Nelson, Morton, Liriano, Volquez was really good that year.
Charles Nelson Riley.
Yeah. You know of him?
Oh, yeah. He was on Match Game 75.
Yeah. How do you know that?
I've watched a lot of Match Game 75 in my day.
Really?
Yeah.
He was also on Hollywood Squares, I'll have you know. Yeah, and then, the bullpen, even back then, it's not like guys were throwing complete games left and right in 2014. I think people sometimes get the time frame wrong. That stuff left the building in the early 2000s. You know how many complete games the Pirates got that year from their whole staff limits?
Wrong, 2.
Yeah, because you're looking right at it.
Yes,
Vance Worley had one, and Volquez had one.
Volquez had one.
So you got to have a bullpen. Just look at your bullpen as half of a starter, because that's what you have to pitch. And they had a great bullpen that year. You just read the ERAs of every pitcher on the roster, and you forgot about Justin Wilson.
No, I read his.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
What are we even talking about now? They also had Ernesto Frieri, who got McCutchen beamed in that series in Arizona.
Yeah, he was awful. John Axford was one of the trade deadline guys that they acquired. Brian Morris was on that team.
Please stop.
Wandy Rodriguez was on that team.
Bobby Law from Boyce was on that team.
Yes,
Remember
Bobby
him?
Law from Boyce. What a pull. Travis Snyder was the only position player to pitch that season.
Yeah, he had an 18 ERA. He'd fit right in with this bullpen.
He pitched 1 inning.
All right, Levitz, anything else on the 2014 Pirates? What did they do?
They should have started Garrett Cole in the wild card game.
Yeah, probably. Although, how'd that turn
Laureano.
out? How'd that turn out the next year when he started in the wild card game?
They probably should have started Laureano that year. Edison Volquez was very good for them that year. 3.04 ERA, but I don't know. He shouldn't have started.
What did they go in the second half, Limits? They were 42-40 at the break, and they won 88 games. So they went, I don't care. Why am I doing math live on the air now?
So they were something in 34.
You want to know what we're headed for if they're good though this year?
They were 42-34 then.
Look at the attendance figures in September of that year for home games. Cubs come in.
That was packed.
38,000, 35,000, 37,000. A Tuesday against the Red Sox, 34, 35, 36. And then Milwaukee comes in 37, 39, 38. I remember Russell Martin hitting a giant home run in that series. God, was that great. Is this the day he did it? Was it a 1-0 game where he hit that homer, Limits?
June 2nd or June 22nd of 2014?
No, I'm looking at September. I was just reading the scores from September.
I don't remember.
All right, I have another question for you about Brian Reynolds. And it might be an uncomfortable question for you, Limits, but I'm going to ask it anyway.
What?
Everybody's thoughts on the Pirates, please. 412-928-9370. You mad about the call the other night? Your predominant feeling watching this ball club? And anything else you got, we're taking. Fan hotline, Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, now that we got the explanation of Pandora's box out of the way, Pirates yesterday won 8-6 against the Colorado Rockies. They avoid being swept. They take 2 out of 3 against the A's. They lose 2 out of 3 against Colorado. It sets up Pirates and Mariners tomorrow at PNC Park with Mitch Keller on the mound, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage will begin at 5:45, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, True Green, Chestnut Ridge Golf Course, and Omni Bedford Springs. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The Milwaukee Bucks might have some beef right now with the Miami Heat. Miami is trying to acquire Giannis Antetokounmpo from Milwaukee, but the problem? Miami's offer isn't that great. Tyler Hero's an okay player, the 13th pick in the draft. Miami, if you want Giannis, you have to do better than that. I'm Nick Costos.
You
like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Portugal was trading at 12% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $800 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com.
Joe Starkey here, and the last nickname I want is Baldy. I'm getting there, though, and that's why I called New Image for a consultation. That's 1-800-514-HAIR. Who better? New Image has been offering the best scientific solutions for hair loss all in one place for over 40 years. You don't have to be bald to be losing your hair. For women and men, hair loss often shows up quietly. A widening part, more strands in the shower, thinning around the temples. I started noticing that more, especially in the front, so I went to New Image for a consultation. Excellent. Cookie runs the show over there, and it's simple. They have all the answers and experience on hair solutions. They started with a hair and scalp analysis, and I finally understood why my hair loss was happening and what I can do. Tons of solutions, including eye hair technology that targets where you're losing hair and fills in where you're thinning and balding. My plan includes FDA-approved laser hair therapy. First treatment, easy and fun, and I'll be sharing stories as I move toward a fuller head of hair. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or newimagehairclinic.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at MHIRoof.com.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim, My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Pittsburgh, the World Cup is here. Join the Riverhounds for free World Cup watch parties featuring live match action, games, prizes, food, and drink specials. Plus, every check-in earns another chance to win $25,000 in the Boot for Loot contest. RSVP now at riverhounds.com/watch party.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot.
60-40.
Dr. Faygo. Cotton candy. Rock and ride.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours. Root beer,
candy apple, orange.
I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors. What flavor you got?
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Cloudy with some winds with a high of 80 degrees throughout today.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Limits.
I can't get over your yawn. It's been, well, we worked together 3 years, and every time you yawn, I either laugh, shake my head, or
I'm under a lot of pressure
fall into
here.
a pit of misery.
I know. I'm under pressure here, and sometimes I just have to
What
let it out.
pressure are you under?
What do you mean, what pressure am I under?
We're all
I have to
under
come up with
pressure.
something to talk about and keep people listening and entertained.
I'm under pressure. You're under pressure. We're all under pressure. Everyone's feeling the pressure. How do we alleviate the pressure? I just want to alleviate the
Sometimes by
pressure.
yawning. Let's take a listen. What about when Bob did his, what was he? He was doing a read when I yawned in the background, and he wasn't mad. I think he actually enjoyed it.
I think that's constant.
Until the job is complete. That's right. With our winter savings event, you won't be hearing what you just heard in the background.
Yeah.
It's also a cry out for help, I think.
I think it is.
Yeah.
It's a sign of attention.
Top of the hour, we're going to talk about the catching situation and what happened last week and what the Braves players are saying about Joey Bart. That's a pretty good baseball team. In the meantime, Limits, Brian Reynolds is having an incredible year. He's on pace with over 50 RBIs and over 50 runs to become the first Pirate with over 100 RBIs and 100 runs in the same season since?
Barry Bonds.
Wrong.
Pedro Alvarez?
Wrong.
Brian
Wrong.
Giles. Jack
Wrong.
Wilson. No, he didn't drive in 100. Willie
Wrong.
Stargell? Roberto Clemente?
Wrong.
Dave Parker? Can you at least let me answer?
You're wrong on every
Andrew
one.
McCutcheon?
You're not going to believe this, and it happened 2 years in a row.
What time range?
Jason Baywatch.
Really?
Yep. And who did it before him, you ask? I'm glad you asked. Brian Giles.
Okay, so I was on the right track with Giles. I just
No
went too
limits.
far back.
You were wrong.
No,
You
I
were
was
0
on the
for
right
10.
track.
Come on, Mulsey. You were on. Just say you were completely wrong and
No.
you were 0 for 10. So
No.
I was on the right track.
I
No,
was.
you were on the wrong
No,
track.
I was on the right track.
Jason Bay did it twice. Now, you and Donnie get a steak dinner limits. You ready for today's question for the steak dinner?
I'm ready.
Who's the only Pirate between Barry Bonds and Brian Giles to get 100 RBIs and 100 runs in the same season? You get one guess.
All right, so this would be between 93 and like 04.
Wrong. No,
Well, at
he
least-
actually did it. Giles did it, I think, in 99, 2000. He
Giles
was unbelievable.
Okay, so it would have been somebody in the mid-90s. Oh, let's see here.
You get 10 seconds limit.
Thank you.
Maybe 5. 5. You can taste that steak right now, can't you? 4.
No.
Maybe we'll get the sweet potato crumble and dessert. Maybe intern Dom will get in on it. 3.
I have two names in my mind, and
2. 1.
it's not correct, but I'm going to say Andy Van Slyke.
Oh, my God. You almost got that right. Kevin Young did it.
Really?
Yes. How about them apples, oh limitless
Yeah,
wonder?
that's one that I probably should have been closer on. But I was between Van Slyke and Kendall, and I figured Kendall catching would not have played enough games to be able to qualify. Well, not qualify, but just to be able to get to that point. Good for KY at first base.
I was surprised. He was a really good player, don't get me wrong. I didn't know he had 100 RBIs and 100 runs in
didn't
the
either.
same season. Kevin Young in 1999 was an absolute monster. A 909 OPS, 522 slug, 26 homers, 106 RBIs, 103 runs, and 174 hits. Holy parrot milk limits. Did you know that about him?
Parrot milk? No, I did not know about him, clearly, or else I would have answered it right and we'd be going to a steak dinner.
Can you milk a parrot?
No?
I didn't think so. So there's your trivia. And where I was going with that is Brian Reynolds is absolutely their most deserving all-star. Agree or disagree?
Agreed. I mean, I've been
I
on the
know
Brian
you were
Reynolds
first on
train for a
board. You were first on board
long
before
time.
anybody else.
That's
you knew
right.
Brian Reynolds
Just like
was
Spencer
the guy.
Horwitz. I've always been
Just
a Brian
like
Reynolds
Spencer
backer,
Horwitz.
and you said, Brian Reynolds, what's he doing this year? He only has 4 home runs.
Yeah, that was 2 months ago when he was off to, well, he actually
Yeah, and he
got
was
off to a
first in the
decent
National
start.
League in RBIs for left fielders.
So you knew he was going to have this kind of,
Yes,
100
Brian
RBIs and 100 runs, only limits
Not
now of
100
everybody
RBIs,
in town?
but Brian Reynolds in June, we know, turns into Barry Bonds. Every June,
Is he
Brian
going to
Reynolds
continue
heats
it?
up.
Will he continue it?
Yes, I think he will.
Then he's going to be an MVP candidate if he continues this.
Well, as long as the team is in a position where they're in a playoff race, then yeah, I think it's possible. I think Brian Reynolds is very underrated. Like his defense, I'm not going to excuse that. I don't think it's that good. Now, he did rob 2 home runs at PNC Park.
he was
over the
awful last
month.
season, limits, and wasn't
But
living up
yes.
to his $100 million contract. You agree with that?
He underachieved. I'm not calling him awful. I'm not going to call last season awful for him, no.
A 245 average, a 720 OPS, and 16 home runs for a guy making $100 million?
Yeah, he underachieved.
He was awful.
Well, you could quibble on the fact that it's only like $16 million per year, and Marcelo Ozuna is getting paid $12 to sit on the bench for half the season, but I agree. He underachieved and underwhelmed last year from what he had done previously in his career and also what the expectations were. Now, he's somewhat exceeding them because he's never been a 100 RBI guy. I think he's only topped out at 90. I would expect 25 close to 25 home runs from him, continue to stay hot and get to 100 RBIs.
He's never had 25 home runs in his career limits.
23 is his high, right?
Wrong. He had 27 in 2022.
So then he did get higher than 25, and you're wrong.
He's only has 11 right now.
Yeah, he's going to need to.
Listen, he's having a hell of a year. He would be my first choice as a Pirate All-Star. You agree? Who would be your second one?
Brandon Lau. Brandon Lau or Paul Skeens. I got absolutely ridiculed and ripped apart on Twitter this past weekend.
For what?
For what I said about Paul Skeens.
Tell us next.
Will do.
We'll get into that. What was the other? Oh, what the Braves players are saying about Joey Bart.
Yes.
And that the Pirates have a guy hitting 136. That's a guy they doubled down on. Hitting 136. We'll talk about that coming up next. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Rainy and a high of Troy Fatanu today, 76, a low of 64. Edmund Nelson, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track.
Now, fan headlines.
Thank you, Wonder Twin.
Belzer Chevrolet.
Thank you, Joe. I would like to tell you about the National League's central standings right now, because the Pirates are currently right at 500, 39-39, which marks them in fourth place. The Reds, who the Pirates will play this weekend, 37-39. The Cubs are 40-37. The Cardinals, 41-34. For a team that wasn't expected to do much of anything this year. And the Brewers, of course, still in first place at 46-29. The Pirates are 8.5 back in the division. They are 1.5 back in the wild card. More headlines can be found at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
After an accident, you need an injury attorney who fights for you. Ogg, Murphy, and Perkoski are ready to take on the insurance companies and win you the compensation you deserve. Call 412-391-FIRM. Ogg, Murphy, Perkoski, the firm. We're all in.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Increase flexibility, strength, and endurance. Breaking a 100, 90, or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Results this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. Shop our new Mitsubishi SUVs starting under $30,000, like the 2026 Outlander with a premium interior, advanced safety, and affordable third-row seating. And ask us about our $3,000 push, pull, or tow trade assistance.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington. Call 724-995-3658 for offer details.
Wait is over. Time for lunch. Tired of waiting for building supplies that never show? You need a reliable partner. Great projects start with great partners. Get top quality building materials delivered on time from your local expert, Reed Building Supply. They have it all. Visit reedbuildingsupply.com today.
For over 60 years, Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance to help protect what matters most. From the car you drive every day, to the home where your family lives, to the business you've worked so hard to build. Neophis Insurance Group offers reliable coverage backed by the strength and stability of Nationwide. With local service and trusted protection, they're here when you need them most. Contact Neophis Insurance Group today and see how their experience can help protect your future. 412-364-3388 or neophisinsurance.com. Traveling to Paris to see the black and gold? Use TrueFan Travel. TrueFanTravel.com.
The summer sales drive starts now at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. We're pushing all summer to hit record sales, and that means bigger savings for you. You choose. Get 0% APR financing across select new Mitsubishi models. And every new Mitsubishi includes 2 years of limited maintenance standard.
Your deal.
Your way.
What a great day.
At Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills. Call 412-453-8053 for offer details.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
Shopping for replacement windows? Metropolitan Window Company elevates your shopping experience.
John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window and door company for over 47 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you'll experience personalized knowledge, expertise, and professionalism from our first visit to your home until our craftsmen complete your installation.
We're the window company that people want in their homes, and our exclusive Infinity by Marvin 100% fiberglass windows are the windows people love.
They're built for life. They are the strongest, longest lasting windows you can buy.
And we have a great selection of colors and finishes. Experience Metropolitan Window Company. Stop by our showrooms, visit us at metropolitanwindows.com, or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. If anyone knows about diehard sports fans, it's me. I get to live and breathe the excitement of the season all year long. Now for advertisers, that passion matters. It's exactly why sports radio performs for brands. People who listen to sports on radio via streaming or on sports podcasts are nearly 3 times more likely to consider a brand that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Wyndham wins at the Open for the second time. Wyndham Clark at Shinnecock yesterday wins his second ever U.S. Open. It was a wire-to-wire win. Came down to the very end between him and Burns, just a one-shot difference as Burns ended up missing a putt on 18 that would have put him right in the driver's seat for a potential playoff, but it's Wyndham Clark that wins it. Hits 50% of his putts from 20 to 25 feet, which is huge because 12% is just the average, and he wins it wire to wire. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We got 2 hot ones here, Limits. Your take on Skeens that blew up Twitter or X, and what Braves players are saying about Joey Bart already. Which one would you like to start with? I'm good for either.
In the mood to not be selfish, I would like to start with Joey Bart.
All right. I don't even remember if it was you and I who everything was sort of, we were in and out of the office last week.
It wasn't me because when Joey Bart was traded, I was already away.
There you go. So the move there was to send Henry Davis down. And I'm starting to think, by the way, that would be for Davis's own good. Honestly. I mean, what are you doing here? You're subjecting this kid to continued exposure when he can't hit. And to everybody saying this is one of the worst hitters of all time, which he is. I've told you that the guy with the lowest career average, I forget his name, it was 170. What's Henry Davis's career average now, Limits? This season he's down to 136, which I think Chris Davis may have had the lowest average ever. And it was like 30 points higher than this guy.
Davis's career, 173.
Okay.
He's at 136 this season.
So he's a robust 3 percentage points up on the worst hitter of all time. It's time to put him out of his own misery and send him to the minors, and last week provided a golden opportunity for that. And instead, they opted to double down on him, at least on the roster. He's become overrated defensively, by the way. And I've mentioned this dynamic before, is that sort of as a way to protect him, people go out of their way to tell us how great he is defensively. He's a good defensive catcher. He also leads the league in pass balls. And give me catcher ERA. You were supposed to look that up, Limits, earlier in the show. For the Pirates this year, what is it?
Yeah, and I have completed the task. Henry Davis, ERA, 4.05.
Uh-huh.
Andy Rodriguez, ERA, catching the Pirates pitching staff, 4.66.
Uh-huh.
Joey Bart's ERA, catching the Pirates pitching staff, 3.70.
That's all I need to know. And believe me, I'm not saying that's the be-all, end-all stat, but you better believe that the people sticking up for Davis all this time have brought up that stat. Oh, he's just better with the pitchers. Well, that stat doesn't show it. And when he got to Atlanta, Chris Sale had this to say about Joey Bart. It didn't look like defensively. His wheels were turning in a bad way, in a nervous way, and honestly, it just felt like he had good rhythm. I felt like he had a good tempo, good rhythm today. It seemed like every pitch he called was the right one. With Bart behind the plate, Sale, who's pretty good, right, went 5 2/3 of 2-run ball with 7 strikeouts, 12 whiffs against a good team, the Brewers, 24 called strikes. They should have kept Bart and sent Davis to the minors, period. That was the move. Hunter Stratton, what are we doing here? Was he even healthy? I don't know.
He was DFA'd. They needed to clear a roster spot on their 40, and he was designated for assignment.
Right. Yeah, that's just what I was going to say. Was he even healthy when they acquired him? Is he even healthy? I don't know. He stinks. I do know that. They want to protect Davis because Skeens is seemingly, not directly, but sort of implicitly making decisions around here. Limits. We had John Parado on last week, and it's his contention that Skeens had a lot to do with getting rid of Oscar Marin after last season.
I think that's very possible, yeah. And them looking for a new pitching coach and Brett Murphy being that guy. They thought they could be better than Oscar Marin. And
Joey Bart, he ain't Johnny Bench, but he was hitting, like 250 or something this year? 114 points higher than the guy they have backing up Endy Rodriguez right now. And the real kicker is that Bart was on a streak. It was only 6 games, but he was hot, and also the pitchers were pitching well. Like, it didn't hurt anybody. It didn't hurt Braxton Ashcraft to have Joey Bart behind the plate. In Bart's last appearance with Ashcraft, he pitched a 4-hit shutout over 6 or 7 innings with 7 strikeouts.
How about the difference last year in ERA between the two? Bart was at 4.73 and 2,879 plate appearances.
Yeah.
Henry Davis in 2,736 plate appearances, 287.
Right, but don't you think
2 runs?
Catching for Paul Skeens has a lot to do with that? And
Yes.
don't you think a lot of the credit goes to Paul Skeens for
Yes.
that and not Henry?
I would argue that a lot of the credit for Chris Sale's great outing with Joey Bart was just Chris Sale, Cy Young winner, is very, very good.
Yeah, but you get the point when Chris Sale comes out publicly and says every pitch that guy called was the right one, because the Pirates want to put this, when Ben Cherington says keeping Endy and Henry was our best combination of offense and defense, Henry Davis's defense has been radically overrated.
I would agree
with that. And when it
that.
comes to pitch calling and everything else, that's why I wanted to point out that Chris Sale said publicly that it was just fine with Joey Bart behind the plate, as the numbers would attest this year.
I don't think Joey Bart is that great defensively, and I do find it interesting that it's a difference of just less than 100 plate appearances between the two a year ago. Now, obviously, we're speaking in the current moment and what's taking part this year. I would agree that Davis should have went down to AAA just to work on anything that's left, because, he's just a DFA candidate at this point. If it wasn't for Paul Skeens, would he even be on the roster? Maybe just because he's a number 1 overall pick and they're going to try to give him every single run possible to figure it out, which at this point,
well, you
I don't
would agree
think he will.
that they're doing him a disservice right now.
Davis?
Yes. This is embarrassing at this point. And by keeping him up here, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, but when hasn't it been embarrassing for him in the major
It's never
leagues?
been 136 limits. It's never been 136.
No, it's never been this bad.
This is as bad as it gets.
I just don't know if you can send him down to AAA and him to truly be able to figure it out at this
I don't
rate.
care what
They've
he
done
does.
it how many times?
I don't give a crap what he does at AAA. He doesn't belong here with a team that's fighting for a playoff spot. He's hitting 136. It's ridiculous at this point. I've never seen anything like this in 50 years of watching baseball.
And all this,
you point out to me another guy who's hitting 136 halfway through a season who hasn't gone down at all. It's unfathomable. And I do think it's now becoming a disservice to him, and it's insulting to everybody's intelligence when Ben Cherington says this is the best combination of offense and defense. They need a veteran catcher. I like what Endy has done for the most part, but I don't trust it. He wasn't hitting at AAA. I'd rather have a good veteran catcher in here. And I don't care what Paul Skeens wants. I really don't. Okay? If Henry Davis was the magic elixir, and Skeens is still having an all-star season, but I think over the last month he has about a 4 ERA. So why isn't Henry Davis saving him? That should have nothing to do with anything what Skeens wants at this point. And by the way, they should keep Skeens in games longer. They're only going to have him for another year or two. So you might as well get the most out of him. And you might as well pitch the wheels off at this point. He'll want to stay in. Keep him in. The alternative is to go to this crap bullpen. So just keep him in games. for 120 pitches. That's what people want. I now agree with Bob on that. 412-928-9370. And just because their offense has overall been productive doesn't mean they can carry a 136 hitter. It just doesn't. Now, I've been talked off the ledge about Connor Griffin, who I thought, and in some ways still think he should be here. You know, if you have a guy who the GM says hitting is a non-issue, Griffin said it's a non-issue, I'd be there in a heartbeat right now to DH for my guys. There's still a big part of me that says then he should be here. I don't. You'd have to really explain to me how an aggravated arm from throwing is at risk for hitting and running. Does he run with his arms limits? Is he?
Well, yeah, he's got his arms back and forth trying to, sprinters.
Is he doing a handstand on first base and running on his arms to second base? I think he should be here, honestly. But somebody told me they said there probably isn't a team in the majors with a piece as valuable as that who, when he's hurt, wouldn't just focus on his rehab. Okay, I'll buy that. But he better get back here soon, And I think he's been throwing just about full strength, and they need him. Like I said with the offense earlier, it's been a really good offense for the most part. And yet, they leave too many people on base. It's been a lot of feast or famine, and there's not a lot of depth. And then they go into Colorado, and for the first two games, it's just nothing. Who was the guy on Friday Night Limits?
Kyle Freeland.
He's horrible. But against them, he looked invincible. So those are all my feelings about the catching situation that then morphed into Connor Griffin. Give me your Paul Skeens take limits that set X ablaze.
It did. So following Skeens' start, then he went 6 innings, gave up 2 runs. Mangum made a bad play in the outfield. I still put this out there because it's been consistent with the theme of the season. Paul Skeens is still a great pitcher, but you can in good conscience say he's the elite of the elite. I love Skeens, but he's not the same pitcher that he was 2 years ago. And the things that I pointed out here, Joe, where one, he's not pitching nearly deep enough into games as he did a year ago. That's a fact. The velocity is down. That's a fact. He's trying to be more efficient and just hasn't been able to do so. The ERA is up a whole run compared to a year ago. That's a fact.
Is the ERA or is the velocity down because he wants it down?
Possibly. I think that might be the case.
So what's your bottom line there?
My bottom line is
set it ablaze
he's
here?
not Mizorowski. He's not Christopher Sanchez right now.
Not right now,
He's not Chris Sale. He's not Wheeler.
No.
He's still a very, 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 he's still a great pitcher. He's still a borderline elite
what's
pitcher.
The problem with that?
But what I said was he's not the elite of the elite. He's not as good as those guys that I've mentioned.
So far this season, you're right. Did you put that little qualifier in there?
No, what I read to you was what I
feel based on half a season, he's no longer among the elite pitchers in the league.
He hasn't pitched as one of the most elite pitchers
this
so far
season.
in the league. This season, yes.
Yeah, that's not an opinion. That's a fact.
And people like a guy named Zach Seco on Twitter just puts, LOL, the Pirates just forgot how to hit a baseball whenever Skeens is on the mound.
So far this season, Paul Skeens is probably not a top 10 pitcher in baseball. I don't think that means that that's the statement on him, period. It's half a season. It's 16 starts. He's got 16 more, and he's got, 40 or 50 before that tell me what he actually is. But I do agree, so far this season, it's not opinion. It's a fact he's a borderline top 10 pitcher and certainly not in the top 5.
Or you can listen to a man named AJ on Twitter that says, you're a jackass. He's statistically better this year.
Well, that's a good point, too, though. But go ahead.
Better strike percentage, better walk percentage, better average, better whip. Just stop talking. I still can't get over the point of you calling me a jackass.
I didn't call you a jackass.
Yes, you did. You said he's right. You said that guy's right, insinuating that I'm a jackass.
I know. I'm sorry about that.
That was hurtful of you, and how dare you do that? Somebody else said, is this a pony account? He is elite.
Well, for you to write him off as no longer an elite pitcher, if that's what you did, is wrong. Surely you understand the differences here.
What I said is Paul Skeens is still a great pitcher, but you can't in good conscience say he's the elite of the elite. The elite of the elite being Mizorowski, Christopher
So far
Sanchez,
this season,
and those guys. Yes.
So far, do you see the distinction here, Limits, between so far this season and overall?
So you're saying that I needed to add in more of a qualifier? Because I guess people are just not smart on Twitter. Well, I guess we all know that people aren't smart on Twitter.
So Ohtani got off to a slow start offensively. Was he still among the elite hitters in the game, in your opinion?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. But he wasn't for that period of time.
Right.
That's what I would say of Skeens.
He's just not been the same that he was the past 2 years. I thought that was a good enough qualifier that I gave, but apparently not.
No, it wasn't. It was a horrible qualifier. 412-928-9370. A lot of Skeens' advanced stats are the same as they've been. However, I don't think he's quite been as good as previous either. But you look at his strikeout rate is up. I think his walk rate's a little bit down. His advanced numbers, pretty much across the board, hard hit balls, everything else are about the same. Should we maybe come to the conclusion that his ERA should have been higher in previous years based on the numbers, oh Limitless Wonder?
Possibly. I just think he did a better job of being able to work out of jams over the last 2 years than this year. You know, like we've seen two instances where he's been right around 100 pitches and Don Kelly would come out to the mound and you're like, okay, maybe they're taking Skeens out. Someone's warming in the bullpen. And then they ultimately discuss it, decide to give Skeens one more batter, say, okay, you'll get the opportunity. I think it's happened 3 times this year, and twice he's not been able to get the next guy out. Like that happened at the Dodgers game. You could blame Brandon Lau for not being able to pick the ball for that being the case. Like his defense behind him has not been that good.
That's true, too, and that might be the biggest difference.
Nick Gonzalez has missed some balls in a series in Houston, and of course the Oneil Cruz opening day fiasco.
Right. Here's an assignment for you, Limits. I have an assignment for you. Should you choose to accept it, are you ready?
Yes.
Go back to the opener. Cruz misjudged a ball, correct?
Correct.
And then another one, and then another one.
2 plays in the first inning.
Bring me back to those 2 plays. One was an easy fly ball he lost in the sun. What was the other one? Went over his head?
Yeah, he started to come in.
Did he get an error on either one of those?
No.
Okay. How many runs did he cost Skeens right there?
5.
He cost him all 5? Skeens' box score from that day?
Oh, I think they would have ended up being unearned on Skeens, yes. Because all those runs that were charged to Skeens were earned, all 5 runs.
And none of them would have been earned if Cruz makes normal plays.
I don't believe so.
Okay. What I want you to do right now is to go to Skeens' numbers and take 5, just take even 4. Take 4 or 5 earned runs off his total and figure out his earned run average. Could you do that, please?
Now, how do you want me to adjust that with innings? Include the 2/3 innings that he pitched in that game?
What?
You want me to include every inning that he's pitched so far this year, right? We're detracting some runs, but you don't want me to detract any innings, correct?
Right. It's only 2/3 of an inning. But yeah, if you subtract 5 earned runs from his total, or even 4, we'll give the benefit of the doubt to 1. Then I think we're in good shape here. And why don't you come back with that, Limits?
I have it.
Oh, you do?
I do.
What is it? It goes from 289 to what?
It goes from 286 to 245.
It's a pretty vast difference, isn't it?
It is.
Perhaps we've been overreacting. Then again, for over a month now, it's been over 4.
He's also around, he's allowed 6 unearned runs this year, too. So the defense, which has been poor behind him, has been charged for some unearned runs. Man, 107 strikeouts in 88 innings. He's really upticked that.
Yeah, he has.
The last couple of starts.
He sure has. All right. We'll take calls on that, by the way, as we get ready for the Limitless Express and then a visit from Bob that the entire nation's looking forward to. Let's go with that. Can we?
Let's do it. Coming up in the Limitless Express, much to do about what's going on in the college basketball world and a huge trade a huge trade that might be about to go down. But first, Bob, you have a message for the populace.
If you've been putting off your bathroom remodel, here's your sign to finally do it. West Shore Home has been making home remodeling easier for local homeowners for 20 years. That's right, 20 years. And guess what? They're celebrating their 20th anniversary sale in style. Here's what 20 years of doing the right thing looks like. Installation handled by their teams of highly trained employee installers. Never subcontractors. You don't have people coming in and out of your house. You don't know who they are. None of that. Plus, on top of everything else, tens of thousands of 5-star reviews from homeowners just like you. Getting started is simple. All you got to do is schedule your free online, no-obligation consultation at 1-800-WEST-SHORE or visit westshorehome.com/fan. They'll help you build your dream space, and you'll get a price that's locked in for an entire year. So right now, their 20th anniversary sale means 20% off your project, 20 months of no payments and interest, no interest there, financing. And for being the fan of the show, you get an extra $500 off your project. All possible with this wonderful 20th anniversary sale from West Shore Home. Financing subject to credit approval. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Mitch Keller will get the ball. George Kirby expected to start for the Seattle Mariners. Both teams right around 500. The Pirates are at 39-39. Seattle is 40-39. 6:40 first pitch at PNC Park tomorrow. Pirates are off today, coming back from Colorado, where they lost 2 out of 3 against the Rockies. 5:45 North Shore Tavern Late Hour Show with Dan Zangrilli. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines there are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hit us up on the Fan Text line, brought to you by Egger Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can watch the show and interact with us on Fan Twitter, brought to you by Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. If the Boston Celtics are able to complete a trade for Milwaukee Bucks star forward Giannis Antetokounmpo, you can set it in stone right now. Next year's Eastern Conference Final in the NBA will be the reigning champion Knicks against Giannis and the Celtics. I'm Nick Costos.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at WhalenExteriors.com.
Pittsburgh, Larry Richard here. Let's go to Paris to cheer on the black and gold. I have your golden ticket through AAA October 21st through the 26th. We're taking over the City of Light. Round trip flights, a luxury Marriott stay, game tickets, and an epic black and gold kickoff party. Double occupancy packages starting at $7,199. Space is extremely limited. Call 800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch now. Here we go to Paris with AAA Travel.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Hey, it's Doran. Props to my friends at Keystone Custom Apparel. Their fan club t-shirt fundraiser has helped local organizations raise over $100,000 this year. Here's how you get in on all the action. Step 1, register your team at KeystoneCustomApparel.com. Step 2, supporters donate $20 online, type their name in on the form, and choose their player. Step 3, well, there's no more steps. Keystone Custom Apparel handles everything. No order forms or money collection needed. For more information, go to KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
BetMGM Sportsbook is giving you the chance to win a prize every day during baseball season. Step into the batter's box for BetMGM's Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Log in every day for your chance to win. Pick an area of the strike zone and take your swing. If you get a hit, you'll receive a prize. Smash a home run to collect a bonus bet. Just log into your BetMGM Sportsbook account and visit your promotion section to access the Swing for the Fences free-to-play game. Swing for the Fences every day with BetMGM. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Bonus bets expire in 7 days. Additional terms and restrictions may apply.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free and 48 months with 0% interest, same as cash. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Hit the road in a brand new 2026 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4-door from South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Adventure starts at just $299 a month for 36 months or score 0% APR for 36 months. Visit southhillschryslerjeep.net for more details.
Okay, class, let's begin.
Psst, love your boots. I just sold a pair like that on eBay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it took like 2 seconds to list and they sold almost immediately. I've been selling everything lately. Some chunky boots, a faux fur coat I never wore, and a vintage chair that was more of an expensive clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code SNAP5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code SNAP5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code SNAP5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
I love you. I love you.
They call them trolls or whatever, people that just sit behind a computer in their mom's basement.
You idiot.
It was a joke.
Hold on, let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same thing.
Now you're insulting my intelligence.
No, I'm insulting your integrity. That's incrinculant.
All aboard!
That's my favorite part. And I'm glad you brought that back, Limits. I'm having an unbelievable back and forth texting with Matt Clement right now. Just an unbelievable back and forth. He's coming out hot here. When's he on with us? Wednesday?
Yes, he'll be joining us on Wednesday.
I'll tell you what, we're going to talk Henry Davis. We're going to talk Joey Bart. We're going to talk Skeens.
We're going to talk pitching. We're going to talk...
You wouldn't believe the stuff going on in this conversation, Lim.
Oh, yeah, there's a big Pirate game. Well, they're all big Pirate games, really, through the rest of the way until you get to the All-Star break, and they will not play a team that is under 500, at least as it currently is today, until after the All-Star break.
Really?
Yep.
Well, I know they have the, Braves and Brewers here at the end?
They're coming up. The Mariners are a pretty solid team. They're a 500 club, one game over.
They got hot they won like 8 in a row, and then they started losing again. But yeah, they're the Pirates, right? They're the American League Pirates right now. Of course, everybody is. Look at the standings right now. It's almost laughable. But it's the same thing every year. You have to be horrible not to be in the wild card race. Right?
Yeah. Like, even the Reds are in it, and I think they're 2 under. They've been 3 under this year.
Every team in baseball, with the exception of maybe a couple, is like a 7-game winning streak away from being right there.
I would say so. I mean, teams like the Mets who have teetered all year, they're not in it. Boston in the American League, they're not in it. Colorado's awful, but they just took 2 out of 3 from the Pirates. So,
well, the only teams in the National League that are out of it are San Fran and Colorado. That's it.
Yeah, that's really it. I don't think the Mets are in it, but
they have enough talent where they could rip off 9 in a row, Limits, and then they're in it because they'd be 500. They're 9 games under. But yeah, you're right. They're teetering for sure, but so are the Pirates. The other thing with the Pirates is they're a 7-game losing streak from selling off parts.
Entirely, yes. Especially depending on when the timing of that is. Like, if they're on a free fall going into the deadline, that just signals sell. If it's a free fall right now, and then they pick it up again right around the All-Star break and right out of the All-Star break, then that could mean something different. Like, if they fall apart over the next, well, also I'm going to correct myself, the Reds are under 500. So I think that stat that I gave you is after the Red series.
Yeah.
But regardless, that's still a divisional team that has given you fits in the past.
Yeah. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
They fall apart a little bit down the stretch here. It's more manageable than if they fall apart a month from now at this exact time.
Did you see Rafael Devers?
Yeah.
Refusing a pinch runner?
I did.
Last
he just
night?
kept waving off the runner I'm staying in. No,
wow.
I'm staying in.
And the poor pinch runner, he gets halfway there, then he trots back, then he goes out to the bag, and he's still getting waved off. You can't do that, Limits, can you?
No, I mean, at some point, you just got to just agree and say, all right, I'll get out of there. But that was a huge, huge trade that they made last June to acquire Devers, and now he might be on the block 1 year later. The 1 year anniversary just passed, June 15th, 2025. Boston received Kyle Harrison, who now is a stud with Milwaukee, who had, I think, one bad outing that ballooned his ERA up a run, but has been very good for them throughout the year. Jordan Hicks, who is a pretty dependable pitcher. James Tibbs, who is a top outfield prospect. I know we don't want to discuss Red Sox-Giants trades, but the point of the matter is they gave him he's under like a 7-year contract, huge deal, and he has just been a pain to deal with. That's why Boston traded him. 3-time All-Star. And he might end up being traded again. Maybe to the Pirates.
I'm sorry, Limits.
You were not paying any attention.
Paying attention.
No, you're not. You're on your phone right now. You're texting. You're not paying attention to your show.
No, I'm in the middle of a heated exchange here with Matt Clement.
Then have Matt Clement call in.
I feel like reading this right now. Call it. I'll tell him to call in right now.
He's not allowed to call in because he's joining the PM team later today.
No, all these new rules, right? Okay. All right, next.
Well, just the start of today's Limitless Express, because we never got it to go off the tracks yet, or onto the tracks, because you took it off the tracks and tried to derail it for this June 22nd. Biggest story in sports today is that Michigan basketball coach Dusty May is finalizing a deal to be the next head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. How about this?
I didn't even see this.
Yes, Dusty May is going to the Mavs to coach Cooper Flagg and others in that organization. They fired Jason Kidd. Of course, they traded Luka Doncic a couple of years ago to the Lakers, and then they magically just won the draft lottery that definitely was not rigged for them to get Cooper Flagg in exchange for Luka going to the big market Lakers. Dusty May was only at Michigan for 2 years.
Where are you reading this, Limits? Why isn't it? Oh, yeah, it is a headline.
Look to the right of you. You can see it on TV,
How is Adam Schefter now doing NBA stories?
Yeah, it's kind of annoying. But
That's annoying.
Sources tell Pete Thamel, Shams, and me.
That's annoying,
Schefter,
actually.
I don't even. The NBA.
I don't want the information from him.
No, I don't either. I want the information from Shams.
Now I find him annoying. Just do the NFL, will ya?
Well, the reason that they do that is huge stories like this. They want to see more eyeballs on it, so they let Schefter tweet it out too.
I'm telling you right now, for him, it's hard to turn down the money, but I don't think this turns out well. I don't think NBA players respond well to college guys. It's happened once in a while. Brad Stevens was a good coach, right?
Yeah.
For sure, but more often than not, it hasn't happened that way. More often than not, it hasn't, whether you're looking at Calipari, Pitino. Who are some of the recent guys?
Here's the most recent one, John Beilein. He
going
is
to Cleveland.
Dusty May is the first college head coach to take an NBA job since John Beilein left Michigan to coach the Cavs in 2019. It only lasted like a year and a half.
It's just a different stratosphere, and you really got to pick your spots. I remember when John Carroll from Duquesne wound up as the Celtics coach one year. I don't know if their coach got fired or got sick or something, but I remember covering them in Cleveland, and John Carroll was the head coach. And, he said, you really got to pick your spots in this league where you're going to, drop a hammer on somebody. Or just be that raw college guy. I don't know, Limits.
I would make the argument, Joe, that the Michigan job is the better job than the Mavericks.
The better job is the one that pays more money.
If I'm
right?
Not entirely.
No?
I mean, money is a lot, but money isn't everything. And you're coming off of a national championship at Michigan where you are getting significant financial backing for that team. You have to put up with a ownership group with Dallas that is flimsy at best after Cuban sold it. The remnants of the Nico Harrison era where people are still furious over Luka Doncic. He comes into a situation where I don't think Jason Kidd was doing a bad job, but they still move off of him. They still fire him. Even though they do have Cooper Flagg, that was not a good team last year. I don't think that's a great situation compared to Michigan, where you have a top 5 roster every year with the NIL that you can bring in, and you just won a championship, and you play in the Big Ten. I would have rather stayed at Michigan if I was Dusty May. And
not me. I'm assuming the money's bigger and better, right?
I'm sure it is, and pro sports and
yeah,
it
I'm
is in
taking
college,
the money,
but
and so would you.
I would not.
No, you wouldn't take the
I
money.
would stay at Michigan.
No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would. Are you calling me a liar?
No, I'm calling you delusional. If you were presented with those two checks, you would take check B to stay at Michigan.
I would want to stay at a job where I can be for the next decade plus and have some security. And he earned that at Michigan by just winning a national championship. 2 bad years in
We've
Dallas,
seen
and
in
he's
college
done.
sports how much security there is, even in winning a national championship. There's now that's the bar. So anytime that guy falls short of that, there's going to be pressure. And at a place like Michigan, there's a lot of pressure.
There is a lot of pressure, but you're saying where in the new age of college sports where you could just buy rosters, even if Dusty May consistently goes to the Sweet 16, I feel like he's safe for a while. And they're not going to be breathing down his neck trying to fire him.
Oh, well. So if I give you that check and you get fired in the NBA, what then? Can't you just go back to college then?
What's the difference in check here, I'm wondering, though? Like, how many millions are we talking?
You tell me. I don't know. What's the deal for?
I have not seen the deal yet, but his contract at Michigan obviously was paying him a very, very large chunk of money.
I don't care anymore. Let's move to the next topic.
The exit requires a $5 million buyout to Michigan as well. He earned a base salary of $4.6 million last year in his 5-year contract, worth more than $25 million.
Thank you, Limits. Next.
You're welcome. That's the Dusty May part of this conversation. It is my segment, so I'm going to continue it for as long as I want. Miami and Boston. Do you like that one?
I do like that one. Hold on. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Limits, the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball, softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at usports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. And the Fan might make a stop to your field, as I did to Aspinwall a couple of weeks ago. What a treat that was. Great. I love that. It reminds me of my days playing Little League. It reminds me of my daughter in the fun days of softball when she was younger, and we would just go out there. It was coach pitch, and it was just fun, which is what it's supposed to be in the end.
That's awesome.
Brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. Details at 937thefan.com. And also, I might say, the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Wonder Twin?
All right, so there's a huge deal that is going to go down in the NBA in the next 24 hours, according to Brian Windhorst.
Yeah.
Miami and Boston are the top 2 suitors for Giannis with the Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis Antetokounmpo, a good chance of a trade happening, Windhorst says, within the next 24 hours. It looks like Giannis is going to stay in the East. That was his intention. Boston now willing to part with Jaylen Brown.
What?
Is the new rumor that I just saw. They are all in on Giannis, and that includes trading Jaylen Brown, who at times I think is better than Jason Tatum. And in that run to the finals, was better than Jason Tatum when they won it in 2024. Your reaction to a potential Giannis trade to one of those destinations?
I wish it was Golden State. That's all I'll say about it. Next.
What? That's it?
Yes, move on to the next topic, Limits.
I only had like 4 topics here, and that was one of them. You don't care at all about that?
Did you say Hunter Stratton's been DFA'd already?
He was DFA'd by Atlanta.
Oh.
And that opened the door for a trade to the Pirates, in which they made the Joey Bart trade because he was ready to be activated off the IL. You've gone nuts.
Go to the next one. Nobody gives a crap about Giannis and Jason Tatum. Go to something we care about.
You suck. Training camp report dates and practices are officially set. The Steelers will not have a joint practice this year. Are you bummed out by that?
The things I care about in this world, that's 8 trillionth. No.
There's not a lot going on right now, Joe.
I don't care about a joint practice.
Why don't you throw something out if you just want to poo-poo and rain on this
That's the most
limitless
ridiculous
express
topic
parade.
I've ever heard.
You've never gone to a joint practice and watched opponents fight each other? Sometimes it's entertaining and fun.
Let's talk about the World Cup limits. Do you care?
That was next up.
Do you care about that?
That was the final topic that I had.
And let's talk about that for a
move
little
along.
Do you care about it?
Yeah, I've been intrigued by it. Now, just from a Team USA perspective, I'm not locked in. Well, believe me or not, I don't care.
Are you watching the games?
Yes, I'm watching Team USA.
Well, they've only had 2 games.
I'm watching other games in the background, not paying as much attention.
And you're not watching them if they're in the background.
I'm watching the World Cup.
No, you're not.
How much more definitive do I need to put that to you?
A lot more than that. You said they're on in the background.
Yes, and I'm
not
watching Team USA intently.
I'm not going to pretend I care about this. I don't. I'm not watching it. I don't care.
Why don't you care?
What do you mean, why don't I care?
Yeah, why don't you care? That's
I don't know.
Question.
Either I care about something and watch it, or I don't.
And you have no reason for that. There's no reason as to why you don't care about it.
The Sopranos. Everybody else loved it. I didn't watch it. I don't know. I just didn't care.
You just weren't interested.
What do you mean everybody else is watching it? Everybody's watching the world. I will say this.
I didn't say that. You said that.
You just said that.
No, that's not what I said.
I will say this. I had a lot of fun at the watch party. So if I could go to a watch party for the U.S. games, I went down to the stadium down on the south side, FNB. And had a great time because it's, first of all, what an awesome place with the skyline in the background. It's been upgraded a lot. I went there 10 or 15 years ago, and people were really having a great time there. And we had a great time in our little fan booth. So if I could go to a watch party, but see, it was the party that I cared about. I guess you ask me why, in all honesty, all joking aside, soccer's not my sport.
No. You don't care to watch soccer?
I don't. I'm sorry. I just don't.
That's simple enough. I'm not a big soccer fan, but I watch the World Cup. I'm interested in it.
Listen, if they get to the final, maybe even the semis, I'll probably be watching it. But then again, I don't know. I don't know if I will. I'm sorry, Limits. It's just not my game. It's not my sport. I'm sorry to all the soccer lovers out there. It's just not.
I'm disappointed in you.
That I don't like something?
No, not that you don't like soccer, but that you're not giving it a chance in the World Cup.
That I don't like vanilla ice cream? I mean,
yes.
You are?
Yeah.
Is that your favorite flavor?
No, chocolate is. So vanilla is a good flavor, and I'm disappointed that you don't like it.
What's the best ice cream flavor? For me, it's mint chocolate chip.
Oreo's really good.
Yeah.
I just like a plain chocolate milkshake sometimes.
Do you?
Like from Pages? Oh, I love Pages.
You're not allowed to say that.
Why not? I'm not telling people to go there. I'm just saying that I like it. So I am allowed to say that.
It is good. And you're right. You're absolutely right, Limits. What did you want to say about the World Cup? Anything else?
No, I think Team USA, with the path that is currently being carved out, it looks like this could be a magical summer. This could be a summer of Team USA, maybe even getting to a semis. I'm intrigued by it. I'm excited for that. I was locked in on the World Cup.
How many players can you name?
4 years ago.
Name 5 players. Don't look at your computer.
I can name you Christian Pulisic. I can name you Dest, one of their good players.
Dest?
Yeah, it's his last name.
Okay.
Berholster, who I think is related to the former manager.
Of the fan?
No. Of the team. Mauricio Pochettino is their manager.
Pochettino, yes.
Maybe it's Pochettino.
Maybe it is.
I don't know. I'm not. He's from Argentina. I don't know how to pronounce
Clearly,
his
you're
name
not exactly fluent in U.S. soccer, and neither am I.
I never claimed to be.
And neither am I. But if they get to the final, I suppose I'll be watching.
Serginho Dest. Isn't that a great name?
Yeah. Eugenio Suarez is a great name, too, and he's starting to hit homers.
He really is, yes. And I'm sure he'll hit one at PNC Park this weekend.
One, he'll hit 5.
Tyler Adams is on the team. He's good.
Now you're looking at the roster.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I've not even touched my mouse. You are lying, and you are gaslighting right now. Our word of the day, gaslighting. That's what you're doing right now.
What's the biggest surprise in baseball so far for you, Limits?
I would say probably...
How about Seattle back in first place? They were horrible. Of course, they're only 40 and 39. I'm sorry. What is the biggest surprise to you?
I would say probably that the Cardinals are better than everybody expected them to be.
Yeah.
I mean, they're right now second place in the division.
I mean, are there a ton of surprises otherwise? We have Dodgers, Padres, Brewers. Cardinals are definitely a surprise.
No, the Yankees are good.
Braves, Phillies in that division. The other AL West stinks, so nobody's really surprising. Guardians are always up there. The White Sox are the biggest surprise in baseball.
That's true. The White Sox and the fact that they're in the wild card race.
That's right.
2 games over 500 after last year being the worst team in baseball.
Kirk Schlecker's Chicago White Sox, the biggest surprise in baseball. They're 24-12 at home limits. Do you know how many teams have fewer home losses than the White Sox in all the majors?
I'm going to guess the Dodgers and probably the Braves.
Wrong. They both have more. The only team with less home losses than them is Tampa Bay Rays at 26-10.
Nice. At the Trop.
And also, I'm very surprised that the Red Sox stink this bad. I thought they were going to be pretty good this year. 13 games under. Boy, I wish they'd trade their closer.
It's time to trade Chapman. It's time to change Garrett Whitlock, to trade Garrett Whitlock and change it up in that bullpen, acquire some pieces.
And then hire Jason Whitlock as the beat writer.
I think he's probably past his beat writing days.
Probably. Rainy and a high of Troy Fatanu today, 76, a low of 64. Edmund Nelson. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. 93.7 The Fan trading cards brought to you by the Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, memorabilia. These cards have pics and stats of the Fan hosts, including my friend Wonder Twin here, and you can pick them up at the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime we're out in the community. Intern Dom took a shot at you for that last week, said you lobbied real hard to get your name on a card.
I don't care. I did lobby hard to get my name on a card, yes.
Are you mad at Intern Dom? Do you like Intern Dom?
I do. I like Dom. I'm not mad at him.
Okay.
I was told by Adam and Greentree when I was at golf with my friends this week.
Yeah.
That they kept taking being you and Dom and Pony, no surprise there, that I was getting shot after shot after shot thrown at me.
You took a lot of haymakers
and
after you left with your friends to go to Geneva.
At this point, I don't care.
Yeah. Harry Callis takes more than anybody.
Harry Callis signed a card of mine for somebody.
Did he?
Signed a limits card. I have become numb to all the shots that have been taken and just do not care. Unless they're about like 1 or 2 certain things, I don't care.
Like what?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Probably wise on your part.
It is.
Do we have Bob next?
We should. We're going to call him.
All right, then we're going to ask Bob about how this U.S. Open went down and if it was fair what people did to Wyndham Clark on the back 9 especially, but really the whole day, taking a lot of fan abuse to the point where people were getting kicked out of the course limits. How about that? Well, we started the show with that. We spent an hour on that.
Don't do that. Don't get kicked out.
We'll talk to Bob next about all of that and some pirate stuff. Bob Pompiani starring on Pumpin' Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bob will join his show coming up next as Wyndham Clark won the U.S. Open for the second time. First time in 2023. He wins it wire to wire and holds off Burns, holds off Scheffler, holds off not too many charges that were made, as obviously he was in the lead throughout the tournament. So Wyndham Clark wins another U.S. Open. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Mr. Water Heater, 2 Men in a Junk Truck, Tri-State Office Equipment, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Joe Ball GMC. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Zero Res wants to help clean your home. Big summer savings with 3 rooms cleaned starting at $139 and $599 per system for air duct cleaning. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Joe Starkey here, and the last nickname I want is Baldy. I'm getting there, though, and that's why I called New Image for a consultation. That's 1-800-514-HAIR. Who better? New Image has been offering the best scientific solutions for hair loss all in one place for over 40 years. You don't have to be bald to be losing your hair. For women and men, hair loss often shows up quietly. A widening part, more strands in the shower, thinning around the temples. I started noticing that more, especially in the front, so I went to New Image for a consultation. Excellent. Cookie runs the show over there, and it's simple. They have all the answers and experience on hair solutions. They started with a hair and scalp analysis, and I finally understood why my hair loss was happening and what I can do. Tons of solutions, including eye hair technology that targets where you're losing hair and fills in where you're thinning and balding. My plan includes FDA-approved laser hair therapy. First treatment, easy and fun, and I'll be sharing stories as I move toward a fuller head of hair. Join me. Get your free consultation at 800-514-HAIR, 514-4247, or NewImageHairClinic.com.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today.
This is attorney Ed Shenderovich, and just like you, I love dogs. All breeds of dogs. Unfortunately, sometimes dogs attack people, causing serious injuries. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've represented many, many victims of dog attacks. And, as in all our cases that we handle, our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. If you've been injured by a dog, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hey, it's Dan Zang, really wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
My name's Phil from Beverly, Massachusetts. I've lost 88 pounds with Awaken 180. I was type 2 diabetic and I was severely overweight. I got to do something because what I was doing wasn't working. The GLP-1 was a thought, but I don't really like putting chemicals in my body. So I've been on Awaken 180 for a year ago this month. I'm now completely off of all diabetic medication, cholesterol medication. And as a result of this, I was scheduled for more knee surgery. My left knee was really getting to the point where I was having trouble walking. And now that pain is completely gone. My energy level's through the roof. I just can't say enough good things about Awaken 180 and the positive effects it has on you. It has completely changed my life.
Thanks, Phil. Chris Muller here. Phil wanted to share his Awaken 180 story for the same reasons I have for so many years. To let others know there is a medication-free solution for weight loss. Find your results at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Stone & Company, family owned and operated for nearly 100 years with 11 plants servicing southwestern PA and northern West Virginia, offering the highest quality ready-mix concrete and custom mix designs to fit your needs. We have the largest fleet of trucks in the region, concrete pumping services, plus a full offering of precast products, manholes, catch basins, and blocks. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff is ready to assist you with your next project. All solid foundations begin with Stone & Company, DOT and DOH certified. 1-800-CONCRETE or stoneconcrete.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979. 800-777-1979.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Mitch Keller will take the mound for the Pirates tomorrow at PNC Park. It's the first of 3 against Seattle, as the Buccos are off today. They're 39-39 overall. George Kirby will start for Seattle. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Bob joins his show next.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right. A lot of us watching the U.S. Open yesterday at Shinnecock. Wyndham Clark taking all kinds of cat calls, people cheering his bad shots, saying, I hope you wind up in the bunker, people getting kicked off the course, etc. For those of us who, those of you who are heavy defenders of golf etiquette, that didn't seem very etiquette-like, did it, Limits?
Not entirely, no.
And it was all seemingly, part of it was people rooting for Scotty, but part of it, too, was stemming from the Oakmont incident where he kicked in a couple lockers last year. Richie Walsh tweeted about it last night saying, I bet you there's some people at Oakmont who aren't happy that Clark won. And Bob said more than a couple. And there was a lot of feedback on those. But I generally first want to hear what Bob thought of the Open. Bob, how are you?
Joe, how are you today?
I've never been better, and I value your inquiry. Where are you, Bob, might be a better question.
We're at the annual Stanley Marks Charity Golf Tournament, which is up at Laurel Valley, your favorite place.
Yes.
Then you need to see this place if you haven't already. But Stanley raises a lot of money for cancer research, and he has a lot of people coming in from all over the country, actually, to play in this thing. So I've been honored to see it for the last 15 years, or whatever it's been. And through the raindrops, the first round I got in is a double shotgun today.
I love it.
Joe, so.
Dr. Marks was the lead guy when James Conner was battling his situation. I'll never forget sitting next to Dr. Marks right at the entrance to then Heinz Field when James Conner had his comeback game. And him and all the other doctors and nurses who worked with James were right at the tunnel cheering when he came running out. That was a great moment.
It was a great moment. And you're right. He had a lot to do with James' recovery, and they're very close. He deals with a lot of different things, and I applaud him because he's, in his mid to late 70s. He still works hard. He's committed to do this. He's made a big difference in everything in Western Pennsylvania. And and he never turns it down. It seems if somebody needs some advice or someone to call or talk to or get examined, he's always there. So this is a cancer research event. They need money for the research, and that's what it does.
Well, Bob, let's get to the Open. What was the treatment that Wyndham Clark received from fans? Was that out of line?
I would say, yeah, I'm an etiquette guy, but I also know New Yorkers and how they are. I mean, if you go back to Bethpage Black, when Brooks Koepka and Bryson were going at it, Koepka heard a lot of stuff out there. New York fans are not shy about telling you how they feel. I think also yesterday, Wyndham Clark was a kind of a victim of playing with Scotty Scheffler, who was going for a Grand Slam. And when, they're rooting for one of those two guys, it's going to be Scotty. But, some of it got a little out of control. I thought Wyndham Clark showed himself to be tremendously focused during all of this and still, won and led from start to finish. So it's very difficult to do that, but he did.
Do you like him, Bob? Were you rooting for him?
I really have never met him, but I do know the people of Oakmont are still kind of sour about that whole situation. So I talked to John Lynch, the president of Oakmont, on Saturday before my radio show because I wanted to find out just specifically what was going on. There was a lot of uncertainty about whether or not he could play, and his answer was simply this. The membership's still not happy about it, and if any guest came to our place and did what he did, they would never, ever be welcome back. So I think that's how they still feel. Now, the thing is, this U.S. Open returns, Joe, in 2033. There's a lot of time between now and then, and I think Clark tried to address it this week. I thought he handled that well, and I think time sort of cures things. But I think if he had to go now and want to request a practice round at Oakmont, they would tell him no.
Well, he's not just any guest. That's the thing. He's a two-time U.S. Open champion. I definitely hear, their side of it. That's their property, and it's precious property, and he abused it. I get that. But didn't he do everything they asked after that, Bob?
I'm not sure of that. I think immediately after it, no. He kind of didn't address it as soon as he should have. I think he should have done that. Certainly if you have a moment like that, I think people are willing to look past it as long as you admit it, show some remorse, and say, hey, I'll do whatever you need. I don't think that immediately happened. So, and I think that's probably the reason why they still feel the way they do. But, then it becomes in 2033, Joe, who has more power, the USGA or Oakmont? USGA is running the event, and as an anchor site, they take over a lot of what goes on there. So I think they would want him in the field. And I think by then, this whole thing will be, something over and done with.
My God, I hope so, Bob, by then.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for competitively, we're not going to see him competitively until 2033. But right. I'm telling you right now, as of right now, if he wanted to call Oakmont and say, I want to come over there and play in a month, they'll say no.
Do you agree with that?
Again, I need to know more about what happened, what didn't happen, what they expected from him. It's their club. They can do as they so choose. I mean, they have rules and regulations, and so if you're there, you have to abide by them.
Yeah, I guess I hear that. I opened the show today comparing this to if Tiger had been playing with Scotty yesterday or Tiger playing with anybody, he would have been cheered wildly and people would have been going crazy. And the other thing is that this guy's an American, Bob. And they still booed him in the U.S. Open.
Yeah. Again, though, I think it was a little bit much for me, but I also think they were really rooting for Scotty to win a U.S. Or a Grand Slam. And he needed one win there to do it, and he hadn't done it.
For
so
sure.
I think that's kind of what that was all about.
But that in other situations hasn't led to people rooting and cheering for bad shots, right?
Did you see Rory? He took a shot and the guy started yelling, "Get in the bunker! Get in the bunker!"
Good, because I thought Rory. I was more mad at Rory last year at Oakmont than I was at Clark. Honestly, what Clark did, it was behind closed doors. It was horrible. I get it, but what Rory did right out there in the Open was acting like a jerk pretty much every day he was here last year.
And so was Shane Lowry, who laid a couple of F-bombs out there on number 12 after he butchered a hole, So
right.
Yeah, I get it. They have etiquette rules, and that's what they're trying to follow there. And I think, like anything, if you let people get away with stuff repeatedly, then more of it will happen. So that's probably the way they think about it.
Bob, it was an announcer yesterday. Who's the guy's name? Limits. The guy's name who called out Tiger about his behavior. I can't remember.
Rando Chambly?
Yeah, Chambly.
Yes.
That's who it was. Who basically said, Bob, that, and he wasn't talking about kicking in lockers, obviously, but we did have a guy throw a club at the Open. Just general, what some would consider boorish behavior on the golf course. Chambly said that Tiger was the guy who sort of opened the door to making that more normal. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, Tiger was pretty passionate about how he felt and what he did, and yeah, I probably would agree with that. But, when you're a good player, you can do a lot of things, and I think, we see in sports all the time there are double standards for certain people based on the success they've had, so that could have been part of that, but, yesterday was just a case. I really believe, the rooting interest was for Scotty Scheffler, and he gave as much as he could at the end. He just ran out of gas and ran out of holes, as did Sam Burns. So the rooting interest was for him to beat Wyndham Clark.
For sure. But you'd think that would lead just to cheering for Scotty, not being really mean-spirited, I thought, with Clark. Right. To the point where people got kicked out of the tournament, Bob. Removed from the course.
No, I hear that. I mean, they've done that before. David DeCastro he's here. Your friend.
He got kicked out of a tournament.
This is Joe Starkey. No, you want to say hi? He's on the radio.
No.
Yeah, you have 2 seconds. He wants to know how your golf game is. There you go.
How's the golf game, Joe?
Horrible. And when are we going to play?
You tell me. You're the busy one now.
Today or tomorrow? At your course.
Might be all right. Let me know. We'll see you.
Bye, David.
He's got to go and eat now, which I'm going to do shortly because we have a little banquet to get to here. And
so everybody's blowing us off. Limits, do you have a question for Bob?
Yeah, Bob, I'm just curious because all this going on with Wyndham Clark and regarding what happened at Oakmont, are they even allowed to say, hey, I know this guy's a 2-time champion, and doesn't he have an exemption? Doesn't the exemption last through 2033?
It does. It'll
they
be
have no
2033.
choice.
Again, that's a USGA call there because as an anchor site, which Oakmont is, Austin, I think, and I got to double check this, but I think they take over the course. I mean, there's some sort of legal transfer because it's their course during that week. So I have to ask more people about that. I'm not sure, but I do believe that the USGA is going to want all their past champions to play. So if that's the case, he will be there.
Bob, what did you think of Clark's shot out of all that junk on number 16? I didn't think he was going to have any shot. The fescue, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised. I thought he almost made it, which is crazy. I just thought getting on the green would have been tough. But, yeah, those guys are wizards out there, Joe. You know that. They do things that we'd never be able to do.
What else stood out about the Open to you?
Oh, there was no charge in round 3 to challenge Clark, who had a 6-shot lead heading into the 4th round. Normally, there used to be 1 or 2 guys who come out of nowhere, and there were some of those rounds, a couple 65s fired in, but I wanted to see more of that. I like more. As the day went on yesterday, it got interesting because of Burns and Scheffler, but on Saturday, it was to me, very uneventful.
Were you rooting for Burns at the end?
I like Sam Burns. I don't know if I was rooting for anyone. I just wanted to see good golf. I wanted a playoff, actually. I wanted to see something like that happen.
And what did you make of the interference call or the obstruction call on Billy Cook, Ron's long-lost son, the other night?
Oh, how about that? Well, at first glance, I thought it was a bad call. But I think, he probably felt the same. I hate to see a game end like that. I really do. But he has an obligation not to interfere with. And it looked like his foot made contact with the glove. Is that right? From what I saw?
Yeah, his spike caught it.
Because when it first happened, I thought, boy, if Don Kelly's ever going to throw a table in the post-game press conference or throw food, this would be the time to do it. Because he was pretty livid out there. But again, you had to look at it. I just wish they would have made that call immediately. The fact that they didn't, and then they didn't even really look to replay. They just went to somebody else, whoever's crew chief or whatever, and made that call. I thought was very weird. Didn't you?
No, as I told Limits, I don't think the third base guy saw it. So he looked for help. They gave him help. I mean, we see that all the time.
He's supposed to be the guy with the best view.
That's what I said, Bob.
Yeah, but sometimes the guy with the best view doesn't see it. So then he's got to ask for help.
How's the guy at first base going to look that far away and see a glove hit if he can't see it, that's what I thought was weird.
That's what I said, Bob.
Did they wind up getting it right?
Yes.
Well, if it was the Pirates,
the law, yes.
Yeah, if it was the Pirates, you would have wanted that for somebody.
But you guys know it should never have come down to that. They're playing in Colorado against 2 pitchers who have 8+ ERAs, and they have opportunity after opportunity, and they don't get runs home. With runners in scoring position, you got to take advantage. Should never have come down to the 9th inning.
I agree with that.
In either of those games.
Bob, what did you think of? Did they make the right move in trading Joey Bart instead of demoting Henry Davis?
Well, I was surprised, actually. I thought they'd wait a little on Bart, who had hit the ball actually well right before the injury. And I thought for sure they're going to wait on him a little bit before they did anything. I'm not surprised that Henry Davis is still on the team, although by rights he shouldn't be. He should be down in AAA just trying to figure it out. Paul Skeens has a lot of say in that. So was I surprised by that? No. Endy Rodriguez has played better. He's hit better. He's more or less the starter right now, and Davis is just every couple of days whenever necessary. But I was surprised. I thought they'd wait before they made a deal. Get him back, see what he can do, because it's been a position of weakness, and they need to address it somehow, some way. I was just, if they traded him eventually, I would have not been surprised. I was surprised at the timing of it, I guess is what I'm saying.
All right, Bob, we'll let you go eat. We appreciate the time. Great golf stuff. And when will we see you again?
On Wednesday. I'll be there Wednesday, Thursday.
We're going to have
this one I just had in the books for a long time, and I couldn't, know how it is, Joe.
It's a great cause.
Going, and
yeah.
Dan is great, what he's been able to do for cancer research in this area. So anytime you can lend a helping hand to people like him, you do.
Couldn't ask for a better cause. I'm glad, actually, that you're there lending a hand, Bob. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure. Carry on, my wayward sons.
Thank you, Bob.
Do you get to play today, Bob?
Yes.
When?
Early this morning.
How'd it go?
Shot 89. Not good, but
Not good. You broke 90 at Laurel, for God's sakes, Bob. You should be proud of that.
Yeah, but I understand that, but it should be better than that.
You're not playing enough for it to be better than that.
I know, which is why you're probably not going to see me as much during the summer months, Joe, although we have to get out again and play.
We are getting out again to play.
Have you ever played with David DeCastro?
No.
Okay.
Is he any good?
Well, he looks like he has a pretty good swing. I don't know what he wasn't in my group today, but I saw him.
Russell Martin went from never playing golf to being practically a scratch golfer in no time, Bob. It really made me
When you have
angry.
that sort of athletic ability, you can turn it on quickly, as long as you learn the game like they do.
I know. I shot a 97 yesterday. I'm quitting. See you, Bob.
Oh, you're not going to quit. Don't say you're going to quit. You can't quit.
I know.
It's still fun, Joe. Can't you tell yourself that? It's still fun.
No, it's not. I'm just an addict who needs to do it. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Joe. See you, Austin.
Bye, Joe. Bye, Bob.
What a nice man, huh, Limits?
Yeah, how about that?
One of the nicest I've ever met.
And a true role model and mentor to your friend Limits.
Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. It didn't sound like DeCastro wants any part of a golf date when he did it.
He said, "Hi, Joe. You've been busy lately. Where have you been? Let's golf." I think he'll golf with you.
I don't know. I don't think
Why wouldn't he?
I don't know. It just didn't sound like he would by the end. He couldn't get off the phone fast enough.
He just said, "Let me know." Oh, he was probably excited to go
What do you mean,
eat.
let him know? What am I supposed to do? Text him to play? Where does he want to play and when?
You said his course.
He doesn't have a course.
Then why'd you say his course?
Because I thought he did have a course.
Well, maybe he has connections to a course. I'm sure he does.
He must. He's a former Steeler.
Yeah. You could set that up.
Who's the best former Steelers golfer? Ben?
Is it Joey Porter Sr.?
I don't know. I've never seen him
Ask
golf.
Ballsy that question.
I know Ben's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm sure Ben is very good. Ben's son is very good.
Very interesting. Why do I suck at that sport? Why can't I get any better? I just don't understand it.
You can never be as bad as me, big boy.
Well, that's true. All right. Coming up, this date in sports and some predictions from Wonder Twin and I, including there's a very interesting college baseball game on tonight for all the marbles.
All the marbles. Don't you love Game 7s, or in this case, something different?
I think Crowley's sad that West Virginia's not in it, isn't he? But they had a hell of a year.
I'm sad for Crowley, yes.
Led by some Pittsburgh, or at least some of their leaders were Pittsburgh kids, which was great. All right, Limits, we'll do that next. Meantime, I'm not bald at the moment. I've had Limits and Bob tell me that this is working, and maybe you can see that on the YouTube channel we have that you can get via YouTube or our website, or you can watch us on X, and you can see that this is working. I wanted fuller, thicker hair, and in the spots where I had, thinning or no hair, it felt like. And that's why I went to New Image. I have embarked on a journey. I wish you would join me. They have solutions of all kinds for hair loss, all in one place, and they've been serving our community for over 40 years. I started with a hair and scalp analysis. I finally understood why this is happening. Really impressed with the workers. Several of them have gone through such journeys. And here's the bottom line. If you think you're losing your hair, you probably are, and early action matters. Going locally matters. Get your free consultation by calling 800-514-HAIR. That's 514-4247 or newimagehairclinic.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
After J.J. Spawn won the 125th U.S. Open last year at Oakmont Country Club, Shinnecock played host this past year, and it was a wire-to-wire victory for Wyndham Clark, who was 6 under through the first round and rode that into a victory yesterday, finishing 4 under, holding off Sam Burns, holding off Scotty Scheffler, and multiple others to win his second U.S. Open, the first since 2023. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
93.7 The Fan, The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Texter, Crowley, do not ask the texters to send their pipes. Great point.
Yep.
Poor phrasing. Biceps. I'm not even going to lie. I check out dudes now a ton. Because of the exercising. I'm not lying.
I believe you.
It's not a sexual thing. It's like, hey, I need to step up my game kind of thing. Should I not have said that out loud?
No.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Call McVeigh today.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? National champion head coach Dusty May is leaving Michigan for the NBA to be the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. Reports say that Dallas pursued Duke head coach John Shire and gave him the opportunity to coach Cooper Flagg, but Shire chose to stay at Duke. The Mavs at Dusty May have the 9th pick in tomorrow night's NBA draft. 3 Michigan Wolverines have declared for the NBA draft. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Do you like to save money? Do you like fine jewelry? Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers, inviting you to our spring sale where you can save up to 30%. That's right, 30% off on most everything. Stop in and see the area's largest unique collection of gold, diamond, and gemstone jewelry at prices that can't be beat. Also, register to win a $1,000 shopping spree. No purchase necessary. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
84 Lumber has been building America for 70 years. Whether you're a homeowner starting your first project or a pro on the job, 84 Lumber offers the kind of personalized expertise you won't find in a big box store. They're more than just lumber. From windows and doors to siding, trim, and decking, 84 Lumber has the materials you need to get it done right. With 14 locations across Pittsburgh, there's one near you. Visit 84lumber.com to find your store. 84 Lumber, your hometown building partner for 70 years.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
West Finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at signing. Plus tax, acquisition fee, title, and place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See dealer for details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Book us. 2menandajunctruck.com.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Increase flexibility, strength, and endurance. Breaking at 100, 90, or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Results this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, back to our favorite news segment, This Date in Sports. We just call it This Date. And if June 22nd is special to you in any other way, please feel free to text Limits and tell him about that. Meanwhile, it's the first cricket match ever at Lord's Cricket Ground in Herefordshire. Ron covered it this day in 1814 Limits.
Great for talk radio, my man.
1814. Right after the War of 1812, they decided, cricket, this sport.
Did the War of 1812 finish in 1812 as well, Limits, or just start then?
No, I think that's just when it started.
The Louisville Colonels set the Major League Baseball record with their 26th consecutive loss today, Limits. Can you imagine covering a team that lost 26 games in a row?
Man, it's almost like covering those 2021 and 2022 Pirate teams that lost 100 games.
Yeah. They never did. What's the Pirates' all-time losing streak? What's the all-time losing streak in Pittsburgh sports? Didn't the Penguins set a record once? Maybe a winless streak under Edzo? If memory serves.
I thought those early 80s teams, too, had a lot of really poor losing streaks.
Well, their whole season was a losing streak the year before they got Mario, pretty much. One of the great rants in sports history on this day in 1981.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious. That ball was on the line. Chalk flew up. It was clearly in. How can you possibly call that out? How many are you going to miss? That he's walking over. Everyone knows it's in this whole stadium, and you call it out? Explain that to me, will you?
I love that one. He starts out, for him, fairly calm. The chalk flew up. I forgot that was even part of it, but the key line, you cannot be serious. Can we hear the whole thing again? This was a first-round win over Tom Gullickson at Wimbledon in 1981. And, of course, McEnroe is sort of back in public consciousness because he was front and center watching his New York Knicks win the NBA title for the first time since 1973. Let's hear it again, Limits.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious. That ball was on the line. Chalk flew up. It was clearly in. How can you possibly call that out? How many are you going to miss? That he's walking over. Everyone knows it's in this whole stadium, and you call it out? Explain that to me, will you?
I love that.
Explain that to me, will you?
Thank God for replay. Limit says replay ruins sports in that respect too. We don't get the rants anymore. We get some.
No, I want the call right.
Oh, forget it. You don't get the call right. You don't get the game right. Even replay doesn't get the call right half the time.
Yeah, but it gets a lot of calls correct
I don't
that
care.
over
It's
the years have been
sports.
wrong.
For me, it's ruining parts of sports. Don't you love rants? Don't you love great manager rants?
Do you like Galarraga losing a perfect game because of a horrendous call at first base?
Society will survive.
Oh,
it
come
should be,
on.
it should be-
Society will survive without those rants because we get many
No, they
rants
won't.
in multiple
That's
different
the
other
thing.
ways.
That's made society better.
We still
when you
get
listen
rants.
to a rant like
We
that.
still
You
get
don't get
rants
the
with
legendary
replay?
ones. You don't get the legendary ones.
Yes, you do.
Replay hasn't even worked, although it does work in tennis. It's perfect in tennis.
You get legendary rants for other reasons. The Brian Kelly rant, that had nothing to do with replay.
It was okay.
Nothing
It
to do
wasn't
with
as
it.
good as that one.
And we're sitting here.
I don't wanna-
Yes, it was.
Again, we're sitting here again.
And you know what, Joe?
Talking about the same thing.
You are
know what?
spoiled.
You're spoiled.
I am spoiled.
You're spoiled.
I guess
We
I
get
am
legendary
spoiled.
rants
Yeah.
without
I was spoiled by
incidents
rants
of
like
replay.
that. Replay sucks. Across sports, it does.
No,
I'll tell you
replay
that.
is
I'll tell you that right now. The idea was to ensure that we have the right winner. And then we get all these plays and all these games, including still balls and strikes, since you only get a couple challenges.
Right.
Bob Walk made a great point with me on Friday. If you're only going to if the idea is to get all the balls and strikes right, then just go to automated umpires then.
Yeah.
Just like Limits wants. He wants
No,
everything automated.
It's not what I want.
You
You're
want the
putting words
players
in my mouth,
automated.
Pony.
If the players were automated, you wouldn't have rants like
You
that,
know what?
would
Maybe
you?
we should just all watch a video game in your world.
You're
if
right.
That's what you're talking
You're
about.
right.
Yeah.
Let's just go to automated players.
I think we should.
Let's not even have live sporting
AI
events.
should
Just
just take
replays.
over.
Just replays where all the calls are right and all the players are fake.
Yes.
That's where we're headed.
And we
AI.
can fly in our flying cars to our little
Right.
replay simulators to watch a game that never actually happened. It's just on the TV.
We'll have AI sports, and we'll never get a rant like that again in tennis. Do we even get rants in tennis anymore ever? And if so, what would they be about?
We'll have to ask tennis aficionado Donnie Football or something. I don't know.
Is he a tennis aficionado?
No, I was just trying to think of somebody that would know tennis.
Play it one more time. I
Maybe-
enjoy it that much.
Maybe
Limits.
Pony knows tennis.
Let's play it one more time, please.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious. That ball was on the line. Chalk flew up. It was clearly in. How can you possibly call that out? How many are you going to miss? That he's walking over. Everyone knows it's in this whole stadium, and you call it out? Explain that to me, will you?
The New York accent makes it so much better, too.
You just want to punch him, but you also want to cheer for him as they were. How do you not get kicked out of the game or get a penalty for that, Limits, of some sort? I mean, we saw a guy at the U.S. Open. All he did was throw a club. He didn't do that.
Are there there's yellow cards in tennis, right? Is there?
I don't know.
Like you could card
I mean,
somebody.
they probably take a point away from you. I forget
Yeah, they
what they
could.
did.
They
All
could
right.
punish you in some way.
On this date in 1983, the NHL institutes the 5-minute sudden death overtime period. Limits, what I can hear whatever's going
I know.
on.
I'm
back
trying
there.
to put our last podcast video up.
Can you not do that
No,
in the middle
because
of
it
a
needs to
segment?
export before
You're
the
just
end of
going
the
to play
show.
it through the microphone during the show?
It's not through the microphone.
Oh, yes,
You
I can hear
through
it.
the door. I'm just going to turn it down.
On this date in 1983, the NHL institutes a 5-minute sudden death overtime period. Would limits have preferred they just kept good old ties?
No, I'm fine with overtime. I just don't like the format of overtimes. You know that I do not like ties. Ties, I think, are that's why I can't get behind soccer. I think ties are one of the dumbest thing that has ever been invented and included in sports.
Well,
ever.
They didn't have,
I hate
back
ties.
then they had 5-on-5 overtime, which stunk also.
I would continue 5-on-5 overtime until somebody finally wins. In the postseason, not in the regular season. In the regular season.
Oh, of course. Well, that's what they do in the postseason.
I'm more okay with those gimmicky ways to end the game faster.
I'm glad they came up with 5-minute sudden death. I'm glad they came up with a shootout. I'm glad they came up with 3-on-3. It's supposed to be fun. Nobody cares about. I don't know what nobody cares about.
You don't care about the tradition of the game, the integrity of the game.
Not anymore. I just want to be entertained. I told you that.
Not anymore. When did it change?
I told you that with the Olympics.
You did.
I want the Olympics. I want postseason hockey to be 5-on-5 for 10 minutes, 4-on-4 for 5, and then 3-on-3, and let's get out of here.
That's completely outlandish. But when did that change for you in your mind, do you think? What point in your life?
I guess at some point with baseball, I think with Rob Manfred, who I don't even like, but he's been an incredible commissioner, has revolutionized the game. And probably when he put a time clock on baseball, I thought that was one of the most brilliant acts that I've seen by a commissioner in the history of sports. He just changed it. I mean, those games were becoming interminable. And the thought of, I have to watch another 3.5-hour Pirate game so I can talk about it on the air. You know, I don't feel like sitting down and watching the movie Gandhi every night for 3.5 hours. And what he did just changed it. And then the changes in hockey as well. I'm like, oh, the other thing was the ghost runner in baseball.
Yeah.
Like, I hate this. Why are we doing? And then I liked it.
I still don't like it.
And then I liked 3-on-3 hockey. And and now, you know, I don't know when my last day is going to come. Limits, I just want to be entertained.
Oh my gosh.
I don't want to sit there and watch overtime hockey, even in the playoffs for 2.5 periods. I just want it to be fun and entertaining, and then I want it to end.
Why are you talking in these deathbed absolutes here?
I don't know. I don't know why
dark.
I am. Tom Seaver retired today in 1987. What an all-time pitcher he was. Limits. And my dad used to take me to games at Shea Stadium in the summertime, and I saw Tom Seaver pitch, and I was enthralled by that. One of the all-time greats.
Did you ever see Doc Gooden pitch?
I think so. When I moved to Pittsburgh in the early 90s, I believe I did see Doc Gooden pitch in Pittsburgh, and I remember getting bitten by a lot of bugs that night. It was unbelievably hot.
If Gooden stayed healthy and as consistent, or at least as close to consistent as he was for his first couple of seasons, do you think he would have been better than Seaver?
Well, I think he was better than Seaver, but he doesn't have the same resume, obviously.
Right.
I think he would have been better than almost anybody who ever pitched.
Maybe the best pitcher of all time.
Right up there.
Yeah.
Right up there.
With Walter Johnson.
And Frankie Avalon. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this day in 1994 was the day that the Rockets beat the Knicks 4-3, Game 7. Wait,
1994?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we missed.
Was this OJ night?
No, we missed a monumental this day in history from last week when
What?
It was Arnold Palmer's, isn't it June 17th, 1994 is the date? It was NBA Finals, OJ Chase, the Rangers had their Stanley Cup parade.
Yes.
And Arnold Palmer's final U.S. Open.
Yes. You're right.
They made a whole entire documentary about that
You're
day.
right. That's a great call. Also on this day in 1994, Ken Griffey Jr. breaks Babe Ruth's record, most home runs by the end of June, hitting his 31st. Does he get enough respect as if you plucked him out of his prime, maybe a top 10 baseball player of all time?
Yes.
He does get enough respect.
I
don't hear his name very often when it comes to that.
No, I don't think he does.
Maybe because he was stuck out in Seattle all those years and then went to Cincy.
I think that hurt him. And I think that's something that hurt Ohtani until he went to the Dodgers, where there was more of a
He was
spotlight.
also a jerk to me in Cincinnati once,
Griffey.
I might add. Yeah.
Wow.
And Sean Casey tempered him down a little.
The mayor.
Yeah. This was probably, I don't know, 2001, 2003.
What was going on there? Come on, man. This Starkey guy from the Trib, he's just trying to do his job, man. Come on now. He's a Pittsburgh guy. Come on now.
He saw me and he just, I don't know, he was just doing
dude.
all kinds of weird things. And the mayor calmed that situation. What a nice man he is, Limits, huh?
Yeah, I've had a chance to meet Mr. Casey.
Although he hasn't
a couple of
returned my
times.
text lately, but maybe his number changed. I'll give him that much. I did see him at Whole Foods one night about 3 years ago, and we talked about being addicted to caffeine and sweets, and he gave me some good tips.
Do people frequently change their number?
I don't know. I think in that line of work, probably, yeah.
So that they don't have this random people like you and I reaching out to them?
Probably, yes.
We're not random. We're
one of the worst first picks of all time in the NBA occurred this day in 2017 as
Anthony Bennett.
The Philadelphia 76ers took Markelle Fultz, number 1 in the draft, Limits.
Oh, man. Yeah, that was
What are
bad.
they doing?
Out of Washington, Markelle Fultz. There was a stretch of time where I think it was from like 2014 or 2015 to like 2018 where the first overall picks in the draft were just absolutely horrible.
I mean, that's as bad as it's ever been. What a horrific pick. Let's take a guy who can't shoot as the number 1 pick in the draft. And then the Lakers made a mistake with Lonzo Ball at number 2.
Yeah.
And then guess who was sitting there for the Celtics?
Jason Tatum.
Wrong.
Jaylen Brown.
Jason Tatum was sitting there for the Knicks.
I was right.
Then Sacramento gets De'Aaron Fox at 5. His star has fallen just a little. And then you look through the whole first round. Donovan Mitchell goes 13th. What a great pick he was. And then some very rough times for a lot of players until we finally get to Josh Hart, the last pick in the first round. How about that, oh limitless wonder?
That's a pretty good pick there. NBA champ this past year. Glue guy.
We're in the middle of this date. Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I think it's Harry Callis for today.
Whoa!
Because he's been insulting you too much, and I'm going to stand up
He
for
has
you.
been insulting me a lot. Harry loves to throw bow and arrows at me for, multiple different reasons. Sling bows and arrows, not throw them.
It's 1:46. Time to step to the plate. Call Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Limits, that's where these reads cut off. But I know the What's Cookin' read is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Birthdays today. The late, great Mike Wagner passed away pretty recently here this year. One of the underrated players from the Steel Curtain teams was born on this day in 1949. First team All-Pro, 1973. What a great player he was, Limits.
I always felt like he's somebody who, if there wasn't as many Hall of Famers, of course, as there were, really could have made it from the Steel Curtain defense.
Yes, I agree with that.
You know, he was such a key part with all the playoff interceptions that he had as well. I think maybe 5 is the number that he has in his career, but just a model of consistency in that secondary where everybody talks about Mel Blount, but Mike Wagner had a very, very, very good career.
This day in 1947, the late, great Pistol Pete Maravich, one of the all-time nicknames in sports, without a doubt. One of the all-time college players for sure, and a great NBA player. He got stuck in some really bad situations in the NBA and also suffered injuries, knee injuries, at a time when we didn't have the technology we do today. A lot of people may not know, but he was born in Pittsburgh, Aliquippa.
Yeah.
And spent, I don't know, till he was 3rd grade, 4th grade, somewhere around there. So we can claim Pistol Pete.
You think so?
Yeah, he was born in Pittsburgh. So when we say Pittsburgh basketball players, yes, we can claim him. Now, yes, Limits?
When Malsey and Pony and I think it was Donnie did their rankings of the top 5 Pittsburgh basketball players, they took Pete Maravich off their list. They said he didn't qualify.
Well, that's up to them. I'm saying we can claim him as being from Pittsburgh because he's from Pittsburgh. Now, a great Western Pennsylvania player, then we can have another discussion. Yeah. My point is, in my lifetime, the greatest combination, shooter, ball handler, passer, that I've ever laid eyes on is Steph Curry. Totally underrated as a passer, the greatest shooter of all time, and a ridiculous ball handler. But when I talk about that with basketball people, they'll say Pete Maravich is the other name that comes to mind there. And Limits, that should just about do it for today. Oh, Clyde Drexler was born today, and I maintain if not for Michael Jordan, he would be remembered as one of the greatest who ever played the game. But Michael Jordan just destroyed him in the finals one year, and then, you know, they were teammates on the Olympic team, but Drexler became an afterthought.
Yeah, he really did. And, you know, Jordan, I think, took the spotlight away from so many guys over the years that would have had cases in different eras.
Yeah, he broke their
Gary
hearts limits.
Payton's another.
Kurt Warner also born this day. We'll end on that. One of the great, unlikely stories in sports history.
Bagging groceries to going to the Super Bowl and winning a Super Bowl.
He went from Giant Eagle to the Super Bowl Limits, didn't he?
Playing in 2 Super Bowls.
Rainy and a high of Troy Fatano, 76. Low of Edmund Nelson, 64. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. All kinds of treats tomorrow on Pomp and Joe. Goodbye, Limits.
See you tomorrow, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates off today. They're back in action tomorrow at PNC Park. 6:40 first pitch against the Mariners. Pirates are 39-39. Mitch Keller gets to start. George Kirby expected to go for Seattle. 5:45, our coverage begins, presented by Keystone Custom Apparel. More headlines. 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The PM team is up next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by 2 Men in a Jug Truck. Cohen Market, the official crispy chicken of the Fan. Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Smale Chevrolet in Latrobe, and Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Doran Dickerson here. Do you want access to the building supplier that the pros have? If you've got a home project coming up, you need to check out Reed Building Supply in McKees Rocks. Whether you're upgrading your space or starting from scratch, my guys at Reed Building Supply have everything you need: decking, windows, doors, cabinets, floors, tools, and so much more. Their team offers project consultation services to help you plan, price, and execute your project the right way from the start. ReedBuildingSupply.com, Rob Street in McKees Rocks. Reed Building Supply, your partner from planning to completion.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends.
Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. True Fan Travel is making it happen October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Your package includes 5 nights at the Hyatt Regency in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, a full-day Versailles experience, a meet and greet with a Black and Gold legend, and an all-inclusive tailgate on game day. Everything is handled. All you do is show up and be there for history. Book now at truefantravel.com.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add 1 line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Hi, I'm Linda from Newburyport. I lost 20 pounds on Awaken 180. In my family, there's a history of type 2 diabetes. I've always carried more weight than I should. And my glucose levels had always been hovering at that pre-diabetic. My goal was to see if I can avoid becoming a diabetic after having been on the Awaken 180 program and getting the 20 pounds off. I am no longer pre-diabetic, and I am on a low dose high blood pressure medication. And in my last 2 physicals, my doctor has been sort of like, we may need to either cut back or we might even be able to at some point take me off. Awaken 180 is just one of those tools in my health toolkit. It's really easy.
Donnie Football here. That's what this is really all about. The numbers your doctor reads, not just the one on the scale. Linda changed hers with Awaken 180. Medication free, and so did I. Yours could be next. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Do you remember 1981? MTV was launched, Dan Marino was the quarterback for our Pitt Panthers, and PGT Trucking was established in Beaver County. It's hard to believe that was 45 years ago. Since 1981, PGT Trucking has been an industry leader in flatbed transportation, providing quality jobs for drivers, diesel technicians, and office staff in Western Pennsylvania. Join the PGT Proud Professionals today. Find out more at pgttrucking.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage. There was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Pirates get a day off before they start a homestand. Hold on here. I can't hear myself in my headset. That's better. The Pirates have a day off before the Mariners come to town, the leaders of the American League West. And then after that, the Reds for a weekend series against the Buccos. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it is a Monday edition of the PM Team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
1-2 from Hill. Mangum pokes the ball on the ground toward third, and no play. The third baseman, Karros, didn't throw the ball, and I think he's claiming contact. What's going on here? He's looking at the umpires. The run has come in to score.
He's saying that Cook got in his way, and they're going to talk about it.
I didn't pick it up in time, Rock, to see. But I was wondering why he didn't throw the ball. He just threw his hands up in the air. And now we're in the game. Here comes Donnie. The game is over on obstruction. And Donnie's really let him have it.
In the end, that play was the right call. Didn't get that on TV or radio, but eventually Billy Cook fessed up. And by the way, why is Billy Cook in the game? And that's actually going to get me on a tangent right out of the box here. No Chris, he's still on paternity leave. No Donnie, he's doing the morning show. So you've got a Syracuse tandem almost as good as Carmelo Anthony and Jerry McNamara today with me and intern Dom. Congratulations on all your success as a listener that you get to hear this radio magic this afternoon. Billy Cook played in this series beginning on Friday. Hannah Mears, who loves these stories, these family connections, which definitely have their place in TV sports reporting, for sure. Billy Cook's playing because he's got family from Colorado, and they make the trek to Denver. So Donnie Kelly puts him in the lineup Friday so they can watch him play. What the hell is this? Come on now. Like, I don't even think any of my high school coaches acted that way. Oh, Pops is coming in for this game. I'm going to start Pony now as a sophomore. Give him some run. Give him some playing time because Dad's here. His uncle made the drive 3 hours to watch the game. Let's give him more. Let's give him an extra at-bat. Let's start him in this game. What kind of peewee football, youth baseball ass move was that? And I saw Noah Hiles write this. You know how much I like Noah. Noah said this was the worst Pirates series of the season. And you've got some strong candidates. They got swept in a 4-game series at home by the Cardinals, who are supposed to be rebuilding and are ahead of them. They got swept at home by Philly, and there were 1 million people at PNC Park, including a lot of Phillies fans for that weekend. So it's not, you got beat up by Atlanta. They swept you. That was supposed to be a measuring stick series. So there's been some really bad ones. This one, I do think, takes the cake. You didn't salvage anything yesterday. Yeah, you got a win, and that counts. Jared Jones took a ball off the elbow, and who knows when he'll be back. I guess disaster was averted, and he's not going to be out for a long period of time. He didn't break his elbow, which apparently could have happened. The game got interesting late because Dennis Santana has forgotten how to pitch in Gregory Soto all of a sudden isn't a sure bet as your closer. So you won the game. You really didn't, I think, imbue people like me who root for you and have large bets on the Pirates this year. You didn't imbue me with confidence. You like that word, Mulsey, imbue? You didn't do that for me by winning a game 8-6 yesterday on Father's Day. Happy Father's Day present from the Pirates. One victory to get you back to 500 at 39-39. Can I ask a question right now to everybody? And I'd love to get some answers for what you would do at 412-928-9370. 412-928-9370, because Mulsey's not here, and Mulsey talks a lot and has an extensive vocabulary. He's a wordsmith, so I don't have that to bounce off of. It's just me right now, and eventually Dom, who will chime in on some things. 412-928-9370. What should happen to the Pirates? We're almost halfway through the season. By the time this Mariners home series is done on Thursday afternoon, they'll be at the halfway point. If they finish this year in year 7 of Ben Cherington without a winning record, what should they do? What should they do? If that's how this season ends, what should they do? And I've got 3 things on my mind, and I want to know how many of these 3 things you would do. Would you fire Ben Cherington? I mean, I think that's an obvious yes, right? I think everybody out there, when I put that challenge out there, if this team is mediocre again this year, if this is who the Pirates really are, a mediocre baseball team, what are the consequences and repercussions of that? Yesterday was Father's Day. We've got to dole out punishment and figure out discipline for our kids all the time. If you're in charge of discipline for the Pirates for not getting the job done, unless you want to call it and say 500 is a step in the right direction, which you'd really have to be super Pollyanna. I don't even think anybody from the Pirates front office would call in under a disguise in a pseudonym or fake name and say that that was acceptable based on what Bob Nutting and Travis Williams said before the season started. I'm going to take them at their word. The Pirates don't have a winning record at the end of the year. What do you do? 412-928-9370. And I think the first thing is you fire Ben Cherington. Okay? Let's get somebody else in here. 7 years in professional sports is a long-ass time to never have a winning season. And yeah, some of it is on the owner. Some of the things that went on in terms of spending 2 off seasons ago. The like, I mean, this is not the best job in baseball, not even close. It's probably one of the worst. But still, 7 years is a long-ass time. There's only one team in baseball with a longer playoff drought than the Pirates, and that's the Angels. So you're 29 out of 30 teams as far as that goes, longest playoff drought in the National League. Even other owners that are not up to snuff, maybe in Miami, for example, that would be a good one. They find a way to at least make the playoffs sometimes. This team cannot do that. So that would be the first thing. I think all of you out there who care about the Pirates still have some, what do they say? Still have some skin in the game? Would say that, would agree with that. Here's the next one. Would you fire Kelly? Would you fire Don Kelly? Because I got to be honest with you. I think his approval rating before the season started was probably like an 8.5, 9 out of 10. I mean, you always have Pirates fans who have a disdain for the manager and think everything's the manager's fault. A lot of old school baseball fans think that way. A lot of old school baseball fans want to go back to the days of Danny Murtaugh and Chuck Tanner and things like that and put every loss on the manager. Well, that's not really the way baseball works anymore. But as Mueller would say right now, if he were in studio with me with his shining bald head across from me, Donnie Kelly has not exactly bathed himself in glory. And we don't like attacking our own. We usually protect our own. We usually give you more benefit of the doubt. If you live in Pittsburgh, if you're from Pittsburgh, if you're making your bones here, if you paid your dues here, we're going to cut you some slack. Well, Donnie Kelly, I think, was the best of both worlds in fans' mind when he got hired. Oh, he's from here, which is great. He worshiped at the altar of Jim Leland, which is really, really great. And he's going to infuse some common sense back into the manager's seat, some on-the-fly thinking, some seat-of-the-pants thinking, some spontaneous thinking, an ability to manage a game live and not just script it out and go by what the front office told you to do before the game and be robotic like Derek Shelton was, and everything seems pre-planned and preordained. And Donnie did that for a little bit last year, and we got excited. Greg Brown, they'd win a game, and he'd say, Donnie Ball! Well, we haven't heard a lot of Donnie Balls lately, all right? There's been none of that. He's not, in my opinion, done that good of a job. He's done okay. All right? And maybe the bar is so low here, an okay manager gets an extra year. But I'll say this. If you clean out your GM, I think you should clean out your manager. I think you should give that next guy a fresh start and a clean slate. So I'm all for Ben Cherington being fired right now, so that does make me anti-Don Kelly as it turns out. So if you want to call in and share a thought on that, 412-928-9370. The last one is the toughest one, so I've saved the best for last, folks. The Pirates are 500 at the end of this year, or worse. No winning record is what I said. They go another year without finishing with more wins than losses. You ready for this? You trading Skeens? Where would you come down on that? How would you feel about that one? Because at that point, you could pull off the biggest trade, arguably, in the history of baseball. Now, I know Babe Ruth got traded to the Red Sox, and Frank Robinson went from the Reds to the Orioles, and Alex Rodriguez went from the Rangers to the Yankees, and all those things have happened in the lore of baseball history. So there's all kinds of massive trades. In terms of what you would get back, though, the package of players might be the biggest of all time. And if you're still a middling franchise, you still are stuck right there, far away from being a contending team. Not really that close. And you have this guy who has made it abundantly clear he is not long for Pittsburgh. He does not want to stay here. He is going to go to the highest bidder. What do you do? 412-928-9370. I think you listen. That's what I would say to that. And so for the first time, I'm going to say on the air, I think I would entertain trade offers for Paul Skeens. And if the right one came along, I would trade him. And it would devastate a lot of fans here, and it would suck. It would. Because that would make your time spent with one of the great players of all time a very short-lived one. But you know what I think puts asses in seats more than seeing a guy pitch every 5 days? Winning. Winning does that. Life goes on. You know? The Nationals got rid of Bryce Harper. That was a big blow to them. You know what they still did? Won the World Series without him. I mean, that's like the best case scenario, obviously. They didn't even get anything back for him. He just left in free agency for Philly. But I think you'd have to. I think knowing what his value is and the fact that he can only help you once every 5 days, and as we've seen this year, he's not pitching more than 6 innings, and you can lose 7 games in a row with him on the mound, to me, that's not an irreplaceable player anymore. So 412-928-9370. What would you do if the Pirates finish another year without a winning record in 2026, which is where they are at almost the halfway point after this disastrous series in Colorado? You firing Cherington? Are you firing Kelly? Would you be open to trading Paul Skeens? 412-928-9370. Let me take a sip of coffee here. I just did that. You can watch that on YouTube or X. Thanks for hanging out with us. Let's talk to Sean to begin today's program. Hello, Sean.
Hi, Andrew. Thank you for taking my call.
Anytime.
To you guys. First of all, I agree 100% with you as far as the Skeens situation, because first of all, I'm seeing a little, I mean, obviously he's still an all-star pitcher, but I would love to get a couple of batters that are going to play 150 games and play 30 or 40. But secondly, I want to see where they're at around the playoff, around the little past the midway near the trading deadline. They've lost 16 games due to the bullpen situation.
I think it's 17 now. I know it's easy to lose count. They have as many saves as they have blown saves. They have 17 saves and 17 blown saves. I don't think I've ever seen a bullpen stat like that in my entire life, Sean.
I have not, and Andrew, but that's where I'm looking at this situation here. If you actually have a half decent bullpen, this team's in first place. They're not far off. They're not. I know it's bad to look. They're losing games in this situation. They're playing without Cruz. They're playing without shortstop. They're staying around 500. If they can add bullpen help and they can turn this around quickly. That's why I'm not like. And if you remember Leland too, Andrew, Leland's first couple years they had losing records, and sometimes now. The situation with the pitching coach has got me is a situation I'm very concerned about right now. That's a concern, but I really, I don't think they're as far off. I think I think Cherington has made some good moves. He didn't obviously address the bullpen. I don't think he thought the bullpen was going to be where it's at.
Well, that's how. That's absolutely on him. I mean, that to me is one of the biggest.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a huge oversight on his part.
Sure, I agree. But I think that Don Kelly gave Kelly some reins to make a choice of who he wants for a pitching coach.
I don't think it went that way. I mean, I think it was a lot of. I think the pitchers made that decision on blowing the guy out and putting somebody new in. And I think they were consulted heavily. Here is a stat that I'm just double-checking as I was listening to Sean lay out his case for things. I just wanted to make sure this was right. This is crazy to me. And this speaks to why, this bullpen blows. It makes it even worse, actually. Dom, it's been more than a month since the last time a Pirates pitcher has gone 7 innings. Braxton Ashcraft is the last Pirates pitcher to go 7 innings in a start, and that happened May 21st. That means you're asking your bullpen to get, at minimum, 9 outs every game, which a good bullpen could do that. Sure, the Shark Tank 10 years ago could do that. This is the opposite of that. So they never get a night off. And I know pitchers going deeper into games is becoming more and more infrequent. I'm not talking about complete games, all right? We're not talking about John Candelaria here or Doug Drabeck. We're talking about go 7 innings. That has not happened since May 21st. That is, as Greg Brown likes to say, unbelievable that it's been that long. I don't know. The first caller up makes it sound like this team only needs tweaks. Then maybe we should cut everybody some slack and give them more time, and is talking about Jim Leyland in the 1980s to justify what's going on this year. Holy smokes. Maybe I shouldn't have been researching those pitching stats, and I should have been arguing with the last caller more. Here's Joe in Monroeville. Hello, Joe.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, man.
You know what? As far as Gaines goes, they might as well trade him because, he's going to be gone anyhow, right?
Well, yeah, but, that's still 3 years away.
Well, okay. But they're not, they're not going to win with them, like with the bullpen and
basically that would be like saying, the Pirates should have traded Barry Bonds after the 89 season, and then 90, 91, and 92 don't happen because you want to maximize the return on him.
Well, do you really think anything's going to happen with Skeens here as long as Nutting owns the team?
How can I say I feel good about it? How could I? I can't. I can't feel good about it. Last year they lost 90 games, and they were supposed to be lining up and targeting that year to contend. This year they made moves thinking that they were going to be in it, and they're 500, and they're technically alive because there's 3 wild card teams now. But are they going to fix their bullpen overnight here? Is their starting pitching suddenly going to start giving them length in games? 412-928-9370. Almost at the halfway point. Pirates have a disastrous series in Colorado. They're setting records for futility in terms of 9th inning situations, which we'll dive into as well. I have a Pirates trade update here that I'm going to read for you guys. The first caller was interesting. He said, I'm all for trading Skeens, but maybe this team isn't that far off, which looking back on it was kind of mind-boggling. I have a Pirates trade update from literally the biggest, I think, insider in sport. So stay tuned for that, and I want your thoughts too at 412-928-9370. If the season ended today, what would you do? Would you fire Charrington? Would you fire Kelly? Would you trade Skeens in the offseason? Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. Here is a headline from Dom.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
History was made at the World Cup just a little bit ago. Lionel Messi has become the all-time leading goal scorer in World Cup history after scoring in the 38th minute of today's Argentina-Austria group stage match. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more World Cup here with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. And on the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If a player leaves the match, your bet continues on with that substitute, so you're still in it until the final whistle. So, for example, I guess it's possible in this game with Argentina right now that their best player, the face of the sport, depending on the score, could be subbed off at some point here. Not out of the question in the second half. Well, sometimes bets go with him, but you will say you want him to score more than a goal. Well, the guy that comes in to replace him will count as the guy that left the game, which is huge. I don't know if anybody else who does that. Probably not. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2.
I enjoyed life on the road. I was young and foolish then, Bob. Young and single. It's great.
Oh, there's a story or two there. He brought that up.
No.
He brought that up. I got some money in my pocket. He's a dangerous man because he's got some money in his pocket, Joe Starkey. On the road, single boy. I see where you're going.
No, that wasn't where I was going.
No, it was. Your mind took you there. I want to know. I want to see that Starkey book.
The Bob and Joe Show, weekdays 10 to 2 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Wyndham Clark won his second U.S. Open on Sunday at Shinnecock Hills Golf Club in Southampton. Clark was paired with Scottie Scheffler. The crowd supporting Scheffler, but also rooting against Clark, created a little drama during the event that had very little throughout as Clark led wire to wire. Shouldn't the average golfer root for a guy that's shown frustrations on the golf course before? He's like us. I'm Chris Black.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College, class of 2006. I wouldn't trade my time at Westminster for anything. I had great professors, and I was a student athlete on the Titan baseball team. But most importantly, I didn't just graduate with a degree. I graduated with the hands-on experiences I needed for a career in the media. At Westminster College, it's an exceptional education that is genuinely affordable. Every accepted student is guaranteed a scholarship. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more.
Plus finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2. Age 36 months, 7,500 miles per year. $39.99 due at sign. Plus tax acquisition fee, title in place. MSRP $32,790. Must qualify HMFC tier 1 through 2. Not available on HEV or PHEV models. In stock units only. Not all buyers will qualify. See delivery details. Offer expires 6/30/2026.
Hot summer savings are going on now at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Take advantage of 0.99% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson SE. Or lease for as low as $199 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
And the match is about to begin.
Most of the team is out with COVID-19, so there'll be some substitutes tonight.
What's this? We have an unexpected guest on the field.
It's a dog. Well, they could do with extra players.
She's going for the ball.
Are front paws hands or feet?
Soccer season is full of surprises, and COVID-19 could be one of them. If you test positive, prescription medications may help. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Learn more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
3-1 pitch. Swinging a deep fly ball. Right field. Mangum to the wall. Home run. Nightmare continues in Denver for Dennis Santana. Every time he's pitched her. It's 8-4 now, and it's anyone's ball game at Coors again. Here's a swing of the ball. Hit fair right up the third baseline. Toward the left field corner around second. Fulford heading to third. He'll be waved home. Ball comes out of the left field corner. Fulford is in on the double by Karros. And the Rockies make it an 8-5 game. Still nobody out in the ninth.
Yeah, Pirates tried to give it back. They were up 8-1. Rockies made it interesting. Dennis Santana's forgotten how to pitch. Gregory Soto now is trending in the wrong direction. I said to start the show, no Mulsey here today. Donnie did the morning show, and we'll do it again tomorrow. If the season ended today and the Pirates finished without a winning record, what do you do? Do you fire Cherington? Do you fire Kelly? Do you think about trading Paul Skeens? 412-928-9370. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ken Rosenthal has been wearing that weird bow tie on TV for 30 years, since I was a kid watching Major League Baseball on Fox. And he is reporting that the Pirates are trying to move the 34th pick in the MLB draft. Now, this is a loophole. You can't trade your regular picks, but you're allowed to trade your competitive balance picks. So the Pirates, I guess, get an extra pick because baseball is trying to figure out a system that allows for the small market teams to have a better chance without having a salary cap yet, even though that's what they want. And so the competitive balance pick is one way to do that. So I think there's 30 teams. Right after the official first round ends, the Pirates have the 34th pick. And people are telling Ken Rosenthal that the Pirates want to trade it. Now, the reason why there's a clock put on this is because teams want the pick for this year's draft. So if you trade the 34th pick, the draft happens before the trade deadline. The draft happens in early July. The draft happens at the All-Star game. So there is a accelerated or moved up deadline for this trade to happen. But, follow me here for a second. The Pirates did just free up $2 million with the Joey Bart trade. But do you think, honestly, do you think the Pirates would add payroll to a team that's at 500 and in fourth place? I don't. I can't see a straight trade where the 34th pick in this summer's draft gets traded for they wouldn't do it just for Aroldis Chapman. It'd have to be more than that. But I have a hard time believing, based on everything I know about the Pirates, that they are going to add a decent-sized contract to their team. Now, maybe there's a pitcher on a relief pitcher that's on a first, rookie-level contract who's not making a lot of money that you could trade the 34th pick to or pick for, but if that guy's any good, I don't think that that's all it's going to take to get somebody like that. I don't know. Especially because if you're on a rookie contract and you're not even arbitration eligible, there's still 3 years of control left there. I got to see it to believe it. They're dangling this pick out there, but they're also losing games right now and taking on water. And are they going to take on more salary? Nothing in here from Rosenthal on that. Are there limits on what they can do? Could the Pirates even does Ben Cherington even have the authorization or the permission to trade for Chapman because of how much money is left on that contract this year and what he's owed next year, which is around $13 million? 412-928-9370. Let's go back to the phones. A lot of people want to talk about these Buccos who won yesterday in Colorado, but let's be honest, it was a dreadful series. You have the bases loaded and no outs Friday. You have first and third no outs Saturday, and you lose both games against crappy pitchers in Colorado. Here's Jake in Crafton. Hello, Jake.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hey, man.
I believe that the Pirates, if they were to lose at the end of this season, have a losing record at the end of the season, I could see us trading Skeens. Skeens is not himself this year, at all. Lost the last 7 starts with him?
Yes.
And I know some of that is with the fielding, and we do have a terrible fielding.
Correct.
But his velocity has gone down. He's not pitching into late innings anymore.
That's the biggest one. Thanks, Jake. You're saying again, you think that it would not be a bad idea to trade him. The lack of length in games is the most startling thing. If he went 6 innings, no runs in every start, I'd really think about taking that. Okay, you have an ERA of 0. You're not giving me length, but you're pitching 2/3 of the innings without giving up any runs. With this Pirates offense for what it's been most of the season, not now because of injuries and slumps, I would sign up for that. But he's not doing that. He's going 6 and giving up 2. And that's an ERA of 3. And an ERA of 3 is not good enough for Paul Skeens. Now, I'm not going to complain about it in Colorado because it's the best hitter's park in baseball. It's in thin air. So I'm not really crushing him for this last start, but it's just another, how do I say this? It's just another not great start. It's another B+. Maybe I'll give him an A- for the fact that it was in Colorado. We're just waiting and waiting for a vintage Paul Skeens start, and we have not seen one now in more than a month. Here's Bruce in Greenfield. Hello, Bruce.
Hey, how are you doing, Andrew?
Hey, man.
Hey, I'm just going to get right to the point. Let's seriously consider this point I'm going to make. Why don't we trade Skeens right now? We all know that they're not going to sign him at the end of the year when his contract's up. Well, while he still has some stock left, his stock is dwindling every start. Why don't we trade him now and let's get ourselves not even no prospects. I'm tired of hearing about these prospects. Let's get ourselves an established ball player, mainly a catcher. And how they go.
You want to trade Paul Skeens with 3.5 years left for a catcher? There's not a catcher on earth who's. I don't think there's anybody that's as valuable as him who catches straight up.
I'm not saying just only for a catcher. A couple ball players. There's teams that would slew somebody to get Paul Skeens right now.
They would do what? They would slew? You're saying they would take place in slewage? What are they talking about? Man, this is so sad to say out loud, but I know I'm busting the guy's balls because of his word choice and what he would want back in the trade. But I honestly would be very, very. I've changed my mind on this. It's just I've been warped by the way the Pirates have played and lost games, and the way that Skeens has to me, underwhelmed. I would be fine with hearing just how absurd and how crazy the offers would be for him right now. I would. Like, Dom, what if the Yankees said, all right, Cam Schlitter can go to the Pirates in this trade, so we're going to put him in there, and then we're going to fill it out with 3 or 4 of our top prospects? Why are you shaking your head no?
Because
Schlitter's been better than Skeens this year.
That is so ridiculous, Pony. You and people like Bechtold and everybody else who is trying to pile on Skeens.
Why does Bechtold get thrown in here?
Because he sent out a tweet that went viral Saturday night ripping Skeens.
Oh, did he?
Everybody needs to calm the F down. Skeens has a sub-3 ERA, which is ballooned because of his first start against the Mets, which was an outlier. He's top 5 in the league in strikeouts and whip. He has the best WAR of anybody on the Pirates. We all need to calm down. I mean, we're now talking about trading him. I agree with Sherrington, and I agree with Kelly. Trading Skeens right now, and this team is still in the wild card hunt and just won yesterday. It's ridiculous.
I don't think that he is their leader in whip. Is that accurate?
No, he's their leader in WAR.
Oh, leader in WAR. He's not their leader in WAR.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
I'm
looking at it.
Brian Reynolds is.
No, he isn't. Paul Skeens has a 2.6 total WAR right now.
And Brian Reynolds is 3.1.
No, it's not. Brian Reynolds is 2.4.
Are you calling Baseball Reference a liar?
I'm looking at FanGraphs.
Oh, so apparently FanGraphs and Baseball Reference have different formulas.
Well, I have someone figure it out then, because I'm looking at Skeens has the best WAR on the team.
So you adhere to FanGraphs over Baseball Reference?
Yeah, I do.
So if he gave you 6 innings and 2 runs every start, which is pretty much what's happened over the last month, which is an ERA of 3, you would sign up for that every time.
I'm not saying that, but
well, then what are you saying?
Well, hold on. He threw over 100 pitches, which is, in this day and age, something to behold. And he only allowed...
What do you mean, behold? What's that mean?
Nobody throws 100 pitches these days.
Because teams don't let the guy. We're commending him because he threw 108 pitches.
Tony, that's not Skeens' fault. He struck out 4 of the last 7 batters he faced.
No, it is his fault because it's not. He's not economical enough to go deeper into the games. It is absolutely on him. He is partly responsible for that.
If he kept pitching Saturday night, he would have ended the game in the last 3 innings just as well as he pitched the previous 2.
So he would have gone 9 at 150 pitches and only given up 2 runs?
I absolutely think he could have, yes.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to do that, and they won't make him do that. So they both agree that that's the right time to pull him from games. You do not, this to me backs up what I'm saying. He does not look angry at all when he gets taken out of games. There's no A.J. Burnett telling the manager to sit down and don't take me out. He is fine with his 6 innings, and I think part of the reason why he's fine is because there still is this bigger plan of him getting to free agency eventually and getting paid $500 million, and he does not want to stress or tax himself too much to risk that payday and put too much strain on himself. And the Pirates agree with that too.
But these aren't the days of A.J. Burnett. Pitchers aren't pitching as deep into games as they used to.
I understand
Al Leiter once threw like 200 pitches in a World Series game. That's not happening anymore.
I know it's not. And I am saying Skeens needs to figure out a way to not be at 100 pitches after 6 innings. As the best pitcher in baseball, he should be able to do that.
He gave up 2 runs in a bandbox.
I didn't criticize him for the Rockies game. But
yes, you are.
At the start before that against Miami, you get out-dueled by a guy and you give up.
He retired like the last 10 batters.
I don't care about the last 10 because what did you do in the first and second inning? Newsflash, those innings count too, Dom. They're
2
part
runs?
of the game.
You're going to sit here and say, well, he gave up 2 runs against a Marlins team that's not bad. Trade him.
If I get an overwhelming package back, yes, I would heavily consider that.
Is he still the best pitcher in baseball?
Not currently the way. No, Mizorowski's been better than him this year.
I'm just asking.
Ohtani's been better this year. Sanchez has been better this year. Schlitter has been better this year.
Do you think by the end of the season he will be in the Cy Young conversation?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think he's lost too much ground here. I think he can pitch like a Cy Young at some point again this year.
Do you think the WBC had anything to do with how
They
he's
seem to
performed
think
this year?
so. Charrington said it.
I'm starting to think so, to be honest. I really am. We know that he's a guy of routine, so I bet pitching in a world tournament threw him off. It certainly did against his start.
But you're saying the stats are so good, nothing's been thrown off. He's been equally good this year.
Listen, he's not what he was the past 2 seasons, but for you to talk like he's the worst pitcher in the sport is ridiculous.
I'm saying he's been a B-plus pitcher this year, which is not what we're used to seeing from Paul Skeens.
Top 5 in strikeouts is B+. Sub-3 ERA is B+.
ERA, look at that. He's 6-7. They've lost his last 7 starts.
Who cares about records?
He hasn't pitched into the 7th inning since early May.
Not his fault.
Yes, it is.
What pitchers are, besides The Miz, who's an outlier, who's pitching into the 7th inning these days? Nobody.
Christopher Sanchez.
Okay, the two best pitchers in the sport right now. I'll give you that.
He's supposed to be in that category with those guys.
Pony, I just told you his last 2 starts.
Zach Wheeler does it, and he's about 115 years old.
Pony, his last 2 starts, he ended the game pitching fantastic. He can keep pitching late into these games if he wants to. They're not going to let him.
No, I think it's a two-way street. I think he doesn't want to, and I think they don't. I think it's a mutually agreed upon thing. If they're going to let him have Henry Davis, and they're going to fire a pitching coach, if he says, I can give you 115 pitches a start, they're going to say, no, you can't have that. They're giving him pretty much whatever he wants.
I agree it's a two-way street,
yes.
But if he wants to, he could.
But he doesn't want to.
Because nobody does anymore. Everybody has it in their head that if you pitch over 100 throws, you're going to blow your arm off.
Yeah, which is dumb. Follow us on Twitter and watch us there. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. If you want to enter the fray here, 412-928-9370. We also have a going low minute coming up because the guy that's persona non grata with Pittsburgh won the biggest golf tournament of the year. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, some big news in the basketball world. Dusty May, who led Michigan to a national championship this past April, is finalizing a deal to become the new head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, which makes May the first college head coach to take an NBA job since John Beilein, also of Michigan, left for Cleveland back in 2019. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Change wisely.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an Odds Boost token and no sweat token. An Odds Boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your Odds Boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days. It's the City of Pittsburgh Independence Day celebration. Join us in Point State Park July 4th beginning at 4 p.m. for free family fun, music, food, and much, much more. Then hop across the river to the North Shore for music on the PNC Great Line and enjoy the Remax hot air balloon and the brand new Hyatt Company Salute the Service Wheel. The day's main attraction, fireworks, begins at 9:35 and is heard exclusively on 100.1 FM KDKA Radio. For details, go to 937thefan.com.
Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, a family-owned and local-based company, is your #1 choice for roofing in Pittsburgh. They do roofing, siding, and gutters with exceptional customer service for all your needs. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the Pickle today.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Increase flexibility, strength, and endurance. Breaking at 100, 90, or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Results this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive, just $229 a month. And the all-new 2026 Kia K4 LXS, only $209 a month. Top trade values are happening right now. Don't miss it. 24-month leases, $3,499 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia. Deals like this don't last. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
Pirates baseball is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds too. Get a quote right now at 800-777-1979, 800-777-1979, or biglou.com.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com. More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller, Pony and Muller, on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a lot of grief since last year, rightfully so. The thing that's unfortunate is that's not who I am, what happened last year. And I'm hoping I can win back the fans that I had or some new fans because, it was a terrible incident. And, I really feel like I can show people that I'm fun and outgoing. I'm fierce, competitive, love the game, respect the game, and I just had a bad moment. So hopefully I can win those people back. And, I definitely feel like I'm in a better place. And, hopefully a great weekend and a great rest of the year. Maybe I'll gain all those fans back.
Wyndham Clark, who probably treated those Shinnecock locker rooms like the Japanese soccer fans who go around and clean up their garbage after World Cup matches to atone for what happened at Oakmont. I get it if the tournament was back here at Oakmont and golf fans in Pittsburgh had long memories, booed the guy, treated him like crap. I have no idea why Long Island golf fans and New York golf fans hate the guy for what he did to locker rooms here. Is that such a big golf etiquette no-no that now this guy is persona non grata and a hated figure in golf? I mean, the LIV guys don't get that treatment. They took money from the Saudi Arabian government. Go look up their track record. What's worse, breaking a couple lockers at a country club or doing that? How about Phil Mickelson? Why don't you Google Phil Mickelson insider trading and see how that goes? And you tell me if you'd rather cheer for that guy or a guy that broke a couple lockers. How about Tiger Woods while we're at it? Why don't we go down that rabbit hole? Right? I mean, almost potentially could have killed people with his reckless driving and decision-making. So I've actually done a 180. I thought the guy was pretty much a jackass for what he did at Oakmont, and people over there want him banned, and I think he was banned. I mean, they can't control what happens with the U.S. Open in a few years, but he'll never be allowed back there to play like a random round to get ready for a U.S. Open, even as a two-time champ. But, I've got Pomp sending out tweets like, oh, there's people livid in Pittsburgh that this guy won another one. It stunk. From what I heard, he basically apologized profusely after the fact and said, tell me how much it costs and I will pay to repair these lockers. So he had a horrible moment. I mean, he had a temper tantrum. He freaked out. Dom, this is not the end of the world. I mean, it was so strange that the fans at the tournament were openly rooting against him as hard as they were.
Yeah, I mean,
because he broke lockers.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why I have a love-hate relationship with golf. I love it because it's fun to play, and I'm very good at it. I have a 2 handicap.
Oh, congratulations on all your success.
Thank you.
I don't think that's true, but continue.
It's very true, but I hate it because it is such a stuck-up, buttoned-up sport where all these country club losers are mad because a locker got punched.
But they're not mad about everything. Rory McIlroy was allegedly cheating on his wife. He was not getting booed and he was not getting Bronx cheered when he was playing at golf tournaments for it.
It's only because he broke a locker, and people view that as you're disgracing the holy grail that is Oakmont. And I love Oakmont, but my God, I think they have the money to fix what happened. He got mad in the heat of the moment. It's sports. It's what makes sports so great. Matt Clement sitting in the studio, he played sports. You get mad, you get frustrated at times, and you throw something, you punch something. It happens. My God. Golfers need to take a breath.
Yeah. Matt, did you ever break any clubhouse, any Gatorade coolers, take a bat to anything? We'll see that from time to time. Guys start swinging bats wildly at bubble gum containers and things like that.
I have multiple stories, unfortunately, and
really,
yeah, and I think that like that, as I
don't strike me as fly off the handle guy. That's why I'm surprised to hear that.
Well, and as I listened today, some of these came back, and I guess kind of a little anecdote of this is, I a couple of my sons have short fuses also, and it's when you're a dad or a coach. Or, and players I've had have short fuses, right?
Yep.
When you're in that position, you're sometimes like, you love the fact that they care. Like, is a short fuse because we're losing? Or is a short fuse like you're trying to put on a show? Mm-hmm. And I guess the anecdote I'll give you is like, my one son this year when we lost a game, at the end of the game was, beating up his helmet a little bit in the dugout, and I gave him crap for it. And later in the night, I get a text from my other son, who was at Virginia Tech at the time, that said, yeah, Mav sent me this text that said he doesn't know why Dad's so mad about me snapping in the dugout when he's on national TV beating up a water cooler after giving up a home run to Alex Cora on 19 pitches. So it kind of put the whole thing.
Wait a minute. Time out. You were the pitcher from that Alex Cora at-bat.
Absolutely. And
did you know that, Tom? That's like the longest at. People bring up that at-bat all the time.
The only reason I love Alex Cora, and I'm bummed he got fired, but I don't have to hear it once a year when somebody has a long at-bat for like a hit. He brings up, it was 19.
Correct.
Funny story about that one while we're at stories, and I think you guys enjoy some of these sometimes. The next day, and I always say one thing is it was a 2-2 count. I was known for being wild. Amazingly, on 19 pitches, it was a 2-2 count. The next day, Carlos Zambrano pitches, and Cora fouled off like 2 balls on a 2-2 count, and he just drilled him and knocked him out of the game. And Cora came up to me.
That is the most Zambrano thing ever.
Exactly. And the funny part was when I came in the dugout after that happened, because it was like I started the inning with like 80 pitches, and I was out of the game after I faced somebody.
Yep.
I had the pitcher on deck. I didn't want to walk them and put a first and second, close game, whatever the case may be. I come in the dugout. I'm losing my crap, like really, honestly, like freaking out. And Greg Maddux, real calm voice, goes, "Hey, why don't you throw a ball right there to get the 3-2?" I'm like, I don't know why I didn't throw a ball to get the 3-2. I just didn't want to walk, and I flipped out. But he was so calm about it.
Yeah.
And I actually tell this. I tell this story when people are freaking out about 3-ball counts and walks. Maddux used to throw a 2-2 ball on purpose to set up the 3-2 changeup, or whatever the case may be. So that all that came full circle in that one little Alex Cora anecdote, and my son referenced that real quick when I was giving him crap about
That's fantastic. All right, Fan Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get you back on track. Tomorrow night for the Pirates and Mariners, no rain in the forecast. That's good. Literally a 0% chance according to forecast now. And it'll be cooler too, looking at 73 degrees, so a great night. Matt Clement, as you can tell, is in studio, and we've got the Pirates to discuss after another series loss and 2 just awful 9th inning losses for the Pirates Friday and Saturday night. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I wish we were at the game right now.
To be honest, I don't mind watching it at home.
You'd rather be here than at the game?
I mean, kinda. We have comfy seats, replays, and this entire fridge full of Faygo.
Red Hot. 60-40. Dr. Fago. Rock and roll.
What the heck was that?
Oh, yeah. My fridge does that ever since I stocked it with all this Faygo.
Can I try?
All yours.
Root beer, candy apple, orange.
I think one just said my name.
Faygo, with over 50 flavors, what flavor you got?
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrili wishing you a happy home improvement season from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. And I bet that honey-do list is getting really expensive. But good news, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union can help. Right now, they're offering an ultra-competitive first-position home equity loan for just 5.25%. 5.25%! Wow! Visit AllegiantFCU.org for full terms and conditions. Membership eligibility required. Equal housing lender. Join for just $5 if you live, work, or worship in Allegheny, Beaver, or Butler County. Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
A large one-topping pizza for $5 from Speedy Cafe? Yeah, you're not cooking tonight. Save time and money. Stop by Speedy Cafe for a $5 large one-topping pizza. Valid through 8/25/2026. Plus tax where applicable. 2026 7-Eleven Inc. All rights reserved.
Guys, it's Chris Muller, and I want to tell you right now about all the great deals that can be had at one place, Crown Mitsubishi in Washington, the spot to go if you're looking for the Mitsu that fits you. That's because Mike Engel, he's the OG bow tie guy. He and his team have some absolutely sizzling deals, and they want to share them right now with you. How about this? All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. Yes, 0%. Plus Outlander Trail Editions, you can get up to $7,500 off. And Eclipse Cross, you can take up to $5,000 off right now. Plus, it gets even better. Get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. They do it right at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. Mike Engel, Bill Driscoll, the entire team, and they've got their summer sale, and it's starting now. It's too hot to miss, so make sure you get there. Crown Mitsubishi in Washington and online, crownmitsubishipa.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Baseball season is in full swing, and 93.7 The Fan has all your coverage before and after every Bucks game. Listen to the Og Murphy and Perkowski Reaction Show immediately after the final out. The Og Murphy and Perkowski Reaction Show is presented by Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration and brought to you by Veteran Basement Waterproofing and Sir Grout. Tell me this wouldn't sound nice. Reduced joint pain, improved libido, restful sleep, and lower anxiety. Weight loss may be the goal, but the added benefits by doing it with Awaken 180 are endless. Awaken180weightloss.com. 2 Men and a Junk Truck is Pittsburgh's top choice for Holloway services. From single bulky items to whole house cleanouts, let their trained men do the heavy lifting and give you the space you deserve. Book same day or next day at 2menandajuncktruck.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Hey guys, it's Amanda from the Wide Awake Morning Show, and when plumbing problems strike, I know exactly who to call. Mr. Rooter Plumbing. They're a family-owned business that truly cares about the community, and it shows in every everything they do. They aim to be the American standard of plumbing, delivering reliable service, honest work, and solutions you can count on. Whether it's leaky pipes, clogged drains, sewer repairs, or more, their experienced team is always ready to get things back to normal quickly and professionally. What really stands out to me is their white glove service. You get 100% of their attention every time. Call Mr. Rooter Plumbing at 877-ROOTER-2.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pirates have a day off before they start a homestand, beginning with the Mariners tomorrow night, 6:40 at PNC Park. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, Monday edition of the PM team.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
1-0 pitch. Triolo grounds it short. Might be the ball game on the second one. Relay. Scooped up. Double play. They might challenge at second whether he stayed on the bag or not, but otherwise it'll be the Rockies to win this ball game.
All right, yeah, that sucked on Friday. And things got worse on Saturday. Pirates, in air quotes, salvaged something in Colorado with a win yesterday, but still don't feel great about it. Jared Jones leaves the game, taking a line drive off his elbow, and tells reporters afterwards it was an inch away from shattering his elbow. And your bullpen, again, poured kerosene on things. Dennis Santana struggled mightily in the eighth inning and forced you to bring your closer into the game. And by the way, he wasn't very good in Soto, making it an 8-6 game. I know an error factored into that, but I had to sweat that one out, which happens sometimes in Colorado. But Matt Clement in studio with us. When you have crazy stat, Matt, they've had 17 saves and 17 blown saves this year.
It's crazy.
Same number.
It's amazing. Is that's got to be, gosh, that's got to be close to a record. Through this far in the season.
I know.
And
they don't have the most blown saves, but I think the ratio is the worst in baseball of 1-to-1.
Yeah, and it's such a streaky thing. Like I felt bad for Santana yesterday. I put myself in the former player's shoes.
Which we love that you do that.
Yeah, I put myself in the former player's shoes, and I also the problem needs addressed. Like the bullpen's the issue. But like I see Santana, and he's like finally strung some good outings together, and then to go out there, I just could have went home real quick and finished that game, and him getting into trouble, and now, turn that into a negative. Then Soto, who wasn't expecting to have to pitch, he has to get ready quick. He has a little bit of rough. So now you have two guys that are leaving that place, with not the same frame of mind that you would have had them coming home with an 8-1 win, which it had a chance of being.
The big thing that listeners latched onto in the first hour, Matt, is I asked everybody, if the season ends like this, and they're 500 or worse, what are the consequences? What happens? And I think it's easy to say Cherington, fans will want Cherington gone because it's 7 years and it's no winning seasons. Donnie's trickier because it's year 2 and they'd have to pay him to leave. But the big one that people want to talk about is what happens with Skeens. Skeens let you know that the chances of signing an extension are slim to none, and Slim's on a plane right now to Los Angeles. I mean, it's not happening. So he's not going to sign. And unfortunately, even though I'm going to say this out loud again for people, he's not pitching poorly right now. He's not. It's not what we saw the last 2 years. It's still good, sometimes very good. But what's happened in the last month is it's shined a light on, Matt. Even with him, you can lose consistently with him on the mound. So he's not like an invincible, irreplaceable player. And it just, to me, makes your mind wonder, like, what could we get for somebody like him? It might be the greatest trade package in baseball history. Do you disagree with that point? I mean, it might be.
It's going to be up there. It's going to be Juan Soto-like, but maybe even a little bit better. But they actually hit. The problem, the hypothetical side makes some sense. But
I mean, think about, for example, sorry to cut you off, but think about like your playing days. When Seattle traded Randy Johnson to Houston, that trade helped that team a couple years later set a record for American League wins. That's like the dream scenario. Now, he was in the last year of his contract. This would be different. You'd get, I think, you bring up the Soto trade, it would have to be bigger than that. in terms of return.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, like the unknown, you have to hit though. Like you have to hit. You can't just hit a little bit if you're going to do this.
Right.
You have to hit the whole thing. And what's the probability? I'm not even going to say. I know you'll jump right on this. The history of the Pirates trades and who they've got in return hasn't been great, and it's not a great track record of the most recent trade. So now you're going to say, okay, we're going to trust that we're going to get this. The hypothetical package sounds great, but you better hit that package and like hit a grand slam with that package, not just like, oh, we got one guy out of this that worked out.
Yeah. It's just so frustrating that they've had this golden goose per se now for a third year, and right now it's trending again like they're not going to be able to make anything out of it. Yeah, and I think that the part of Skeens that's interesting because there's just the talk of the comments he made about the salary cap. Yep. Like that's been a big topic also. And I think what people need to understand about those comments that he made, right? He is this players association has a rich history. And sure, everybody knows that that the big thing is we're not going to do a salary cap. It's always been that way. I sat in those meetings. That's just like assumed. It's not suggested. It's assumed. Mm-hmm. He's one of the faces of baseball right now. Yep. So we can say that, hey, how are you saying that when you live in Pittsburgh? Yeah. But he also has Bryce Harper and all the old guard like they're expecting him to fall in suit, and he's fell in suit. Like I think one of the most positive things about Skeens that has nothing to do with performance with him is how he handles the media and how stand-up of a guy he is. So I guess that's what sent this down to like he doesn't want a salary. He doesn't want a salary cap, so he's going to be gone. If I'm the Pirates, and there's some hypothetical world out there where he'll sign, that like some laborer thing that lets him try to sign. The thing I'd be most worried about is this guy has been as good as anybody has been in 3 years, basically. Yeah, and he was Doc Gooden-esque. You like to bring that up, and it's true. Rookie of the Year and Cy Young, first 2 years. He was a 10-10 Cy Young winner last year. He's 6-7 right now. 6-7 this year. I know. The worry should be of anything is why would this guy? If I was somewhere else, I'd be 25 games over 500. Correct. And I haven't been here, so I think that's part of this. He wants to win this big equation. Also, as far as how he's been this year, it's part of it, man. People are adjusting. There's no big mechanical difference. They're adjusting. He's adjusting too, though. Look how many changeups he threw the other day. Mm-hmm. He's doing what he has to do. Has he been his dominant, high end, top of this mountain self? No, but he's not that far off it. And he could have easily won 5 of these last 6 games, and nobody would be talking about it, even though the numbers would be exactly the same. The thing, though, that keeps him from winning those games is he doesn't go deep enough, and it forces the Pirates to use the weakness of their team more, which is their bullpen. Agree. And I think that to me is what he has to figure out as one of the great pitchers of our time. Yeah, and I think he started the season trying to do this. We've talked about this. I know. And the thing he's trying to prevent from happening is happening. Yes. You know what I mean? Like, and that's where he's put all his eggs in his basket, trying to go deeper into games to be more economical, and it's having the exact opposite effect. Yeah, because if you look at this, his pitch counts since early in the year, he's in the hundreds. And there's not a lot of pitchers, like he's at high 90s, low hundreds, and there's not a lot of pitchers going over 110 pitches in baseball right now. He's at the for somebody that they're trying to make sure stays healthy, they're pitching him as much and as violently or whatever you want to call it as any other pitcher in baseball. And it's just guys are doing a good job against them. Like they're putting balls in play, they're fouling balls off. It's hard to say that these guys are trying to foul balls off intentionally to run up his pitch count, but that's the way you beat Paul Skeens, especially with a bad bullpen. Yeah. I'm just thinking about it from your perspective. Like you told a great story about Maddox off the air with me. And obviously he's the all-time professor and like scientist when it comes to pitching. But when you watch him, does any question of, why doesn't he throw this more? Or why doesn't he take this approach? Or why doesn't he attack guys like this? Does any of that pop into your head when you're watching him lately? No, it really doesn't. I've always been amazed at him with this 5-6 pitch mix. That he's able to control it and do it. And when you were at your best, how many pitches did you throw? You wanted to throw your slider. That was your best pitch. I had a slider that I threw 2 different ways. Mm-hmm. But one of the ways was strictly to strike a righty out or to a lefty. I'd throw
basically a four-seam fastball and a sinker, but not usually both. I usually had one at different points in my career. I wasn't good enough. I had to reinvent myself like every year. So and then I had a changeup that I never used. So I was basically and I had a cutter. So I was going with the 3 versions of my slider, which was a cutter and 2 versions of it, and a fastball. But I knew exactly how I wanted to use each of them. I wasn't using them differently like he's doing. Like I don't see if anything, and I think if you ask Paul Skeens right now, what do you think's going on? You know, what is the difference right now? If there's any slight difference, he just hasn't commanded. He's left more balls over the plate a little bit. He's missed more off the plate. Like I watched a little bit more intently yesterday just to see because I figured we were going to be talking about this.
I didn't think his command was great in that game. You just saw where Davis was set up for the pitch, and it was not usually where the ball ended up.
Like missing further away when he's trying to get it off the plate.
Yep.
Or leaving it a little bit more over the middle of the plate, which that happens at times. And there's great ways to look at that. When you watch your film, I'd go back and look at my film. There's some days I thought I was great, and every ball they got out, I threw right down the middle. You know, and so he probably, you know, but just he's such a technician at what he does. And again, I say if there's something he would say, yeah, I'm probably not absolutely perfect with my location, which he's been on another level of perfect, and he's still better than 95% of the pitchers the way he's throwing right now.
Do you think that the velocity drop and the fastball still gets a ton of swing and miss and gets people out? So you think the fastball velocity drop is intentional, right? Or do you think that's all he can do?
I think that like somebody, I was asking somebody in the know, not with the Pirates, just BSing about baseball with former player, and I can't even remember who the person that said it was. They brought up the example of Verlander. When Verlander first came up, he was like 100, 99, 100, you know, up in that echelon. And then when he settled in to be a great pitcher, he fell back to like 97, 98, like easier to command a little bit at times. I don't need to stress that extra mile per hour. Like yesterday he reached back and hit 99 on that time. Everybody made a big deal. He hit 99. I questioned, like, was that off the bat? Or, you know, sometimes you get those readings off the bat. I just don't think I don't think it's intentional, but I think he's just trying to, like, he's made a conscious effort the way he's pitched, in my opinion, to get deeper into games. And maybe that's a part of it. I'm just not going to go blow out every time. I'm not going to go super adrenaline every time. I bet you when he pitches in the All-Star game this year, you see those numbers go up again because he knows he's going out to pitch 1 inning if he pitches in the All-Star game. So do I think it's a big effect? I know everybody seems to make a big deal about it, but I just think that the good pitchers, once they settle in, you know, we're going to come back here in 2 years, and hopefully you guys still want me around in 2 years. and Mizorowski's probably going to be throwing 99, 100 instead of 103, 104. It's just like when the guys get used to it.
How about Jones comes back from arm problems and he's throwing 100 and his changeup's 95? He didn't get the same memo Skeens got, evidently.
Well, Jones is full bore, man. Like that's his personality. Him and Chandler are both like that. That's their personality, and that's
it's all gas, no brakes with those two guys.
Yeah, and you have to embrace it a little bit. Like you can't pull it off. But I think there's a point in everybody's career, and Skeens is so far ahead of everybody else at the beginning of their career.
Yep.
That I don't know this, but I'm just saying, like, he's just like, okay, I can still do this. I can still accomplish this without maybe this gets me deeper into games is by doing this. And kind of like these last 7 games when you lose, all of them, it feels like it backfired a little bit, even though it really, to me, it didn't.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Person July from where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Matt Clement in studio with us at 3:30. Dom, we have another edition of the PM Team Bucko Auction House, which you will be a part of. Yeah.
It's exciting.
And I'm in last place.
Yeah,
the furthest you can be in last place in Bucko Auction. I need to redeem today.
Well, unless you have faith that Henry Davis is going to get himself out of the...
Will Henry Davis get enough at bats the rest of the year to get him?
Because you need him to
get himself at 180.
That's a uphill.
Will he get enough at bats to get himself to 180?
I don't think so. I hope not, actually. Sorry, Matt. Nothing against you. All right, we'll come right back. It's the PM Team.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pirates are off today. They get a little rest break as they begin a home series against the Mariners tomorrow night, 6:40. Mitch Keller will pitch in the game, and you can listen right here on the Fan or the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show is tomorrow at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Welcome to Soccer Nation USA. That's right. Americans are now soccer fans. I mean, well, for the next month or so. Doesn't this always happen with the World Cup or the Olympics? We rally behind the U.S. Countries like Argentina, England, Brazil, France, and Spain will still be the favorites. If there's one thing Americans can get behind, it's support for the USA and also an underdog. I'm Chris Black.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay, are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor, and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
For 4 generations, the Spitzer families believed in fair pricing and honest service. That legacy continues with our Drive Into Tradition sales event. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Corolla LE for $279 per month. Plus, get our lifetime warranty, complimentary maintenance, and Spitzer VIP points.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
At Spitzer, our world revolves around you.
TSRP $25,054. VIN TP 467465. FWD Model 1852. $2,000 due at signing. 36 months. Approved credit through TMS plus title tax license registration $490 doc fee. $0 security deposit. 10K miles per year and 6/30/2026.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich, and this is an important message for all who ride motorcycles. Accidents happen. And when it comes to motorcycle accidents, there are no fender benders. Injuries are usually severe and life-changing. If you do one thing today, protect yourself by calling your insurance agent and make sure that you have at least $100,000 in uninsured and underinsured coverage. If you have questions or if you've been injured, call us at 888-98-TWINS. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Guys, Chris Muller here. If you're a homeowner, you know that when it comes to a contractor who might be doing work on your home, trust is a huge factor in the equation, right? You've probably heard of nightmare scenarios. Maybe you've experienced them yourself. You're looking for somebody you can trust. That's especially true when it comes to a roofing contractor. Good news. You just need to call my friends at MHI Roofing when you need to repair or replace your roof. How have they built their business? By taking just as good of care of their customers as they do the roofs. And they are all about customer service. They're not going to waste your time. They're going to respect your time. You're going to get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews, and they also offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer and more comprehensive warranty. When it all comes down to trust, when you're looking for a roofing contractor, there's no one I trust more than MHI Roofing. And right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up that free 21-point roof inspection today, 412-998-8864, online, MHIRoof.com.
Imagine watching the Black and Gold play football in Paris, France. With True Fan Travel, you'll enjoy 5 nights in Paris, a Seine River dinner cruise, Versailles, a Black and Gold Legend meet and greet, and an all-inclusive game day tailgate. October 20th through the 26th, 2026. Book now at TrueFanTravel.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each. $30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Summer's already busy enough. Mow the lawn, clean the pool, plan the vacation. The last thing you need is another DIY project. That's why Guardian Protection is offering free professional installation with the purchase of a security system. We'll handle the setup while you focus on enjoying summer. Get protection from intrusion, fire, and more, all installed by experts. Don't wait. Call 1-800-PROTECT or visit guardianprotection.com/FAN today. Terms and conditions apply.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is slowing on the Parkway East inbound from Swissvale through Greenfield, with delays continuing towards Oakland. The Liberty Tunnel also is backing up, and Route 51 is busy approaching the tunnel. Elsewhere, Route 28 and the North Shore are moving without major problems. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Logan Arblaster.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Summer means a whole lot of extra miles. Last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Got junk?
2 men and a junk truck.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Okay, let's go. Come on.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Foley and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
The other one was in 94. This ball belted out towards center. Long run for Mangum, who dives for the ball in the first batter of the ball game. And it goes past him and all the way to the wall. In his first game at Coors Field. And it's bobbled by Callahan. And McCarthy ties the game. He went for the catch in the first batter of the game. And McCarthy is in. We're tied at 1.
And we're talking about Paul Skeens. That has to be part of the story, too, with Matt Clement in studio. The defense for the Pirates, we knew it was going to be lacking, and it really seems every time he pitches, going back to the very first game of the year, there's some tremendous gaffe that's made behind him that leads to runs. And that Mangum decision to dive for that ball right off the bat in Saturday's game is another example of that, Matt. Doesn't get ruled an error, but not a smart play, really, when you think about it.
And I think you can go through these 7 games they've lost in a row that he's pitched, and probably 3 of them had some like major defensive.
Houston game.
Yes, the Houston game.
Gonzalez forgot how to play third base.
And with somebody like him, like you can win a game just by not making that mistake. Like he's good enough to win that game, and he's kind of pitched unlucky. And of course, we all know what happened on the opening day of the season. So, it's been. Again, though, would you rather have the offense you had last year or the defense you have this year? I would rather have, I'd rather have the defense with this offense that they currently have.
Well, that's a good question for you. You'd rather have a team that you knew could put up 5 runs for you than a team that was going to catch everything hit, right? Because you thought you were going to strike guys out, first of all.
Well, it all depends on how good that team that could catch everything could hit. Like were they going to be competent? Where last year's team wasn't.
It's not. That's what I mean.
It was beyond.
So you'd rather pitch for this year's team than last year's team,
without a doubt. It wouldn't even be a question.
Right.
And I think that it wouldn't be a question one bit that this is the team. But they got to figure. Your hope in this situation. Your hope is you kind of knew this could be the case. Your hope is it's just going to get better. And I think part of this stretch is your 2 best players aren't playing. You can say what you want. Lyle's
I think their best defensive player isn't playing, which is really saying something about a guy that turned 20 this season and is in his first year.
Yes, but
Griffin, I think, is already their best defensive player, and he plays shortstop, which is massive.
And 2 best threats on the bases is stolen bases. They both have double-digit stolen bases, missing time, and like that to me is the bullpen. And those guys not playing right now are the issue in all this that are contributing to Skeens losses and all these other things that are going on.
Matt, I brought this up before you came on the air. They have not had a starting pitcher, though, go 7 innings since May 21st. It's been more than a month. That's the last one.
Wow. It seems like Ashcraft has like 60 pitches through 6 every game, but it's yeah.
You go 30 days without somebody giving you a night to rest your bullpen, going to make your bullpen worse.
Well, yeah, and if you would tell me that there's a month where Skeens makes all his starts and he doesn't go 7 innings,
not one time,
I'd say you're crazy.
Hasn't pitched into the 7th inning.
Yeah, I'd say you're crazy, and that is maybe that's 25% of the bullpen's problem. They're having to use so much, so they're never fresh. They're never in a rhythm with it because they're having to use so much. Yep. And I feel like during this stretch, there's the occasional Chandler game the other day where he came out with 74 pitches after 6. I get it, man. You're trying to rehabilitate this guy, get him to be positive. He's got a 2-7 record or whatever it is right now. That pulling him out after 6 doesn't bother me. But the Ashcrafts and the Skeens, like, we got to let them extend out. And I feel like they've tried to. They've started to hit their pitch counts a little bit more as of recent times.
You and I both thought Ozuna was going to get this weekend, and he didn't. He didn't play in either game.
I'm really surprised on the Saturday game against Sugano, that pitcher
who doesn't miss bats.
Yes,
he's got the lowest strikeout rate in the entire league, Matt.
Right. And I feel like that's a guy, especially he played 2 days in a row, and he hit a home run the first game. Second game, he almost hit a home run, had a single, and you're struggling to score runs. I think that and now you're rolling into these 3 ace right-handers that you don't want him to face with the Mariners.
Yeah, he might not play any of the games this series.
Of this
it's not
series.
out of the question. Would you agree with that?
I agree, and I think that maybe there was a lost opportunity, maybe not running them out there.
I think there was, especially when you're not scoring runs at Friday and Saturday night.
Yeah, I actually expected to see him yesterday. After the Friday and Saturday went so bad, I expected to see him yesterday. Maybe he runs into a ball and changes it. Didn't need him yesterday.
Yep.
But I thought against on Saturday, that was I kind of trying to vibe what they're trying to do with him right now. And it seems like the dudes with like the wicked like sliders or curveballs or stuff that he chases,
they're trying to get away from that.
They keep him away, and I don't disagree.
He's only played 7 games in all of June. It's the 22nd day in June. So this is.
What's he batting in this?
I was just going to tell you, very small sample size, but listen to this: 292 average, 320 on base, 417 slugging, 737 OPS. Those are not bad numbers.
With missing Cruz and missing Griffin. So like you have spots you could say when the lineup's full, how do we put him in there? But the lineup isn't full right now.
His OPS in June is higher than Lau and O'Hearn, both of those guys. Now it's in very, 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 very much part-time duty and strictly against left-handed pitchers who he does better against. But still, how do you look at those numbers and not say we're paying him $12 million? The GM has said a million times, I have to get this guy hot. It's going to happen. It's right around the corner, and then not play him. It's confounding to me, Matt. It's maddening, actually.
Maybe it's because he's playing against the right people he can hit against. He has as good of numbers.
Well,
I don't know.
Probably. But wouldn't you want to find out? Wouldn't you want to play him against other guys?
I'd be curious, especially, again, when you don't have your full complement of offensive players. I think they did really, they've treated Horwitz in a similar fashion, and then Horwitz got hot, and they started playing him
against lefties.
They always put Horwitz in a spot. I feel like they always put Horwitz in a spot where he could succeed. That's kind of been the MO since he's been here, and he's taken advantage of it, and he's succeeded. Let's give him some major
credit.
Matt,
same thing with Cruz. I mean, Cruz, the plan very, very early in the season was for him not to play against lefties. He started hitting lefties right off the bat, and he kept playing against lefties and continued to hit lefties. So why not give Ozuna a chance to hit some right-handed pitching?
Yeah, and you'd have to wonder what the decision is behind it. I'm sure they have a reason that they think is right behind. Maybe it's like as bad as Ozuna has really been for the whole season, and we're having to go Triolo, and we're having because of the circumstances, and you're almost forced to play Triolo as bad as the defense has been, because if you move Gonzalez to shortstop, then you have like a complete disaster in that defense, and you're. Those days you're starting Henry Davis with Triola and thinking we're adding Ozuna to that, like maybe they're thinking that's just too much of a hole at the bottom of the order.
Have you ever heard of anything like the Billy Cook thing on Friday where they pretty much admitted that he started and played because he has family that's near Denver? And they came out to the game to see him. So they used that as a way, okay, he's got to play because he's on our team, so let's do it in this game.
Not a player... How can I word this correctly? Not a player of Billy Cook's status within the roster.
Right.
Not the 25th guy or the last position player on the roster. Maybe on a team in September that's struggling or August, but not a team that's in the mix. And I didn't hear that. I've heard you guys talk about it, so I didn't hear that. But, I think that's odd.
That's not prioritizing winning, in my opinion. That's like, oh, okay, I guess everybody has to play, so let's pick this date because there's something sentimental attached to it. I don't know. That drives me nuts, Matt.
It's you know.
My high school coaches weren't like that. They weren't. We weren't giving opportunities to guys just because their girlfriend came to games. I mean, we didn't do any of that crap.
Yeah, it's a curious decision, and one I got to dig into that one a little bit.
Follow us on Twitter and watch us there. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. You can call us on the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for 50 years. Matt Clement in studio. He's going to play the Bucko Auction House in 2 minutes with me and intern Dom. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Lionel Messi made history in the World Cup today. He has become the all-time leading goal scorer in World Cup history after scoring in today's Argentina-Austria group stage match, which Argentina won 2-0. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk about Mike's Beer Bar. Mike's, we were there Friday. It was jammed. It was so much fun for that soccer match between the USA and Australia. And Thursday night, 10 o'clock start. Oh, bars in Pittsburgh close early. Well, not Mike's for that match. Get over there to watch USA Turkey. They'll have it on. There will be a huge cheering section. It's a ton of fun. 80 rotating taps of local craft beer. Hundreds of beers from all over the world, which is topical right now because of the tournament that's going on. They're all there. So meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7 a.m. for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low show is brought to you by Moon Golf Club, Lynch Golf Club at Pine Creek, Collie Resort and Golf Club, and Suncrest Golf and Grill. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Pony. The summer heat is rolling in, and the last thing you want is your home's cooling system to not keep up. If your air conditioning system is making odd noises, blowing warm air, or won't start at all, call the trusted professionals at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Electric. Don't wait until a small problem becomes a major breakdown as temperatures climb. Call McVeigh and schedule your cooling system maintenance today and keep your cooling system running all season long. Call McVeigh or schedule online at callmcveigh.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You're on the air.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Ah, yes, another trip inside the Bucko Auction House. Before we begin, Wyndham Clark won the U.S. Open. This update brought to you by True Green, official log green provider of the PGA Tour, and Conley Resort and Golf Club, where your tee times are made easy with our new virtual wait list. Played 0 times this year, Matt. You?
0.
Really? All the baseball you've got going on.
Absolutely.
What is a typical year of golf for Matt Clement? Like a every week thing?
It's when my kids want to go, I go with them. They're pulling me back into golf. So I'm not usually out on the courts much. I get asked every once in a while, but been pretty busy with baseball.
What was the peak or apex of your golf interest in life?
High school.
Yeah?
Yeah, I did a lot in high school in the summers. And I was always, I catch a lot of crap from my kids because they're like, oh, all baseball players golf.
All pitchers golf.
Yes, and I was like, I was trying to stay in the major leagues. And if my reason for coming out would have been I strained something in my back swinging a golf club during the season,
yeah,
I wasn't going to let that happen.
Which happened to Orlando Cespedes, I feel like, multiple times, but he didn't care because he had already put $200 million in the bank. All right, Matt, let's start here. You know how this works. Dom, do you need me to describe the rules here to you?
I mean, if you want to do a refresher, that wouldn't hurt.
Winning, we'll have 3 player props we bid on, either over or under a number. We watch it play out throughout the year. If you are proven right, you get a point. If you don't, you subtract a point. Winner at the end of the season gets really a huge prize involving the Pirates. Which
gotcha.
For Donnie was, I think he sat in the 3rd row for Skeens' debut, Matt, which was pretty darn cool.
Am I playing for myself? Sorry, Matt.
No, you're
Am I-
playing for yourself. This is for intern Dom.
Okay. Do I still have a chance to win at the end, or
Yes.
is my one appearance like?
Yeah, I mean, if you win, if you bid on one thing and you win and +1 is the best score, then you win.
Okay, great.
I'm just glad there's not a loser overall.
Has to pay off something?
Has to do something because I'm in last right now.
All right, well, it's not over yet. There's still half the season left, Matt.
I got faith in Hank.
Brian Reynolds, 2026 RBI. He's currently at 51. I'll go over 52. Season RBIs for Brian Reynolds.
Okay.
52 to me right now. Going once.
81.
81?
Jeez.
I'll go 85.
86.
87. 87 RBI, Brian Reynolds, to yours truly. Going
90.
once. I'll go 91.
Damn it.
I'll go 92.
92 to Matt Clement.
93.
94.
Jeez. He's at 51. We're at the halfway
He's
point.
not at the halfway point, but almost.
100.
Okay, now we're talking. 100 RBI.
101.
Brian Reynolds.
101.
101 to
Good
Matt
Lord.
Clement. Going once. Going twice. Sold, you bought him, Matt.
Yeah, it's all yours.
101.
It's all mine after he goes 100.
Well, I'll tell you what, Matt.
Yeah.
Good point. If he doesn't, he's played in every game. He's played all 70. He's played 78 to 79, actually. Well, they've only played 70. They played 79. They're 39 and 39. So he's only missed one game. If he stays healthy like this, you got a good shot at it.
102.
It's gone.
It's gone. He already bid on it. It's done.
Oh.
It's over. He misses a week or two, then you start to sweat it out, I think is how
Absolutely.
I
I
would
had to get on the board, though. I have to redeem. I had to get on the board.
All right, next one. This man hit a home run yesterday. Nick Gonzalez, 2026 OPS. He is at 717 right now. We will start the bidding at over 650. I will go over 655.
660.
665. 665 OPS, Nick Gonzalez, 2027. Or 2026, excuse me. We could do 2027, but that would take a while to pay off. Going once.
670.
675.
690.
Dom doesn't mess around. He just jumps at 15.
692.
692.
Yes, going once. Going twice.
693.
694. He's at 717. And his third homer of the year.
I'll take 700.
700 to Dom. He wants in. Going once. Going twice. You're on the board.
Thank
700.
I have to get on the board somehow, some way.
All right, last one will be tricky. Jared Jones, season-ending ERA. He's at 5.75 right now. We'll start at under 6.5. Under 6.5 for Jared Jones.
575.
Go right at his number right now.
Under 5. And I
Under
do not
5.
like Jared Jones, but under 5.
I'll go under 4.8.
475.
4.5.
4.5 to Dom. Jared Jones, season-ending ERA. 4.5 going once.
449.
Ooh.
448.
Okay, now we're starting to spice things up here. 448, Jared Jones, season ERA to Dom.
445.
I'm out. It's like Shark Tank.
430.
430 to Dom. Going once. Going twice. Sold, you bought him.
That's what I'm talking about.
I thought you just said before that you didn't like him.
I hate Jared Jones.
Wow.
But I have confidence. I need confidence. I want to win.
Matt, I mean, part of me will say this. Are we sure he pitches again in 5 days? After last night? I mean, they said everything came back clean then. They also said things came back clean on O'Neal Cruz, and then he missed
I could see him not pitching this next time through the rotation, especially with off day today. So you can cleanly skip him. At least you could
go to a 4-man rotation for a turn through if you wanted to.
Yes, but
or start Majinski.
Yeah, and you could start Majinski in that situation. I could see them not because he's not able to, but why take a chance with somebody who has an elbow? Yeah, he's going to pitch, especially if. But that, I mean, just because it's not, no damage or broken or anything doesn't mean it's not swollen today. I mean, you're taking a 100-mile-an-hour ball off your elbow, and it's a surgically repaired elbow that's probably gets a little bit sore anyway as you're coming back. So,
what's the worst one you ever took?
See, I'm surprised you don't know this one.
Miami, right?
It was Carl Crawford in Tampa.
Yeah,
off the side of the head, and I think it was 105 off the side of the head. And
did you even did you see it? Like, what's your recollection of what happened?
All I remember was it hitting. I went down, and it felt like when you leave a concert that's really loud and your ears are ringing. That was I remember that I was laying on the ground, and Kevin Millar came running in and told me not to stand up. Just came in, put his hands on me, don't get up. It never knocked me out. It short-hopped Manny in left field, which I gave Manny crap because he could have saved me a couple earned runs if he'd have caught the dang thing. Just run in and catch it.
Yeah.
But then they took me off on a stretcher. I went to the hospital, but this is how different the times are with concussions now and head injuries.
Okay.
So they took me off. I was in the hospital. Might have spent the night in the hospital. My wife has an aunt and uncle that were there, and they came with me. None of my family was there, and I didn't. I got on the plane the next day. No concussion. No nothing. And I hadn't ever, at that point in my career, I'd never missed my turn. I pitched every fifth day my whole career, minor league and major league. That was my calling card. This was deep into my career.
Wow.
And I had them. They pushed me back 2 days. So that was the first time I technically missed a start, and I missed it by 2 days.
You never spent a day on the DL when you pitched?
Not till I got hurt, and then I never came off it after I got hurt.
Wow.
So that was kind of my thing was when I was young, I was like, all right, I'm not Greg Maddux. I'm not one of the Roger Clemens. I'm not one of those dudes, but how can I be valuable? What keeps me in this league?
Yeah.
And I looked at a guy, you'll remember because you're a baseball guy, Andy Benez. Big pitcher for the Padres. Yep. Watched him every year. Good year, 14-10. Okay year, 13-12. Bad year, 10-13.
But he's getting 23, 25 results every year.
And I had a lot of wins and losses in there. I got over 200 innings a lot of times. I made all my starts. And in the big leagues, that's valuable. If I would have taken this wasn't really a thing when I was playing the phantom DL or have the hamstring to let my arm recover or whatever the case may be. If I would have done something like that, my ERA would have been better, but I also might have been out of the league because when I was struggling, when I was early on in the career, I was valuable because every fifth day I was going to take the ball. I was going to get us into the fifth or sixth inning. And that's why I always, when the Bubba Chandler comes up and the Majinski when he was struggling, and even Jared Jones, let's think about everybody else's fourth and fifth starters. And there was times in my career I got up to second sometimes or third, but I was usually in that third, fourth spot. You got to eat innings. You got to give your team a chance to win. And a bad game is 6 innings, 4 runs isn't a bad game. You gave your team a chance to win that game. The blow-ups is what you're trying to stay away from. The 2 innings, 8 runs, then you kill the bullpen.
Yeah.
And that's kind of I made that conscious effort in my career early. Now, when I got hurt, which I was probably hurt for 3 years before I actually finally gave in. It was like a grenade went off in my shoulder, and everything needed repaired. I had 3 different injuries that needed repaired at the same time.
Oh, man.
And it made it impossible to come back. But I have no regrets with how I did it because it made me into that big leaguer I was.
Yeah, you had an identity as a pitcher. People knew what your label was. You were dependable. They could rely on you.
Yeah, and some years I was really hot. Some years I had great years, made the All-Star team.
Yep.
Some years it was had a rough year, but I was 10 and whatever, 14 or whatever the case may be.
Andy Bennis' son, you want to age yourself? Andy Bennis' son is the Pirates AAA pitching coach.
I've heard that. I've heard that. I played with Andy and Alan, his brother, at one point too. Andy's brother.
I don't think, when we talked about that last year, I forget who was producing, but they didn't, it was absurd to me because they didn't know who Andy Bennis was, and I had to remind myself, that's because you're 40 and the person producing you is like Dom's age, So, right,
Is that an insult? I don't know
No,
what you're
not
trying to
an
do.
insult. It's just...
Can I ask Matt a question, by the way?
Oh, please, by all means.
Well, I'm curious. Matt, I'm holding... There's a wiffle ball in the producer's booth, okay? And I've always wondered this, and you're the best person to ask. So I'm going to walk in.
That looks more like a pickleball, but go on.
Regardless, I'm going to walk in. I'm going to give you the ball. Can you show me how to throw a fastball? Or not a fastball, a curveball?
Yeah.
You weren't a big curveball guy, though.
Yeah, but I know how to throw one, obviously. I did it in minors at one point.
Oh, actually, you know what? There's a good question off of this because people have sent this message to me multiple times, and I keep forgetting to ask you it on the air, Matt. When did you start throwing breaking pitches?
So you hold on there, Tony.
Yeah, I know, but we're live on the radio right now. We can't just do
The audience is curious, so
The audience can't tell because they're listening. They're not watching the way he's holding it. This is only for a YouTube. This would have been a great break thing to do.
Everything you throw, you start like a fastball with 2 fingers behind it, except some of the grips are different. But
Like a
still,
split finger, so you just...
but you're still...
You look like Mike Scott there for a second, Matt.
But the curveball, you get it in this position when you get up top, and you just kind of let it roll out of your hand that way. Some people manipulate it and pull it down, and that slider is like this. Slider, you're basically turning the door. You're turning like a doorknob.
Got that?
That's the difference between the two.
No, Matt, people have asked me this multiple times to ask you for them when you had your kids and when you yourself started throwing breaking pitches. Because obviously, a huge debate among baseball parents.
Well, I'll say this. My asking me what I did is crazy because I was my junior year in high school, I pitched 9 innings. My senior year, I pitched 18, and I got drafted in the 3rd round as a complete project. So I didn't even throw one. I'd mess around with what I thought it could be at that point.
Yep.
With my sons, really amazingly, I have 3 sons, and the middle one is the pitcher, and the other 2 didn't throw very much. I made him learn how to throw a changeup before he could throw a curveball. Because a changeup is essentially the same as a fastball. Fingers are behind the ball.
It's not going to strain your elbow or anything.
Exactly. And then when he was, I would say I introduced the curveball to him. Introduced it not to use in games, but just so he didn't it wasn't later on when he needed it potentially to get somewhere in baseball or get some people out. He knew about it when he was 14, probably. But the fall between ages 14 and 15 is when I had him do that. But I taught him the changeup when he was 8, and he basically pitched with fastball changeup most of his high school career with the curveball assisting.
Because you see the Little League World Series every year, those kids are breaking off 12 to 6 curveballs. At least they used to.
Well, and the argument with that is this. Here's the argument with that. This might be the best days of their life, right? So who am I to tell somebody? Who am I to tell you not to throw a curveball when you're a hero right now? And this might be the best days of your life doing it. So it's to each their own. And believe me, I had a lot of arguments with my sons about it, and my thought back always was, when you have no more chance to go any further in this game, we had about pitching in every day or pitching 3 times a week or whatever.
Yep.
When you have no more chance to get any further, and he was a left-handed pitcher, so you could tell he had a chance and it looked right. When you have no more chance to get any further, you can pitch every day for all I care, and you can throw a curveball every pitch.
Right.
But until you get to that day, I got to protect you in some way.
Ben Cherington coming up next on why the Pirates stuck with Henry Davis and traded Joey Barr, and what their trade deadline plans are. John Parado next hour 2, Pittsburgh's MLB insider. Fan weather, we'll let KDK take care of that, but it's sponsored by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get retirement on track. Matt, this was great. We'll do it again Friday. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a minus 165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds. You can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Pirates baseball is back. Celebrate with Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Smooth, refreshing, and your game day must-have. Made with real vodka and zero bubbles. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Must be 21 or older. Please drink responsibly.
Back at Jeep of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's one and only single location, family-owned and operated Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram store with our friend Taylor Fournier. Taylor, why is it so important for the customer to understand family-owned and operated?
We guarantee a member of our family is always working to get the best deal for our customers. Dealerships all buy their cars for the same price from the manufacturer, no matter the number of locations. But because we're focused on just our one location, we can beat our competitors' price in less time, all the time.
And during the Make This the Summer Sales event, I hear you're expanding your Three Rivers Protection Program.
We sure did, Bob. The new and improved Three Rivers Protection Program. When you buy a new vehicle at zero cost to our customers, we cover paintless dent and ding repairs, wheel and tire coverage, lost key replacement, and many more. It's all part of our 3RP Protection Program.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard, or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Hey, Weekend Warriors, Donnie Football here. You want to know when your body starts talking back to you on the golf course? Cart path only. Suddenly your ball is 80 yards away, or it's in the woods. You're hiking over there with 3 clubs, and by the time you get to it, you're not thinking birdie. You're wondering if the course has an urgent care. And that's the point. It's not just the scorecard, it's the whole day. Walking 18 without feeling like you're in a survival show. Bending down to read a putt without making that noise. Getting home, still having enough left for the kids, the yard, the cooler, all of it. That's why Awaken 180 makes sense. It's a medication-free solution with weekly weight loss support, and yes, free support for life. You may not fix your slice overnight, but if you drop 30, 40, even 50 pounds, the game, life after the game, feels better. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame. Make the call. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
The world's game at BetMGM is here. Bet on the biggest soccer tournament on the globe with an odds boost token and no sweat token. An odds boost token offers a shot to score a bigger payout if your bet hits. For your no sweat token, you can get your stake back in bonus bets if your wager misses the net. All you need to do is apply the token in your bet slip before placing the wager. You'll also want to get in on BetMGM's same-game parlays, daily promotions, player props, and so much more for the world's game. Boost your potential payout or take the sting out of a loss with your odds boost and no sweat tokens. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire within 7 days.
Just 20 minutes from downtown Pittsburgh and 10 minutes from the airport, Moon Golf Course offers a beautiful 18-hole course that's perfect for players of all skill levels. Whether you're squeezing in a quick round, planning a weekend outing with friends, or hosting a golf event, Moon Golf Course delivers scenic fairways, great conditions, and a relaxing day on the links. Book your tee time today and experience one of the area's hidden gems. Visit moongolfclub.com.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Summer is all about open windows and backyard cookouts. And to make the most of the season, maybe it's time to upgrade your windows and doors. At Pella Windows and Doors, we do more than just look good. We offer blinds and shades between the glass, innovative hidden screens, and smooth roll screens, features you won't find at most other window companies. And right now, get $200 off windows and $550 off doors or 36 months 0% financing. 855-77-PELLA, PellaPittsburgh.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at Amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Summer is in full swing and the action is heating up at BetMGM Casino. Soak up the season with nonstop excitement and play wherever you are. New players can jump in with a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 plus $25 on the house when you sign up using bonus code HOMETOWN. From spinning exclusive slots under the sun to thrilling live dealer games after dark, there's always something happening. Your favorite casino games are just a tap away, giving you the freedom to play anytime, anywhere. Download the BetMGM BetMGM Casino app today and make every moment count this season. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. Must be 21 and over to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credits and or bonus bets unless otherwise provided in applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry.
It's the summer sticker sales event at South Hills Kia. The 2026 Kia Sportage S Hybrid, just $279 a month. Or the 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive, only $249 a month. Hybrid or gas, your call. 24-month leases, $3,999 due at signing. 10,000 miles per year, plus tax and title. First payment due at signing. Not all qualify. No security deposit required. Offer ends July 6, 2026. South Hills Kia, let's ride. Visit southhillskia.net for more details.
This evening, scattered storms possible south of I-70. Some damaging winds can't be ruled out, and then we clear out overnight with lows into the upper 50s. Upper 70s for Tuesday, mostly sunny skies. Overnight Tuesday, mostly clear with lows in the mid-50s, and a sunny Wednesday with highs near 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
God bless America from PrismFireworks.com.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to build across the board. The Parkway West outbound, it is stop and go through Oakland, while the Parkway West outbound is beginning to queue up near downtown Bridges. Route 28 is showing early slowdowns leaving the city. From the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Logan Arblaster.
Time to call Coit at 1-800-FOR-COIT today to get your home Coit clean for the summer. Coit has huge savings to get your home Coit clean for the Berg summer. Save 40% on Coit's signature drapery cleaning and save 25% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit at 1-800-FOR-COIT today to get your home Coit clean for the summer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Pirates have a day off before they regroup and start a series with Seattle. 6:40 first pitch tomorrow night at PNC Park. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Monday edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
We have gotten beat up a little bit with injuries during this most recent period. It hasn't helped, but I think we're really still working on the same things. A little bit more consistent execution, finding ways to give ourselves as many good options out of the pen as possible. We're trying different things and still looking to certain areas of the game still. We've talked about ABS. We've talked about that. There's certain situations in the game that come up with, we've had, I think, really good at-bats at times with runners in scoring position, runner on third base, less than 2 outs, those things, and other times haven't gotten the job done. So I think we're still largely the same team we were at the quarter pole, and that means we still have that opportunity ahead of us, but we got to get at it. Obviously, more games to pass now.
Ben Cherington's state of the Pirates Union there. First thing out of his mouth, we've gotten hit by the injury bug. And that's true with O'Neal Cruz and Connor Griffin, but still, 500, not what Pirates fans wanted in year 7 of the Cherington regime. All right, I'm here by myself today. Mulsey's off. Intern Dom is here as well because Donnie did the morning show, and the morning guys are out this week, so that's going to be Donnie's playground. Be careful out there. Apparently, enough rain and storming going on that it knocked our TVs off. So, and we don't even have satellite dish. I know satellite dish sometimes really in stormy conditions goes all out of whack. This is cable. You don't see that often where cable gets completely knocked out.
Yeah.
By winds or rain or lightning, whatever.
I guess wires are down. Is that how that normally works?
Must be. So we're in the dark now. We were watching World Cup action here. Now we're going to have to get updates on the internet and on our phones.
Do you still use Cable Pony, or are you guys full streaming service people?
I am still cable. I wasn't always cable, but I went back to cable.
Yeah, we're still cable.
I went back in time.
There's
I
just
love
too
it.
many streaming services out there. Cable, it's all in one. It's great.
Yeah, cable. I think we gave cable a bad rep, as sports fans. We went after cable and said it was so expensive, but look at trying to keep all the apps, how expensive that is. So they tried to sell us on cutting the cord and the apps being cheaper. Not the case.
I saw an article that said the next World Cup, which would be in 2030, might
Strictly
be on
streaming.
Might be on like Netflix or something.
I believe it. Oh, yeah. Totally. All right, let's get to more of Cherington here. Let's start with his most recent. This is from his radio show. This is what he is now saying about the Pirates trade plans.
I do hear from fans and people who want us to do something to make a move. And I think the simple thing to say is, so do we, right? Like, of course, we'd like to find something that we believe would help the team, strengthen the team, make our team better tomorrow, et cetera. We want to do the same thing. We have spoken to every one of the 29 other teams by now. We're talking to a handful of those teams very regularly, other than the Joey trade, obviously, which was made for slightly different reasons. We haven't been able to land on anything yet. That's not because we don't want to. Certainly we would push a button if there was something teed up that we really think made sense. We haven't quite found that yet, which just means we got to keep at it. We got to keep the phones on, keep grinding, keep working towards the opportunities that we think make sense for this team in 2026 and beyond. Our goal is to do that. It is still a little bit early, generally in the industry, for that to happen. Typically, these things don't really pick up until after the draft. Doesn't mean we're not trying. We'll keep trying, and I'm confident in our group. If we keep trying and we keep at it on the phone lines all the time, we will get to something that makes sense and find a way to strengthen the team.
Ben Cherington's defense mechanism, whenever he gets asked on his show about the lack of a trade to stabilize the bullpen, is none of the other GMs are making bullpen trades, so don't criticize me for not making one. And it's justifiable. I get it. When he really will run into some hot water here is when a team makes a trade for a closer and everybody in Pittsburgh rushes to Baseball Reference to see the stats and the prospect ranking of the player that went back to the team in the trade for a closer or setup man. And we'll probably all come to the same conclusion that the Pirates should have made that deal. And that's when Cherington, I think, is going to be in trouble with fans for sure. And I wonder how much hot water he's going to be in with his bosses. John Parado joins us last hour. Didn't join us last hour. He joins us in 10 minutes. And John is Pittsburgh's MLB insider. He has covered all of Major League Baseball for multiple decades and is really valuable in terms of, I think, not just knowing what the Pirates are up to, but covering the whole league. And so he can add context to this. And, I think he had a report last year about Ben Cherington's contract. And we've not heard any more reporting on that. So is Ben Cherington a lame duck right now? Is this the last year of his deal? Does he need to sing for a supper, or does he have some kind of secret contract with the Pirates that gave him added years and gave him some job security and would allow him to sit on his hands even longer? Now, here is Cherington on why Joey Bart got traded and Henry Davis is still here. Let's hear that one.
We knew Joey was headed back. We looked at Joey, Andy, and Henry and ultimately decided that the best balance of offense and defense, if we picked two out of those three, which were what we were going to have to do, the best balance of offense and defense in our estimation was to go with Andy and Henry. And so as we determined that, we started looking around for a potential trade of Joey. Like all three guys, is not an easy decision. Happy that Joey's going to get an opportunity kind of where he grew up on a really good team. It made sense to us for now to stick with Andy and Henry on the Major League team.
So best balance of offense and defense is saying that Bart was expensive and was such a bad defensive catcher that we needed to keep Davis on the roster, and Davis catches our best player and most important player, which he didn't say, but we know was implied there. Here's one more on actually Ben Cherington believing in Henry Davis, still has belief in Henry.
Confidence level is really high. They're very different players, very different people, as you know. So that's, I think, part of what the upside is for us, is that they're very different players and very different people, which means we really hopefully benefit from the combination. There are going to be days where it makes sense for Andy to be in there. There'll be days it makes sense for Henry to be in there. Henry obviously brings that defensive element of the game, shut down the running program from another team, toughness. Still believe he's hit into some bad luck this year. Obviously, the offensive numbers aren't there, but quality of contact's quite a bit better than it was last year. Still believe he's going to find a run of a little bit more offensive success. And then he's just
All right, so the best he can say about Davis is that there's bad luck again, but I think Cherington knows that if he says that Henry Davis is completely victimized by bad luck, people like me and fans are going to raise holy hell overreacting to it. So he said, well, he could have a little bit more success. Yeah, let's hope so. The baseline for him should be higher than be the worst hitting Pirate of all time, which is what he's projected to be with his 130 batting average, his negative WAR, the fact that he was a number 1 overall pick. Now, this defensive prowess with Davis, I have a little fact-finding mission I'm going to put you on right now, intern Dom, and I'm asking you to do this on the fly here, so I'm not giving you much notice. Can you somehow, you've cited WAR today as a big stat. You brought that up in the Paul Skeens argument you made. Can you see where Henry Davis ranks among catchers in defensive WAR? See if you can sort it out by defensive WAR, taking all his defensive talents into one number, the throwing runners out, the pitch framing, all of those things that go into being a catcher. And by defensive WAR, where does he rank among catchers? I mean, are we really dealing with one of the great defensive catchers in baseball right now, where you can at least, if you're a Pirate fan and someone who works for the Pirates, especially like Ben Cherington, who drafted him number 1 overall?
Flood warning. The National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a flash flood warning for Belmont County in east central Ohio, southeastern Guernsey County in east central Ohio, northwestern Monroe County in east central Ohio, northeastern Noble County in east central Ohio, southwestern Washington County in southwestern Pennsylvania, Brooke County in northern West Virginia, Marshall County in northern West Virginia, Ohio County in northern West Virginia, until 7 p.m. At 4:06 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 1.5 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar indicated. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Wheeling, Moundsville, Martins Ferry, St. Clairsville, Bel Air, Barnesville, Warwood, Bethlehem, West Liberty, Philadelphia, Clearview, Valley Grove, Shady Side, McMicken, Powhatan Point, Glendale, Bridgeport, Benwood, and Bethesda. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. In hilly terrain, there are hundreds of low-water crossings which are potentially dangerous in heavy rain. Do not attempt to cross flooded roads. Find an alternate route.
All right, people on our YouTube page and X page are like, why was there just silence for all that time? Because they can't hear it. But obviously on 93.7 FM, you just heard that there's bad weather. And I said that's why our TVs are out here. And now thunderstorm warnings are out there. So obviously be very careful. Did you get an update on Henry Davis's defensive stats, or is the internet making that hard for you?
No, Baseball Reference is making it nearly impossible. Okay. He's not top 10 in the league.
How about Fangraphs? Your beloved Fangraphs. They don't have that?
No, they don't have anything
by catcher?
I can keep looking. I'll try and get it to you by 6 o'clock.
John Parado joins us next, Pittsburgh's MLB insider. Is Ben Cherington in danger of being fired if the Pirates finish 500? Is there really a big trade that's coming? Charrington says it's too hard right now to make a trade. Does John agree with that? Paul Skeens' future. When do they start thinking about trading him if they're still a mediocre team? All that coming up with him. Pittsburgh's MLB insider. He's great. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. Edgar Snyder reminds you to text responsibly. First, a headline from Dom.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates are off today. They begin a home series against the Mariners tomorrow at 6:40. Mitch Keller will get the start, and you can listen right here on the Fan and the free Odyssey app. North Shore Tavern leadoff show tomorrow is at 5:45. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much. Let's talk right now about Comer and Cross, Dom. If your garage floor like mine was gross, disgusting, it was stained, it was cracked, it really drove me nuts. It was one of the great eyesores of my house. And one of the things that I really resented about the home that I had purchased and built, and it made me mad. It really did. And then I found Comer and Cross, or Comer and Cross found me, and it was love at first sight with them. The second I saw that beautiful Comer and Cross finished garage. Guys out there, let them do the same thing for you. Don't try to do an epoxy job yourself. Trust the experts. I know they're experts because of the job they did for me, but the internet says it too. The internet doesn't lie. Thousands of 5-star reviews. Installation right now is 50% off, and guess what? For me, installation took 1 day. That's all it's going to take, 1 day to have the garage floor you always wanted. So schedule it now. Make that call. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Yo, it's Jay Uso from WWE, and I'm Jimmy Uso. Chumba Casino and WWE are hyped for the biggest event of the summer, SummerSlam. I know, I can't wait. There's nothing better to do while we're waiting than playing Chumba Casino. Sign up today, and you could win a VIP experience with Chumba Casino and WWE for SummerSlam. So what are you waiting for? Play Chumba Casino and enter for your chance to win. Let's Chumba. Yeah.
Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
The world's biggest soccer tournament has arrived, and you can trade the entire tournament on Kalshi. Trade every match from the opening rounds all the way to the final. Last week, Portugal was trading at 12% to win it all, meaning a $100 trade could pay out $800 if they win soccer's biggest prize. Want to know where they're at today? Check Kalshi. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code PITCH to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. That's promo code PITCH. Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After the U.S. men's national team won their match against Australia on Friday, the rest of the weekend of the World Cup did not disappoint. 18-year-old star Lamine Yamal scored his first World Cup goal for Spain as they defeated Saudi Arabia, and former Liverpool star Mohamed Salah scored for Egypt as they netted 3 unanswered goals, come back and beat New Zealand for Egypt's first ever World Cup win. Team USA plays Turkey on Thursday night in the World Cup. I'm Adam Abdallah.
If you look at online reviews from most roofing companies, it isn't pretty. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, and sloppy workmanship are unfortunately common complaints. Hey, it's Chris Muller, and that's not the case when you hire MHI Roofing. In fact, they make 3 promises to their customers. First, they'll respect your time by being on time for appointments, promptly following up, and doing what they say they'll do. Second, you get a perfect roof installed by their highly skilled roofing crews. And finally, they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. No other roofing company can offer you a longer, more comprehensive warranty, over-the-top customer service, a perfect installation, and a 50-year leak-free guarantee. It's easy to see why MHI has so many raving 5-star reviews on Google and why they're different from every roofing company in town. Right now, get $500 off a new roof and no interest financing until 2031. Set up your free 21-point roof inspection, 412-998-8864, or book an appointment online at mhiroof.com.
Cloudy with a low of 58 degrees tonight.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic is starting to build across the board. The Parkway West outbound, it is stop and go through Oakland, while the Parkway West outbound is beginning to queue up near downtown Bridges. Route 28 is showing early slowdowns leaving the city. From the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Logan Arblaster.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180. Increased flexibility, strength, and endurance. Breaking a 190 or even 80 could be just 40 pounds away. Results this summer with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
I think we noticed the difference. There's obviously at-bats during a game, particularly close games, where you know that in a certain situation, there might be a hitter who just wouldn't be in that situation if O'Neill and Connor were in the lineup. So we miss them. At the same time, good teams find a way to win games when good players are on the IL. Good teams have good players on the IL every year, and we're going through that right now, and good teams have to find a way to win despite that, so no one's going to feel sorry for us. We just got to get the job done a little bit better than we have.
Ben Cherington, he has not gotten the job done to this point. He's in year 7. Pirates right now are an average team. Definition of average. They've won as many games as they've lost, and we're almost at the halfway point of the season. They're in 4th place, which is another spot Ben Cherington has found himself in almost his entire life as a GM in both Boston and Pittsburgh, either 4th or 5th place with a losing record. He's got the World Series in Boston. Great. That doesn't do anything for us. And he put together one of the worst bullpens we've ever seen. They've got the same number of completed saves as blown saves in 2026, which seems hard to fathom, but not hard to believe if you've watched the Pirates play it all this year, which if you have late innings with a lead and bad relievers in the game, my apologies. Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Our guest right now is John Parado. He is Pittsburgh's MLB insider. No one, for as long as John has done it, has done a better job of not only covering the Pirates, but the entire league. He has had unbelievable assignments covering World Series, trade deadlines, winter meetings, all those things. So we love when we can get him on the show. John, you did some great reporting on Ben Cherington. You found out last year, look, this guy's under contract through 2027. So do you think he's still under contract through 2027?
A flash flood warning has been issued for Belmont County, Guernsey County, Monroe County, Noble County, Washington County, Brooke County, Marshall County, and Ohio County, effective until 7:06 p.m.
All right, so we got flash flood warnings throughout western Pennsylvania. Obviously, people in those areas, be careful. If you're watching on YouTube or on X, that's why we went silent there, and that's going to happen whenever they need to give people the emergency information that they need. I was just introducing John Parado. John, can you hear me now, or did that disconnect us? Hopefully you're okay, wherever you are. All right, good.
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. Excellent. I want to ask you about Cherington, because we started our show today with this. If the Pirates are 500 at the end of the year, like they are right now, what happens to Ben Cherington, John?
I think he stays. If you look at Bob Nutting's track record in the almost 20 years that he's been in charge of the Pirates as the control person, he's been very, very patient with his people. And I think if they do finish 500, he'll consider that improvement with the chance to get better next year. So I think short of a second half collapse, I think Cherington will be back next year for sure. I just have that feeling that he really isn't under as much heat internally as he is externally.
John, Cherington keeps talking about how, look, no one's making trades for relievers. Stop getting mad at me. Stop sending angry emails. Stop doing all that, Pirates fans. My hands are tied right now because no one wants to make trades. Is he right about that?
Well, I think he is to a pretty great extent because, ever since baseball went to the 3 wild card system, Pony, a lot of teams still think they're in contention now. I mean, you look at it, there's really I shouldn't say none, but there are very few teams that you can say have no chance to make the playoffs at this point. So I think that does make trading tougher, and I think teams don't want to give out relievers off their big league roster when they feel they're still in contention. So I do think, not to be an excuse maker for Cherington, but I would say for any GM trying to make a trade right now for a reliever, it's going to be tough. And I think what he's going to have to do is shuffle the deck from within the organization and just maybe it's a wing and a prayer, but hope some of these guys just get better.
Yes, I think a wing and a prayer would be a apt way of describing it. And I wouldn't feel good about those prayers being sent the baseball god's way about this bullpen. That's why fans want help. The name that gets thrown around a lot is Aroldis Chapman, because people that do your job have said, yeah, he's going to get traded. The Red Sox are going to give up on this season, and they're going to deal him to the highest bidder with a contract that also has an option for next year that is going to get automatically picked up because he's going to hit thresholds in terms of innings and performance this year, John. Just me, this is my opinion. I would be shocked if the Pirates gave up big prospects for Chapman and took on that salary for this year and next. What's your take on it?
Yeah, I don't think they'll give up any of their very top prospects. Maybe somebody, in the bottom 10, 6 through a 10 prospect and a couple of lottery tickets.
And that's not going to get Chapman, right, John? He's going to go for more than that, you would think.
Well, yeah, I mean, Greg Breslow is holding the cards here, especially having a reliever of that caliber available this early in the season. And Chapman's pitched great. His ERA is under 1. He's throwing 100 miles an hour. And, he's 38 years old. You look at him, and, I mean, he is in tremendous shape for 38 or for any age. And, the Pirates know him, which is a plus. And talking to him last year, he liked it here. He wanted to come back last year, but they never made him an offer. They said they couldn't afford him. So... I mean, I think it would be a case where he would welcome a return to Pittsburgh. So we'll see what happens on that.
Ken Rosenthal reported that the Pirates are interested in trading their comp pick. So for people that don't know what that means, obviously you do, John. The draft is going to be next month. The draft is well before the trade deadline. And Major League Baseball doesn't let you trade your regular picks, but they let you trade your comp picks. And this is the 34th pick in the draft. So it's right after the end of the first round. What do you think the Pirates could get for a trade piece like that, John?
Yeah, that's a great question because they've only ever traded that one other time, and they got Brian Morris, which turned out not to be the greatest move ever about 15, 20 years ago. It's always hard. It depends on how much the other team values the pick. I think if I'm a team in rebuild, I'd like to have the 34th pick, and maybe I'll give you one of my veteran guys who's expendable because, the team is in a rebuilding phase. But, yeah, I think it certainly would be tempting to some teams to have the pick that high, which is, like you said, a supplemental first-round pick, and you can get a pretty good player at 34.
Paul Skeens has not won his last 7 starts. It's the longest streak of his Pirates career so far without a win, John. He's 6-7 this year. He went 500 last year. He's not pitched as well, but it is crazy that he has a record below 500 as a pitcher since the start of last year, and there's a Cy Young Award in there from last season. When do you think trade talks for him get serious? I'll play the same game I did with Cherington. If they don't have a winning record this year, John, do you think we see the trade talks ramped up this offseason? Obviously the CBA is part of this too. But could that happen given A, they haven't won with him, and B, at that point, might Skeens start to wonder if he's better off somewhere else?
Well, I think deep down he has to wonder. I know I would if I pitched that well and had a losing record the last 2 years. I think this is how I think they're going to play it, very much like Neil Huntington did with Garrett Cole all those years ago. Mm-hmm. By the time Skeens completes his 4th year in the big leagues, he's 2 years away from free agency. And if you don't trade him then, the worst case scenario is he blows his elbow out or his shoulder out in his 5th year, then has to miss his 6th year before free agency, and you end up getting nothing for him because he would become a free agent before he could pitch again. So
excellent point.
I really think they're going to keep him again next year, but I think, and nobody at the Pirates has told me this, but I think if we just logically think this out a little bit, 2027 might be the end of the party for Skeens unless they lock him out for the whole year, and then 2028 will be the end of the party for Skeens here in Pittsburgh.
John, because you do such a great job covering all of baseball, let's go back to what Skeens told the Post-Gazette a couple of weeks ago regarding the future of baseball. He said, look, these guys who have come before me, they gave up paychecks, they gave up really a World Series and then some to make sure that baseball never instituted a salary cap. I'll be damned if I'm part of the player group that makes that concession and gives that up. Do you think he's right? I mean, Pirates fans, you talk to them all the time. They've clamored for that for decades. That's what we need here in order to give the Pirates a fair shot. Do you think this is the time that it actually comes to fruition, this next round of CBA negotiations?
I don't know. The players are dug in. And I mean, and they're not just saying that publicly. I've talked to 5 or 6 veteran-type players privately, and they still say no to a cap, even off the record. Skeens is very active in the union for a young player. He's only in his 3rd season. He's on the executive council of the Major League Baseball Players Association, which means he'll be right in the center in the negotiations. He'll be at the table once the season ends and the negotiations get really serious. It's going to be very interesting to see. I mean, he's a very well-respected player within the league, even though he is only 24. And, when he says that, I don't think it's hyperbole. I don't know if it's especially something the Pirates fans want to hear from their marquee player.
No, it's not.
But it is the union stance, and it has been, and it's been since I started covering baseball in 1988. They will not budge on a salary cap. They gave them a kind of a soft cap with the luxury tax, the competitive balance tax, if you will. But they are hard line against the cap, and they are willing to sit out a long time before they take a cap. So, it's still real early, and maybe I'm being a little too optimistic. I would like to think that both sides can come to some kind of agreement before December 1st. The game's in a real good spot right now. If TV ratings are up, attendance is up. It seems like more of the younger generation is taking to baseball again after pretty much a whole generation kind of didn't pay much attention to baseball. So, I hope both sides take that into account and, realize you don't want to kill the golden goose.
John, you are the best. I can't wait to do this again with you. Appreciate it. Keep up the great work as always.
Anytime, Andrew. Thanks for having me.
You bet. John Parado, Pittsburgh's MLB Insider. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. That's still working even with the storms and the flash flood warnings in certain areas on X and on YouTube. This is always a doozy. The Donnie Football Debrief with intern Dom. And it's 2 minutes away, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pony. History was made at the World Cup earlier today. Lionel Messi has now become the all-time leading goal scorer in World Cup history after scoring in Argentina's 2-0 win against Austria earlier today. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now, Dom, about my guys at FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. And on the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, they are changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. And we've got that going on right now with the World Cup and the big match that we're going to have Thursday between the U.S. and Turkey. And the thing there is we don't know what's going to happen in that match, okay, because the United States has decisions to make regarding who they rest and who they play. So you might have multiple guys you take in this game get subbed out. And with FanDuel, you have the assurance that it's not going to cause your bet to lose. So visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. 21 plus President Pennsylvania. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance. And it says live, Joe Ball GMC and PGT Trucking. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All righty. Time for the Donnie Football Debrief, brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company. Over 100 years of baking experience. For the uninitiated, it's the biggest football topic of the day, and it happens every day with us at 4:30. Before intern Dom tries to fill Donnie's shoes, let me tell you that 93.7 The Fan trading cards are brought to you by the awesome folks at Baseball Card Castle. General Patton heading up that org. Your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, and memorabilia. And the cards have picks and stats from fan hosts, including Mulsey's infamous 9-3s. You can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. All right. What do you got for me, Dom?
The debrief, June 22, 2026. Now, I know this is the football debrief, but since soccer is technically called football, I'm going to use a technicality
You're
and a
using
loophole.
football liberally here.
Liberally here, yes. Pony, we were all robbed. You were robbed. I was robbed. You listening were robbed. All of us were robbed because there was a scenario out there, and it went viral over the weekend, where in the World Cup, we could have gotten the greatest matchup in sports history. Because had things fallen a certain way, we would have gotten, in the World Cup, in the round of 16, the USA versus England on July 4th, in Philadelphia on what would have been America's 250th birthday.
Oh, man.
Now, we didn't get it. It's convoluted, but basically the two groups that USA and England are in, they will not end up meeting in the round of 16 because of how the matchups fell.
That is actually a great job by you to find that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Would that have been the greatest matchup in sports history?
With the timing of it and the date and where it was played, yeah, that would have been really cool.
Now,
And you're sure this isn't like an AI thing? It's been fact-checked and verified?
You can look it up. Everyone was tweeting about it. USA Today put out a story because everybody thought there was a chance if USA and England had won, they would have met up. Now, I don't understand why Team USA doesn't have a possible group of 16 match scheduled for the 4th of July, because I think it's July 1st if they win their first round game. So that's a big swing and a miss there by FIFA. But...
well, all the dates for those games are done in advance, so...
yeah, switch it around. You're FIFA. You can do whatever you want. Now,
that is true.
Now, there's a possibility we could get USA-Iran in the round of 16, so I guess you have some
that's
interesting matchup.
Throw the score... throw everything out the window when those two teams play.
Yeah, but USA-Britain, Pony, we almost got it.
It's not Britain. It's actually England because Britain breaks up its countries, and so Scotland has a team in the World Cup. If it was because if it was Britain, Scotland, England, Northern Ireland, and Wales would all play together, but they don't.
All right, sorry.
Just England.
Sorry, England. By the way, speaking of America's birthday and the whole England,
250?
America. 250. The USA's win in the Revolutionary War, a little bit overrated. Just a little bit. People don't realize that. Because everybody, let me educate you, Pony, for a second, because I'm a history buff. Everybody thinks the Revolutionary War was these backwood hillbilly farmers with pitchforks beating the most powerful war machine in military history.
I mean, I don't really think of it that way.
That's what everybody thinks of it as. You got to remember, Pony, America had home field advantage. Britain was fighting 3,000 miles away. Britain was also fighting 3 wars at the exact same time. We were like their last concern. Britain won most of the battles, including most of the major ones. And the only reason we won was because of France, whose navy trapped Britain and won I think it was the Battle of the Chesapeake. So then Cornwallis was basically like, we don't have time for this, we're done. Now, not trying to take anything away from the colonists, they beat the most powerful army and navy and generals in the world.
No, you're saying, and you're right about, I actually have to, I wanted to rip you and say, just saying the American win in the Revolutionary War is overrated is like a bizarre.
It's stark at first. I'm with you.
It is. It's a bold take. But if your overall point is France really does not get enough credit, I agree with.
Not nearly enough credit.
If we don't get France in the mix, I think we lose.
We probably do.
We needed their help. And France gets a bad rap for a lot of other reasons, but that was critical.
Absolutely. We won because of them.
Now,
we lost every war going up or battle going up to it.
Now, us coaxing them and convincing them to support us, I think is worth noting and giving us credit for to talk them into jumping on our side and getting into a war like that.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, we didn't do it alone. We didn't just win with our guys.
Absolutely not.
We needed to make it like a 2-on-1 fight.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now listen, a lot of these historical stories are exaggerated. Like George Washington was a terrible general. He was like Mike Tomlin in the playoffs. He had a losing record.
I don't think that's true.
That's true. You can look it up right now. George Washington lost more battles as a general than he won. He just won the Super Bowl.
He won the big ones.
Yeah, but he was a loser as a war general. Another guy.
Yes. Okay, but not all battles are created equally. He lost some battles, especially early in his war leadership career, if you want to call it that. But
right.
I would say he more than made up for it. No?
I mean, I guess so.
Like black and white, you're just going to say, you just said it. George Washington, bad general? I mean, that's pretty.
Like Brian Billick won a Super Bowl, but all-time, he's not an all-time head coach.
Yes,
Washington won the Revolution, but he lost a lot of battles.
Yes, but he won the biggest one.
Because of France. He got help from France.
Yeah, he did get help from France. But Andy Reid got help from Patrick Mahomes in Super Bowls, and Belichick got help from Brady.
Well, that's true. Another guy, Paul Revere, complete hack.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of with you on that.
He rode for 3 miles. And everybody thinks because he's the guy that said, the British are coming.
Yeah, you're right. He really did. He got a glow up there.
Oh, yes, he
did. From the folks in New England, for sure.
You know that there was a guy, his name I think was Israel Bassell, who he was the one who actually traveled 300 miles.
And he got no love.
He got no love. Everybody gave Paul Revere the love.
Yeah, he needed a better PR firm.
Right, exactly.
To get his name out there.
Right. Nobody remembers him in history, but we remember Paul Revere.
Anything else?
Nope, that's about it.
All right, thank you, Dom.
Thank you.
All right. It is June and the Steelers are off. But there was something said about the Steelers that I have to talk to you guys about and get your thoughts on. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Looking to retire soon? Let Secure Money Advisors get your retirement on track. Check your phones to make sure that your area is unaffected by the flash flood warnings that are going on. If it is, make sure you check to see what you should do in those situations because it looks gnarly out and it knocked out our cable here, so we've not been able to watch any of the soccer. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. The Monday edition of the PM Team rolls on right after this. But first, I need to tell you guys about Comer & Cross. Yeah, I like a lot of things about my house. There's a full refrigerator of beer in my garage now. And that really wasn't a thing before the garage floor got finished from Comer & Cross. Because now that is a space in the house that is for me. And I lost my space for a good reason. My daughter now took over my man cave, my basement, which had a nice wet bar down there and whatnot. And that's where all the bourbon is too. But that's where she goes now to play. So I needed my own space. And that turned into my garage thanks to Comer & Cross. They did my garage floor. What a tremendous job they did with it. It is the gold standard, guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift again. And they can do that for you too. Installation right now, 50% off. They did mine in one day. Thousands of 5-star reviews. And that installation of that new garage floor can increase your home value by up to 10%. Really, seriously. So call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and they are turning up the heat at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington. The OG bow tie guy, Mr. Mike Engel, he and his team have some sizzling deals for you. How about this? All Outlanders and Outlander Sports with all-wheel drive and 0% financing. They've also got Outlander Trail Editions. You can get up to $7,500 off. Plus, Eclipse Crosses, you can take up to $5,000 off. It doesn't end there at Crown Mitsubishi. You can get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. My guy Mike Engel, he and the team, Bill Driscoll there at Crown Mitsubishi, they are awesome. They treat you the right way, and they get you all those deals that I just mentioned. It's going to be a top-notch car buying experience from start to finish. The summer sale starts now, and it is too hot to miss. So make sure you take advantage of the great deals at Crown Mitsubishi in Washington and online, crownmitsubishipa.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I'm Larry Kelly from the injury firm of LGKG. When our fellow Western Pennsylvanians suffer terrible injuries, tragic losses, and immense financial hardships through no fault of their own, who fights for them, Joe?
We do, Larry. That's where LGKG comes in, holding the negligent accountable for the pain and suffering they cause.
History, trust, and results.
And success. More than 200 million recovered and over 10,000 clients served. That's the LGKG story.
At LGKG, we stop at nothing for justice. At LGKG, we try cases, and insurance companies know it.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Odyssey Sports is presented by ZipRecruiter. Find out why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/team.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Icons.
Traveling to Paris to see the black and gold? Use TrueFan Travel. TrueFanTravel.com.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and really happy to be back working with my guy Mike Engel. You might know him as the OG bow tie guy. He just does it the right way, and his team right now at Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, well, they're turning up the heat, and that means with sizzling deals. Not the kind of bad heat outside, no, the kind of good heat inside at the dealership where the deals simply can't be beat. New Jeep Grand Cherokees and Ram trucks. Save big right now with 0% financing. How about new Jeep Cherokees and Gladiator Sports? Save up to $10,000 off MSRP. Plus, get up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of model, mileage, or condition. The Make This the Summer event starts now, and it's too hot to miss. So get down there and see them. Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Washington, and you can always shop online at crownjeep.com.
On your job site, downtime isn't just an inconvenience, it's a deal breaker. You need equipment that works as hard as you do and a partner who has your back. Experience the new Case difference at Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Proudly named the 2025 Case Dealer of the Year. Whether you are looking for the latest iron or need expert service to keep your fleet in the dirt, their pros are ready. With thousands of parts in stock, they're here to ensure you're always running at peak efficiency. Case Power and Equipment of Pennsylvania. Because with Case Construction, together, we won't back down.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers?
Flash flood warning. The National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a flash flood warning for northwestern Fayette County in southwestern Pennsylvania, northwestern Greene County in southwestern Pennsylvania, southern Washington County in southwestern Pennsylvania, southwestern Westmoreland County in southwestern Pennsylvania until 7:45 p.m. At 4:46 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 0.5 and 1.5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar indicated. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Mount Essen, California, Denora, Monongahela, Charleroi, West Newton, Bentleyville, Brownsville, Fredericktown, Millsboro, North Belle Vernon, Wickerham Manor, Fisher, Baylen, North Charleroi, Spears, Belle Vernon, Ellsworth, Linwood, Pricedale, West Brownsville, and West Finley. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things, people,
love.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. While the world watches the stars at the FIFA World Cup this summer, Hyundai has its eyes on the next generation of talent. The future stars who are already turning heads at age 14. Because next doesn't wait for an invitation. And neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Taking a look at the pro football futures market, Tennessee making a huge move this past weekend, signing its star defensive tackle to a 3-year contract worth $100 million guaranteed. But does that mean Tennessee will have a great year? Tennessee's win total 6.5, slightly juiced towards the under, and I do like the under on Tennessee, even with a young, exciting second-year quarterback. Bottom line, I don't trust this Tennessee coaching staff. We saw the head coach in New York, and it didn't go well, and the offensive coordinator. Give me the under 6.5 on Tennessee. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's always a party at Jill's Gentlemen's Club. Thursday, Oldies Night with door prizes. Friday, College, Amateur, and Fantasy Night. And Saturday, Surprise Saturdays. Jill's Gentlemen's Club. I-70, Exit 11, Dallas Pike.
Hey, it's Pony. What if you had the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Well, thanks to Xfinity's summer savings event, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. Now through June 22nd, get gig Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. You're guaranteed 5 years of super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. Plus, add one line of Xfinity Mobile Select, and you can save an average of $60 a month over Verizon and AT&T. You can even try it free for a year. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities during the Xfinity Summer Savings event. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Savings based on 1 gig internet and 1 mobile select line compared to similar Verizon and AT&T plans over 5 years. After 12 months, regular rates apply to mobile select. Xfinity internet required. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true, whether it's basement moisture,
The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning for the following Pennsylvania counties, Fayette and Washington, effective until 5:22 p.m. The National Weather Service in Pittsburgh has issued a tornado warning for northwestern Fayette County, in southwestern Pennsylvania, eastern Washington County, in southwestern Pennsylvania, until 5:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 4:52 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Brownsville, or 13 miles northwest of Uniontown, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Hazard: tornado. Source: radar indicated rotation. Impact: flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Locations impacted include Connellsville, California, Brownsville, South Connellsville, Perryopolis, Dunbar, West Brownsville, Roscoe, Everson, Lafayette City, Newell, Allenport, Stockdale, Vanderbilt, Long Branch, Dawson, Elko, and Grindstone. Precautionary/preparedness actions. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a well-built building away from windows. If you are outdoors, in a mobile home, or in a vehicle, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris.
Self a favor? Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Pittsburgh, the World Cup is here. Join the Riverhounds for free World Cup watch parties featuring live match action, games, prizes, food, and drink specials. Plus, every check-in earns another chance to win $25,000 in the Boot for Loot contest. RSVP now at riverhounds.com/watch party.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Parkway East outbound is at a standstill in sections through Oakland, and the Parkway West outbound is heavily delayed and stacked up through the Fort Pitt Bridge approach. From the Voice of Pittsburgh 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Logan Arblaster.
This report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Summer means a whole lot of extra miles. Last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Pirates a day off to figure out what went wrong in Colorado before a big series starts with first place Seattle Mariners tomorrow night at PNC Park. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, a Monday edition of the PM Team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Steelers view themselves, because of their history, as an elite franchise. The Steelers are much closer to the Jets, but they're just they're a more functional version. And I mean, the idea that the good teams in the league would just allow a 41-year-old quarterback to string them along is laughable.
It's Colin Cowherd on the Steelers bringing back Aaron Rodgers, which is not what we're about to talk about, but I want to start the conversation off by saying, look, I mean, Cowherd's